Chapter 01 Chosen One. Li Yun suffered from middle school syndrome, a condition that everyone in the apartment complex was aware of. It all started on one afternoon when a small rounded boy jumped in the middle of the courtyard and stomped his foot for attention. The ruckus caused all the neighbors to glance and focus on the little boy. The little boy, Li Yun, puffed out his chest and pointed his nose toward the sky, loudly declaring, "I am the chosen one." All the adults smiled and chuckled thoughtfully at the little rounded boy. "Oh ho, that's nice little Yun," said his grandmother Yunai, who regularly sat with the other elders to discuss who was marrying whom and who had passed away. "What did your friend tell you this time?" "This is different, Grandma," Li Yun replied. Whenever Li Yun caused trouble, he would blame it on his imaginary friends. However, after he made new friends from his elementary school, he stopped making up stories about imaginary friends. Li Yun continued his proud posture and declared, "I have a mission to rewrite the Zhuangzi to a small perfection. In return, I will be rewarded with a heavenly reward." His mother, Lu Suyin, raised her right eyebrow and then rolled her eyes in annoyance at his shenanigans. "Maybe I should reduce the amount of time he watches those wuxia shows," his mother thought. The family had recently finished watching The Legend of Huaying and the Smiling, Proud Warrior. "Do you even know what the Zhuangzi is?" Lu Suyin asked. The bright-eyed rounded boy shook his head. Zhuangzi was one of the earliest known Taoist texts from the Warring States period. In common tradition, it was known to be written by Zhuangzhou, otherwise known as Master Zhuang, or Zhuangzi. The most notable story from the text was the Butterfly Dream. A story about a man who dreamt about becoming a butterfly, and woke up wondering if he was a butterfly dreaming about becoming a man. Many children had heard of parables from the Zhuangzi while growing up, but most were not familiar with the entire content of the book or were too young to understand its deeper meaning. Who cares? Li Yun did not know much about the Zhuangzi, but did it matter? All he needed to do was copy the book. How difficult could it be? A week later, Li Yun ran into his father's arms, drenched in tears. "Daddy," it said, "my writing is ugly." Li Yun pouted with his puffy red cheeks. His father, Li Fan, sat down by the table, and with some difficulty, lifted up the heavy Li Yun onto his lap. Li Fan flipped through the notebook riddled with scribbles that had little resemblance to Chinese. There were small characters, big characters, characters that took up an entire page, and even characters written in various shades of Kenyan color. It was indeed ugly. "It's not too bad, little Yun," Li Fan encouraged. "Why don't you practice keeping the characters within the lines?" A few weeks later, Li Yun improved, but no reward. "What am I doing wrong?" Li Yun complained to his friends, Fatty Fang and Bufu, in their school playground. Li Yun pushed Fatty Fang, shouldering the back of the big boy to get any sort of momentum on the swing. From far away, the other children sniggered from what looked like two large dumplings pushing at each other in a crowded steamer. Fatty Fang eventually managed to push forward with his short stumpy legs, and the swing moved slightly. His other friend, Bufu, had little trouble swinging on his own. "Is the voice in your head a girl?" asked Fatty Fang, swinging back and forth. "That may be the reason. Girls are picky." Fatty Fang was likely referring to Ning Sugzu, the girl everyone in school had a crush on. Li Yun wondered, but there wasn't a specific voice in his head. He just knew what it wanted him to do. Every time he finished copying the Zhuangzi, he could immediately tell whether the finished copy was acceptable or not. "It's hard to describe," Li Yun replied. "It's just a feeling. My latest copy looks fine to me, but it didn't seem to like it. Something about lacking beauty. What does that even mean?" Fatty Fang was also confused. "I heard from Grandpa Lu that this dead guy calligraphy was sold for millions of yuan," Bufu remarked. "Everyone said the characters were so beautiful it came alive. Maybe write with a brush and ink." Li Yun nodded. It was worth a try. During free time at school, Li Yun scoured through the library in search of calligraphy books. Some books were too basic while others were too complex. Li Yun's eyebrow arched in frustration as he encountered a difficult word. "Miss Librarian, what does this word mean?" asked Li Yun. "Mo, it means beautiful eyes," the librarian replied. "Are you learning calligraphy?" He nodded in earnest. Calligraphy is traditionally a master-disciple art. Books are great learning tools, but it cannot replace the knowledge passed down from a teacher. Since you don't have one now, I'll help you out for today. She was amused to see a little boy reading on his own, so she had decided to help him. After the librarian taught him how to write the basic radicals, he thanked the librarian and returned home. "Mommy, I want a teacher," he begged his parents. "This brat, I don't know what has gotten over him," Lu Suyan muttered to Grandpa, Lu Yan. "If little Yun wants to learn calligraphy, then let him," replied Grandpa Lu Yan. "It's a good skill to have. Elder Pei from downstairs knows quite a bit about calligraphy, we can ask him to teach little Yun." "Do you think Elder Pei will be willing? I thought he hated kids." "What are you talking about? Elder Pei loves kids. He just has a scary vibe, so none of the kids dare to approach him." Lu Suyan pondered and then nodded. As long as she didn't have to spend a fortune, it wasn't a difficult request. Holding on to Li Yun's hand, she escorted the boy downstairs to Elder Pei's unit. Elder Pei lived alone, but often gathered outside with the other elders to play chess and reminisce about the good old days. Li Yun was not too familiar with Elder Pei, but he always looked like a grumpy old man. As Elder Pei was preparing to start his calligraphy, he heard a knock, and then Lu Suyan's voice. He set his brush down above the inkstone, walked to the entry door to invite the mother and son into his apartment unit, served them green tea as Lu Suyan explained to Elder Pei the situation. "Little Yun wants to learn calligraphy?" Elder Pei asked with a surprised expression. Chapter 02 Useless Gift. Elder Pei loved calligraphy, but no one else in the apartment complex shared the same enthusiasm. He was delighted to see that a young boy was interested in calligraphy. Beaming a toothy smile, he happily agreed to Lu Suyan's request. Li Yun didn't like his smile. He had some missing teeth and sharp fangs, which made him look like some sort of villain. It was the face of someone who wasn't used to smiling. On the first day, Elder Pei explained to Li Yun the tools of the trade. He fondly held up the inkstone. "This is a she inkstone. Ink is the medium that is very important to the quality and smoothness of the ink. If you can't produce good ink, your strokes will feel grainy and rough." Elder Pei then took out a brush and caressed it adoringly like his children. "This is a brush I got from my master, who got it from his master. I do not know the exact origin, I am told that it is made from horsehair. However, we won't be using this brush." Noticing Li Yun's strange look, Elder Pei set the brush down and handed to the little boy a plain piece of paper. "This is just regular paper, use it to write down your name for me," said Elder Pei. Li Yun gripped the brush like a pencil, and dabbled ink all over the brush. Afterward, he wrote out the word to spell Li and then Yun. Elder Pei glanced at the character, his teeth clenched, holding back the feeling of disgust over the blocky lines and splashy residues. Li Yun held his breath, afraid that Elder Pei would hit him. "Your first time?" Elder Pei calmly asked. Li Yun let out his breath and nodded. It couldn't be helped, the boy is only 8, Elder Pei thought. Elder Pei took out a piece of xian paper, and carefully set it down on the table. He grounded the ink, dabbled just enough ink on the brush, and stroked the character Li with light horizontal strokes and thick vertical strokes. He scribbled the word Yun quickly, creating fast strokes which were light and airy. Standing on top of a chair, Li Yun watched in amazement by the side. He saw the word Li growing tall and stable like plum, and the word Yun floating out like clouds. He was beginning to understand what it meant for words to be beautiful. "Wow!" Li Yun shouted with glee. Elder Pei nodded with contentment. He, admittedly, was not particularly good at calligraphy, but what he lacked in talent, he made up with passion. After giving Li Yun a quick example, Elder Pei instructed Li Yun on the basics and showed him different calligraphy from antiquities to modern times. It helped Li Yun to have someone who could answer questions or know a way to find the answers, but more importantly, imbued history and context that wasn't common in texts. This was something valuable that even Beta could not replace. Li Yun also learned that Elder Pei was a retired sergeant. His grim face was the result of pretending to appear strict and intimidating. In actuality, Elder Pei was the soft and emotional sort. It took Li Yun over a year to rewrite the Zhuangzi, and he had rewritten the text over 300 times, with many trial and error. In between copying each of the characters, he had to comprehend what each of the characters meant in order to correctly draw out their beauty. Beauty was a concept that was closer to the truth than to physical beauty. Over time, he acquired the ability to infer the meaning of the characters. Once the copy was written to a small perfection, it finally gave him a reward. +10 in charm. What a useless gift! He exclaimed. All he wanted was a remote control toy car. Worst of all, it didn't help him prove the existence of this heavenly edict to his friends. What's the use of charm? Li Yun thought. What ya complaining about? Asked Bufu while sorting through his deck of cards. Charm is rather good. It is like a hidden attribute. What's the point if it's hidden? It's only fun if you can use a thunder palm on your enemies. Fatty Fang disagreed with Bufu while performing the tiger fist palms with hands attacking the air. Li Yun and Bufu both rolled their eyes. +10 charm is a lot though, said Bufu, who had always been a bit more analytical. Can you tell if anything has changed after you got the reward? Fatty Fang jumped in front of Li Yun and grabbed a hold of his face. You don't look any different. Like Fatty Fang, Li Yun had a big round face with skin as white as milk. Quit it. Li Yun shoved Fatty Fang's hands away from him. I can't tell if anything is different. No one looks at me any differently. Even if they do, how can I even tell? Li Yun sighed out a deep breath filled with disappointment as he grimaced over the purpose of charm. It still sounds cool though. It's like you have some sort of video game system installed in your head, remarked Bufu. Can you see a task box? Li Yun shook his head. For him, it wasn't anything visible, but a mission that was instilled in his head. He wished it was a game, at least there would be some sort of manual. In a normal video game, stats and items were awarded after a quest or mission. Li Yun wanted items more than anything as it was the best way to prove the existence of the system. Aside from his friends, he regularly discussed the topic with his school nurse. Once every month, the school nurse, Ms. Fan, invited Li Yun to speak with her. Li Yun thought she was friendlier toward him than anyone else, so it made him feel special. He would sit with her and talk to her about his progress with the mission. How are you, little Yun? Nurse Fan greeted him with a bright smile. Li Yun talked about playing with his friends in the playground, watching the elders chat, and playing tag with his cousins. The majority of the time, he spent either with Elder Pei or himself to write. So you can't feel the system until you finish a mission? Asked Nurse Fan with a bit of curiosity. Yep, but when I wait too long to do a mission, I feel like something is missing, said Li Yun. My friend asked if there was a ding or beeping sound, but I thought that was ridiculous. If it doesn't say anything or give you any signal, how do you know if it thinks something you write is ugly? Asked the nurse. I feel empty and sad, like when Mama takes away my toys. The first time I failed, I felt a sense of disgust and disappointment. That's how I know. That is interesting, so you would rewrite the copies until you feel the system awards you with a gift. Li Yun nodded. What have you been working on recently? The nurse asked. Li Yun cheerfully replied that it had asked him to rewrite the Liazi and there was even a bonus mission to create a Lingfu, a talisman charm, called Luck Blessing. The Liazi had 8 chapters dedicated to the different figures in history and mythology. It was slightly less known than the Zhuangzi, and famously known for hedonist views displayed in Chapter 7. Some of the stories are fun, said Li Yun. There are a lot of hints about qi, but it's still difficult to understand what it is. I think the key lies in Chapter 7, but it is still difficult to write the word qi without feeling like it is missing something. Chapter 7 is a bit controversial. How do you feel after reading it? It would be cool to live life to the fullest, but it's also a form of distraction, said Li Yun. The nurse smiled, trying hard not to laugh at him pretending to be mature. She nodded and jotted down some notes in her book. After getting to know little Yun, she thought he was a charming little boy with a lot of imagination. Boys his age were easily influenced by external factors and television. At times, he seemed mature for his age, and other times he acted like any other kid his age. As long as it didn't ask him to do something bad, she would mark in the health report that it was a normal childhood fantasy. Chapter 032 Fat for Qi? After meeting with the nurse, Li Yun returned to his homeroom and immediately copied the liazi. All the teachers were used to his unusual calligraphy obsession, and had given up on asking him to pay attention in class. In the middle of class, Li Yun dabbled his brush into the ink jar and stroked the last few characters of the liazi. His parents didn't want to buy him a brush or ink jar because they had already sensed it becoming a distraction. He had to beg Elder Pei to give him an extra set to bring to school. Your mom is going to kill me, Elder Pei grumbled. Master Pei is the best. Li Yun used his puppy eyes to thank Elder Pei. Elder Pei shook his head, already seeing the brat future as a manipulator. In return for the items, Li Yun had to stop calling him Old Pei and had to, at a minimum, have a passing grade. After 6 months of continuously copying the liazi, the characters were ingrained in his heart. He could repeat it backwards if he wanted to. The only thing he needed to focus on was inscribing the characters correctly to the system's liking. With the last stroke drying off, Li Yun lifted the corners of his mouth. The reward, +5 qi. Qi. Li Yun thought. It doesn't seem useless, but why can't I feel anything? An alert appeared in his head that since his body was immature and weak, it couldn't grant him the gift. It advised him to get into better shape before his body could receive qi. Haha. Fatty Fang and Bufo both laughed when he mentioned this to them after class. The system is calling you fat. Fatty Fang continued to laugh without a bit of self-awareness. Well, this system is right, you're like the second fattest in class, said Bufo. Looking down at his round belly, Li Yun realized that he was only slightly smaller than Fatty Fang, and getting in shape was not a bad thing. It wasn't like he ate a lot, but his mother's side of the family had naturally bigger bones. It's telling you that you're too fat to get qi, Bufo continued laughing. Nah, I don't think that's it, Li Yun replied. Li Yun was pretty sure that the system didn't care, and it had more to do with his body still in the growing stage. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that Taoism doesn't discriminate against body type. Just look at all the old masters like Liazi, Laozi, and Zhuangzi. They were all depicted as elderly seniors about to enter the grave, wizened and ancient. Another example was Jidao, one of the 8 immortals, who was known for carrying a fan and resurrecting the dead. To Li Yun, he looked more like a large belly bum sitting on the streets after a night of drinking. The first rule of being the main character, you must look the part. Fatty Fang suddenly declared. We must get into shape. We. Li Yun wondered why Fatty Fang also wanted to get into shape. It's probably to get girls, Bufo remarked. Bufo was already skinny and a bit of a pretty boy, so he didn't care, but Fatty Fang was always picking on girls. What's the best way to get into shape? Asked Li Yun. Martial arts. Fatty Fang replied. Everyone in martial arts is skinny, except Sumo Hong. Li Yun raised his eyebrow curiously at Fatty Fang, who could barely kick a ball while imitating the folk hero Wang Pei Hung. Let's focus on getting into shape first, said Li Yun half-heartedly, as he wasn't too motivated. Li Yun took out 2 wooden talismans and gave them to his friends. Bufo looked curiously at the wooden talisman charm. The flat rectangular plate, slightly larger than a regular pendant, had a small opening held up by a brown string. The center was inscribed with a strange character that mixed together with the word luck and happiness like overlapping film negatives. "What the heck is this?" asked Bufo. "A big disappointment," Li Yun replied. "It gives the wearer +1 luck." "No way, that's kinda of cool," said Fatty Fang, hanging the charm over his neck. "Will I win the sports lottery with this?" "I doubt it, my parents didn't win anything," said Li Yun. "My mom even said she lost more in mahjong, although I told her it's probably her poor skill." "Give me 10 and let me try," said Bufo. "It doesn't stack up either, that's why it's a big disappointment." "It still looks cool," said Fatty Fang. He noticed the one Li Yun wore had the shape of a trigram. "Why is yours different?" "This one is +1 luck and +1 chi," said Li Yun. "After making so many charms, only this one had an extra bonus, so I reshaped it into a trigram to see if it added anything else, but it didn't." Li Yun had tried the luck blessing inscription on many materials found around the house, but wood lumber boards were the best as it was easily obtained from his father and soft enough to etch into. Paper wasn't durable and a slight drop of water would ruin the stat effect. He had to rummage through the storage room to find some of his dad's old tools. "Are you using tools from your father again?" asked Grandpa Liu Yan. Li Yun nodded. "Papa doesn't use them anymore," was his excuse. His father used to make furniture before working in the factory. The factory made furniture, but it was mainly the mass production type furniture. Liu Yan shook his head. "You shouldn't be using an awl and regular chisel to carve wood." For Li Yun's birthday, Grandpa Liu Yan got him a wood carving set. After carving numerous planks for a few weeks, Li Yun was excited to create his first artifact with +1 luck. Unfortunately, the excitement died after realizing that it had very little effect on anything. It was as useless as the other gifts he had received. The worst part was that the bonus mission award was also +1 luck. "Well, don't feel so down, maybe the next mission will give you better stuff," said Bufo. Li Yun nodded, he was optimistic about the next mission. Just as they were walking, they heard the middle schoolers picking on a boy. The 3 friends eyed each other, nodded, and then ran the other way. The unfortunate thing about having the elementary school, middle school, and high school so close together was that the older kids tended to pick on the little kids. Bufo looked like an easy target, but he was often with Li Yun and Fatty Fang, so the older kids rarely picked on him. Most bullies avoided Li Yun and Fatty Fang just because of their sheer size, but it didn't mean Li Yun and Fatty weren't afraid. They were the sorts who ran away from the first sign of danger. As old man Sun Tzu used to say, retreat was the best strategy. Chapter 04 Path. The next mission by the system was to copy the Tao Te Ching. Although the Tao Te Ching had fewer characters than the Zhuangzi, the requirement was to rewrite everything using Oracle bone scripts. For a young boy from an average working-class family, getting the Oracle bone version of the text was a bit tricky. It wasn't readily available in any library, so he begged his parents for a copy. His parents glanced at each other strangely. Boys his age normally ask for money to go to PC cafes or toys. The Oracle bone script version of Tao Te Ching was an odd request, but then again, Li Yun had always been obsessed with calligraphy. They agreed to search for a copy since there was no harm in getting him the manuscript. Unfortunately, there was no real Oracle bone script version of the Tao Te Ching. The Oracle bone script was developed around 2000 BC. The earliest texts of Tao Te Ching were written in small seal script dated around 300 BC. Any Oracle bone script version was simply a modern-day reproduction based on the clerical script. The Oracle bone script was also incomplete, like many language systems from antiquity, so Li Yun had to study the evolution of ancient writings all the way down to the seal script. After a few months, the teachers were beginning to question their own sanity. A boy who was obsessed with Tao knew more about ancient writing than most elementary school teachers. Out of all the teachers, only the Chinese teachers appreciated Li Yun's new craze to study ancient Chinese writing. "This kid is crazy," remarked the Chinese teacher. "I don't think I've seen a child write so well. We were learning about the first Qin emperor, and he read a passage from a vase," the history teacher narrated. "He had even asked me if I can help him translate the bone script. That made me nervous. I can barely read the seal script. He could become an archaeologist in the future, but he said he doesn't know what he wants to do yet. It's a shame he can't harness this unusual focus on something like math or science. It still pisses me off that he does calligraphy in my math class," the math teacher grumbled. Math and science was Li Yun's poorest subject. No matter how many times his teacher drilled him about the importance of math and science, Li Yun remained uninterested. Li Yun ignored schoolwork for the most part and continued studying the ancient language. Once he had a good grasp of the language, Li Yun translated the clerical script into oracle bone script. Elder Pei helped him to decipher the meaning, but it was a long process. Out of all the Taoist manuscripts, the Tao Te Ching was the most revered text. Written by Laozi, it was also the most widely read and known to theologians and philosophers. Divided into 81 chapters, the short couplets made it easy for people to memorize and quip. Each chapter explained the meaning of Tao in vague terms, making it difficult to understand its true meaning. Li Yun considered it to be one of the earliest self-help books in humankind. There were lessons to be learned from ancient texts that Li Yun was applying to his life. The Tao Te Ching mission was long, but it wasn't tiring. The bonus mission, however, was a bit tricky. "Why are you in a daze recently?" Bufu asked as they were walking home from school. "I am still thinking about the bonus mission," Li Yun mumbled. He was sharing less information with his friends about his system. They were slowly growing out of believing in magic and viewed it only as a novelty. The system was simply just another one of Li Yun's crazy ideas. "It said to choose a Dao, but I'm not sure what to choose." "What are the options?" Fatty Fang asked. "I am not sure, but if it is related to the Taoist texts, it means to pick a direction in life," said Li Yun. "Like, if I pick the Art Dao, I should reach the pinnacle of Art Dao by painting and living by the arts." "Art Dao sounds boring," said Fatty Fang. "Is there a Sword Dao, Evil Dao, or even Fighting Dao?" "Yes, but that's tricky. I can't even beat you up. How am I supposed to get a Fighting Dao? And my mom would never agree to get me a sword. And the Evil Dao is too limited and difficult to do." "Ah, you're right, Evil Dao sounds cool, but you will likely get arrested," said Fatty Fang. "Good Dao sounds boring though, but it's probably the easiest to do. Like save a cat." It was boring, but the basics of Taoism were rooted in good even if by definition there was no good or right path. The most famous evil path was shown in the Liazi Yang Zhu chapter, but even then it was debatable. Many scholars interpreted it as Yang Zhu's youthful folly to contrast Yang Zhu's reformation to become a true Taoist master. Another possibility was that Taoist revisionists during the Qin and Han dynasty had removed all references to the evil path for the sake of humanity, and left the Yang Zhu chapter as a reminder that there was truly no good or evil path. Li Yun glanced through the first passage in the Tao Te Ching. "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name." "I thought of a path." Li Yun's eyes brightened up as a thought occurred to him. Fatty Fang and Bufu both turned to face him like a pair of twin owls. "What path?" "It's the Li Yun's Dao." Li Yun started laughing maniacally. "I'm AF genius." Fatty Fang and Bufu stared at each other and shrugged. Li Yun was suffering from his delusions again. "What are you going to do?" asked Bufu. "We are going to fulfill our mission in life," Li Yun said. "No more school. No more homework." Bufu and Fatty Fang also disliked school and decided to tag along. Fatty Fang would rather continue physical training, Bufu would rather work on computers, and Li Yun would rather work on the Tao Te Ching. As they were walking, they saw a bunch of bullies stealing money from a small boy. Normally, it was something they would ignore and look away from. However, Li Yun was different that day. He had a clear path and understanding of what he had to do. Li Yun rolled up his sleeves, ready for war. Li Yun, you're crazy. Fatty Fang looked warily at the three big mean high schoolers and held tightly onto Li Yun's flailing left arm. We are going to get beaten up. Bufu yelled out as he grabbed a hold of Li Yun's right arm. Li Yun's body was shaking in fear and his heart pounded rapidly onto his chest, but he knew in his heart and soul that his path needed him to act, not to waste a moment of life. The way will lead us to victory. Li Yun shook himself out of their hold and charged forward. He who knows how to live can walk without fear. Each of you take their balls. Fatty Fang and Bufu were surprised at Li Yun's sudden strength and followed along to help him out. Li Yun kicked one of the bullies at their weakest points, below the belt, and then ran. Fatty Fang and Bufu did the same and sprinted off in different directions. For his act of bravery, or foolishness, Li Yun received +1 guts for committing to a Dao and completed the bonus mission. There was no good way to describe Li Yun's Dao, he simply wanted to unleash some pent-up anger on the bullies. After a year, he completed the mission to rewrite the Tao Te Ching. His heavenly gift, +10 culture. Another useless gift, Li Yun thought. And of all the random stats, why culture? Chapter 05 Defense Points. Following the completion of the Tao Te Ching, the system gave him 2 main missions and a bonus mission. The first mission was to comprehend face reading to a small perfection and the second mission was to copy the Daozang. During dinner time, he casually asked his parents what face reading and Daozang was. The Daozang? You still have the system? Li Fan curiously asked with a slightly wrinkled forehead. Li Yun shook his head in denial. He had gained a bit more awareness of what was considered normal. Just something that the teacher has mentioned in class, he replied. L Yusuyan narrowed her eyes in suspicion. You better go to class. If I hear any complaints from them again, I'll make you clean the storage room. Li Yun nodded compliantly but internally cursed the teachers for ratting him out. His eyes shifted focus to his father. I don't know much, but isn't face reading just looking at faces? As for the Daozang, Li Fan's voice trailed off, trying to recall where he had it from. He worked in a factory and had little understanding of the Daozang, but what little he knew was enough to scare Li Yun. I heard on a TV show that the Daozang is a large collection of Taoist texts. The Tao Te Ching and Zhuangzi are considered a part of it, so you sort of read part of it already. Although I think there are 1,400 other books. 1,400. Li Yun's mind ran wild trying to think how long it would take him to copy all the texts. He was getting faster, but it could take him years to complete the task. The bonus mission was to complete the 9 sets of Dayan exercises to small perfection. Dayan exercises were a series of positions and movements to cultivate the mind and body, very similarly to Tai Chi and yoga. Some positions were simple. Unfortunately, some of the positions, such as the split position in the brocade of the tiger, were difficult to accomplish as Li Yun wasn't in shape, lacking flexibility and core strength. He had been training with Fatty Fang, but they were both still stocky and slow. It did help that they had to run away every time they encountered the bullies. Fatty Fang was the slowest, and usually ended up in a black and blue state. Just think of it as gaining defense points and pain resistance. Li Yun would say after every losing battle. Fatty Fang and Bufu glared at Li Yun whenever he told them that. They were always dragged into a mess because of him. After months of cowering and running away, Bufu finally had enough. I have an idea, Bufu suggested. My second cousin Buletin Tao knows some martial arts. Oh, wow, cool, how come you never mention him, asked Fatty Fang. He's kinda scary. Bufu got Buletin Tao's contact information from his mom, and visited Buletin Tao's home the following week. Bufu's mom greeted her cousin, while the kids met Bulletin Tao in his room. Bulletin Tao was average height, but his arms were buff and toned. He had a boxy face and deep eyes, making him look like he was always in serious mode. "So you really want to learn Sanda?" Bulletin Tao asked the 3 elementary school kids. He sized up the 2 overweight kids and 1 skinny kid. "Yep," they replied in unison. They weren't sure what Sanda was, but it must have been some sort of martial arts. Bulletin Tao wasn't opposed to teaching them, but Sanda wasn't anything to joke around with. Before becoming a standard sport, Sanda was a free combat martial art. It was a mixture of different styles and standardized around the 1970s as a response to a lack of practical combat sport. It was useful enough for the government to use it for military training. "If you guys want to get into shape, you can come to the club to use their equipment, but you don't actually need to learn Sanda," said Bulletin Tao. "If you truly want to learn Sanda, just watch the other members first." Prior to taking them to the club, Bulletin Tao had asked their parents to sign the application forms to join Yide City Sanda Club. They all signed the form thinking it was a typical martial arts club where a coach trained little kids. However, the Yide City Sanda Club was a bit different. "This isn't a regular club, but I can't take you guys to the central district since it is a bit far," Bulletin Tao explained. "Our sister club there has a coach that trains kids your age. We don't have one here since there is little interest in martial arts around this area. Our club mainly caters to more serious practitioners. Why aren't there a lot of kids? I thought martial arts are getting more popular," said Bufu. "Karate and Taekwondo are popular. As for Chinese martial arts, after a certain age, most kids tend to give up after a few years," Bulletin Tao explained. "Why is that?" Fatty Fang wondered. He didn't want to learn martial arts if it was going to be a waste of time. The basics and fundamentals of martial arts are Jai Bengong and Dalu. They are more difficult and complex than other forms of martial arts. As a result, it requires a lot of training and repetitions, said Bulletin Tao. In other words, it can be a bit boring. Also, most other styles have better marketing like K-drama and movies. It's worse for Sanda. Despite being our national sport, there are only 10,000 practitioners. Fatty Fang and Bufu were a bit hesitant, but Li Yun didn't mind. He was used to repetition as he was also training Dayan for his mission, an earlier form of Dalu. The club was spacious, but dimly lit and cluttered with mismatched furniture. The smell of tobacco was noticeable at every corner. The main room had 3 small rings, and 1 large ring located at the center of the room. The side room housed several old gym equipments. Bulletin Tao introduced them to Lui Dashui, who was his coach. He was also the owner of the club who won the local championship 10 years ago. He opened the club as a hobby and side job. His main job was running an internet cafe on the first floor. It was rare for the kids to see Lui Dashui as he was usually busy with the internet cafe. They walked around as Bulletin Tao introduced them to some members. Most of the members kept to themselves and trained with their respective sparring partners and coaches. Bulletin Tao ushered them by the side of the ring where a sparring match was about to start between the skinny guy and tattoo guy. After the ref signaled the match to begin, the toned skinny guy pounded straights and hooks at his opponent. The opponent, marked with a tiger tattoo, blocked and parried, moving back to avoid the impact. Once the skinny guy ran out of combos, the tattooed opponent jabbed and kicked. The skinny guy backed away once the kick connected with his shin, but the tattooed guy quickly followed up with a right hook, pounding him to the side of the ring. The kids flinched, as though they felt the pain on the side of their face. If they weren't wearing gloves, the kids wondered how bloody the match would have been. Some tougher style tournaments use MMA-style gloves instead of boxing gloves, but those are usually reserved for professionals, Bulletin Tao explained. The coach quickly declared the tattooed guy the winner. Whoa! The kids stared in awe with their mouths slightly gaped. This looks painful. It wasn't the type of martial arts they were expecting. It looks like boxing and kickboxing, Fatty Fang commented. Sanda is a modified martial arts that incorporates a lot of styles, said Bulletin Tao. Since you're just a beginner, I'll teach you some basics. After the match, Bulletin Tao took them to an area with a 3x3 mat. Is there a type of martial arts you would like to train first? Asked Bulletin Tao. When I started, I trained Taijiquan, Shuaijiao and Bakwazang. Fatty Fang and Bufa were both a bit clueless. They had heard of Taijiquan, Shuaijiao and Bakwazang from watching old Wuxia films, but they didn't know what to focus on. Taijiquan, Li Yun requested. Bulletin Tao nodded. Li Yun thought Taijiquan was best suited to help him complete the bonus mission. He needed to train the forms and movement of the 8 brocade yin and yang sets and the 5 animal qigong. Chapter 06 Wushu. Bulletin Tao stood in position and swirled his arms slowly, looking like he was forming a chi ball. The kids watched his movement with bated breath, half expecting fireballs to shoot out. This is the first movement of 24 form style, Bulletin Tao explained, slowly pushing both hands down by his side and releasing his breath to end the movement. The 24 form style was the most recognizable and accessible form, commonly taught by police academies. Other specialized forms were taught in martial arts schools and dojos. Martial arts is about understanding your center of gravity, body linkage, and posture, Bulletin Tao explained, as his hip and body swayed back. You must know where your center of gravity is, no matter what posture or position you're in. This is important for balance, which is key to survival against takedowns, or people who want to destroy your center and force you to the ground. So we aren't going to learn the 18 dragon subduing palms? Asked Fatty Fang, a bit saddened by the couple of stances Bulletin Tao was showing them. No fireballs, and it looked like Tai Chi for old people, was his thought process. Bulletin Tao rolled his eyes. Did you expect me to show you some secret chi moves from some 70s TV shows? Most students thought training Taijiquan would be cool, but real Taijiquan was actually difficult to memorize and extremely difficult to master. The complexity also made it difficult to use for actual combat, and even the best trained Taijiquan practitioner could not take on a well-trained combat fighter. As a result, most people used the simplified version, Tai Chi, as a health exercise. Despite all of that, once a practitioner truly learned Taijiquan, or any type of trained combat, it could be used to defend against any unarmed and untrained opponent. Well, it looks cool, Fatty Fang grumbled. Do you want to learn martial arts to defend yourself or to look cool? To look cool, Fatty Fang proudly declared. Bulletin Tao slapped his forward. You're going to need a lot of work to look cool. Can I at least learn what they are doing? Asked Fatty Fang, pointing to the fighters in the ring sparring with boxing gloves. If you want to jump straight into Sanda, that's fine. I can show you the basic stances, punches and kicks afterward. But as a contact sport, you won't be able to do it well until you start sparring. I'm not afraid of a little spar. Fatty Fang clenched his hand into a fist, and pumped downward. Well then, I guess I can show you the basics. Sanda incorporates elements of boxing, kicking, wrestling, along with traditional Chinese martial arts elements, Bulletin Tao explained. In an orthodox, or right stance position, Bulletin Tao pivoted his leg and body, channeling the force into a straight jab. A straight jab looks like a normal punch, but it represents hundreds of years of boxing evolution, constantly using the same simple move over and over again. He then demonstrated the kicks. Sanda has many powerful kicks in the arsenal. Like boxing, Muay Thai kicks have evolved the simple move to a point that is almost lethal. Spin kicks, low sweeps, and side kicks are traditional martial. Next, Bulletin Tao lifted his feet up high, awkwardly putting himself off balance, and he fell to the ground. The kids all laughed, but his stare silenced them immediately. Kicks are more powerful than punches, but it creates more opportunity for your opponents to knock you down. In martial arts, you will always fall down, so learning to break your fall is important. When I fell, did you see me twisting to hit the rear instead of my limbs? The kids nodded. Your butt is always a better cushion than injuring your hands. Bulletin Tao got up and showed them a ring with 2 fighters practicing takedowns. Takedowns and wrestling elements are mainly from Shui Jiao. In actual combat, wrestling is very important. If you can take down an enemy, you're halfway to winning. But since this creates so many quick and boring fights with people trying to clinch and take down, there's a 5-second clinch rule. If you can't take down your opponent in 5 seconds, the ref will separate the fighters. They watched as the coach separated the 2 fighters after they clinched for a long time, trying to take each other down. Looking at the kids' dazed and overwhelmed faces, Bulletin Tao called it a day. After the initial lesson, Fatty Fang continued training Sanda while Li Yun and Bufo learned the basics of Taijiquan and other traditional martial arts like Shui Jiao, Xin Yi, Baquazang, and then Sanda. Li Yun was training a lot of styles for fitness purposes, but it also helped him to understand how traditional martial arts styles had evolved into Sanda. Li Yun and Bufo both didn't plan to compete or seriously spar. They didn't like to get hurt or injured. I get that you don't want to compete, but what does that have to do with Taoism? Asked Bulletin Tao. The reason why Taoist masters created Tai Chi in the first place was to live longer. Li Yun explained his reasoning to Bulletin Tao as to why he didn't like sparring. Contact sport isn't really the way to go. Do you know what my favorite moves in Tao are? What? Asked Bulletin Tao. Stealth, alertness, strike, retreat, and run, Li Yun replied. Those are the fundamentals of the 5 animals. Back before there were cameras, the ancients have been studying how predators and prey act in order to survive. Right, Bayo commented sarcastically, wasn't retreat and run the same thing? He heard it as, I'm too afraid of pain to fight. I know what you're thinking, but hear me out, Li Yun explained. Real Tai Chi practitioners don't fight against trained opponents for a good reason. 1. Trained fighters for military reasons have higher chances of dying early. Police officers and soldiers, for examples, all have higher chances of encountering dangerous situations. 2. Trained fighters in combat competitions, on average, have lower lifespan due to constant abuse to the head. Glory, honor and lifespan, are all sorts of immortality, so I'm not saying that one is better than the other, I'm just saying that my Tao involves me living longer. Bulletin Tao turned to look at Bufo. Is your friend always like this? Yep, Bufo replied. But you have to admit, he has a point. He does, but I don't like that he's saying that I have a high chance of dying early. If the shoes fit, Li Yun jeered. Li Yun liked to take the safest route. Even in brawls against bullies, he would always run after a strike, or protect his head and his core body. It's okay if you don't want to compete in Sanda, but how about competing in martial arts? It's more focused on form, and the pressure of competition will help you perfect it. Li Yun thought about it, it would be interesting. However, he was still writing the Daozang under Old Pei's tutelage. It was already time-consuming. Not for me either, Bufo replied. I prefer working on programming. Bulletin Tao sighed. He thought it was a shame because Li Yun's style and form was really precise and sharp. As for Bufo, he was a bit of a hopeless case. Bulletin Tao took the kids out to the gym 3 days a week after school. Aside from showing them the basics, Bulletin Tao was usually busy training himself. He wasn't able to get through the city tournament last year, so he was training extra hard to compete. It would be his last opportunity before joining the police academy. Unfortunately, old Bulletin was still unable to pass the city tournament, but that was life. He wasn't the hero of the story, and had no system or plot armor to carry him through. Instead, he joined the police academy. Happy graduation, from your 3 favorite students. These punks. Bulletin Tao crumbled and chucked the letter with stylized calligraphy toward the other end of the room. After everything I've taught you, this is what I get for a graduation present. Bulletin Tao later regretted crumpling the piece of calligraphy from Li Yun. Chapter 07 Wrinkles. After Bulet and Tao left for the police academy, Wei Dashui took over the role of training them. His focus was training Fatty Fang, whereas Li Yun and Bufu were just add-ons. A year flew by. Fatty Fang and Li Yun lost some weight, but it was difficult to gauge as they were also growing taller. Wei Dashui was banking on his experience that all three brats would grow taller than the average male. Although competitions were based on weight class, not height, having a longer wingspan undoubtedly gave fighters a better reach advantage. During a midweek afternoon, two middle schoolers stood apart inside the ring and waited for Wei Dashui to give them a signal. Fatty Fang, on one side, wore standard gear and boxing gloves, while Li Yun, on the opposing end, wore full padded gear on his face and body, looking like the Michelin Man. Bufu stood by the side, watching his two friends spar for the first time in a while. It took them forever to convince Li Yun to spar after Fatty Fang's sparring partner received an injury from a competition. Wei Dashui signaled the match to begin. Li Yun watched Fatty Fang closely as they paced around the ring like two wolves battling for alpha position. Odds were, Fatty Fang was going to strike first. It was his usual style. He liked to be cute sometimes and start with a feint and kick, but it was rare. Usually, when he planned a feint or a complex maneuver, he would talk less before the fight since he needed more time to think about his strategy. The two continued bouncing around engaging each other's attacks, once in a while doing jabs to measure the distance between them. Li Yun attacked Fatty Fang with a 1-2 punch combo from the left and then a right straight jab. Fatty Fang blocked both hits and then returned a right jab. Li Yun prepared to angle his head back, but Fatty Fang's attack was a feint. Fatty Fang kneed Li Yun in the gut. A feint. Li Yun thought, and in that brief second, he pivoted back and sucked in his stomach. He had good reflexes, otherwise, a direct knee strike from Fatty Fang would empty the contents of his stomach. Unfortunately, the knee still scraped his torso and knocked him off balance, giving Fatty Fang the upper hand. Fatty Fang threw quick punches as Li Yun continued to parry and evade. After another 30 seconds, Wei Dashui declared Fatty Fang as the winner. "This is B, when did you figure out your tell?" asked Li Yun throwing his headgear down. He thought he read Fatty Fang well enough to win the fight. "Bufu noticed the pattern and told me to start with a feint right before we started," said Fatty Fang. Li Yun glared at Bufu. "Whose friend are ya anyway?" Li Yun asked in an accusing tone. Bufu laughed. "I just wanted to test it out, I wasn't sure that Fatty Fang had that habit either." "All right kids, that was pretty good," Wei Dashui complimented. "Little Fang, you still need to work on your footwork and form. Your movements are too wide, leaving it easy for opponents to take advantage of openings. Also, don't purely rely on strength." Wei Dashui looked at Li Yun. "Little Yun, your form work is good, but you're still a bit weak on striking and power." There wasn't much to say about Li Yun. He only sparred against Fatty Fang because there was no one else close to Fatty Fang age and weight class. Li Yun was only 2 weight classes below Fatty Fang. Although he was not as strong as Fatty Fang, he was considered an intelligent and agile fighter with instinctive dodging ability. The only major problem Wei Dashui saw was his lack of ambition. Li Yun would be good at standard form competitions, but Wei Dashui wasn't as traditionally trained in Chinese martial arts like Bulet and Tao. Wei Dashui was more familiar with Sambo and boxing. Otherwise, Li Yun may have a future in the Junior Olympics. "So Little Fang, are you ready to enter a tournament, or do you want to train more?" asked Wei Dashui. "Can I learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu next?" asked Fatty Fang. He had learned from the other members that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was one of the best styles to learn with Sanda as it filled in some of the gaps that were left out from Sanda due to contact sport rules back in the early days of development. Wei Dashui thought for a moment. "If you want to learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you should ask Mao Dao. He learned BJJ overseas for a few years." After training, the kids took the bus back to the apartment. Li Yun was exhausted and was ready for dinner. He opened the door to the apartment, but the somber mood of the room completely overwhelmed him. Even Grandpa Liu Yan and Grandma Liu Nai had arrived, whispering quietly by the dining table. What happened? Li Yun asked. Elder Pei is in the hospital, Li Fan explained in a low and somber voice. He might not make it by tomorrow. Li Yun heard his father, but his brain did not register. He slipped back out of his apartment, and ran downstairs, knocking on Elder Pei's door. Hey Elder Pei! Open up! Li Yun knocked and knocked, but no answer. Master Pei! He cried out again, but after no response, he slumped to the ground and he wept. The following week, Li Yun attended the funeral, along with friends and family around the area. Elder Pei didn't have a lot of immediate families, just a brother living in a different city who arrived to settle the funeral arrangements. Li Yun entered the room filled with white flowers and banners, and glanced at the elderly women weeping by the side. The majority of people were from the apartment complexes, people who would see Elder Pei on his morning walk. Many of the children followed along with their parents and grandparents, but it was only Li Yun who felt a sense of loss. Throughout the proceeding, Li Yun stared at the ground with hollowed eyes, his head drooped downward as though it was filled with heavy leaded weights. He wondered why he wasn't able to see it coming. For 5 years, Li Yun had spent many of his evenings with Elder Pei. He should have noticed it sooner. During the past 2 weeks, Elder Pei's face looked different than usual, but it didn't look like any sign of an illness. As Li Yun had been studying face reading, he naturally caught on to the changing and stared at Elder Pei's face for a long time. Why are you looking at me like that? Elder Pei asked. Still doing that face reading thing? Yes, they say it's easier on old people. Li Yun replied, straightforward as usual. Elder Pei laughed. Oh ho, because of all the wrinkles. Li Yun nodded. What can you see? You used to have quite a temper, but you have managed to control it over the years. You have lost quite a few people you have treasured. You rarely ever smile, but have experienced a lot of happiness and joy in your life. Your eyes smile for you, so there are a lot of wrinkles around the corner of your eyes. Well now, I'm starting to like my wrinkles. Li Yun had never thought about it before learning face reading, but wrinkles were really interesting. They could tell a person's story in life. Elder Pei nodded. But you shouldn't always believe everything you read, sometimes you have to experience it in order to find out the truth. What else do you see? Your breathing and complexion have changed a bit recently. Are you a Chinese doctor now? You're even watching people breathe. Are you feeling okay? I've never felt more alive, Elder Pei breathed in deeply while spreading out his arms to gather in more air. Li Yun could tell that Elder Pei was telling the truth, so maybe he had analyzed the breathing pattern wrong. Now enough about that, let me show you the work of Huang Tingjian. Elder Pei removed his glasses, and spread out a reproduction of Huang Tingjian's calligraphy. Elder Pei pointed to the character in Huang Tingjian's text, and explained how different the character was written differently throughout the text. Instead of paying attention, Li Yun was momentarily distracted by Elder Pei's glassy eyes. He also thought it odd that the far-sighted elder didn't need his glasses to read. Little Yun, are you paying attention? Elder Pei asked in a kindly tone. Ah, yes, Li Yun refocused his attention back onto the scroll for the rest of the evening. With his lesson done, Li Yun prepared to head on as usual. On the way out of the door, Elder Pei ruffled Li Yun's hair and said, "Goodbye my friend." Thinking back, all the signs were there. If he had determined it sooner, he could have spent more time with Elder Pei before he left. The funeral was about to end, and people were slowly trickling out and returning home. Li Yun's parents motioned him to prepare to leave, but he remained rooted in place. He gripped onto a scroll for a moment, and finally laid it down by Elder Pei's coffin. Goodbye my friend. Chapter 08 People. Judah had an inferiority complex. Ever since he was a little child, his parents would compare him to his older sister. His older sister was popular and beautiful, unlike himself, who was short, quiet, and a complete failure at life. At first, a lot of students were curious about him because his father was the mayor. However, they quickly realized that the son had no talent. He was neither good at school nor at sports. He didn't like to talk much and had a gloomy atmosphere. Many wondered if he was really the son of Mayor Ning Long, who was known as a charismatic and warm man. His demeanor had caused the seniors to mark him as an easy target, regularly taking his allowances. Judah had once told his father about it, who then called the school to discipline the bullies. However, it only made the situation worse. Instead of leaving physical marks, the bullies tortured him in some other ways. From then on, Judah decided not to tell his family about his situation until he was capable of sticking up for himself. On the first day of his senior year in middle school, Judah walked confidently to school. The bullies had graduated to high school, so there was no need to be fearful anymore, he said to himself. There was only one small problem: the high school was located next to the middle school. After class, Judah leaned against the brick fence of the high school, and looked toward the path leading to the parking lot where his driver was waiting to pick him up. If he could get to the car before the bullies could see him, he would be safe. Should I bolt or sneak across? He thought to himself. He decided to bolt. Just as he ran, he was quickly surrounded by the high schoolers. Well, if it isn't Judah, said the bully. Why don't we head somewhere and catch up? We haven't seen each other in months. Judah looked around. Although there were other students, they mostly minded their own business and ignored the scene. A group of delinquents was even enjoying popcorn from across the school. Some of the teachers did glance their way, looking to see if there was any problem. Judah had the option to expose the bully now, and then get beaten up tomorrow, or get beaten up that day. Judah toughened up and decided to get beaten up that day. Otherwise, the retaliation would be worse the following day. Judah waved at the teacher as though he was casually hanging out with friends. While Judah was dragged away by the bullies, a group of high schoolers eating popcorn continued to watch everything unfold. It was more appropriate to call them delinquents by the way they dressed and looked. Bro, you're not going to help that kid out? Erson, a freshman, asked while sitting on a makeshift cardboard stool. Li Yun shook his head and continued to watch the students scattered out from the school gate. With messy unkempt hair and a partially unbuttoned uniform, Li Yun's appearance in high school mirrored that of a typical hoodlum. The scar marking the inner corner of his left eye to the upper cheek gave an impression that he wasn't someone to mess around with. As for the reason behind his scar, it was a secret he was keeping to his grave. Bufu and Fatty Fang sat nearby, enjoying the popcorn. They were in a perfect position to see the elementary school, the middle school, and the high school. Li Yun is probably watching something else, said Fatty Fang. Fatty Fang had grown taller, and remained the biggest kid in class. The only exception was that his body was covered in tattoos and muscles rather than fat. There was no sign of the large and overweight kid who could barely lift himself off the swing. Anyone who looked at him would think he was a gang leader. The intricate tattoos of strokes and lines were inked by Li Yun to add strength. After completing the 9 sets of Dayan, he had gained 9 different inscriptions. Unfortunately, it was all the +1 variety. The stats included charm, culture, guts, fertility, sense, chi, spirit, essence, and strength. Studying the scene in front of them, Bufu thought the kid looked familiar. Isn't that Ning Sugzu's brother? Bufu asked, but then refocused on his laptop. Bufu had grown a bit taller, and his face was still slim. However, his constant use of computers had deteriorated his eyesight and his eyes were framed with black-rimmed glasses. Surprisingly, his face was a lot more refined and handsome in high school. He looked a bit out of place in a gang of delinquents. Ah, is that who? Asked Erson. No wonder he looked a bit familiar. I heard he gets bullied a lot. They continued eating popcorn. People watching was Li Yun's usual pastime outside of calligraphy. They usually sat in an open restaurant by a crowded street to watch people, so they found it odd that Li Yun had decided to watch the school. Maybe because it was the first day of school and he didn't want his mom to nag at him. Once the students' traffic dwindled down, they went to the Sanda gym. The following 2 weeks, Li Yun and the gang continued going to school and watching the entrance. The gang felt bad that the kid Judah was constantly getting bullied. However, Li Yun ignored the incident. "Li Yun, you're not going to tell us why we're not going to help the kid?" asked Bufu. "Have you noticed that Mr. Zhang is having an affair with his student?" asked Li Yun. "I'm considering whether to contact the police or not. Child molestation could put him in jail for 5 years, said Bufu. "I thought he seemed like a decent guy, guess you really can't tell from looks." "How do you know that?" "He usually ignores direct eye contact with her," said Li Yun. "I slipped her name in a casual conversation, and I could see his eyes being a bit shifty." "Should we ask old Bulletin to take care of this?" asked Erson. Li Yun shook his head. "I've been watching the girl, and she also has a problem," said Li Yun. "A bit manipulative, and someone who needs to be the center of attention. She may have a problem with a father figure, and find it amusing to manipulate older men." "So Mr. Zhang is the victim?" asked Erson. "Even if he is, isn't that pathetic for a teacher?" asked Fatty Fang. Li Yun agreed. From what he had gathered, Mr. Zhang was married for 5 years. He married young, and likely out of love. The problem was, people who were quick to jump into relationships, were also quick to fall out of it. Mr. Zhang was likely in a rough patch with his wife, and the girl probably took the opportunity to seduce him. Li Yun wondered if Mr. Zhang was hired as a tutor in the summer, or if the girl suggested it. "Who's the girl?" asked Bufu curiously. Li Yun got up when he saw the bullies taking Judah to a side alley. "Let's recruit that kid first," said Li Yun. The gang of 4 bullies took Judah to the side, and kicked him until he threw them the money. He was in a pathetic state, but no one came to help him. Judah got up after the bullies left, and put his clothing back into place. The bullies were always careful about leaving visible markings on the face and exposed limbs. "Hey kid," Li Yun called out to him from the top wall beside the alley. Judah looked around for the source of the voice. He craned his neck up to face Li Yun, and immediately recognized him and the other high schoolers around him. "Ah, Brother Yun, why are you here?" asked Judah, cowering back a bit. Judah was naturally afraid of Li Yun and the other delinquents of Kaishi High School. Otherwise known as the Evils, they ran the school grounds and other neighboring territories. "Stop bullying those kids. If you really want to be a punching bag, Fatty Fang can help you at the Sanda Club," said Li Yun. "Also, tell your sister to stop messing around with Mr. Zhang." Judah looked into Li Yun's eyes for a moment. The scared little boy's facade faded away and his eyes became sharp. "All right," Judah replied. He was getting bored of putting on the weak pathetic kid act. Bufu, Fatty Fang and the other delinquents were utterly confused, and it took them a while to figure out what had happened that day. For Li Yun, he had a big grin on his face. Face reading completed to small perfection, plus 10 Shen. Chapter 09 Hearsay. Judah returned home to the Ning family villa and waited for his sister to return from her after-school meeting with the other student councilor members. As the president of the Kaishi High School, she was naturally the one with the most workload while still maintaining the top ranking at the school. On her return, she took the time to visit her mother in her room. After chatting about her day, she left the room and noticed Judah waiting from the hallway. "Hey sis, do you have a moment?" Judah asked. Ning Sukzu wondered why Judah was acting so formally. Ever since they were little, they had stuck together in order to survive the torture by their father, who drilled into them the importance of being better than everyone else. Ning Sukzu trusted no one in the world other than her brother and mother. They moved outside to the balcony that overlooked a large plum orchard. It had been a long time since they had a serious conversation. "I'm going to join the Evils of Kaishi," Judah told her. So you're finding another method to embarrass father? Asked Ning Sukzu. You're not afraid he will put you into counseling again? Che, he doesn't care anymore, said Judah. So why the evils? Ning Sukzu had heard her teachers complaining about them, but other than looking rough and being lazy, they hadn't caused many problems within the school. They are interesting, Judah replied. Do you know Li Yun? Ning Sukzu was aware of his reputation, but they could only be considered acquaintances. Li Yun and his friends were generally placed in the lowest ranking class while she was in the advanced class. What did he offer? Asked Ning Sukzu. Better fights and more painful outcomes, isn't that a great deal? Ning Sukzu remembered the time when their father used to beat Judah up for failing his elementary school tests. Judah missed those days because his father was at least attentive. As their father Ning Long prepared for a higher position above mayorship, he had given up on making his son appear normal and was rarely at home. It's good you found a place for yourself, Ning Sukzu said with a smile. She knew that Judah needed attention and a place to belong to. He told me you should stop seeing Mr. Zhang, said Judah. Ning Sukzu raised her eyebrow and laughed. Already siding with an outsider over your family. Sis, you know I will stick by you, but if your affair is made public, everything you have created so far will crumble. Maybe it was what she had wanted all along, for everything to crumble, but Judah didn't want that to happen. Sis, just a few more years, and you don't have to be in this house anymore. We can get him back in the future. Ning Sukzu snickered, wondering how her little brother could change so quickly. She had heard rumors about the evils, but maybe it was time to get to know them better. There was no exact origin story of the evils. A lot of stories were simply hearsay, but there were a few who had experienced it firsthand. On a quiet evening, 3 hoodlums stalked what appeared to be 2 high school students leaving an internet cafe. When the hoodlums approached closer, 2 of the hoodlums recognized Li Yun and Bufu. They quickly took off running without the 2 students ever knowing what had happened. Hey, why did we have to run away from those punks? Asked a rookie hoodlum while breathing heavily. He had run half a mile into a dark alley after the 2 other gang members told him to run. Don't tell me you're afraid of 2 measly boys. Do Yao glared angrily at the rookie with enough malice to frighten the rookie. Are you stupid? Do Yao barked as he was ready to kick rookie in the shin. Out of all the punks to steal from, you want us to steal from the Gongdaeun and San Miao Bulletin. Hey, this kid is new, said the mid-level hoodlum, wedging himself between the 2 and patting Do Yao's shoulder to calm him down. The rookie was still confused. He had relocated from a different city, and had never heard of Gongdaeun and San Miao Bulletin. He simply saw 2 high schoolers walking out from an internet cafe, one who looked like a delinquent and one who looked like the typical pretty boy. Even if the delinquent could fight, there were 3 of them against 2. Xiao Dun, the number 1 rule in Yide City, do not mess with the 4 evils of Kaishi Hai, Bing Tiou warned. They are not the typical high school delinquents. Those 4 not only rule their own school, but the entire region. Like in the Chinese mythology, there existed 4 evils that terrorized the world: Gongdaeun, San Miao Bulletin, Dao Fang, and a mysterious existence they called the Kaienki. The rookie had heard of situations where high school bosses were strong enough to rule an entire region, but he didn't think it was possible. Let me tell you a story, said Bing Tiou. When our boss Chi Shou initiated a war against Kaishi Hai's territory, we gathered 32 of our best fighters. At that time, Kaishi Hai only had 12 members. Every one of us assumed that they were an easy target because of their small number. During the battle challenge, we were confident. Boss took the lead and walked up to Hundunyun to negotiate the territory deal. No one knows what was said, but we could all see fear creeping up on the boss's face. Afterward, the boss turned around and told everyone to retreat. No way? That was it? Asked the rookie. He suddenly felt disappointed in joining the gang with such a weak boss. If you think the boss is weak, think again, said the mid-level hoodlum. Just ask Do Yao what happened next. I tried to revolt against the boss, said Do Yao, regretting the whole incident. I thought I could become the new boss after seeing him retreat. It wasn't difficult to get people on my side. However, the boss and the remaining members beat up everyone who revolted. Do Yao knew that their boss Chi Shou had a black belt in karate, but he didn't think Chi Shou with 3 other of his friends were enough to take on all 12 of them. That wasn't the end of the story. A month later, Do Yao recovered and wanted revenge. Knowing that they couldn't target their boss Chi Shou, they sought out Li Yun, the seemingly weaker target, whereas Fatty Fang was a known Sanda fighter. The result was them all being knocked out. No way. How is that even possible? Asked the rookie. This wasn't some sort of television show. All 12 people against 1 person. The rookie was completely in awe. Do Yao nodded with memories bringing them chills. In reality, the event was much more comical than what the rookie had imagined. Li Yun mercilessly kicked the attacker between their legs and slashed their throat with his scroll. These were high school kids, not real gangsters, so they all ran away after feeling a bit of pain. If Do Yao could have lied about the event, he would, but Li Yun had followed Do Yao after elbowing his right eye. Do Yao ran off and was chased down for several miles while screaming for forgiveness. There were too many people witnessing his embarrassing flight. After the event, Do Yao forced the other 11 members to exaggerate Li Yun's fighting prowess. The stories such as that and others had spread throughout the region, and Li Yun became known as the Gong Daun of Kaishi Hai. His nickname primarily came from his ability to figure out people's weaknesses and secrets. Chapter 10 The Evils of Kaishi Hai. That piece of S, he acts like he's better than us just because he's at Jesu High School, Fatty Fang complained to a group of delinquent boys. Just ignore that F, not worth our time, Bufu said as he typed various messages on his phone 4. The group of a dozen high schoolers was in detention, again, for fighting against the neighboring school. If those jerks dare to cross into our territory again, I'll make sure they cry next time, said Jude. Try not to get beaten up next time, said Erson with his eyes slightly rolling as he glanced Jude's small frame. After his remark, he wondered if that was good advice to give to someone with a slight masochist tendency. Erson walked leisurely toward the imposing figure of Fatty Fang, and sat down across from Fatty Fang. Boss Fang, Jesu High doesn't look like they will give up soon. Should we strike first with their vice boss out? Nah, Jesu High is just a small outlying area, said Fatty Fang after cooling down a bit. He enjoyed a good fight, but he didn't make it his mission to stir up trouble. Besides, I have a match to prepare for. All right boss, I'll let the others know to lay low and wait for them to strike first. Never mind those F, let's cheer for Boss Fang for making it to the Yide City tournament. Judah cheered while pounding on the desk. It was the first time Fatty Fang appeared on the local newspaper. His parents initially didn't know what to make out of it. Being a fighter was tough and didn't pay well, so no parents wanted their children to be a professional fighter. Nevertheless, they were proud of his success. All the guys joined in on the celebration, pounding their fists on their desk and drumming the floor with their feet. Soon, the classroom turned rowdy with excitement. In the rear corner of the room, Li Yun, with his legs stretched out atop the chair in front of him, ignored their tirade and focused on inking 3 straight lines. The strokes were even and concise, as though it was printed by a machine. A bloodstain on the bottom edge of the paper scroll momentarily distracted him and he clicked his tongue in irritation. He had used the scroll in the fight, but drawing blood wasn't his intention. The Jesu High School's second-in-command had a mask on, so he didn't realize that the guy had a bad tooth. Hopefully, the system didn't count that as a mistake. He gritted his teeth, and continued drawing the diagram from the I Ching. He was almost there, just a few more strokes left, he reminded himself. 3 years and 1,421 completed texts later, he needed only one more text to complete the mission. Although the quest was long, it didn't feel like his efforts were wasted. Every brush stroke carried a wealth of Taoist teachings and wisdom. Meanwhile, the other students crushed their homework and threw paper balls at each other like a baseball. Within minutes, the classroom was littered with crumpled papers. "You punks! This is detention, not a playground." The detention monitor, Wu Bin, scolded them as soon as he walked in. Fatty Fang and Buffa both shrugged off Wu Bin's warning. They never thought of detention as anything more than another hangout spot. "Old Bin, it's just paper, not mud, what ya angry about?" asked Fatty Fang. Bam! Wu Bin angrily slammed the desk with a ruler. "You have 30 seconds to clean up. Otherwise, this will all go into your record." The delinquents quickly scrounged around to pick up their mess, except for Li Yun, who was still focused on finishing the I Ching. Wu Bin glared at him as he strode toward the rear corner like a panther seeking a prey. "Li Yun, you brat, the kid you beat up is still missing his tooth," Wu Bin magged. "You better hope his parents don't call the police to press charges." "Old Bin, they are not going to contact the police," Li Yun replied. Li Yun and his gang had beaten up a lot of people before, but none of them had ever caused trouble afterward. Most of the time, it was the other gangs who had initiated the conflict, and Buffa was good at recording evidence in case problem escalated in the future. In the few instances where they had encountered kids from affluent families, they had Ning Suxu's assistance. As a favor for protecting her little brother, she had used her family's influence to prevent the more powerful families from coming after them. Even without Ning Suxu's help, the delinquents, led by the evils of Kaishi Hai, were already known as people to avoid. Wu Bin looked annoyed. "Look brat, can you lay low until the exams are over with? The principal is already stressed out and giving me a hard time about the lack of discipline. Not only that, our school is ranked last for the past 3 years. Aside from being the detention monitor, Wu Bin was the guidance counselor, tasked with the role of guiding students to a future of 50 hours workweek for the next 50 years. It was no wonder most students hated their guidance counselors. "What does that have to do with me?" Li Yun responded, still focused on finishing the text. "Who do you think is bringing the average down? Our school reputation is known as the worst school in the area. What university will admit our graduating students with such a poor reputation? Even little Suxu will have difficulty getting into a good school. What does that have to do with me?" Li Yun was pretty sure Ning Suxu was already accepted into a university. "Even if you don't care about your classmates, think about your sister." "I don't have a sister. My sister, who is also your elder cousin. Thank goodness you will be gone by the time she gets to high school." As though being the guidance counselor was not bad enough, Li Yun had to endure Wu Bin at the apartment, whose unit was located just above his. Wu Bin continued to talk about his sister, while Li Yun zoned him out to complete the elaborate seal. As soon as the seal was completed, Li Yun triggered something. Jing Qi Shen awarded. Next mission, achieve the state of Zhuoang. An image of a translucent and bright pyramid appeared in his mind, followed by a dark shadowy pyramid. The two structures overlapped and rotated around each other. Chapter 11 Jing Qi Shen. This isn't completely useless, Li Yun thought, slightly surprised the system had awarded him with something interesting. Jing Qi Shen could be considered the first real reward. Albeit, it was still something no one else could see. Based on his understanding of Tao, the two pyramids represented the two yin and yang. Each corner of the triangular pyramid represented Jing, Qi, and Shen. Jing was the essence of a person, an attribute that represented mortality and earth. The simplest gaming equivalent would be HP and strength. If a person's Jing was drained, then a person was dead. Qi, a common element of many fiction novels, was a type of energy that protects the Jing from damage and connects it to nature. It was often associated with air and breath, hence a lot of breathing techniques focused on regulating Qi. Since it was easily manipulated, MP was the best way to describe Qi. Shen was a person's spirit or soul. A person's body and Jing hosted the Shen. Without a good Jing, the Shen would weaken. A person with good Shen could easily manipulate qi. Although rare, it was possible to see Shen manifest in the body, such as a person who is said to be glowing or bright. In Li Yun's mind, each of the three corners of the pyramid representing Jing, Qi, and Shen could be selected and extended, only the fourth corner remained fixed. The three corners, like stats, required action points in order to extend outward. And so far, Li Yun had 0 action points available. He scanned through the mental list of side quest missions available to acquire action points. The list was both long and short. It was long in a sense that there were endless ways to accumulate action points, but short in terms of what was feasible. 1 action point is awarded by making 10 people genuinely cry after eating a delicious meal. He thought the system was joking. It seemed reasonable and easy to achieve in novels, but it was extremely difficult to do. Even for a Michelin chef, how many people had genuinely cried after eating their meal? The system didn't give him any magical fried rice or recipes. If he could cheat by putting ghost peppers, he would, but he intrinsically knew that the system would not approve of such a method. Also, Li Yun had no cooking skills, he could barely cook fried eggs. There were a couple of possible routes that he could take, like reaching a certain level of fame and wealth or achieving certain tasks. However, the vast majority of tasks were not repeatable. He found a task that could be repeated 100 times, which was reading and memorizing 10 textbooks. He had seen people with speed reading and memorization ability on TV. Although it may take some practice, it was possible to do this task. Unfortunately, in the long term, it was not sustainable enough since there was still a limit on the possible action points. Scanning through the list, he saw a task that didn't have a limit. It was to save a person's life. Needless to say, he avoided the ones that could put him in jail. Well, even without my cute little sister, think about uncle and auntie, Wu Bin continued. They will be disappointed if you don't get into college. Hey, are you listening? Yeah, what score do you need to get into medical school? Li Yun asked. Well. What? Wu Bin blinked bewilderingly. Are you serious? There are only 2 months left before the JAKO. Wu Bin looked at Li Yun's focused face. He had almost forgotten that this was the same guy who was copying Taoists' texts like a madman for several years. For Li Yun, going to a medical school served another purpose, to study meridian. After comprehending the face reading, the system had another mission, to comprehend the meridian. This task was not a simple task to achieve. Face reading was at least rooted in concepts that could be physically explored and studied. However, meridian was thought by many to be imaginary lines of qi energy or flawed anatomical systems theorized by early physicians. The key to understanding meridians was through understanding anatomy and medicine. It didn't take him long to narrow his future path down to either medicine or surgery. TCM seemed like the natural progression, but for Li Yun there were several reasons why he preferred modern medical training over TCM. First, there were many flaws in modern interpretation of TCM. Original texts from antiquity had been lost or revised over the course of several millenniums. Although it seemed counterintuitive to think that classical Chinese medicine was better than modern TCM, it was true that TCM had regressed rather than evolved over the years. One example was CAO's ambition to monopoly Huatuo, leading to his early death and lost legacy. Other examples include religious cult leaders, some claiming to be the reincarnation of Luzi, altering texts to fit their power-hungry agenda, or emperors burning books that undermined their dynastic rule. Second, he had already read all the Taoist texts on Chinese medicine. One could not go through the 1,400 texts of the Daozang without coming across classical Chinese medical texts. Medical treatises and classics were deeply entrenched in Taoist teachings. It was not too arrogant to say that he knew more than most so-called TCM doctors. Lastly, job prospects for modern medicine were better according to Baidu. He still needed to eat in order to survive, but there was a problem: the JAKO was 2 months away. From the school hallway, Wu Bin heard the class bell rung and saw the students shuffled out of the classroom. Their shoulders slumped and their head drooped to the side as they dragged their feet to their classrooms like zombies during the apocalypse. All their eyes were devoid of any emotions, as if their souls have escaped to the great beyond. This was a typical scene in many high schools right before a JAKO, but Wu Bin was surprised that his little cousin was in the same state. Not only in the high schools, but the atmosphere of the entire nation changed during the week of the JAKO. The air was tense, and everyone could sense the hope, fear, and restlessness in the air. Other than the national holidays, no other event was as much anticipated as the 2 days of the college entrance exams. A random stranger would yell out good wishes and encouragements to high school students, and roadside vendors were unusually benevolent with free drinks and snacks. On day 1, Li Yun nervously walked into the exam hall with his friends and registered their names. Prior to entering, they had scribbled some last-minute notes on their hands and arms, but then furiously rubbed it out while waiting in line. If they got caught cheating, there was no chance of entering college. Good luck! They cheered on each other with Li Yun's extra set of luck blessings wrapped around their wrist, but they could only rely on was the knowledge they had crammed in from the past 2 months. Don't let everything go to waste. On the last day of the JAKO, Li Yun completed the test, and his mind autopiloted him to return home. Inside his living room, he saw 4 moving big blobs playing mahjong. He stared at them briefly with his dark and puffy eyes, blinked, and then walked past them, ignoring their existence as he crashed onto his bed. Has he been like that all week? Asked Ansu while playing mahjong. Li Fan nodded as he closed the door that Li Yun had neglected to close and headed back to the couch. More like for a good month, Lu Suyan stated, half complaining about her son. From baths, laundry, to chores, the brat seemed to have neglected everything while he was studying. Is the kid going to be okay? Asked Buletin Chi, Bufu's mother. Who knows, replied Lu Suyan. All of the sudden, he wanted to attend med school. I always thought he was going to join a Taoist temple after high school, Ansu remarked. Well, at least it has rubbed off some positive influences on my little Fang, said Wang Fang's mother, Wang Li. He also wants to get into Binchu University. Oh ho, that's not too far from here, half an hour by train, asked Buletin Chi. My little Fu also wants to go there. The 3 mothers chatted happily. During the beginning of high school, their expectations of their children were extremely low. If their children had exhibited any bit of genius, they would have ended up becoming tiger moms. But instead, their children performed poorly in school and seemed to have no future in higher education. The mothers were simply happy that their children didn't end up arrested before the end of high school. Who would have known that instead of entering the workforce right after graduation, the 3 kids would be entering a university? A month later, everyone was overjoyed when the results came out. Bufu was naturally gifted in math and scored 570. Fatty Fang somehow got 541, and Li Yun got 536, surprising everyone by acing the Chinese portion of the test. They naturally got into college as the minimum requirement was 500. Chapter 12 TB Shop. Welcome Li Yun to our chat. Bufu at Li Yun, welcome. Fatty, this is convenient, we can chat as a group. Erson, weird that it's called our chat. Bufu, one of my online gaming buddies recommended it. I thought it would be cool since some of us are leaving. Jude, good luck brothers, wait for me, I'll study hard to get into Binchu as well. Sukzu, how do I change my picture? Bufu at Fatty, why did you add her in? Fatty, well, she did help us get through the exam. Li Yun, we need to watch her in case she causes trouble. Sukzu, what the? You guys cause more trouble than me. Bufu, ruining someone's marriage isn't troublesome? Sukzu, oh please, he's still married, and they even have a kid now. Bufu, yeah, only after Li Yun talked to him. Li Yun set his new Nokia cell phone on mute and returned to reading. From the general flow of the conversation, he could tell that Bufu and Sugzu were going to start arguing again. A moment later, Lu Suyin walked by the bedroom, and her face scrunched, ruining her perfectly round face. She had already asked Li Yun to clean his room earlier in the week, but it was still a mess. The walls and floor were always littered with paper, textbooks, and scrolls, and Li Yun had barely moved an inch since the last time she saw him. "Yun, didn't I ask you to clean?" asked Lu Suyin. "By the end of the week isn't over yet," Li Yun replied and returned to reading a thick medical book on his bed. "How are you even going to get all this crap out?" While his mother nagged, his cousin, Wu Ling, looked in from the hallway, and her eyes widened in shock at the number of scrolls and books scattered throughout the little room. She had been over a couple of times with her mom, but she had never looked inside Li Yun's room before. Her brother, Wu Bin, had mentioned to her that her little cousin was obsessed with Taoism, but she did not know to what extent. "You better clear up this room and dump everything out," Lu Suyin nagged. "I haven't even left for university yet and you're already planning a game room," Li Yun complained. Li Yun and his friends were accepted into Binchu University. Immediately after the acceptance letter, Lu Suyin wanted to use his room as an office. Lu Suyin left him alone while shaking her head and returned to the living room to play mahjong. "Little Yun, you're going to throw away all of the scrolls?" asked Wu Ling as she entered the room and picked up one scroll to examine the content. Even though she wasn't an expert, she could tell that her cousin's handwritten Taoist texts could be worth a lot. Looking at the greedy glint in the 14-year-old girl's eyes, Li Yun had already figured out what she was planning. 10%, Li Yun stated. 10 what? Wu Ling asked, a bit confused. "Aren't you planning to sell these on TB Shop?" All Li Yun could see were yuan signs in her eyes. Wu Ling clicked her tongue and sneered at him. She hated that her cousin always seemed to know what she was thinking. 30. Not only do I need to organize this mess, I need to manage the TB Shop account, package it and then ship the orders out, Wu Ling countered. 15. I seriously doubt you will be doing any of that. I know you have a bunch of lackeys from school. 25. Managing people takes time. 15. Once you ship everything to the TB Shop, you only need to manage the orders from your phone. 20. And I'll stop calling you Little Yun from now on. 20. But only if you start calling me Big Brother Yun from now on. Li Yun didn't know why the Li and Lu family had kept the old tradition for so long. No one else in the area did. Fine. Wu Ling agreed, but internally, she complained about how stingy her little cousin was. The following day, his parents Li Fan and Lu Suyin watched the line of middle schoolers carrying boxes out of their apartment. They were used to having the neighboring units into their apartment, but seeing some of the kids working was a bit unusual. "How much are you paying these kids?" asked Li Fan. "Not sure, little Ling is handling it," Li Yun replied, still in his room reading and partially supervising the middle schoolers. "Are they also removing the boxes from our storage room?" asked Li Fan. Aside from the bedroom, the storage space allotted to them on the ground floor had all of Li Fan's old texts. The middle schoolers were going to empty that out the next day. "Are there any labor rules against this?" Li Fan wondered, scratching the back of his head. "More important question, how much are you charging for your scrolls?" asked Lu Suyin. "From 50 to 2,000 yuan. Lu Suyin's eyes opened wide. "Who's going to buy Taoist texts for that much?" "I don't know, but at least my room is cleaned." Li Yun could finally see his bedroom walls. The prices were high, but Li Yun didn't want to shortchange himself. Although he wasn't going to sell the complete collection that the system had approved, all the other failed copies, aside from the ones written during elementary school, were considered high quality. Every single scroll and book was hand-copied, so they naturally had a higher price, especially the ones with the diagrams and images. Any money that he earned would be used to repay the tuition loan he got from his parents. However, it may take years before any of the scrolls and books were sold. Better use that money on repainting this room, Lu Suyin remarked, shaking while looking at the bedroom walls, marred by various black ink strokes. All right, Li Yun pushed his parents out of his room and closed the door. With all the extra scrolls shipped and set up on TB Shop, and with Wu Ling handling the management of the account, Li Yun focused on reading textbooks and earning more action points. Memorizing textbooks was not easy. These weren't stories that could be tapped into the emotional side of the brain, but actual textbooks for medical schools. To create a memory palace for just the medical books would be difficult as it required a lot of space. Li Yun felt the scar underneath his left eye, and thought about Elder Pei's apartment unit. He had not been to the unit since it had been occupied by a new neighbor, but Li Yun could still remember sitting by the desk, staring at the brick wall of the adjacent apartment building and copying the Taoist texts under Elder Pei's supervision. Those were fond memories he didn't want to forget. Elder Pei wouldn't mind if he set some of his medical textbooks by the calligraphy bookshelf. With a memory palace created, Li Yun dived into reading the medical textbooks. Once in college, his plan was to comprehend meridians and achieve the state of Zhuoang. Chapter 13 Binchu University. Wu Ling sat with a group of friends in college. It was their last dinner together before everyone returned home for break. Like any other gathering, her group of friends gossiped about everything under the sun and naturally knew of all the important gossips at the university. I'm so sad that Senior Fu is graduating this year, pouted Li Qing, a petite girl with a short clean bob. I heard he's going to work for Baba, said Zhu Anin, the gossip queen. His salary is going to be huge. Oh, I almost forgot, isn't Senior Buletin your cousin's friend? Asked Li Qing. Wu Ling nodded. Yeah, they are always together growing up, and with Fatty Fang too. You mean Wang Fang? The giant and the scary guy in the fine arts department. Wu Ling nodded. I heard he won a local Sanda competition, said Zhu Anin, checking the information on the Binchu University's student online forum. Isn't Senior Mu Lian dating him? Asked Li Qing. Talk about complete opposites. Senior Mu Lian is like a swan. Fatty Fang is quite nice once you get to know him, said Wu Ling. He used to pick on me as a little girl, but he got better after high school. Bufu and my cousin, on the other hand, are the mean ones. Speaking of your cousin, there's a little post about him on the university forum, said Zhu Anin. Wu Ling laughed. Really? No way, Wu Ling looked through her phone and cracked out loud, laughing as well. The sleeping sloth. Everyone at the table laughed. Wu Ling shook her head in shame. I knew this would happen. He never liked to study before. I guess his usual habit is acting up again. Oh hey, little Ling, I heard you're also friends with Song Milan, said Zhu Anin. Ah, yes, we took an art elective class together. Why? Do you know she's an online streamer? Yeah, but don't remind me. She's trying to get me to stream with her. Wu Ling cringed. I really don't like the idea of random creeps watching me. That's too bad, you would make a great streamer, said An Zhongmi, her friend from high school. All the college boys would flock to you like flies. Wu Ling hated the attention from the college guys. She didn't want to date anyone in college, so why would she become a streamer? Song Milan is gaining a bit more popularity online. She jumped from 6th to 3rd place on the beauty list, after sister Suxu and you, said Zhu Anin. Oh, Wu Ling suddenly remembered something. Senior Suxu is graduating too. Without Ning Suxu, Wu Ling would naturally take the crown as the reigning beauty of Binchu University. Oh ho, and Zhongmi cheekily smiled. The boys will really flock to you now with Senior Suxu leaving. You better hope there's a beautiful incoming freshman. Wu Ling groaned with annoyance. With Ning Suxu gone, all the former Fang Club members were going to need a new idol. At the graduation ceremony, all the family members packed the open courtyard of the university and took their seats to wait for their sons and daughters to walk the stage. Behind the stage, students, dressed in blue robes representing their school, were all relieved that they made it through and were excited for the next stage of their life. When the ceremony began, the professors ushered the students on stage as their names were called. Bufo graduated with a degree in computer science and took a job at a major international company with above-average salary. Buletin Chi and his father, Buletin Fan, were naturally happy with their son. As Bufo took the stage, many of the girls cheered and wept. Fatty Fang graduated with a degree in fine arts after switching degrees 2 times. Li Yun had warned him that he wasn't the type to study well, so any degree would work. He suggested fine arts as it was the easiest, but Fatty Fang refused and took economics, then changed to business and finally settled on fine arts. Although it took him some time, he was offered a job at a local company. His biggest accomplishment in college was finding a cute girlfriend named Mu Lian who had been with him since his 3rd year of college. His parents were also very happy with their son, and the entourage of family members all cheered as Fatty Fang walked across the stage. As for Li Yun's accomplishment, they were 29 health points, Jing essence, 30 mana points, Chi energy/breathe, and 30 spirit points, Shen soul. He was able to gain action points by completing the various side quests, mainly reading textbooks. It wasn't until the age of 19 that the system deemed that he was fit and mature enough to add points in Jing, Qi, and Shen. Although Li Yun could see the gain numerically, he had no point of reference to compare it to. If he was a serious gamer like Bufo, a good strategy would be to raise one stat as high as possible. However, Li Yun decided against it since there was no sense of balance and the stat didn't seem like a typical game. There was also no point in thinking about it since there wasn't a clear pathway in Tao. So everything was distributed evenly amongst the 3 stats. Unfortunately, the fruit of his labor could not be seen by his parents. A terrible son, they would say, for picking a program that required an additional year before he could graduate. Why couldn't you pick a degree in Chinese literature or business and get a normal job? Liu Suyan scolded as they were playing mahjong. It wasn't that being a doctor was frowned upon, but it didn't have the prestige that doctors from other countries enjoyed. It's a 5-year program, Li Yun explained, although it wasn't the first time he mentioned this to his parents. The 5th year is just an internship. Can you even graduate? Little Ling told me you always sleep in class, no wonder why your grades are terrible, Liu Suyan continued scolding. Little Ling has a big mouth, Li Yun complained. He didn't think AB was terrible. She's not even in my class. Liu Suyan kicked his foot. And don't call your elder sister, Little Ling, Liu Suyan scolded again. You are apparently infamous at the university, replied Aunt Liu Su. The sleeping sloth. Li Yun gritted his teeth, slightly annoyed that someone posted a picture of him sleeping in class. He worked very hard in college, so the nickname he got in his 3rd year was really unwarranted. Full flush, Li Yun stole the last piece he needed and revealed his hand. You owe us 50k, Liu Suyan pouted right after Li Yun won with a full flush. Don't be petty ma, now hand over the 50 yuan, Li Yun took out his left palm, waiting for Liu Su, Li Fan, and Liu Yun to hand over the money. Liu Suyan handed over the money. When is our next payment? Probably the end of this month. Li Yun had been paying back his tuition using the money earned from selling the Taoist texts. In the beginning, there wasn't much activity, but they had managed to sell some of the less expensive books and scrolls. Over the past 5 years, Li Yun was able to sell around 500 books and repaid his parents the majority of the tuition fees. Only 50k yuan was left. The internship will start soon, so I do not need allowances from now on, said Li Yun. Are you sure? I heard interns don't get paid that much, said Liu Suyan. Yep, should be fine. A few weeks later, Li Yun began his internship at Binchu University Hospital. Life as an intern was difficult, but even more so when he had to complete the system's missions on top of it. One morning, after entering a state of deep meditation and finally achieved the state of Zhuoang. Congratulations! Heavenly Gift Xiuoang awarded for completing the Xiuoang. Li Yun clenched his fist and yelled, F system. Chapter 14 in turn. He wanted to smash the system. He had spent nearly all of college life perfecting the Xiuoang and the system had the galls to reward him with it. Li Yun thought about all the injustices he had suffered in college. During college, he had focused on completing side quests and researching ways to achieve Xiuoang. But as an extrovert, he needed to maintain an active social life. He made more friends, dated, and joined school clubs like a typical college student. Unfortunately, there weren't enough hours in a day and it meant sacrificing his grades. The contributing factor to his unfortunate nickname, the Sleeping Sloth, was the mission to achieve the Xiuoang, a state of absolute clarity and nothingness through meditation. He had tried many positions based on his research and understanding of Taoism. Contrary to the dignified position shown in the 7-point sitting posture, the best position was simply to rest the head on a surface. Unfortunately, to the untrained eyes, it looked like he was sleeping. It also wasn't possible to substitute meditation with sleeping. The closer he got to Xiuoang, the more it drained his Jing and Shen. Sleeping was the best way to recover Jing, Qi, and Shen. Intercourse could recover a lot of Jing, but no Shen. Too much intercourse could drain all Qi, Shen, and Jing. Various food could recover a bit of Jing and Shen, and reading helped to recover a bit of Shen. Li Yun felt a bit depressed over his reward and sighed as leaned on the old task chair in the intern's lounge area. Li Yun, what are you doing? Dr. Huang is waiting for you. Gu Ren popped his head into the intern's office and then immediately left. Li Yun stretched out to reach for his white coat that resembled more like a blazer than a doctor's lab coat, and followed Gu Ren, already dashing around the hallway. Binchu University Hospital still followed the tradition of giving lab coats based on experience. The longer lab coats represented more experience. By the time he arrived, Dr. Huang had already finished with the first patient, and headed toward the next bed. He glared at Li Yun when he arrived. Intern Li, so good to see you early in the morning, Dr. Huang sharply stated. Why don't you present the patient's record? The group of 2 interns and 5 residents turned their heads in sync and stared at Li Yun. Only Gu Ren was a step behind, as he diligently prepared to jot down notes. Li Yun ignored their stare. He didn't care that everyone thought he was late and he didn't care that Bai Wuxian intentionally gave him the wrong schedule. Damn prick, Li Yun grumbled in his mind, maybe he did care. He eyed Bai Wuxian's smug face, and then refocused on the 60-years-old man, named Wang Tai, lying in bed. Examining the patient was more important. I didn't see him yesterday, so he was likely admitted after my shift, Li Yun thought to himself. He's in working attire and it's a bit dusty, so he was rushed to the hospital while at work, which is unusual since it would have been after 8 p.m. Judging by the patient's wrinkled forehead and poor coloring, he passed out from fatigue and dehydration. There may be underlying problems stemming from poor diet and smoking. Well? Dr. Huang asked after a brief silence from Li Yun. Dr. Huang already knew Li Yun had no knowledge of the patient, so his intent was clearly to embarrass and reprimand Li Yun. Whether he answered correctly or not, Dr. Huang could still find errors. If he answered correctly, he would still be missing some crucial information. Even if he had a magical medical system that showed him everything about the patient, it would still irritate Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang had a lesson plan for the residents. Besides medical knowledge, he wanted to teach them the social hierarchy of the hospital. In the hospital, the pecking order went from interns, nurses, then residents, senior nurses, senior residents, attendings, department heads, and finally the directors, sitting on top of the pyramid. One method to show hierarchy was by proving superior knowledge over them. If the interns or residents undermined an attending, especially in front of patients and their peers, it usually did not end well. Uncle Tai is suffering from kidney deficiency and gallbladder issues, Li Yun said, using the TCM route for his answer. What he was about to say next was a bit risky, so he carefully watched the patient Wang Tai's reaction as he continued his diagnosis. It would be a bit more difficult since Wang Tai didn't look like the type who would reveal his emotions judging from the blank look on his face. He suffered from a serious illness around his late teens, and it had prevented him from making meaningful relationships. Wang Tai's eyes opened slightly as he looked at Li Yun curiously. He grew up alone until he married due to parental and societal pressure. He's unhappy with his family life and overcompensates by working. He smokes to relieve stress rather than for social interactions, triggering many chronic issues in the early 30s. It is exasperated by poor working conditions. I suggest he spends more time with his family and retires early. After Li Yun finished, Wang Tai's eyes lowered down toward his hands. From the side, the other interns and residents snickered while Dr. Huang grinned, revealing deep maniacal lines extending above the corner of his eyebrows. If you had arrived earlier, you would know that blood results revealed that Mr. Wang Tai is suffering from diabetes, Dr. Huang explained. I am impressed you have managed to come up with quite an elaborate history. Dr. Huang then looked at Bai Wuxian, and asked him to recite the correct medical history. Pretending to look professional, Bai Wuxian methodically went through the patient's chief complaints, history, and physicals. The patient came in after a light fainting spell and experiencing headaches, most likely from fumes at the construction site, Bai Wuxian read from the chart. He is a project manager who was managing the construction site of an apartment complex. His breathing problems are likely caused by toxic fumes at the construction site. Bai Wuxian was reading from the chart, likely filled out by the other interns, but got full marks from Dr. Huang. The rest of the day wasn't much better for Li Yun. He had to do all the scut work with Gu Ren, the only other intern who did actual work in the surgical department. Bai Wuxian was also an intern, but his father was the deputy chief of cardiology, so he was treated better. At noon, Li Yun finished writing the medical reports for the attendings. He looked across the room to see Gu Ren still working on a larger pile of paperwork. Gu Ren's report was better than Li Yun's, so most people sought him out to finish their report. Li Yun intentionally put in zero effort for the report. He would be scolded, but at least they wouldn't seek him out again. Gu Ren's phone pinged, and he looked briefly at the message. Li Yun watched as his shoulders slumped and body tensed during that moment. Dr. Ping wants to discuss her report with you, asked Li Yun. Gu Ren stared suspiciously at Li Yun for a moment. How do you know? She has asked me to help her out before, but I turned her down. Since I am done with the report, I have some time to spare. Do you want me to go in your place? She wasn't upset when you turned her down. She gave me a D on the last review. Gu Ren shook his head and walked out of the room. He wasn't going to risk his grades by getting on Dr. Ping's bad side. Chapter 15 Date. Li Yun left the intern's lounge after finishing the reports and handed them to Nurse Lim nearby. He caught sight of Mr. Tai handing in his release form. Mr. Tai also noticed Li Yun and turned to face him. Dr. Li? Asked Mr. Tai. Li Yun wasn't technically a doctor, but he nodded. It looks like you're really to be released, how about I walk you out? Mr. Tai didn't mind, and they both headed down the hall toward the exit. How did you know I was sick in high school? You have a dark patch and discoloration near your wrist, and there's a slight indentation on your forehead, said Li Yun. It is usually a sign of illness in your late teens, malaria. Mr. Tai looked impressed and nodded. When you married in your early 20s, did you feel like you had lost a part of yourself? Uncle Tai's eyes widened a bit, but then his expression softened, and sighed. You're young, and probably don't have a family yet, so you don't understand what it is like. That's true, but I am a son, so I know what it's like to be part of a family. From my perspective, I can tell that you care about your wife enough to be stressed out about it. Once outside, Li Yun invited him to take a seat at the bench outside and asked Mr. Tai to talk about his situation. I'm not your doctor, so feel free to say whatever. There's not much to say. Were you always a withdrawn person then? And the illness made you even more so. I guess I was shy and a bit socially awkward. You could say I used my illness and scarring as an excuse not to meet new people. And then I used school, college, and work as an excuse not to date. But you still had family obligations, and went on blind dates. I went on a few forced dates, but it wasn't until my dad fell ill that I realized that maybe I should stop being selfish. I decided to marry a woman on a blind date. She was quiet, like me, so I felt that she wouldn't disturb my life as much. However, marriage life was a lot more involved than I thought after she got pregnant. My wife decided to quit her job and stay home with the kids. I started to work more at the office, and I found that the atmosphere was similar to what it was like before I married. I do love my family, but I like to be alone. I don't know if that makes me a bad father and husband, but it is just how I am. Li Yun had seen this behavior quite often. A lot of workaholics were actually people who would rather be at work. Although from the outside, my marriage seems fine, but in reality, we rarely talk to each other after our 2 kids moved out, Mr. Tai explained. I don't know how to connect with my wife, we have little in common. The question isn't how to connect with your wife, but whether you have the courage to try. You probably married quickly, and never had to court your wife. This was a common situation with arranged marriages, and it usually led to infidelity. Mr. Tai was different in that he had a very introverted and withdrawn nature, and lacked the ability to connect with other people. Instead of cheating, he ended up being a workaholic. You're right, we married 3 months after we met. We both had an understanding that our marriage was because our family wanted it to happen, so we only discussed practical things. I am not sure how to approach her. After 30 years of marriage, you probably don't even know what she likes and doesn't like. Why don't you get to know her better by asking her out on a date? Mr. Tai's mind started to contemplate. Don't think about it too much. Just be as honest about it as possible, and be romantic. Give her flowers or something simple and simply say you want to go out with her. Do you think that will work? We are already so old. Nothing wrong with dating at any age. But, I don't know how she will respond. As I said, don't worry about it too much. You are already ahead of the single guys. She isn't going to say no to her husband. Uncle Tai's eyes lit up and smiled brightly. A single wrinkle on his face seemed to have disappeared. Thank you, doctor, I'll take your advice, Wang Tai said as he shook Li Yun's hand. Wang Tai took off, on a renewed mission. Li Yun looked at the time and headed back inside. Dr. Li, how did you know about Mr. Tai's situation? Asked Nurse Lim, who had passed by and overheard their conversation. Face reading, Li Yun replied. It's a bit like cold reading, but a little bit more accurate. Oh wow, like the ones on television, she asked. Slightly different, Li Yun smiled. Aside from cold reading, television psychics have connections and can gather history on a person. Face reading relies on physical features. Can you read my face? All right, Li Yun's fortune-telling at your service. Li Yun gave her a gentlemanly bow and then approached the nurse's station counter. Nurse Lim was in her early 30s. Her yang face, located on the right half of her face, was good, so she liked her job as a nurse. Her yin face, located on the left half, was also good, but there were light signs of worry. Li Yun looked at her fingers. While most people assume that face reading was only face reading, but Li Yun didn't complete the mission until he knew how to read the rest of the body. The face represented a part of a person. The others included Nei, Gu, Dong, and Sheng Xiang. Nei was the physical body, Gu, the bones, Dong, the movement, and Sheng, the sound. Li Yun inspected Nurse Lim's hand. She had a ring, but it wasn't completely set, so she married within the past 2 to 3 years. She seemed happy talking about her husband, but she had a slight line across her forehead marking signs of worry. In a woman's married life, the common worries are in-laws, husband, and children. There were very few other markings, so she probably had no children. Her fertility sign above her lips was not the best, so she will or have already encountered difficulty getting pregnant. She didn't seem to have any bad habits, so it was likely that her worrying was causing her added stress during intercourse. Nurse Lim, I see happiness in your future, Li Yun said in an exaggerated and playful tone. Nurse Lim smiled and chuckled knowing that Li Yun was playing around with it a bit. You have been preparing for some time, so expect a little bundle of joy a year from now. Nurse Lim was slightly taken aback. She had not said anything to anyone about her trying to conceive for months except to her doctor and close friends. She didn't expect the intern to know about her worries. It has been worrying me for some time, are you sure it will happen in a year? Li Yun was half joking, but the point of most fortune-telling was to encourage the client and to give them a bit of hope. A self-fulfilling prophecy was the best sort of prophecy. There's something more important at the moment. You never went on a honeymoon. Oh no, we were both busy working. Then you should focus on that as a priority. Take a long vacation with your husband, and just focus on yourself. You are still young, so try to enjoy it while you can. Don't be too hasty to start a family. Since she wanted a vacation anyway, she decided to follow his advice. Li Yun gave Nurse Lim a fertility charm. Ah, what a lovely charm, but you didn't have to. Nurse Lim looked at the wooden talisman with strange carved characters. Take it as a thank you for looking after us poor interns. He had once thought fertility was a joke by the system, but it seemed that his perspective was a bit immature. Fertility meant a lot of different things to different people. Ultimately, fertility was an element of immortality. Ants could live for a year, but they could lay millions of eggs in their lifetime, ensuring the survival of their existence. Chapter 16 Zhuoang. After talking to Nurse Lim, Li Yun waited in the conference room for the appendectomy to begin. There was an operating theater, but with a limited number of seatings, only senior residents and above had the luxury to watch. Li Yun and the other lower-level residents could only watch from a TV monitor. Deputy Chief Sheng was the chief surgeon of the operation. He was in his mid-50s and was considered the best surgeon in the hospital. Assisting him was a senior attending doctor in his late 40s. Surgical operations, even simple ones, were usually performed by senior attendings. The chief residents could only hope to scrub in as the second assistants. As Deputy Chief Sheng introduced the surgical procedure on screen, the residents chatted amongst themselves, mostly to gossip. The TV monitor was large, but the overall view and angle didn't provide much guidance. Since the live feed was recorded, they could rewatch the video later at 10x the speed. The training time was included in their overall evaluation since the attending doctors don't supervise or care about whether the residents pay attention or not, they would rather use the time to rest and catch up with one another. The more diligent residents worked on their research papers, which was more useful for future employment than surgical skills. Li Yun and Gu Ren were the few who attentively watched the live feed. As interns, they had little experience with watching live surgeries and were not completely acclimated into the hospital system like the other residents. In addition, live feeds had a sense of rawness and time that recording lacked. Dr. Sheng raised his scalpel and toward the belly button. Li Yun watched the screen, but he suddenly felt himself in Dr. Sheng's position. He could see that below him was the scalpel held by hands wearing dark blue latex gloves, but it wasn't his hands. He felt Dr. Sheng's confidence, like a surgeon who had performed hundreds of open appendectomies as the first two trocars were inserted. However, Dr. Sheng hesitated about adding in a third trocar to increase his surgical field. With his reputation, people expected him to perform with only 2 trocars, but he couldn't see what was going on. After deciding that another camera port was necessary, he inserted the third trocar and easily completed the operation. The appendix was separated and removed into the tray. The assistant stitched and finished up the surgery. Dr. Sheng felt a bit of regret after the surgery, the stitch work on the appendix could have been better. Li Yun opened his eyes. The conference room was empty, and the TV screen was off. It was after 6, half an hour after surgery should have finished. Li Yun wondered when he had dozed off, but judging from his nearly drained half of Jing, Shen, and Qi, it was likely that he had entered the state of Zhuoang. The Zhuoang awarded by the system was different from the one he had achieved. If his Zhuoang was a small perfection, this Zhuoang could be considered a large perfection. The Zhuoang wasn't a typical meditative state, but an entirely different experience. The experience in this state felt very real, as though he was really Dr. Sheng performing surgery. Li Yun wanted to experience it again, but he had to recover his energy first. 2 hours later, Li Yun got up and looked through some videos on his phone. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to trigger it again. Should I try finding a live feed? Li Yun thought. He logged onto the surgical network and searched for any available live feed. As he watched and focused on it, he entered the same state. When he woke up, he felt excited about the potential opportunities to perform surgery like other surgeons. He wondered if it worked for other professions, and started looking up live videos on streaming sites. For some reason, some videos worked, but some didn't. Li Yun found a fancam live feed focused on Messe that was just starting. The next moment, Li Yun opened his eyes, his body moved fast toward a defender. Li Yun was experiencing himself as Messe, running through the field of Campneo. In the game, he navigated through the defenders and shot a goal from several meters away. Messe had tricked the goalie to guard the opposite of his intended target, accurately spinning the ball into the net. By the end of the game, Messe made another goal. Li Yun opened his eyes and looked at his phone. It was already past midnight. His energy was almost completely drained and he felt fatigued. Considering that a football game was longer than the appendectomy, that was to be expected. From the experience, there were several things that could be extrapolated, but he needed to experiment more. After a week, Li Yun had drawn a couple of conclusions. First, it must be in a form of digital media. He could not enter Zhuoang by watching a surgery in person. Li Yun hadn't figured out why, but it may have to do with the second rule: there must be a main character. He couldn't watch a team sports event that focused on the team. It must be a fancam or event that focuses on one person. Third, the event must be watched from the start. Fourth, in order to initiate Zhuoang, he must focus on the video for 3 to 5 minutes. This was a problem for races and events that were a minute long. He had to find a video with preparation coverage prior to the event in order to have enough time to focus on the person. Lastly, the content must have experience value, such as fishing and cooking. A live streamer leisurely eating food did not have experience value, but a live streamer eating 50 hot dogs had experience value. There was a wealth of experiences to be gained, but there were also limitations. For example, while watching Koyabashi eat hot dogs, he could not smell or taste the hot dog. He could tell whether it was sweet or salty, but the intricacy of the flavor was lost. Even the sense of touch was limited. He was like a ghost inhabiting a person's body without any full control. After the experiences, Li Yun would know what it was like to eat 50 hot dogs, run like an Olympian athlete, and box like a champ, but he himself would not be able to perform any of those tasks unless he trained his own body. His stomach could not intake 50 hot dogs, his legs were not trained to maximize fast twitch muscles, and his punch cannot magically pound like T-Sun. There were few subjects that could benefit from using Zhuoang repeatedly, such as surgery. Surgery was very standardized, especially in foreign countries. Technique stemmed mainly from experiences and repetition. The only physical skill required was dexterity, which Li Yun had already gained after training in calligraphy and engraving. Surgery was extremely limited in real life, especially for interns and even residents, so any sort of experience was precious. If Li Yun used the Zhuoang on a professional archer or any professional athlete, it may be beneficial the first few times to understand what it was like, but constantly using the Zhuoang may not be as beneficial as him actually going to the gym and practicing himself. Although it would be wasteful to use Zhuoang on repetitive type skills, it was beneficial to use it on fighting and shooting target competitions. Li Yun didn't like to put himself in fighting competitions because of potential long-term damage, but using Zhuoang was like being in a virtual reality simulator. He felt a bit of pain, but he gained a lot of insights into the opponent's strategies and developed a better sense of timing. Guns were heavily restricted, as it was limited to law enforcement, so Li Yun searched for a lot of gun target competitions. Li Yun didn't think it was practical, but he thought it would be a cool skill to acquire. With the Zhuoang, Li Yun's sleep cycle turned for the worse. It was an endless cycle of sleep, Zhuoang, read to gain action points, and then rinse and repeat. Zhuoang was fascinating, like an addictive book that couldn't be put down. And once again, he fell into the trap of looking like the sleeping sloth. During mid-review, Dr. Huang and some other attendings gave him the lowest scores they could. If they had the option, they would have failed him. However, there was a shortage of medical doctors and surgeons. Upper management, on the urging of the government officials, had been passing interns whether they were qualified or not. To most directors, it did not matter since the quality of interns was already poor throughout the country. Chapter 17 New Year Spring Festival. D. Li Yun's default alarm bell rang at 4 a.m., prompting him to reach for his phone and silence it. His eyes batted open as he flicked away the crusted mucus around his eyes. He stared around and surveyed the plain bedroom, not quite used to the unfamiliar layout. It was his day off, and he was staying at Wu Bin's apartment, which had an extra room to spare. After his bedroom had been converted into a game room, he had been crashing at Wu Bin whenever he visited his parents' apartment. The day off was planned out already, but he wasn't in a hurry to complete it. He checked his R chat instead. Normally the group chat had nothing but mindless chatter, but someone tagged his name, so he continued reading. Sukzu, what happened to Li Yun? He's been awfully quiet lately. Ersin Li Yun, how is life as an intern? Jude, probably reading. Fatty, probably sleeping. Ersin, but it's almost Spring Fest rival. Interns have time off, don't they? Lao Bulletin, I heard they work 70+ hours, so it must be tough. Li Yun, join me at the Yide City office. It is a blast, all we do is pointless paperwork, and the pay is good. Probably not as good as at Bufu. Bufu, don't at me, I'm working. Fatty, why are you on our chat if you are still working? Bufu, working. They discussed more endless nonsense after that. They were planning to head to a bar the following night, which was tonight. Li Yun, just got back late last night. I'm coming. After typing, Li Yun wanted to continue sleeping but stared at a piece of calligraphy hung on the wall. Get up, lazy bum. It was a present he had given to Wu Bin at his high school graduation. At that time, Li Yun had only started practicing calligraphy, so the characters were crooked and ugly. Not wanting to look at the scroll, Li Yun headed to the living room and started reading on the lounge chair. An hour later, Wu Bin walked out in his pajamas, half asleep with a cereal bowl in hand. His body tensed momentarily, almost spilling his milk at the sight of Li Yun. It took him another second to remember that Li Yun had stopped by last evening. You sure keep strange hours, Wu Bin remarked. Said the guy who wakes up at 5 a.m. in the morning, Li Yun responded. On a holiday. Hey, isn't that normal? Wu Bin sat on the sofa next to the lounge chair. Do you have insomnia or something? No, I just didn't want to stare at that scroll. Oh, that. I gave that to Wu Ling as encouragement. When she moved out from my mom's place, we kept it in the guest room. She stayed in that room? When? After Aunt Sue's marriage. Well, you know how she is. She won't say it out loud, but she feels uncomfortable living there. Now that she's older, she doesn't want to burden my mom. Li Yun nodded. Aunt Sue remarried their neighboring widower, Yun Shou, 2 years ago. It was reasonable for Wu Ling to feel uncomfortable since she wasn't related to either of them by blood. Wu Bin was at least her half-brother. Wu Bin and Wu Ling's relationship was a bit complex and Li Yun didn't understand their family dynamics until high school. It was an open secret that Wu Ling was his uncle's child with a mistress. After his irresponsible uncle abandoned everyone, the mistress also abandoned the daughter. Everyone was surprised when Aunt Su decided to raise Wu Ling as her own. Wu Ling turned out better than most abandoned children due to Aunt Su and Wu Bin's nurturing. I am still a bit worried about her, Wu Bin sighed. She seems tough, but she's still a bit naive. And you're the typical overprotective brother, Li Yun said as he closed his book. She's fine on her own. She's handling my business better than I can handle it on my own. Wu Bin stared at Li Yun. So, what do you think of my sister? Li Yun stared back at him with a weird expression. Don't get me wrong. I'm still concerned about your delusional tendency, but you're not a bad guy. If there's anyone I would rather entrust my sister to, it would be you. Gee, should I be happy about that? Li Yun regularly consulted with Wu Bin as an older brother figure. So, how do you feel about little Ling? You have studied psychology in college, so you know of Freud. Of course. Have you read about Westermarck? Wu Bin shook his head. He took a few psychology courses in college while studying to be a guidance counselor, but not as crazy knowledgeable as Li Yun. According to Westermarck, there is a point in time when siblings or people who grow up like siblings develop an aversion to each other, mainly due to societal and cultural expectations of what is considered normal. I am one of those people who have developed that aversion. Li Yun shrugged as though he got the chills. I'm not like you. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Ah, so I shouldn't expect any Freudian relationship. Do you want to smack you brat? Wu Bin was ready to throw his slipper at him. What kind of therapist physically abuses their client? You brat, I'm not your therapist, go see a real one. Even after all their bickering, Li Yun still confided in Wu Bin about the system. Whether it really exists or not, I'm more inclined to believe that this is all in your head, Wu Bin advised. Everything so far is still in the realm of reality, even Zhuoang. You have developed a hyper-observational skill to a point where you can imagine yourself as the other person. I also feel that way, but wouldn't it be more exciting if it was real? So you want to be a butterfly? Li Yun smiled. I have thought about it for a long time. Wu Bin pulled the corner of his mouth back to form a concerned grin. His cousin seemed more mature than before, but still unsure about himself. He didn't believe in a system, but he thought Li Yun had talent and a high level of discernment that was bordering schizophrenia. In the evening, Li Yun headed to the club and saw the group sitting together and drinking. It had been a while since he had seen them. Fatty Fang was sitting next to Mu Lian, being all cozy like a typical couple. Bufu and Hu Erson took turns singing karaoke, while Buletin Tao and his wife and Ting Ting plugged their ears. Li Yun, long time no see, finally coming out today. Bufu called him out with the mic. Buletin Tao handed Li Yun a beer, and they chatted like usual. Li Yun's turn on the karaoke machine, and he selected an old song from the bund. He was not as bad as Bufu and Erson, but the song was perfect for him to be overdramatic. Everyone cheered and joined in during the parts that they knew and made loud dun, dun, dun noises in the background. Later in the night, the couples left early, leaving the bachelors alone. They headed out of the karaoke lounge and into the open club area. It didn't take Bufu long to find a graduate student to make out with. The bastard, already abandoning his friends, Erson sneered as he continued drinking with Li Yun. Li Yun chuckled. The reason why they were there in the first place was to pick up girls. Bufu, even with his glasses, was a known lady killer in their group. He even had a fan club during college. Erson sighed again. As an architectural student, dating was already difficult. He only had 2 relationships, and they all failed because he wasn't able to spend time with them. He was hoping that his next girlfriend was more understanding. Li Yun noticed a pair drinking at the counter. "All right Ersin, how about the pair over there?" Ersin looked at the pair. They were both attractive young women, and they didn't look like they had rings, but that didn't really indicate anything. However, he trusted Li Yun's ability to pick out women who were available and without messy attachments. Ersin patted and straightened his shirt. They both got up from their seats and casually introduced themselves as students from Binchu University. The girl wearing a black dress with dimpled cheeks greeted them back. "My name is Jing Bei. I'm from Linbi University, so we could be considered rivals. I applied for Linbi before, but they don't have an architecture program, unfortunately," said Ersin. Jing Bei brightened. "Ooh, I love architecture. I'm in the interior design program at Linbi." Jing Bei looked at the girl next to her. "This is my cousin Wen Neilai." The other girl, Wen Neilai, was tall and wore her hair in a tall ponytail. Her makeup was a bit heavy, but she was the type of person who knew how to apply it well. "You must be a foreign language teacher at the same university," Li Yun said before giving her the chance to introduce herself. Wen Neilai was impressed and offered her hand for a handshake. Li Yun lightly held her hands to his lips but kissed his own thumb instead. There was something about the gesture that impressed most women. Chapter 18 Rules. Ersin and Jing Bei gravitated toward each other as they spoke about their shared interests relating to design and architecture. Whereas, Wen Neilai was naturally charmed by Li Yun's easygoing conversation and gentle smile that displayed warmth and friendliness. She couldn't remember the last time she immediately liked someone on the first encounter. It helped that Li Yun was handsome, but not to the point where it made other people uncomfortable. "How do you know I am an English teacher? Most people can already guess that I'm not born here because of my accent. It's the way you carry yourself," Li Yun explained, but it was the slight cleft on her chin that gave it away. She had makeup on to reduce it a bit, so it was a trait she did not want others to focus on. Teachers are constantly in front of kids, so they need to control how they present themselves. "So, what are you currently studying?" "Psychology. I'm a medical intern." "Ah, I guess as a medical intern, you need to watch people's body language." "I don't know about the other interns, but body language is part of both understanding face ready and meridian," Li Yun explained. Wen Neilai laughed. "So you're also studying TCM?" Wen Neilai took a sip of wine. "Any interesting story behind your scar?" "Battle scar, being stupid in high school. Weren't we all?" Li Yun liked that Wen Neilai could converse without feeling awkward. Usually, most inexperienced women were difficult to talk to because they were too self-conscious. Wen Neilai could talk about various topics and change the conversations if she felt bored. She was very well aware of dating rules. There were a lot of rules for dating. For Li Yun, there weren't rules, but women to avoid. Avoid women who have messy relationships and the ones who talked about their exes on the first few dates. Talking about the exes early usually signified that they were inexperienced dating or that they were still hung up on their previous relationship. As the night passed by, Li Yun decided that he liked Wen Neilai. She was sophisticated and open-minded, but wasn't overbearing with her opinions. After he asked her out, she agreed and sent him her contact. After midnight, Ersin and Li Yun escorted the two lady friends back to their apartment. Li Yun kept in touch with Wen Neilai on our chat even as he returned to his internship after the New Year celebration. "Bufu, you have a thing for teachers." Li Yun, "Oh great, you're going to talk to me about relationships?" "Bufu, I'm just stating facts." "Fatty, oh, now that you mentioned it, two of your exes were in the education department." Li Yun, "Why are you guys keeping track?" Ersin, "Not specifically for you, you only have 8 of them. But we have a chart for Bufu." Jude, chart.img. Sukzu, "Not surprised Bufu has exes in every department." Bufu, heading back to work. Inside the hospital's intern lounge, Li Yun chuckled as he looked through Bufo's dating history. They were still young, and there wasn't a need to be so serious in a relationship. He closed out the app as he rested his head on the arm of the couch. His eyes closed and he drifted to dreamland. Li Yun, what the hell, couldn't you at least put in some effort? Gu Ren glared at Li Yun. Li Yun yawned and slowly got up into a sitting position. He was still tired after preparing his residency applications and using Zhuoang to watch robotic surgeries. He wanted to nap and restore some energy, but barely 10 minutes after falling asleep, Gu Ren had woken him up. However, Gu Ren looked worse than him. His face looked pale and his body was tense. The stress from studying and work must have gotten to him. Other than looking stressed and moody, there was also something odd about Gu Ren, his outfit. The weather was also getting warmer, which resulted in more accidents and more workload, but Gu Ren was still wearing long sleeves. Something clicked in Li Yun's mind and his face scrunched briefly as he cursed at himself silently. You're right, I was being a bit selfish for neglecting all the scut work, Li Yun admitted. Do you need help writing the medical reports? But they are assigned to me, do you want me to end up failing like you? Gu Ren knew Li Yun didn't care about his grades. It's harder to fail than you think, it reflects poorly on the school, so they wouldn't do it. The doctors would only fail him if he did something drastic, but no one really cared if the medical reports were basic as long as they provided the correct information. Give me half of the assignment. You're going to do them? Yeah, sure. Gu Ren hesitated. Are you going to copy and paste? I'm not that irresponsible. I might not be as detailed as you, but the important points are noted. Gu Ren passed Li Yun some of his assignments, and they started furiously typing on the computer. After sweating a bit, Li Yun changed out his dress shirt and into a plain white tee. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to change clothes? Your shift is over, said Li Yun. Ah, I'm fine, Gu Ren replied, shifting uncomfortably in the task share, but continued typing. Li Yun looked at Gu Ren for a moment. Unlike Bai Wuxian, Gu Ren had no strong backing. Everything about Gu Ren was average, except for his ability to follow orders. It wasn't a bad quality, but it also meant his type was easy to be taken advantage of. He was also the type who would eventually end up becoming bitter and tyrannical later in life like Dr. Huang. If your wrist hurts, stop and take a break, Li Yun advised. Gu Ren subconsciously pulled his sleeves down and stared at Li Yun cautiously. Gu Ren had few encounters with Li Yun at the university, but he had heard rumors. It wasn't something that was known throughout the university, but through word of mouth, students would often seek out Li Yun to solve their problems. Gu Ren didn't know if he should ask Li Yun for help. You're being harassed by Dr. Ping, asked Li Yun upon seeing Gu Ren's hesitation. How did you? Gu Ren cried out, forcing his task share to almost tip backward. Once the thought of his secret being revealed sank in, he wanted to crawl under a dark corner of the earth. Gu Ren wondered how Li Yun could have known. He forced himself to calm down, maybe Li Yun meant something else. It wasn't common for women to sexually abuse men. It's common for anyone in power to abuse their position, Li Yun elaborated. Women, like men, are also people with greed and desires. But it's not commonly reported because most victims feel too ashamed and embarrassed. Gu Ren grabbed hold of his left wrist and crushed it tightly to calm himself down from panicking. How did you find out? Gu Ren asked again after deciding to confide in Li Yun. Li Yun thought it was a bit obvious. Even some of the nurses had noticed, but for them, it was easy to turn the other way. They had seen or experienced abuses themselves, and for a male to experience something like such, it didn't faze them as much. No one wanted to risk their jobs and livelihood for others. If it had happened to a female colleague, they would still ignore it, but they would at least feel a sense of guilt. It was the same sort of double standard that made Li Yun neglect Gu Ren until now. Had it happened to a female intern, he may have stepped in to help her. Did he ignore it because he thought Gu Ren would be able to handle it himself? He was wrong, he didn't think Gu Ren would be so traumatized by that woman. It doesn't matter how I know, but you should consider how you want to handle the situation, Li Yun advised. Gu Ren shifted uncomfortably, but he needed help. How? First, you can ignore the situation, and bottle up your resentment until you're in a better position to fight back. However, that resentment will turn you into someone like her. Second, ignore the situation entirely and switch careers. However, you'll end up always running away from problems and never achieving stability. Third, you confront her and face the consequences, possibly ending your career path. It will feel like you have hit the lowest point in your life and someday you might regret it. However, you will be able to start from scratch and hopefully, the scars will be a distant memory. Gu Ren held onto his wrist tightly as he thought about the three options. He rubbed his sleeves that were used to hide the scars he had inflicted on himself. Punishment for being stupid and naive. Chapter 19 Scars. Gu Ren thought back to his encounters with Dr. Ping. Like any other attending, Dr. Ping had assigned the interns to complete her medical reports. It was a way for Dr. Ping to test out the interns' responses to her request. The compliant ones were usually the easiest to manipulate. Some interns had a strong backing like Bai Wuxian, while interns like Li Yun had personality problems that would be difficult to manipulate. Gu Ren was not handsome, but he was still pleasing to the eye. It didn't take her long to select Gu Ren as her target. At first, it was just accidental touches, but it gradually got more aggressive. Gu Ren had dated before, but he was uncomfortable with the older woman, especially one who was married and the same age as his mother. He avoided her as much as he could until she drugged him one night, and started to blackmail him. He felt disgusted every time he thought about her. He wanted to get rid of her, but he couldn't. Gu Ren had thought about the things he should do, but he was always afraid of the consequences. There were too many voices in his head pulling him in different directions. If he notified the director or dean, would they believe him? He had proof of them together, but it wasn't enough to convict her. She could be fired and her reputation would be ruined. However, she could also retaliate and make his life a living hell. His reputation would be ruined in the process and it would follow him for the rest of his life. Hearing Li Yun's options cleared away the muddy thoughts. Gu Ren faced Li Yun. It looks like you want me to take the last option. Is that the best path? No, that would be the first, said Li Yun. It's also the easiest path since it doesn't take too much effort to change on your part. If you stay silent, you will end up with a stable career and there is still a small chance you will let go of your resentment someday. But do you really think I'll end up becoming like her and start abusing others? Gu Ren was skeptical, there was no way he was turning into that witch. You don't think Dr. Ping thought the same when she was abused 20 years ago? The woman is sad and spiteful, but she wasn't like that from birth. I can't imagine her being a weak woman. No matter how hard he tried, Gu Ren could never empathize with that woman with predatory eyes. Really? She looks like a pathetic woman undergoing a midlife crisis. Gu Ren sneered briefly and then nodded solemnly. Is there a way that would prevent myself from becoming her? Li Yun thought of two ways. One was to become a person worse than Dr. Ping, and the other way was to forgive her. Neither option was feasible for Gu Ren. Even with counseling, Gu Ren might not overcome it. Do you think it is ever possible for you to forgive her? Li Yun asked carefully. Gu Ren remained quiet and then returned to typing. Thanks. He never told Li Yun what path he would choose. Li Yun watched Gu Ren throughout the week, making sure he wouldn't inflict any harm to himself. He rubbed his face by the nurse station, looking completely drained. Dr. Li, are you all right? Asked Nurse Lim. Li Yun put on a fake smile and nodded. Internally, he was cursing himself. On top of studying for the medical licensing exam, using Zhuoang and scut work, he had to watch over Gu Ren. He didn't consider Gu Ren to be frail, but every inexperienced and sheltered. Many sons in China were sheltered by their parents. Li Yun knew that firsthand because he was also one. His only advantage was his interest in watching people for the face-reading mission. "Ah, Dr. Li, I have something for you." Nurse Lim took out a red envelope and gave it to him. "Oh, what is this?" Li Yun peeked open to see 500 yuan in a sonar scan. "Congratulations!" Li Yun's face brightened up as though it was a nice surprise. "I should be thanking you." Li Yun laughed. "Yet, he guessed it already 3 months ago. So, the baby is due in 6 months? I probably won't be here to visit the baby." "Not a problem, just post a like on my page and send a charm for my baby." Li Yun nodded. Sometime after lunch, Li Yun returned to the nurse station. The nurses and a lot of people were looking at their phones with strange reactions. He could read their lips whispering about Dr. Ping and Gu Ren. "What happened?" Li Yun asked Nurse Lim. "Someone posted a video of Dr. Ping and intern Gu Ren in the hospital forum." Nurse Lim opened the video on her phone and showed it to Li Yun. A video showed Dr. Ping seducing Gu Ren and blackmailing him into bed. It only took an hour for the post to be removed, but everyone had already heard or seen it. The scandal caused chaos throughout the hospital. Dr. Ping was immediately suspended, and she may lose her job at the disciplinary hearing. Dr. Ping's marriage was already shaky, and everyone could tell that a divorce was coming up. Gu Ren was expelled from the university. On top of that, Dr. Ping filed a lawsuit against him. On the day that Gu Ren left, his eyes had a glint of brightness and he was wearing a short-sleeved black tee, revealing scars marked across his left arm. "You wanted me to take this path, didn't you?" Gu Ren asked with a smile on his face. Li Yun smiled, forming a slight arc, but didn't respond. He could tell that Gu Ren was momentarily happy with the decision. However, the path he had chosen was going to be very difficult. If Li Yun hadn't interfered, Gu Ren would have taken the first path. If there was one thing that Gu Ren hated the most, it was to become the person he hated the most. However, Li Yun did think that even after knowing his options, he should have taken the first path. His decision to walk the first path on his own would give him the advantage to defeat his demons in the future. There was a big difference between walking down a path and being dragged down that same path. Now that he had chosen the third path, there were fewer chances for him to succeed in the future. However, that was the path he had chosen, and Li Yun was not the type to make decisions for others, especially when he wasn't certain of it himself. "You're not going to ask me why I didn't wait until after graduation?" Gu Ren wondered. It would have been the smart thing to do, but the move lacked courage. What Gu Ren wanted to display were his resolution and courage. He wasn't going to back down anymore. Li Yun shook his head and chucked something at Gu Ren. "Good luck." Gu Ren caught the object and looked at the talisman. "Thanks." Gu Ren took the train, returning to his hometown. "I would have done the same in your place," Li Yun mumbled as the train moved away. On second thought, he wouldn't be in the situation in the first place. Li Yun gave Dr. Ping a personal visit in her office and dropped off the written medical report, along with a package. "What is this?" she asked impatiently. She was getting ready for her disciplinary hearing and was already stressed out trying to deal with her husband and son. She was able to convince her son that she was the victim, but her husband wasn't buying it. "Going away present," Li Yun responded with a sweet smile on his face. She didn't like his response but opened the package anyway. After looking through the contents, her hands trembled. "How did you get these?" She clenched her teeth as she spoke. "From other doctors and nurses. You will be surprised by how much dirt everyone has on everyone else. People are always scheming and keeping insurance. It wasn't difficult to pry it out of them. One doctor practically shoved me all the files he kept on your dealings with Bern Pharmaceutical. He's probably hoping to get your position." Dr. Ping's breathing heightened, both from fear and anger. "What do you want? Drop your lawsuit against Gu Ren." Dr. Ping snorted. How will I know you won't release these? I have already sent the package to the police. You. Dr. Ping slammed her hands on the desk. A moment later, instead of pain, she felt her hands trembling. I only sent them the files with all your under-the-table dealings. The pictures with your paramours are still waiting to be released. I got those from your husband's detective. I also kept the audio file of when you tried to pull the same on me. I hope you remember our conversation back then. She clenched her fist, remembering when she had first tried to seduce him. When she first met him, she thought he was bright and handsome, who followed all of her commands. She was immediately taken by his demeanor. On her first attempt to trap him, he had not only embarrassed her but revealed her true character. How did you? She wanted to ask how he knew to record her, but her words trailed off after looking at his smug face. You were suspicious of me from the beginning. I hear a lot of things, Dr. Ping, said Li Yun. Dr. Ping quickly tried to remember her conversation with him, and if there were ways to spin it around. I wonder what your son would think about his pitiful mother if he listened to the audio. Li Yun asked. I want to have his opinions before releasing it in the hospital's forum. Dr. Ping's arms dropped to the side as though a part of her brain had stopped functioning. Her son was the most precious person to her. Chapter 20 Kinbei Hospital. There had been many changes to the residency program in recent years, and it had caused both headaches and relief. Headaches were caused because all the senior doctors were complaining. They were already used to a set of policies, and introducing new policies forced them to undergo additional training. Senior doctors hated the idea of training because of their ego. It wasn't just doctors, but people who have been in high positions for so long, feel like they already know everything about their job. When the standardized residency training began in 2013, many training hospitals scrambled to train and find qualified teachers. The unfortunate part of the new residency program was that most senior doctors were unqualified to teach. Being a good doctor didn't always translate into being a good teacher. Not to mention doctors who were simply incompetent. As the deputy chief, I would like to add my input in this policy's change. Dr. Chun's email was addressed to every single department head. It is great that we will finally have a set guideline for the residents. However, it seems like some people have nothing better to do than create work for other people. Training? I have already trained for 30 years and have saved countless lives. This new training program is clearly targeting loyal doctors who have been diligent in serving the public. Chief Zhang's nose twitched after reading the long passive-aggressive email from Dr. Chun. Out of all the doctors who should be retrained, Dr. Chun was one of them. 30 years of what? Self-promotion and doing nothing but easy surgery. Chief Zhang thought. He wouldn't be surprised if the rumor about Dr. Chun weaseling his way into the Deputy Chief of General Surgery position under the old director turned out to be true. The relief came from the effort that the country was making to improve the medical care for billions of people. Basing the residency program on the existing residency in the US and UK, the government passed a national guideline for all future residents. Prior to the guideline, hospitals were in charge of their own guidelines, causing discrepancies and inconsistency throughout the country. Chief Zhang Duxian, a former military surgeon, was one of the people on the board to propose the change. After leaving Imperial City, he was invited by Director Hong to lead Kinbei Hospital's new acute care surgery unit. Kinbei wasn't a major urban city, so they were a bit behind on setting a new program. However, after the first 3 years, the first batch of residents completed their training under the new residency program. Chief Zhang hired 2 of the best residents as attending. Unfortunately, there was not enough funding to hire the remaining 6 residents. Although there was a shortage of doctors, it was mainly in the rural areas, where conditions were poor and the pay was low. Everyone competed for jobs in the bigger hospitals, but there were too many competitions. As a result, many residents were unable to get an attending position. Chief Zhang sighed. There was nothing else he could do for the unemployed residents. His focus was to train well-qualified surgeons. With more qualified surgeons, Kinbei Hospital's reputation and ranking will improve, as well as more funding. That was Director Hong's main purpose for recruiting Chief Zhang, a military man who could fulfill missions. Looking through the applications of the 62 applicants, Chief Zhang selected 24 to proceed with the interview process. As he was about to give Nurse Yun the paperwork, an unexpected phone call from Chairman Dan Chung increased the number to 25. The conversation was cordial and casual. Chairman Dan Chung didn't say much over the phone, but said the young man had potential and it would not hurt to interview him. Chief Zhang, I have heard you're a military man from Director Hong, so I don't expect you to go out of your way to hire him, said the chairman. Just an interview will be enough. The chairman especially noted that he didn't want to pressure or interfere with Chief Zhang's decision. After the conversation, Chief Zhang sighed again. He wasn't a fan of nepotism, but this was how most hospitals work. Children of doctors often became doctors themselves and were naturally more knowledgeable about certain terms they hear from their parents. Chief Zhang gave Nurse Yun the last applicant, and the middle-aged nurse raised her brow curiously. Chairman Dan Chung's son, asked Nurse Yun. I am not aware he has another one. Chief Zhang shook his head. Probably just a family friend. If it was a relative, he would have said something more. It seems like someone did him a favor and he's returning it in the process. Nurse Yun looked at applicant Li Yun's CV and reports. It was a bit all over the place. Did you read some of the comments from his professors? Asked Nurse Yun. Lazy, uncouth, delinquent, behavior problems, brilliant. Just add an extra chair at the end, Chief Zhang remarked. Chairman Dan never said we have to admit him. All right, Chief. Oh, by the way, when is Chief Gao scheduled for the interview? Day 2. Chief Zhang smiled evilly. Schedule applicant Li Yun for Day 2. Nurse Yun raised her brow and then rolled her eyes. All right, Chief. Li Yun was surprised when he received a notice for an interview. Kinbei Hospital was the highest-ranked hospital in the area that he had applied for. He didn't have much hope for an interview. On the day of the interview, he grabbed the only suit in the closet. The same one his parents had forced him to buy prior to his college interview. Luckily, he hadn't changed much since high school and regularly exercised. He thought he didn't need to during his second year, and his muscles mellowed out by the end of the year. He didn't need muscle to work as a doctor, but his Jing Qi Shen recovered faster when he was in better shape. So starting his third year, he regularly exercised every morning. Once he finished his exercise routine and suited up, he left the room. Good luck, little Yun, Wu Bin said as he saw Li Yun leaving. Thanks, Li Yun replied. You sure you don't want to borrow my suit? Asked Wu Bin. As a guidance counselor, he had a lot of suits. Nah, I don't like grey. Li Yun left the apartment and took the train to the hospital. When Li Yun arrived for the interview, he saw 3 other interviewees, Chief Zhang, Deputy Chief Gao, and Deputy Director Ma. Li Yun checked his watch after noticing their unusual stare. I might be the last to arrive, but I'm not late, he thought. All 4 interviewees were dressed in basic black suits from the second-hand store. Medical doctors were considered a reputable and noble profession, but they did not achieve the same prestige and salary that doctors from other countries enjoy. With low pay and long hours, it was expected that only applicants from poor-income families would enter the medical field. Ah, I should have worn a grey suit, Li Yun thought. Chapter 21 Interview. The interview began promptly as soon as all 4 interviewees took their seats, evenly spaced apart. The questions were very basic in the beginning, inquiring about their aspirations, strengths, and weaknesses. Most interviewees already knew the answers, and simply recited their lines. My goal is to become a great doctor and to save people. To find a cure for cancer in honor of my grandparents, who passed away from heart disease. As for their weakness, I become too emotional when a patient is sick. The thought of not being able to help a patient, and to see them at their weakest moment, it pains my heart. I am too kind and selfless that I endanger my own health. Their greatest strength? My strength comes from my parents, aunts, grandparents, and my cat. My strength is my perseverance and devotion. For experienced interviewers, the answers were so common that they often wondered why they even bother asking them in the first place. My goal is to make a lot of money. My weakness is handling patients, and my strength is myself. Then there were interviewees who chose to be honest and stick out like the baby-faced applicant named Enlil Chang. "Oh, are you in dire need of money?" asked Chief Gao. "There are plenty of ways to make money, and being a surgeon isn't a simple one nor is it a lucrative one." Deputy Chief Gao, who was in his late 40s, was one of the deputies Chief Zhang recruited from the military. Chief Gao looked very much like a military soldier with a strong upper body, crop-cut hair, and bulging biceps. Although Chief Zhang was also a strong man, despite being in his 60s, Chief Gao had more presence in the room, so when he spoke, everyone turned their attention to him. "I am not in dire need of money," Enlil Chang replied. "But it's the only path for me to make a living. My dad is a butcher and my mom is a seamstress. I know how to dismantle things and I know how to reassemble them." "The human body is very different from a pig," Chief Gao commented. "I have studied human anatomy on my own." "I see that you have very high marks during your internship," said Chief Zhang. "Your professors considered you a surgical genius. My main concern is your lack of interpersonal skills. Almost all of your professors said you need to communicate better with patients. I hope that if you become a resident here, that this is something you will work on. Genius is one thing, but we must learn that as medical personnel, we serve the people." Chief Gao and Director Ma nodded in agreement. Li Yun also nodded. Chief Zhang said something cliché that only a military surgeon would say, but at least he meant it. The next to answer the question was Li Yun. "My goal is to save as many people as possible," Li Yun replied. It was the most honest answer, and it happened to be a standard and acceptable answer, so Li Yun went with it. It was better than saying, to gain as many action points as possible by saving as many people as possible. "Your weakness and strength?" asked Chief Zhang. "My weakness is arrogance, and my strengths are too many to say." The interviewers looked at each other. It seemed like Li Yun followed Enlil Chang's example by being honest and concise. However, Enlil Chang's answers were still reasonable, while Li Yun's response was a bit overbearing. "It is an admirable goal to save as many people as possible," Chief Gao responded with an amused look. "But can you explain why your numerous strengths went unnoticed by your professors? I prefer textbooks over listening to lectures, so I don't attend classes often. When he did, he was usually sleeping. Most of my professors don't really see me often enough to notice." "How about during your internship?" asked Chief Zhang. "Although your exam scores are high, your marks during your rounds are quite low. This is an indicator of someone incapable of working in a team. If there is a team, I can work well in them. Unfortunately, there's no team in hospitals." "Care to elaborate?" asked Chief Gao. "Most surgeons are overworked and underpaid. The only way to get more money is to perform more surgeries. However, surgery is extremely limited, especially basic surgery that the average surgeon can perform to gain experience." Chief Zhang and Gao nodded. This was a common problem they were facing in the country. As the growing population begins to join the medical fields, so has the competition, Li Yun continued. The so-called teaching surgeons are seeing an influx of interns and residents they see as competitors rather than students. There's a great conflict of interest, whether they are aware of it or not. This isn't an excuse, it's reality. Li Yun had mentioned a problem that Chief Zhang and Gao were seeing, but were unable to put into words. Teaching professors were extremely strict on residents, bordering emotional abuse, under the guise of tough love and strict guidance. However, underneath it all was an insidious plan to remove competitors. It was also the reason why hospitals didn't hire more surgeons despite complaints of being overworked. The surgeons themselves did not want to hire more competitors. Most surgeons operate 3 to 4 cases per week, less than their foreign counterparts, and only on easy cases that could earn them money. Surgeons would use underpaid and overworked as an excuse not to take on complex cases, but constantly fought with each other over easy money-making cases. As a result, this created the contradiction of a surgeon shortage while there were many qualified residents who were unable to gain employment after their residency. Chapter 22 Mission. Chief Zhang and Gao were still in thought, so Deputy Director Ma went on to ask the next question. Out of all the programs, why did you pick the Acute Care Surgery, ACS, program? Asked Deputy Director Ma. In foreign countries, acute care surgery was a specialized field of general surgery that required additional training after the initial residency. However, China didn't even have a standard residency program until only recently, so creating a residency program for ACS stemmed from necessity. Once there were more qualified acute care surgeons, the ACS program would likely change in the future. 2 candidates answered with the typical responses, that they wanted to rescue people or that they liked the challenge and rush of being at the front line. They had practiced the answers enough times to believe the statement themselves. However, most people would not pick ACS as their first choice, or even the second choice. It was too stressful. It was like being stuck in the ER and dealing with cases that were expected to end in fatality. The people who usually ended up in the ACS program were people who couldn't get into the program of their choice. I prefer being a general surgeon, but training as an acute care surgeon, it will give me more opportunity to operate, An Luchang answered. Li Yun stared at An Luchang. Why is he stealing my answer? Li Yun thought. Chief Zhang turned to Li Yun and asked him the same question, why, out of all the programs, did you pick ACS? I believe you already know my answer, that is to save as many lives as possible, Li Yun responded when it was his turn. He thought it was a reasonable answer. Is there an underlying reason behind it? Asked Chief Gao. A childhood story or a messiah complex? Li Yun smiled. Wu Bin had also wondered about that before. Not completely either of those two, Li Yun replied. Messiah complex entails that I would sacrifice myself for the greater good, which is definitely not something I would do. The goal is more like a personal mission, whether it's from a higher power or my own consciousness, it does not matter. When I have a mission to fulfill, I set out to complete it. Chief Gao snorted, almost too loudly. Li Yun raised his eyebrow and stared at Chief Gao. Why the heck would you say that during the interview? Bufu asked, almost pulling his hair in frustration. Li Yun met up with Bufu at the bar after his interview. What I said was really reasonable, said Li Yun, he honestly thought it wasn't bad. Holy, I'll be surprised if they hire you, said Bufu. Don't tell me you do this in every single interview. Hey, have a little faith in me. I was normal in all my other interviews. Well then, why did you decide to go all gung-ho for this one? It's strange that they interviewed me in the first place, said Li Yun. And they looked at me with this peculiar look when I walked in. How so? Like a look of disgust. Li Yun recalled their reaction when he introduced himself. You don't think it's Sugzu or Jude? No, they have better faith in my ability. One of your patients? It could be. Given the 7th degree of separation, one of them may know someone at the hospital. So, given the chance, why did you decide to bomb the interview? I didn't bomb the interview. I was seriously trying to get the job. Bufu looked at Li Yun, waiting for an explanation. I researched the interviewers before going to the interview. Chief Zhang has 2 deputies, and Chief Gao and Chief Lim. All 3 of them share very similar experiences in the military. From what Master Pei told me, military personnel tends to value loyalty and order. How did you show them that you are loyal and orderly? First, by not lying. Military personnel are trained to filter out It may have been fine with any other interviewers, but not those three. Second, I told them about my mission, which should resonate with them more. Bufo nodded. But that Chief Gao guy doesn't seem to like you. They don't have to like me to hire me. More than anything, they want to train someone who can make a statement. The following day, after the interview process was complete, Chief Zhang sat down with Deputy Chief Gao, Deputy Chief Lim and Nurse Yun to finalize the 8 residents. Deputy Director Ma didn't particularly care who was selected and was too busy to attend the meeting. I am against hiring in Lukeng and Zhou Mixian, Chief Gao stated. They are smart, but their personalities are not suited for this program. That's where I disagree, Chief Lim interjected. They will be easier to train because they are smart and dedicated. Their personality won't be important when the patient is half unconscious. Trauma surgeons encountered patients who were often unconscious. They weren't like family doctors who needed to communicate well with patients. I'm not questioning their ability to learn. I'm questioning their ability to treat patients as individuals. They have low EQ, but you're making it sound like it is impossible for them to connect with patients. Have you been watching too many dramas, Chief Lim? What are you talking about? Chief Lim looked genuinely confused. Never mind, Chief Gao almost forgot this woman never watched anything besides the news. Some people are just not meant to be ACS surgeons. Are you going to discriminate against people on the spectrum? If being selective helps to protect against losing lives, then yes. Just place them in the radiology department where they can use their skills properly. I am sure the radiology department will appreciate you stereotyping them. All right, that is enough. You two, Chief Zhang looked at the 2 profiles. We will give them both a try. If they do not meet the standards within 6 months, we will refer them to other departments, including radiology. Chief Lim nodded happily, while Chief Gao agreed with a rough grunting sound. With the decision made, Chief Lim looked at the last name on the list, Li Yun. She had participated on the first day of the interview, but was on duty during the second day. She had only heard about Li Yun from Nurse Yun. Nurse Yun had explained to her that Li Yun was the family friend add-on, so she was surprised that both the chiefs would pick him. You must really like this kid to add him on with such a low evaluation, remarked Chief Lim. Don't tell me you got extra red envelopes from Chairman Dan. Pa. Chief Zhang remarked. I can only wish for a villa-sized envelope. But admittedly, I sort of like the kid. I don't think I have seen a fresh graduate with a mindset like us old military doctors. I'm just the opposite, said Chief Gao. I hate the kid a lot. He's too sly for his own good. I'm going to have fun bossing him around. Chief Lim chuckled. Well, I guess this will be an interesting batch of residents. Chapter 23 Exam. From Li Yun's phone, an unread message from Kinbei Hospital appeared in bold letter, Residency Program Results. He clicked on the email as his heartbeat raced in anticipation. He could pretend to be confident during the interviews and convince himself that it would work out in the end, but a tiny bit of doubt and fear could snowball into a monstrous tangle of nerve. It was how all graduates felt as they searched for a job, whether they were first in class or last in class. He breathed out a sigh of relief when the word congratulation appeared and he was accepted into the residency program. Now, the only thing left was to finish the rest of his internship. Dr. Ping's scandal and subsequent arrest had faded into everyone's memories as the hospital returned to the usual cycle. Aside from the mudslide in a local village, nothing eventful happened during the remaining weeks. Many interns neglect the last few weeks because they had already secured a residency. Likewise, Li Yun focused on Zhuoang and studying for his medical license exam. The exam had 2 parts, clinical skill and a general written test. His clinical skill test was scheduled for a week after his internship ended and the general written test was scheduled later in the fall. The clinical portion wasn't difficult as long as the procedures were performed as described in the book, but he skipped his graduation to focus on studying. After a few weeks of studying and restless nights, he passed the exam with relative ease. Laying in bed, Li Yun opened his eyes and looked at the sun entering the unfamiliar hotel room. He got dressed, and hugged Wen Nalai sitting in front of the dresser. "Morning. Want me to drop you off later?" Li Yun asked. Wen Nalai softened her lipstick and shook her head. "Bai Bei is going to pick me up." "All right, have fun." Wen Nalai looked at her boyfriend in the mirror. Out of all her relationships so far, her relationship with Li Yun was probably the most comfortable. There were rarely any arguments between them. Even though he was busy most of the time, he would make an effort to see her whenever she felt lonely. He was neither demanding nor clingy, and knew how to create a good atmosphere. "Are you going to work nearby?" asked Wen Nalai. "The Kinbei Hospital is an hour away." Wen Nalai nodded, but her mind was occupied by something else. "Nalai, don't be too nervous," Li Yun handed her a good luck charm. Wen Nalai looked at the charm and smiled. "I saw your friends with the charms, and I was a bit jealous." Li Yun laughed. "You have probably already guessed why I'm heading to York City." Wen Nalai thought that Li Yun could be considered a good boyfriend, but there were times when his ability to read her mind frightened her. After Wen Nalai left, Li Yun took a cab back to the apartment. Upon returning, his family treated him with homemade soup, and they played several rounds of mahjong. His mother swore that she had improved, but after the first few rounds, Li Yun really wondered if the other family members had been going easy on her. "Are you sure you're not cheating?" asked Lu Suyin. "Really, Ma, you really think your son is the type to cheat?" Lu Suyin nodded. Li Yun wasn't particularly good at mahjong, but he played enough with every family member to know their strategies and discard habits. His mother was a particularly rash and poor player. "Mom, maybe try to use your head when playing," Li Yun jabbed as he stole her game tile. Lu Suyin readied her foot to kick his shin, but he outmaneuvered her. Ho, little Yun, I heard you have a girlfriend." Aunt Su remarked loudly. Li Yun turned to look at his Aunt Su, and wondered who had been gossiping behind his back. He cursed Wu Bin under his breath. Whatever happened to clients' privileges? "What, keeping your girlfriend a secret?" asked Uncle Shou. Uncle Shou lived in the apartment unit near the ground floor, so everyone knew him before he married Aunt Su. Back in high school, Li Yun remembered him as a pale and wrinkly man who looked older than his actual age. His sadness and grief lines were the most prominent features on his face. In recent years, those lines were starting to fade. It could be attributed to his marriage with Aunt Su. When Aunt Su and Uncle Shou married, everyone was a bit surprised. They were both loud and boisterous people, so everyone thought it would be difficult for them to connect. "I'll introduce you some other time." Nalai went back to visit her parents, Li Yun replied. "Why are you introducing her to them and not your own parents?" Lu Suyin scowled. Li Yun rolled his eyes. If he introduced anyone to anyone in the apartment complex, it was the same as introducing them to everyone. There was no such thing as secrets in an apartment complex full of gossipers. Lu Suyin turned to her husband. "Honey, isn't there something you need to do?" Li Fan looked a bit confused on the sofa, but then put down the paper he was reading. As his father walked into the game room, formerly Li Yun's room, both Grandpa Lu Yan and Grandma Lu Nai stopped watching the news. "Little Yun," Li Fan returned with a small present and handed it to Li Yun. "Congratulations on graduating and getting a new job." Li Yun took the little box and opened it. Inside was a car key. "We all chipped in to buy you a new car," said Li Fan, giving his son a hug. "It's just a simple domestic car, but we hope it will be useful." "Thanks everyone." Li Yun knew they had been saving up for quite some time to get him a car after he had gotten a driver's license. They walked down to the garage and showed him a simple blue compact car. Although it wasn't expensive, it was practical. After a test ride, everyone headed back home. For Li Yun, it was still early, so he drove downtown and stopped by an outdoor food stand. The dark street was partially lit by the street light, and only a few people were out walking about. Li Yun remembered sitting by the food stand during high school, watching people pass by to train Min Xian. Again, he was watching people as they passed by. Before, it was difficult to guess what the other person was like. He still had problems, but he learned to trust his initial judgment than to second guess. Although people were unique, they were also creatures of habits and patterns. Once a pattern was discovered, it was easy to see what they'd done in the past and what they will do in the future. Li Yun watched the young man approaching him. This particular young man looked average and blended in with the crowd. If Li Yun were to analyze him, he would come up with a list of things. College student, living with a girlfriend, average grades, good friends, a kickboxer, and an accounting major. However, Li Yun knew that the young man was the son of a psychopath. Anyone who had close contact with a psychopath must have a few loose screws as well. The pattern and background did not match. This meant that the pattern was fake, and that the real pattern was hidden. This was how psychopaths could live and operate normally in society. Judah sat across from Li Yun and grabbed the beer in front of him. "Bro, heard you're back, why didn't you call everyone? I went to visit Nalai first. Are you working?" Li Yun greeted Judah, tapping the bottom of the beer bottles. "Got a job as a clerk in a small office. Going to start in a couple of days. Little Nin as well. She's working as an intern in a fashion magazine. Are you here to show off your car or did something interesting happen?" "Shut up. The car wasn't impressive, but it was practical. Old Buletin called me the other day about a case." "Oh. 2 women in the past 30 days. If old Buletin called you, then he must think it's some crazy serial killer." "Could be, they never revealed the details of the first case, and the second case was very similar. The women were kidnapped from their home, and found raped and murdered in the hotel room. No clues on the perpetrator." Li Yun shook his head. "What did the perp take?" Li Yun frowned. He had promised old Buletin he wouldn't reveal the information. "I remembered seeing the news on one of the women. Was the other one also married?" Li Yun nodded. If old Buletin could identify it immediately as a serial case, it must be something more shocking. "A body part?" Li Yun nodded. "I'm going to guess the ring finger, it has a poetic nature to it." Li Yun snorted, only Judah would have guessed it right, the sick bastard. Chapter 24 Sick. "Hey, don't look at me like that, you know it wasn't me," Judah waved his hand and pretended to look offended. "How do you know if it wasn't something more severe, like the breast or uterus?" "It's pretty common for sick psychopaths." Li Yun pondered how Judah concluded that the finger was taken. If it was something more gruesome, there would be more rumors and gossip online. Things like breasts and uterus are pretty noticeable. If the hotel staff came across something like that, they would likely tell everyone else in the hotel, and then everyone and their aunts would know. A ring finger is small enough to slip under the radar. Judah was unusually good at profiling serial murderers, even better than Li Yun. During college, there was a case involving disappearing homeless men. Judah was able to profile the perpetrator through news reports and they inadvertently ran into someone fitting the profile while eating out at the outdoor food stall. They contacted Buletin Tao, who was a sergeant at the time, and the police secretly followed the man for a week. Buletin Tao was skeptical at first, but the more they investigated the man, the more evidence they uncovered. Buletin Tao knew of Judah's darker personality from training at the same gym, but his ability was too impressive to let go. He had once asked Li Yun if it was safe to recruit Judah to the police force, but Li Yun had advised him against the idea. Li Yun could not imagine the consequences of Judah becoming a police officer. Maybe he would make a good detective, but at the risk of draining Judah's mental health. They would only consult Judah as the last resort. Although Buletin Tao had given up on Judah, he was still trying to recruit Li Yun, going as far as listing him as a consultant. It amazed Li Yun how easy it was for local police to hire outside help. For the latest serial case, Li Yun wasn't much help. He could usually help Bulletin Tao crack down a suspect in interrogations, but when there was no suspect, Li Yun involvement was limited. They have already figured out that it's someone with a grudge against married women who cheat on their spouse, Li Yun explained. It's likely that the perp is someone who's married or divorced. Did you find any previous cases before? Judah asked as he munched down on a piece of quail leg. Bulletin Tao has searched the database, but he hasn't found anything that matched the profile. Can I see pictures? Li Yun pulled his mouth to the left, thinking about whether the risk of Judah's involvement was worth. It had been a long time since the last incident, so Li Yun agreed. The following morning, Li Yun and Judah visited Bulletin Tao at the Yide Police Department. In the lobby, they signed in as guests, and waited for Bulletin Tao to escort them in. However, instead of Bulletin Tao, an older gentleman stopped by. Well, if it isn't Little Yun and Little Judah. The man warmly approached the two and gave them each a hug. Detective Dan, long time no see, they responded. From the previous cases, Li Yun and Judah got to know some of the detectives. Here, take these with you, Detective Dan gave them guest ID badges, and they headed to the main office. The office looked like any other regular office setting, except all the desks had radios and were faced toward the door. Police and detectives, in general, hated to have their backs facing the door. Inside the meeting room, Li Yun saw an average-height man with a toned figure leading a meeting. The man, known to everyone as Captain Bulletin, assigned everyone their tasks. After they dispersed, he shook Li Yun's hand. "Hey brat, long time no see." Bulletin Tao commented, although they had met each other 2 weeks ago at the bar. Bulletin Tao punched Judah in the arm as a greeting. They sat down around the conference table, and Bulletin Tao showed them pictures and files that the officers had collected at the 2 crime scenes. "We aren't classifying these as a serial murder case yet," said Bulletin Tao. "The first case is still under investigation by a different branch. The husband is the prime suspect and has a strong motive, but he also has a solid alibi. I am in charge of the second case. We interrogated the husband, and he doesn't have an alibi. The prosecution wants to pin this on the husband as soon as possible and close the case. I looked at the interrogation video, and although he doesn't like his wife, he doesn't have the guts to kill her," Li Yun explained. "Even if he did, it would still be unusual for him to cut off the ring finger. He's too timid of a person. If he did kill his wife, it would be either using poison or hired hands." Judah flipped through the pictures of the 2 crime scenes. It was easy to see that after raping the women under heavy sedation, the perp acted out his fantasies by choking them to death. Afterward, he cut off their ring finger and left. Someone with a warped sense of justice, who's alone most of the time. An educated person, like a librarian who writes novels on the side. If he's a perfectionist, his first kill might have been too messy to be acceptable. He would either burn the corpse or hide it entirely. You're better off looking back in the databases for a missing person. "Why a librarian or writer?" asked Bulletin Tao. "There aren't that many professions in the world. An artist would have the crime scene better laid out. A medical personnel would be a bit more daring than removing a single finger. An office worker or a lawyer is a possibility. However, a writer would find the hand and fingers to be the most important feature in a person. The chances are higher." Judah looked at Bulletin Tao and Li Yun, who didn't show much response. "At least try to look impressed." "Whatever, we already know." Bulletin Tao gave orders to his men to look into cases of missing married or divorced women from age 20 to 35 in the past 3 years. "It's not going to be enough to narrow on a suspect," Bulletin Tao sighed with disappointment. Serial killers were tough to find. The majority of the time, it was only by pure accident that they were apprehended, rarely by actual police work. Bulletin Tao managed to arrest the homeless men serial killer with Li Yun and Judah's help and was promoted to lieutenant. 1% of the world population are psychopaths, or 1 out of every 100 people is defined as one, that was what Bulet and Tao learned at the police academy. Out of those psychopaths, another small percentage were serial killers. Li Yun and Judah's encounter with the killer was coincidental, but not completely rare given how many people pass by each other on the street. Unfortunately, the ring finger case would not be resolved so quickly. Chapter 25 Resident. Li Yun arrived exactly on time for the orientation. The majority of residents were already seated in the small meeting room. Deputy Chief Lim, a short petite woman with a sharp haircut, turned to look at Li Yun and waited until he took his seat in the far right corner of the room. He chose a seat where he could see most everyone's facial profile. Once everyone was seated, Chief Lim passed out the guidebooks with the hospital policy and played an introductory video. Li Yun ignored the video and watched the other residents instead. An Luchang, Weijing, and the other residents looked diligently at the pre-made video, which was explaining the proper protocol for emergencies. Yang Kong, a slightly handsome doctor, chatted the entire time with Mi Xian, who ignored Yang Kong, but she didn't seem to be too bothered by him. As the credit rolled, Chief Lim turned off the video, divided them into teams. The new residents all had different schedules and were divided into 4 teams of 2 residents. Li Yun and An Luchang, both from the same interview grouping, were in a team. "All right everyone," Chief Lim said in a commanding tone, giving away her background as a former military surgeon. "If you flip to the next page, you will find your schedule for the upcoming year. You will most likely be working in pairs. In the morning round, report to the Hall B conference room. We will start the round from there. After the round, half of you will attend basic technical courses and half of you will report to the general surgery department. This will alternate as A and B days. In the afternoon, you will be working in different departments based on the rotation schedule. Remember to keep your pager on at all times. All residents in ACS will get paged when a patient comes in. This will give you the opportunity to see how emergency situations are dealt with. But also be alert, there may be situations where you will need to participate." Everyone was a bit excited because there was a good chance they could participate as the second assistant. The acute care surgery unit was new, with only Dr. Chow as the senior attending. 2 other attendings, Dr. Zhou and Dr. Mei, were recently hired after training under Chief Zhang's new program, and were capable of performing most basic surgeries. As a result, the majority of surgery was performed by the chiefs and Dr. Hao, with the new attending as first assistant. Second assistant could be any of the residents that showed up first. In most situations, the patients or their families would sign the consent form if the attending surgeon was the chief surgeon. Picky patients would not allow any residents to touch them at all. However, in an urgent situation, the family was more likely to sign anything under pressure. By the end of the first day, Li Yun felt that something was off. Aside from the chiefs and An Luchang, people had been looking at him with a bit of disdain and caution. He got the same judgmental feeling from Chief Zhang and Gao the first time he went to the interview. Li Yun saw An Luchang pass by, heading toward the resident quarter. "An Luchang, hold up for a moment," Li Yun called out. An Luchang paused for a moment, and looked at him with a blank face. "Did you hear any rumors about me?" Li Yun asked. An Luchang thought for a moment. He normally didn't bother with gossip, but Yang Kong had been talking too loudly about something people orientation started. "Ah, I think Yang Kong mentioned something about you being related to Chairman Dan," An Luchang replied. "Chairman Dan?" asked Li Yun, trying to remember if he knew any chairman. "The chairman of the Qinbei Hospital." Li Yun laughed. "How in the world did they come up with that?" An Luchang stared back with a blank face, making it obvious he didn't know. Li Yun walked around the corner to find Yang Kong talking to Mi Xian. "I have always thought doctors look a bit sickly, but this year resident looks good," Yang Kong gossiped with Mi Xian. "An Luchang is cute, but he's a complete bore to talk to. It's like talking to you." "Oh, did you hear about Li Yun?" "I think." Yang Kong immediately hushed up as soon as he saw Li Yun quickly approaching them. Li Yun stared at Yang Kang's guilty face, and then rolled his eyes. What were you about to say about me? Li Yun asked. Hey? What? Asked Yang Kang, blushing a bit and pretending that he didn't hear anything. Doesn't matter, but where did you hear the rumor that I am related to Chairman Dan? Asked Li Yun. I overheard the nurses talking about it, said Yang Kang as he recalled his conversations with the nurses at their stations. The nurses? Asked Li Yun. If the nurses were gossiping, then they must have heard it from upper management. Li Yun was sure he didn't know Chairman Dan, but it was likely someone close to Chairman Dan knew him. It finally occurred to him that someone who knew Chairman Dan got him an interview at Kinbei Hospital. Oh, okay, thanks, Li Yun left. Gee, he gave me a fright, Yang Kang fanned himself. It seems like the rumor isn't true. Why are you so nosy? Mi Xian returned to her reading materials. Li Yun headed to the ER. He decided to ignore the rumors as it didn't affect any of his plans. It didn't matter how he got the job, the more important thing was to gain more action points. Inside the ER, the working condition was a complete mess. The department was run by Chief Luo, who was already an elderly man, and the only reason why he was chief was because he was old, looked reliable, and no one else wanted the position. Attending Dr. Zhao and Chief Resident Han were usually in charge, but they didn't want to be there. They were constantly stressed out and yelling at the other residents and nurses. There was no doctor in the ER department that knew how to command the situation. With high turnover rates and poor working conditions, the doctors there lacked the motivation to perform well. The situation forced Chief Gao to work in the ER after his usual schedule. As an acute care surgeon, Chief Gao was under the general surgery department. It wasn't his role to supervise the ER. But if he was not in the emergency room, the entire department would be in panic mode. Chief Gao was surprised to see Li Yun in the ER. During the first 2 weeks of residency, residents were not scheduled to do a rotation in the ER. The ER was too messy of a place to indoctrinate residents. Already eager to save people, Chief Gao probed. Of course, it has been my intention since the beginning, said Li Yun. Do you know what to do? Not yet. Li Yun had been to the ER before as an intern, but it was too chaotic and few doctors knew the correct procedures. Learning from bad teachers was often worse than not learning anything at all. Rather than learning from them, Li Yun read textbooks or used Zhuoang. Even though accumulating over 1,000 live surgeries gave Li Yun the confidence and experience of an attending surgeon, the experience would not help in the ER. Handling emergency cases, knowing what medicine to prescribe and how much dosage to prescribe could be understood from reading textbooks, but only experience would allow doctors to make adjustments according to each patient's need and situation. Unfortunately, these decisions were made on the spot, and it was not something Li Yun could find a live feed for. Nevertheless, with his knowledge and experience, he had an easier time dealing with most emergency situations, unlike the other first-year residents and even the ER doctors here. He could determine a patient's illness, direct them to the appropriate department and even perform the basic treatment. The only thing he lacked was a good mentor and someone who could provide affirmation. So, are you planning to tail me? Asked Chief Gao. Chief Gao, have you considered wearing a webcam, and doing live streaming? Li Yun asked. Streamers are getting pretty popular, and I'm sure that with your charisma and experience, you will help out a lot of potential surgeons. Chief Gao thought Lu Chang, Mi Xian and Yang Kang were odd, but Li Yun was also a bit off sometimes. Ah, no. Chief Gao was about to say something, but his pager beeped, putting him on edge. Chapter 26 ER. Incoming, a family of 3, wife and son in stable condition, but the husband is unconscious. Visible head injury on the forehead. Nurse Yun, page the ACS and neurologist, Chief Gao commanded. Dr. Zhao, take care of the wife and son. I'll handle the husband. The ambulance arrived, and the ER kicked into gear. Li Yun watched the rhythm of the ER. A true ER doctor was like a conductor, leading and commanding the orchestra to perform. Once the orders were given, everyone in the ER followed Chief Gao's directives. Dr. Zhao inspected the son, and a resident interviewed the mother. The nurses prepared equipment and items for the doctors. Chief Gao himself took the lead to inspect the husband. Unfortunately, even with a great conductor, a piece couldn't be great with rude spectators who don't know how to appreciate music. There were many irritated patients waiting on the side. Most residents were too busy and tied up. Some patients had waited for a while without being seen, and seeing doctors rush to help others who had just arrived easily triggered them. It didn't matter that the man was unconscious, they were also injured. In the corner of the ER, a second-year medical resident was having a tough time with a man who complained about headaches and wanted morphine shots. "Mr. Chen, I can't prescribe you medicine until we confirm your illness," said Dr. Han. "What do you mean you can't? I have money, and I'm in pain. You mean I have to wait for your faulty results before I can feel better?" Mr. Chen was getting agitated. Dr. Han knew the man was going through withdrawal symptoms, but at the same time, it was difficult to tell that to his face. If the patients feel embarrassed or lose face, they would start to act out. Dr. Han didn't want to deal with him. He was close to calling security. "Mr. Chen, based on your medical history, I can prescribe you buprenorphine tablets," said Dr. Han. "Those tablets make me feel worse. Can't you see how much pain I am going through?" Dr. Han took a step back. Patients undergoing withdrawals were the worst type to deal with. He was so close to calling security. "Dr. Han, the test results are back, and it's very serious," Li Yun said as he approached Dr. Han. "I'll handle it from here." Dr. Han had no idea who Li Yun was, but his tag indicated that he was a resident. Dr. Han was relieved that he didn't have to talk to the rude patient and walked away. He wondered to himself how the new resident got the test results since the lab wasn't that efficient to provide rapid results. Dr. Han shrugged his tiredness and assisted with the next person waiting in line. Li Yun stared at Mr. Chen with pity in his eyes. Mr. Chen could see from Li Yun's dark eyes that the results were not good. "Mr. Chen, do you have a moment?" "Take a seat," asked Li Yun, speaking in a low tone. Li Yun slowly pulled Mr. Chen closer to the back where it was quiet and closed the curtains. Li Yun heavily sighed, and sat down across from Mr. Chen, looking at him thoughtfully. Mr. Chen felt a looming sense of doom. He had seen the looks of pity and ridicule from doctors before, but he had never seen anyone look at him with sympathy and regret. "Doctor, what's wrong with me?" Mr. Chen asked sincerely. The doctor avoided his gaze and looked at his side. Mr. Chen followed the line of sight to the side, where pamphlets for funeral homes were being displayed. Had the years of drug abuse finally caught up to him? Although he wanted more drugs, he also didn't want to die. Frightened by the thought of death, he begged. "Doctor! Doctor! Please save me!" Li Yun shook his head. "This is very serious. I don't know if any doctor in the world can save you. You must. I still have a wife and daughter. You have abandoned them for years, why are you thinking of them now? It can't be helped. They didn't understand that the pain in my head can only be cured with opioids. Who was it that prescribed it first? You doctors. You are the source of the pain, so you must help fix it." As Mr. Chen was becoming more agitated, Li Yun looked calmly into his eyes. "Mr. Chen, I believe you know far better than any doctor the source of your pain," Li Yun explained softly. "You also know the way to cure yourself, but rather than follow through with it, you continue to follow this path. You are choosing to punish the hospital for causing you to become like this, but if you were to go back to that time, would you be able to tell the hospital not to prescribe you morphine in the first place?" Mr. Chen saw himself reflected into Li Yun's eyes and thought back to his accident. He was a normal salaryman driving home from work. Unexpectedly, a deer jumped in front. He steered quickly to avoid a collision but crashed into the light pole. After his accident, he was in tremendous pain, even more so than what he was feeling now. The doctor had prescribed morphine at that time. If he had gone back in time, he would not have refused it. The path you should have taken is to face your wife and daughter. You feared their disappointment and pity. However, if you don't face them now, you may never see them again. Doctor, what should I do? Call your wife and daughter to assist you through this, said Li Yun. I can have the nurse call them to pick you up. Come back in a week. Hopefully, I will be able to get other experts to help you through this. Your situation is bad, but it isn't urgent. Mr. Chen nodded in agreement, and Li Yun asked Nurse Yun to assist him with the release paperwork. Dr. Li, are you sure that is the ethical thing to do? Asked Nurse Yun. We don't have the blood test back yet, so we don't know what condition he's in. What do you mean? Asked Li Yun. Nurse Yun raised her eyebrow. Mr. Chen thinks he is dying, she replied. I never said he is dying, said Li Yun. Oh. The power of subliminal messaging was sometimes more powerful than direct words. Li Yun only had to act as though Mr. Chen was dying, and manipulated where his thought process would take him. I only said it was serious. Serious? Addiction is a very serious illness. I see. What should we do when he returns next week? I don't think he will need our help next week. But if he does, can you find me a good hypnotherapist? Addiction, like many mental illnesses, could not be cured easily. The first and always the most difficult step was to admit that there was a problem. Mr. Chen had already taken the most difficult step, and the rest was dependent on himself and his family's support. Li Yun didn't believe that medicine could help change a person's mentality and that only people could change and cure themselves. Chapter 27 Radiation. After dealing with Mr. Chen, Li Yun looked for Chief Gao, who had just finished stabilizing the husband, and was talking to the neurosurgeon. The neurosurgeon was discussing his plan with Chief Gao. Since Chief Gao had already inserted intracranial pressure, ICP, monitoring, the neurosurgeon suggested that they waited. Craniotomy wasn't a simple procedure. While listening in, Li Yun overheard a distressed voice from another corner, and turned to a conversation nearby. Dr. Zhao was talking to the mother about getting a CT scan. It was a regular procedure for all patients coming in after a car accident. The mother kept on refusing and shaking her head. Her hands were shivering as she held on to her 4-year-old son. Li Yun watched the movement of their lips. Ms. Lu, we recommend that you get a CT scan with your son, said Dr. Zhao. I know some people feel claustrophobic, but it will only take a minute. I am fine, Ms. Lu explained. My son can get the scan, but I'm feeling perfectly fine. There's no pain anywhere. I barely felt the impact. I just want to be by my husband's side when the operation begins. Dr. Zhao helplessly nodded, but requested that she sign a form to turn down taking the CT scan. Dr. Zhao asked the nurse to help her fill out the paperwork and then walked out for a smoke break. The nurse was in the middle of giving another doctor a medical kit, so Li Yun asked if he could assist. The nurse nodded and thanked him for the assistance. She already had too much work on her plate. Ms. Lu, do you want me to carry little Yanni? Li Yun asked. Ah, but he's usually scared of strangers, replied Ms. Lu, but she was surprised when little Yanni agreed to Li Yun's piggyback ride. Li Yun offered his back to the little boy, and little Yanni climbed aboard. I have extra charm points, and it works on kids, Li Yun explained. Oh, Ms. Lu chuckled. They walked toward the radiology room. Li Yun had never been there, but he had the hospital floor plan memorized, so it wasn't too difficult. The worst thing to show in front of the patients were showing signs of being lost, and a lack of confidence. Is this little Yanni's first time doing a CT scan? Li Yun asked. Little Yanni nodded. Oh, so you're going to have a pretty cool experience, Li Yun explained. Do you like the tunnel slides in the playground? Little Yanni nodded. It's super fun. I can't say the CT will be super fun, but it feels super cool, like being on a spaceship. When little Yanni heard that, he felt excited. He always wanted to be on a spaceship. All right, when we get in the room, Li Yun lowered himself down and allowed little Yanni to get off his back. The technician will help you in the pod and then secure you with seatbelts. All right. Once they got to the room, Technician Wu greeted Li Yun. Oh, hey new resident, you're working fast. Technician Wu commented. Technician Wu was tall, skinny, and had thick-framed glasses. Other than being chatty, and quite friendly to everyone, Li Yun thought it was because he was usually bored with work. Technician Wu took little Yanni to the CT machine while Li Yun waited with Ms. Lu in the adjacent room. Ms. Lu, are you and your husband having difficulty conceiving a second child? Li Yun asked. Ms. Lu nodded, but was surprised he knew, but since he was a doctor, it may be something they recognized. I am already over 40, but we really want a second child, she looked lovingly at little Yanni. Little Yanni is quite shy, so we wanted to give him another sibling to play with. After we heard that restrictions were lifted, we tried to conceive for a year. I'm afraid the skin will affect my egg count. You have some medical knowledge, are you a clerk at a clinic? Ms. Lu nodded. I work in a small clinic as the receptionist. I know your concern, but I am all right. Ms. Lu, can I feel your pulse for a moment? Sensing Li Yun's sincerely, Ms. Lu lifted her right hand and held it up to Li Yun. Li Yun inspected the pulse. Her pulse was sporadic and the pattern was similar to patients with internal bleeding he had encountered during his internship. Ms. Lu, I am not trying to frighten you, but there are 85% chances you have internal bleeding in your chest. Ms. Lu slowly placed her hands back on her lap. Her breathing was abnormal and her body was slumped, but she was still hesitant. You're already showing signs, Li Yun continued to persuade her. Some people may mentally block out their pain. You're trying to look strong for your son, but you should take care of yourself first. Ms. Lu clenched her forefinger and thumb together, and then bit her nails. You may not feel it now, but in a week, your condition will get worse. Although the CT scan may affect your egg count, it is very slight. The trade-off is better than little Yanni going through another ordeal of having another parent in a serious operation. Li Yun had described her worries, and having him say it out loud made her realize that her once rational decision may not be the best for her son. She was beginning to reconsider her options. Medicine is getting more advanced, conceiving in the 50s is possible now, but if you undergo a serious operation, it will be 10 times worse. Technician Wu signaled that everything was clear, and began to release little Yanni. Little Yanni is done, do you want to head in next? Li Yun asked. Ms. Lu, although a bit reluctant, nodded. After the procedure, Li Yun returned to the ER and the nurse escorted Ms. Lu and little Yanni to the OR to wait for her husband. The hospital was quite efficient. Within 30 minutes, Dr. Zhao received the CT scan report, and immediately informed Ms. Lu that she had a pulmonary hemorrhage. After hearing her options, she chose to undergo bronchial artery embolization, B, the following afternoon. Although there was more exposure to radiation, she did not want open surgery in the future. After midnight, Chief Gao returned to the ER. He had finished surgery on the husband, Gu Fuxian, and moved him to the ICU. Although the surgery was successful, the husband needed to stay a few days in the hospital. Chief Gao wanted to complete some paperwork before retiring for the night. He was surprised to see that Li Yun was still in the ER and that it was relatively quiet. He read the chart, and it seemed that Li Yun had been taking care of the patients who needed stitches and debridement. Chief Gao handed to Nurse Yun the last remaining paperwork. The kid getting a hang of the ER? Asked Chief Gao. Surprisingly well, Nurse Yun responded. He's a bit unorthodox, but still following protocol. I don't think I've seen a resident this good on the first day in the ER. Is he going to be a pain in the ass to work with? Probably. Chief Gao nodded and then walked to his office. Li Yun finished the day around 2 a.m. He looked through his phone before heading to bed. Nalai, can we talk? Chapter 28 Empathy. Since working in the ER, Li Yun had more opportunities to gain action points by helping out the patients who needed debridement and stitches. He did not have to rely on reading textbooks. Every 10 patients he helped out equal to 1 action point which he could complete in a day. In comparison, reading 10 textbooks, although faster than before, still took around 10 days. Li Yun also reduced the amount of time he would use Zhuoang. Despite it being useful, it was not as useful as being in the actual emergency room. Zhuoang also drained a lot of his energy, and he didn't want to spend his residency like his college and intern days where he looked like a zombie. Working the ER was like a vacation. He barely felt any fatigue. Li Yun used Zhuoang on new technology and surgical techniques as they were not readily available or taught at Qinbei Hospital. 2 weeks into the residency, most of the residents rotated into the ER. Besides the general surgery department, the residents were regularly assigned to the ER. In the large open lobby of the ER, An Luchang followed Dr. Zhao to assist with a patient. He had been in the ER for 2 weeks, and was getting used to helping patients with minor problems. Unfortunately, due to him looking young, he was unable to treat any patients alone. They wouldn't let him perform a basic physical. Zhou Meixian also had the same problem, on top of being a woman. Since a lot of people came to the ER for problems like colds and headaches, most residents handled patients who did not have a true medical emergency. As An Luchang and Dr. Zhao spoke to the patient with chronic migraine, they overheard an elderly woman talking to Meixian. Although her words were kind, there was a tinge of smugness and prejudice. "Look, young lady, I am not looking down on you because you are young or a woman," explained an elderly woman to Meixian. "It's because I have a very complex illness." The old lady took the time to stress the word complex. Meixian rolled her eyes, but the lady missed the expression as she continued to explain her illness. "This illness is not something even a typical doctor can handle," the woman elaborated as her hands waved in an eloquent manner to call attention to herself. "You look like my granddaughter, so it feels weird to have you check up on me. Do you have a senior attending doctor available? Look, you have type 2 diabetes, why are you making it out like some rare disease?" Meixian bluntly said to the woman. The elderly woman's eyes and mouth widened in shock. Li Yun and Chief Gao were just passing by, but they couldn't believe Zhou Meixian had said that out loud. If An Luchang was withdrawn and the antisocial type, Meixian was quiet and blunt. When she speaks, she always manages to offend someone. "Dr. Zhou, do you have a moment?" asked Chief Gao. Zhou Meixian nodded. Li Yun placed himself in front of the elderly woman before the woman could scold Meixian. "Hello madam, I'm Dr. Li," he introduced himself. He quickly scanned her chart. "So you experienced blurred vision after your shower?" "Ah, yes doctor," the elderly woman replied sweetly. Li Yun inspected her eyes. "You have a lovely shade of amber," he commented. She naturally smiled, thinking that she was blessed to have a handsome doctor look after her. "May I have your hand?" asked Li Yun. The elderly woman gave him her hand, and he placed 2 fingers on her wrist. "Do you live alone?" he asked. The elderly woman looked a bit sad and nodded. Society had become more modern, but the virtues of taking care of the elders had declined. Many middle-aged people were less willing to take care of their elderly parents. Li Yun rested her hand down on her lap and patted her hand. "That is a bit dangerous for you to be alone," said Li Yun. "You have been here for some time, I'm going to get you some water." Li Yun quickly looked for a nurse and asked her to look up something for him. He then returned to the elderly lady with some water. "Ms. Qing." Li Yun handed the elderly woman a cup of water. "Thank you, young man." Do you happen to have a girlfriend? I do. An obvious lie, even the best lie detector would not detect it. But he did have a girlfriend before last week, he reasoned with himself as he put on a front. Ah, figured that a young man like you would have someone. My granddaughter just started working as a consultant for this large company. I worry that she's always too busy to visit me. Li Yun watched her eyes carefully as she continued talking about her family. The nurse handed him a slip, and Li Yun patiently waited for Ms. Qing to end her story. I am going to prescribe you medicine to help with your eyes. I also want you to call this number at least every week, and talk to the person. It's just to make sure that you don't encounter any accidents, but you can chat with the person about anything, they are usually very supportive. The elderly woman nodded and chatted with the nurse after Li Yun left. Li Yun handed the nurse the instructions for vitamin A pills, and the diagnosis was mild depression. Empty nester syndrome for the elderly could be dangerous. The best cure was to have family and friends around. Unfortunately, the elderly woman also had a mild case of narcissism and was likely not close to her family or friends. The only thing he could suggest was a depression hotline. After the SARS epidemic, the government had set up hotlines to help people with depression. Mi Xian, I heard Chief Gao gave you probation, are you okay? Asked Yang Kong during their lunch break. Mi Xian nodded. Oh, my poor baby. It's not your fault. There is so much discrimination in the hospital. Why is it that patients are allowed to be assholes? Why can't we retaliate? Oh, enough with your drama. Wei Jing said as he ate his food from the nearby table, but he was already tired from his shift. He wanted to eat in peace. You're not a woman, you would not know. Yang Kong barked back. You're not one either. One of the patients asked me if I'm lost or if my parents are around, a baby-faced resident chimed in as he sighed and drank milk. Everyone in the cafeteria broke out laughing. Ah, that's not too bad, said a second-year resident. It's better than actually seeing patients sometimes. Wei Jing was attacked by a patient today. Don't remind me. Wei Jing's ears were still ringing from the attack. The old man attacked him for no reason. No wonder he's moody, Yang Kong commented. Wei Jing threw his spoon down. He didn't want to eat and returned to the resident quarter. Inside the resident quarter, Li Yun sat on the couch and noticed his phone going off. Ersin at Li Yun, Bai Bei told me when Nalai will go home to become a university professor in the States, did you hear about that? Sukzu, what? Is she leaving for good? What about Li Yun? Jude, just when I was starting to like her. Sukzu, it's obviously at Li Yun's fault. Jude, how is it his fault? Sukzu, it's common sense that when a girl breaks it off, it's the guy's fault. Ersin, whose side are you on? Sukzu, obviously Li Yun, but it's still obviously Li Yun's fault. Not the first time he ignored his girlfriend. Jude, why are we friends with you again? Sukzu, the amount of B I had to clean up in high school and then college because of you all. At Mullion agrees. Fatty at Li Yun. Come hang out with us. Bulletin Tao, working long hours isn't good. At Li Yun, join me at the Yide City office. Ersin, no one wants to work for Yide City. Li Yun, Nalai and I broke up a month ago, and we both thought it was for the best to remain as friends. Sukzu, I swear, you copy and paste this message after every breakup. Jude, last month. Why are we the last to know? I hate it when things happen off-screen. Sukzu, yeah, you can't blame us for lacking empathy. Li Yun ignored them, muted his phone, and took a nap on the couch. Chapter 29 Nian. Breakups were normal in life. Li Yun remembered being enamored by his first girlfriend in high school. He was a bit clueless about how to deal with girls, so he used Bufu as a benchmark for how to handle them. Probably not a good idea thinking back, but Bufu was truly a romantic. He regularly showered his girlfriends with flowers and gifts. As Li Yu's face reading ability improved, he gained a better understanding of people's intentions. His girlfriend thought he was the bad boy type, always hanging out with a bunch of delinquents. After they got together, she quickly realized that what she wanted was different from what she got. His novelty wore off. When they entered their senior high school, her friends convinced her that she needed someone with a better future, and they naturally broke up. Was Li Yun upset at the time? Not really, he had seen it coming. Did Li Yun know that when Nalai was going to break up with him? He knew that was an inevitable conclusion when she applied for a position in the States. I'm totally exhausted, Li Jing dropped his body onto the couch. Hey, my leg! Li Yun yelled out. Li Jing quickly jumped up, holding onto his head and panicking. He was not aware that Li Yun was resting on the couch. Ah, sorry. Are you really that tired that you didn't even see me? Li Yun scowled. Li Yun looked at Li Jing's face, and noticed that something was off. Hey, Li Jing, go get a CT scan. Why? Did a patient attack you today? Oh yeah, you heard about that too? Some crazy guy whacked me with his crutches. But I'm fine now. Are you sure? You feel like you are losing focus, and there's this warped sensation in your head. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit depressed, but I'm feeling fine. You're only feeling fine because you took some pain reliever. You could have some minor concussion. It's not bad now, but if you don't deal with it now, you might have difficulty in the future. Li Jing was a bit frightened. He was a doctor himself, so he understood what Li Yun was implying. Untreated concussions could lead to chronic headaches. He called the radiology office and requested a CT scan for himself. Hey, you're a first-year resident in the ACS program, asked Technician Wu in the adjacent room. Dr. Wu had seen his ID badge, so his real question was something else. Yeah, what about it? Li Jing asked while laying down, and preparing for the machine to operate. When Director Hong recruited Chief Zhang, we all thought he was a monster. Then Dr. Zhang recruited 2 deputy chiefs for the ACS unit, and they were even bigger monsters. Chief Gao is like a commanding bull in the ER while Chief Lim is like a machine in surgery. But I have to say, this year new recruits are pretty impressive. Li Jing got through the scan, and Technician Wu released all the straps. Li Jing thought he himself was pretty impressive, he always had good grades and performances. However, there really were monsters in the ACS unit. Who did the rotation in radiology? Li Jing wondered. Zhou Mixian and Ye Shan. Li Jing thought everyone in ACS was pretty impressive. Despite being considered the leftovers, the new residents of ACS stood out from the rest. One of the main reasons was because they all knew their roles. Yang Kong preferred post-OP care and stayed in the ICU most of the time, learning about pain management and internal medicine. Kui Mao, Ye Shan, and Tan Catoran were like Li Jing, they were above average in everything. It did not sound that impressive, but this was an important quality to have in ACS. They didn't need to specialize in everything, but they should know enough to make decisions in life-threatening situations. Mi Xian and Liu Chang both had high technical abilities and book smarts. When it came to using laparoscopes, surgical tools, and robotics, they were the most receptive and quick to learn in simulations. Oh, then you haven't had Liu Chang or Li Yun yet. They haven't rotated into the department yet, but I have seen them around, said Technician Wu. We call Liu Chang the baby monster and Mi Xian the ice monster. Guess what everyone calls Li Yun? Li Jing had no idea. The Nian. Why Nian? Because of how crazy annoying he is, said Technician Wu. I haven't seen it personally, but I have heard other staff and nurses talking about it. When he was on rotation with the attending surgeon Dr. Deng from the cardiothoracic department, he pointed out all the errors that happened during the surgery. It forced Dr. Deng to go back and fix the error. Everyone said Dr. Deng lost face because of it. Li Jing thought about the Nian, a giant demon known for causing panic, destruction, and fear. That sounds like him, said Wei Jing. What else did you hear? I heard something similar happened in the general surgery department with Dr. Chun. They were performing a simple laparoscopic cholecystectomy. Li Yun was only second assistant, but Dr. Chun decided to let him do surgery. Some of the nurses said Dr. Chun wanted to see him make mistakes, but he completed the surgery without any further complications. Oh, I was in the theater at the time, said Wei Jing. Nian. Chapter 31 Open Surgery. Wei Jing retold the incident to technician Wu. It was the first time Li Yun assisted as second assistant in the general surgery department. At the time, a middle-aged woman was scheduled for a simple laparoscopic cholecystectomy in the morning. Dr. Chun, a senior attending, was in charge of the operation. He mainly worked in the administrative building with supervisory duties over the financial administrators, but every once in a while, he would take on simple cases. It was the woman's first surgery, and her history was uncomplicated. Can everyone see here? Asked Dr. Chun, showing a group of residents the ultrasound screen while they waited for the anesthesia to kick in. From the ultrasound, you can see that the wall thickness is around 3 mm, the size is around 8 mm, and the common bile duct diameter is 4 mm. This shows that the patient is a perfect candidate for an elective laparoscopic cholecystectomy. The senior nurse and anesthesiologist standing nearby both rolled their eyes. Dr. Chun sounded like he knew what he was saying, but the report was already written by a sonographer. Dr. Chun, I recommend an open cholecystectomy, Li Yun suggested. His sudden comment prompted everyone to turn their heads in his direction. Is this kid crazy? They all thought. Dr. Chun stared sharply at Li Yun. Almost every single attending surgeon hated to be contradicted by residents, especially someone who valued face like Dr. Chun. Student Li, how did you come up with that conclusion? Asked Dr. Chun, with his voice turning nasally to suppress his rising anger. An open surgery is unnecessary and creates an added risk for the patient. There's a high chance that there is a low CVS. If an experienced surgeon was handling the case, it would be fine. But for someone of your caliber, I recommend an open cholecystectomy, Li Yun said without much reservation. The comment infuriated Dr. Chun, but he continued to hold back. He had to display his superior patience as the senior attending. In over 95% of the cases, it was better to perform laparoscopic cholecystectomy. If there were complications, conversion to open cholecystectomy wasn't too late. If Student Li is confident, why don't you chip in as the second assistant? Dr. Chun asked in a condescending tone. It was unheard of for a first-year resident to work as a second assistant, but Dr. Chun wanted to see Li Yun embarrass himself in front of everyone. Li Yun scrubbed in quickly and Dr. Chun began the operation with a simple incision. Dr. Chun narrated his actions to the group of residents. If you're wondering what a CVS is, I will explain it as the laparoscope is placed. Dr. Chun had his first assistant move the laparoscope deeper into the small incision. The camera view moved closer to the location of the gallbladder. Critical view of safety is a method to identify the bile duct and cystic artery and duct. Once the first camera was held in place by the first assistant, Dr. Chun moved the second trocar with a camera. This right here is the bile duct, said Dr. Chun pointing. You want to avoid injuring this during surgery. Are you sure about that? Li Yun asked as he raised his brow. Did this guy even know that the patient had a bacteria infection recently, and the topography had changed? At Li Yun's questioning, Dr. Chun paused. He re-examined the screen. It was different from the report and what he was told by the senior radiologist Dr. Shang. He thought it was a simple operation, but he could barely tell the bile duct and cystic artery apart. The cursed brat! Dr. Chun thought as his hands froze in place. He didn't know how to proceed. His face above his mask was visibly red and he wanted a veil to shield himself. He shook himself to snap out of his depressed state and quickly formulated a plan. If the surgery continued, there was a good chance of damaging the bile duct and causing major complications afterward. Dr. Chun could convert the surgery from a laparoscopic to an open cholecystectomy, but he wasn't too experienced with open cholecystectomy. Since the early 90s, there had been a major shift from open surgery to laparoscopic surgery. For a doctor who was more interested in hospital politics than surgical skill, he had not done an open surgery in years. Dr. Chun finally looked to Li Yun, and a smile slowly crept from underneath his mask. Dr. Li, since you have suggested this, why don't you give it a try as I supervise? He was hoping to pin any errors on him. Li Yun took a deep breath. He had used Zhuoang on a lot of open cholecystectomies, but he wasn't confident to perform it. If Dr. Gao was supervising, he would at least feel more confident, not the egomaniac Dr. Chun and his resident in the room. After a brief moment, Li Yun nodded. It was better that he performed the operation on the patient. Luckily, the senior nurse appeared unfazed, meaning she had a lot of experience. He turned to look at him, and a slight nod from her reassured him that she would assist him throughout the process. As Li Yun continued with the operation, everyone in the room was surprised. Li Yun was much better than anyone had anticipated. In the end, Li Yun performed without any mistakes and even stitched up at the end. The event not only pissed Dr. Chun, but the senior radiologist who made the report, Dr. Shang. Do you think he intentionally pissed them off? Asked Technician Wu after hearing the story. Wei Jing thought about it. He didn't know Li Yun too well, but he did have an uncanny ability to read people. So you're saying he intentionally pissed them off to perform surgery? Asked Wei Jing. If Wei Jing attempted to do something like that, he wasn't sure what the outcome would be. Why wasn't Li Yun afraid of getting fired? How was he so sure that Dr. Chun would place him as second assistant? You're new, so you may not know about Dr. Chun, but he's known to harass residents during surgery all the time, said Technician Wu. It's bad practice, but management mostly ignores it since they think it's just part training. Pimping in medical schools and residency were common. However, there was a line that many attending crossed over. Once the line was crossed, it was considered harassment. Oh, wow, Wei Jing was half convinced that it was planned. Not only that, Dr. Shang also started recommending Li Yun as an assistant in interventional surgery. Technician Wu had heard all the gossips from the radiology department. It surprised everyone that Li Yun agreed. Not a lot of doctors want to be constantly exposed to radiation. Afterward, doctors from the vascular surgical department also requested Li Yun's assistance since they were short of qualified surgeons. Wei Jing was halfway into joining Li Yun's Fang Club. During the next few weeks, Li Yun was able to perform more surgery. Although he was not the main surgeon, he had enough involvement to gain experiences and action points. Li Yun already knew enough to perform cholecystectomy and appendectomy in his sleep, but to actually perform it on a person felt different. Performing in person made him recognize that every living person was unique. It was these crucial points that separate great surgeons from the average surgeons. For every general surgery Li Yun had performed, he had performed twice as many interventional surgeries. Interventional surgery was more common as it was less invasive, but most doctors would reconsider due to the risks. Orthopedic surgeons and surgeons who regularly worked with radiation have higher risks of cancer. Li Yun would be lying if he said he wasn't concerned about radiation exposure. Albeit, if they followed proper protocol, the risks would be minimized. Li Yun didn't think he was a stickler for rules and protocols, but they were important for his own safety. People who regularly broke protocol didn't think about the long-term consequences, and only wanted to get things done fast and easily. Following protocols were also important for the patient's recovery. Whenever Li Yun watched others perform surgeries, he bluntly pointed out their errors. It didn't matter that he pissed off the surgeons or if the others called him a neon, he would rather see an operation that benefited the patients. As many surgeons didn't want to be criticized by their own students, they made Li Yun perform surgery with them, giving him more opportunities to harvest action points. Chapter 31 Evaluation. On the 12th week of residency, the chiefs reviewed the quarterly performances of the residents. Most of the comments and performance evaluations were made by the head nurses and attending doctors from each department. Unsurprisingly, Li Yun had the lowest assessment from the doctors and surgeons, but higher assessment from the nurses. The ACS chiefs knew from experiences that nurses were more reliable in their assessments than doctors. Doctors graded the residents based on how much they like the resident, and nurses graded doctors on how well they can work with patients. "I'm surprised Dr. Zhao gave him a high evaluation," commented Chief Lim. The grumpy man never praised any residents before. "It's a C, but still better than most. It's because he gets more time to sleep with little Yun working," said Chief Gao. "Little Yun?" Chief Lim raised her right eyebrow while looking at Chief Gao from across the meeting room table. "I thought you hated the kid." "I hate him more now than ever before," Chief Gao commented. Having spent most of the night shifts with Li Yun, he had a good general idea of Li Yun's personality and work ethic. The guy was really committed to helping as many patients as possible, but it bothered him how easy things came. Li Yun. The guy was just too good for a first-year resident. Chief Gao had seen geniuses before, but they all seemed to have traumatic pasts that pushed them to grow up quickly and the type who couldn't deal with patients well. According to the nurses, Li Yun didn't suffer from any particular personality problem with the patients and was talkative and friendly to everyone. He had problems with some of the senior doctors, but Chief Gao himself had issues with most of them and he got a kick from hearing about Li Yun chewing them out. Chief Gao was admittedly a workaholic as it was a way to avoid the loneliness of an empty home. To see someone like Li Yun, who had everything going for him, worked just as hard made him envious. Although his hate was genuine, he couldn't help but like him as well. "Enough about that brat," Chief Gao said as he passed Chief Lim 2 other reports. "But we have to talk about An Luchang and Mi Xian. Both performed excellently in classroom settings, obeyed orders well, and could make great technical surgeons." "You're still worried about their low EQ?" asked Chief Lim. "For surgeons, having emotional intelligence isn't as important as primary care doctors, but having some form of empathy will help patient recovery," said Chief Gao. "I didn't want them in the program before, and after this year, it's likely I will recommend them to a different program." "Aren't you being a little too harsh?" asked Chief Lim. "Their withdrawn personality is likely due to them constantly being frowned upon because of their strangeness and gender." "I know, but they are training to be surgeons who will be dealing with extremely stressful situations," Chief Gao replied. "We don't need surgeons who will have mental breakdowns. This is dangerous for patients." Chief Lim sighed. An Luchang was quiet, but his awkwardness made the patients feel awkward as well. Mi Xian was even worse as she was the confrontational type. "It is a concern, but it is also too early to tell," Chief Zhang remarked at the head of the table. "How about we let Dr. Li handle them?" asked Chief Lim. Chief Gao gave Chief Lim a look of disbelief. "You're not serious?" The residents addressed Dr. Li as their boss. "I'm sure it's easier for them to help themselves. We are in charge of training them to be qualified surgeons, but we are too old to understand how their generation thinks." "You're old. I'll let you know I'm a cool dad." "Really?" Chief Lim snorted. "Just because you follow C-pop doesn't make you a cool dad. Little Anna probably pretends you're a stranger. Anyway, I'll speak with little Yun later. This will probably distract him from causing more chaos around the hospital." "Oh? How so?" "Can't be nothing more chaotic than Dr. Chun's arrest." Chief Lim watched Chief Gao's face hinting at something. "You think Dr. Li had something to do with Dr. Chun's arrest?" "Just a guess." "Interesting. Oh ho ho, it's too bad I'm stuck with all these management meetings," complained Chief Zhang. "I really want to see how good this kid is up close. I have watched some of the recordings. Although I can't say he is a great surgeon, he knows what he's doing, and can handle the pressure well. If you tell me he's a first-year resident, I would not have believed it. Yet, from a purely technical aspect, both Mi Xian and An Luchang performed better during simulation, Chief Lim assessed. However, in actual surgeries, Li Yun typically performs better, and it has more to do with him knowing how to handle real patients and make decisions under stress. This is not something that can be taught. Chief Lim, wanna switch places? Chief Zhang pleaded. He was always stuck doing administrative work as the department head. No. That's cold, you didn't stop to think, Chief Zhang sighed. But it is a necessary evil. I was able to convince management to approve of the ACS leading the ed. Chief Luo will be retiring soon, I will take over his position. Everyone nodded. The reason why there were 2 deputy chiefs was for this particular reason. Director Hong had promised to have ACS take over the emergency department once Chief Luo retired. Chief Luo was already in a semi-retirement state and was coasting on his remaining vacation days. The final approval process will be during the next staff meeting, Chief Zhang declared. It would be good to have our own space instead of sharing with the general surgery department, said Chief Lim. Elsewhere in the cybernet, everyone was busy being nosy. Fatty Fang, engagement party in a week. Sukzu, do you want me to rent up the entire karaoke? Jude, don't flaunt your wealth, you idiot. Just a seating area. Bufu at Mulian. Need me to help with the planning? Mulian, shakes head emoji. Fatty Fang at Dayun, you better go. Li Yun closed the app as a message popped up to remind him of his evaluation meeting with Chief Gao. The residence quarter was closed and Li Yun timed it to arrive exactly on time. After knocking on the door, Li Yun entered the office, sat down across from Chief Gao, and casually made himself at home. You cheeky punk, all the doctors are pissed off at you, Chief Gao threw Li Yun's report on the table. Li Yun glanced through the report and rolled his eyes. How's Mr. Gu recovering? Li Yun asked. Mr. Gu was the husband from the car accident. Recovering well, replied Chief Gao. His last checkup was a few days ago. We shouldn't need another checkup for a few months. His wife is also doing well. Li Yun nodded. The police arrested Dr. Chun the other day, Chief Gao continued. What does that have to do with me? So the anonymous tip wasn't you? Nope, not me. Chief Gao eyed Li Yun suspiciously. Thinking back, Dr. Chun looked unusually nervous during the last staff meeting. Chief Gao had wondered if something had happened since Li Yun was his assistant during an appendectomy. The nurse at the time was Nurse Lu, who was also Dr. Chun's wife. She resigned a day before Dr. Chun was arrested. Out of everyone in the hospital, Chief Gao hated Dr. Chun the most. While all the attendings were egoistical and flawed in some ways, they were mostly bearable. Dr. Chun was rumored to be lecherous, but no one had directly accused him of such acts. There were some years ago, but the accusation never formally took place. You haven't been here long, but you should know Nurse Lu is a good woman, Chief Gao said. She was the one that tipped off the police about his drug deals. The hospital didn't announce the reason that Dr. Chun was fired, but there was a small posting online from a local newspaper. Dr. Chun had been revising the purchase order and reselling drugs on the black market for a long time. Nurse Lu had kept track of the original receipts and purchase orders. It seemed that she always had the intention to expose him, but she was afraid to actually take the final step. Chief Gao shook his head. It's too bad that they can't charge him for his other crimes. Dr. Chun had likely used his position to abuse many people, but none of it was the cause of his downfall. There were things in society that didn't make sense. Rapists and murderers could easily find ways to avoid arrest, but it was usually tax evasion and money fraud that did them in. How did you manage to convince her? Chief Gao asked. I guilted her into it, Li Yun finally admitted. She's the type of woman who thinks of herself as a good person. She regularly goes to the temple and prays that her husband will improve, but never actually attempts to stop him. She had watched many women suffer, but convinced herself that there was nothing she could do or that the timing isn't right. After I made her realize how selfish she really is, she decided to come forward, but more to prove that I am wrong about her. So I do wonder, is she still considered a good person? Do you have a therapist? Yep, Li Yun replied. Somewhere in Kaishi Hai, Wu Bin sneezed. Dr. Gao, don't you have a bigger problem with Enlil Chang and Mi Xian? Li Yun asked. Dr. Gao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I would rather you handle these two than the attendings. The attendings aren't the best, but we are short-staffed. If you get rid of one attending, the next person that replaces them isn't going to be any better. Li Yun nodded. 2 weeks later, the hospital hired Dr. Chun v 2.0. He wasn't lecherous as Dr. Chun, but constantly touted his own horn to compensate for his lack of ability. At least he was too new in his position to cause harm to others. Chapter 32 Engagement Party. Li Yun took a day off to return home on the weekend and attended Fatty Fang and Mu Lian's engagement party. The first day was traditional and formal, attended only by their parents and close relatives, who occupied the majority of the apartment. The only other time Li Yun had seen the apartment decked out in red was during the New Year Spring Festival. The second day, in comparison, was much more chill, a simple karaoke party between friends at the local bar. How's life in Magic City? Asked Jude. He hadn't seen his sister in a while. Great, starting a small business with a friend, Sugzu replied. As the maid of honor, she has to return to help Mu Lian with some planning. But I'm also busy with my master's thesis, so I'll probably head out early. You have friends? Asked Bufu. Aside from Mu Lian, he didn't know if she could get along with another female. Female or male friend? I will have you know, I have a lot of female friends. Stop egging her, Li Yun nudged Bufu from the side. And how have you been? The usual, Bufu was busy troubleshooting a lot of his company's bugs and glitches. Just a lot of traveling to the headquarters. He doesn't hang out with us either, Ersin remarked and turned to Sugzu while passing along a portfolio. Senior Sugzu, I will be graduating this year. Please hire me when I graduate. Sugzu chuckled as she took the portfolio. The business in Magic City was new, so she couldn't guarantee Ersin a job. You kids sure are growing up fast, Bulletin Tao sighed, recognizing his own age. The discussion ended when everyone noticed Fatty and Mu Lian arriving to the karaoke room. Here to our two lovely friends. Bulletin Tao toasted first. Everyone toasted and drank. When it was time for Fatty Fang to sing, he did a long monologue over the track of Love Confession. By the end, he recited what he said to her when he asked her to marry him. Mu Lian, my lovely sweetie pie, Fatty Fang announced into the microphone. I never thought that my first girlfriend would also be my last for eternity. Thank you for picking me out of anyone else in this world. Fatty Fang approached Mu Lian and they kissed. Why am I feeling nauseous? Sugzu sneered as she drank a shot of tequila. I can't believe I returned here just for this. I think it's cute, said Jude, also taking a tequila shot. Those two lovebirds aren't going to stop, should we leave? Bufu asked after finishing his shot. Ersin and his girlfriend, Bai Bei didn't seem to mind. Okay, that's it for me, Sugzu said as she prepared to leave. Congratulations little Lian, and Fatty too. Fatty Fang let go of Mu Lian and smiled happily while Mu Lian hugged Sugzu before she left. Shortly after a round of hugs, everyone started drinking and singing again. Unsurprisingly, Bulletin Tao was the first to be knocked out after a couple of drinks. His wife Ting Ting had to drag him back to their car. He was kicking and complaining about leaving early, but everyone knew he was pretending to escape the party and pick up his daughter from his in-law. Later in the night, only Bufu and Jude remained with Li Yun. The three of them had the best alcohol tolerance. Bufu, feeling tired of karaoke, jumped over to Li Yun, wrapped his arm around his shoulder, and then dragged Jude outside to the bar area. Help me find someone, said Bufu. And then you should find someone to have fun with. What happened to Xian? Asked Li Yun out of habit, but he already knew. Bufu was the passionate type of lover who fell in love quickly, but fell out of love just as fast. Broke up last week, replied Bufu. You should know by now, said Ju Di. He's worse than you when it comes to relationships. But at least my relationship lasted more than a month. Li Yun took his last sip of beer. Your 5 to 7 months relationship is just as bad as his 1-month relationship. At least with Bufu we could ignore them, but with you, we never know if we should ignore them or treat them as a sister-in-law. Jude got up from his seat. I'm going to sleep, you two have fun. Not going to stay? Bufu asked. Unlike you, I have a girlfriend. How does he have a girlfriend and I don't? Bufu complained. Maybe because you have more problems than him. Li Yun thought Bufu's handsomeness was the main source of his problem. After Jude left, Li Yun looked around the bar. It was always tricky to search for a girl suitable for Bufu. Based on Bufu's personality, it would be better to find him someone honest and bright. However, those types of women would be the worst after a breakup. The best bet would be a junior or senior college student with some experience, and who had already gone through enough breakup that another one wouldn't be a big deal. Why do I feel like a s-head every time I help you find a girlfriend? Li Yun asked. I thought you said women are resilient. Bufu coyly asked. Only a resilient woman can deal with you. How about those girls? From the group that just arrived, the girl with a black dress was the best choice for him. She wasn't the best looking, but had the brightest personality. Li Yun whispered to Bufu, who immediately got up. Bufu had a natural advantage when it came to finding a girl, and never needed a wingman like the others. Li Yun looked around the bar again. He wasn't sure if he wanted to find another girlfriend so soon. His breakup with Wen Nalai made him question whether his ability made relationships difficult. His eyes settled on a woman sitting at the bar. Her face was immaculately sculpted by makeup and framed by a short bob. Her body language exuded confidence. Unfortunately, she was talking to a man at the bar. They were talking business, but it was full of innuendos. The woman had a seductive look, and the man was completely smitten. It wasn't long before the man reached for her thigh and suggested they head to a hotel. The woman smiled. Mr. Chin, it is a wonderful opportunity to collaborate with your company, but your position is quite dependent on your wife's family. Although she still had a seductive look, her words were a bit sharp. You should be careful with what your secretary has hidden in her desk. Not the most flattering angles. The man frowned, but then turned angry. I would be careful if I were you, she waved her hand toward a corner. I heard they added more cameras to avoid lawsuits. Maybe you should do the same. The man got up quickly, fumbling his way out of the bar. She rolled her eyes, but then noticed that she was being watched. As she looked around, their eyes met. Her eyes looked curiously at him, but then turned flirty as she winked at him. She ordered a glass of wine from the bartender and then walked toward Li Yun. Hi, are you also alone? She asked. She had a bit of an accent, so it was likely that she was from aboard. Li Yun invited her to sit and they chatted for a bit. He learned that her name was Chu Ruxi. Are you here on business? Li Yun asked her. Did the suitcase give it away? Li Yun nodded. He would be stupid to say he was lip-reading and eavesdropping. Are you getting used to how business works here? Business dinners are a bit unusual, but I get free drinks, so I'm adjusting well. Are you in real estate? Wow, you would make a good detective. She leaned in a bit closer and batted her eyes. Since you're a doctor, it's probably a useful skill. Are you in Western medicine or TCM? Western medicine, he replied, but something else was on his mind. How long are you staying? Her eyes looked down at her phone. A few days. It's past midnight, I should head back. Do you need an escort back? He lent his hand to her as she got up from the couch. "No, I'll probably get a hotel room across the street." Her words didn't match her actions as her fingers seemed reluctant to let him go. "Should I walk you across?" It wasn't long before they headed toward a nearby hotel. The next morning, Li Yun woke up alone and contemplated on what had transpired. Li Yun cursed to himself as he rubbed his face and pushed his hair back. It bothered him that his reading on Churuxi was completely off. His only excuse was that he momentarily lost his ability to think when she drank the wine and fed it to him from her mouth. Li Yun cursed again. He dialed his phone to ask Buletin Tao to search for Churuxi. "So you want me to find a woman?" asked Buletin Tao. "Yes, she might have a record," Li Yun replied. "What sort of record?" "Most likely fraud and identity theft." "She didn't take anything from you?" "No, why? Oh, you sound more peeved than usual. What did she do?" "Old Buletin, stop being nosy." "Ah gee, you're upset? That's unusual." Li Yun sighed, he needed another drink. "I'll tell you later." "Okay, I will search in the database, but it's pretty limited. If she have traveled here a long time ago or if she's from another city, I may not be able to find her." "It's fine." Li Yun hung up the phone, put on his clothes, and left the hotel, cursing the entire way out. Chapter 33 ACS Unit. After being in the ACS for a few months, Li Yun had a good understanding of everyone in the department. Chief Lim along with the new attendings, Dr. Zhou and Dr. Mei, took the morning first shift. Chief Gao and Dr. Hao took the afternoon second shift, and everyone rotated for the third and weekend shifts. Chief Lim and Gao handled the complex surgeries while teaching the 20-plus residents. It was not an easy task. The first-year residents barely knew anything and the third-year residents could only handle the four most basic surgeries. For everything else, they still had to consult with the senior doctors. The residents were also divided into 3 shifts, which were rotated on a weekly basis. During the first shift, it was usual to see appendectomy, cholecystectomy, colectomy, and hernia repair. These were the type of surgeries residents must learn and will learn throughout their residency. For most surgeries, Dr. Zhou and Mei were the lead surgeons, taking a third-year resident as an assistant and whoever arrived first to the scene as second assistant. From the theatre, Chief Lim supervised the surgery while explaining the procedures to the residents. The second shifts were also similar to the morning shift, but twice as busy, and with more trauma and burn patients. Chief Guo specialized in trauma and burn care while Dr. Hao was a cardiovascular surgeon. With the schedule managed efficiently, the majority of the residents in ACS were able to gather surgical experiences. Even the first-year residents were given opportunities, who often rushed into the ER at the sound of their pager beeping. The second and third floor year residents chuckled when they watched the first year residents fight for an opportunity to perform surgery. They knew from the previous experiences that there will always be patients coming into the ER. And Lu Chang and Mi Xian were usually the first to arrive for the first shift. The doctors liked them as second assistants as they both seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of many surgeries. It was like having Sari and Eliza in the room. Li Yun read a lot, but his recall ability was much slower in comparison. If his memory palace of medical knowledge was located on a floor below, their medical knowledge was stored in front of them. There was no way he could compete. Nevertheless, Li Yun was learning quickly how to navigate the ER by watching Chief Gao. One late evening, the EMT rushed a patient in with multiple knife wounds. The accompanying nurses and doctors all held their stomachs tightly, pretending they hadn't seen a part of the patient's intestine partially exposed near the knife wound. It was not easy for anyone to deal with, even Chief Resident Han would step aside and call for Chief Gao. In the meanwhile, Li Yun was already stabilizing the patient. The sound of a heart monitoring device constantly beeping as the patient went into cardiac arrest was enough to send everyone on edge. Nurses and doctors screamed over each other for attention and to mask the fear that they might not save the patient. Everyone knew that person had 30 seconds left to live. Li Yun called the nurse to push the defibrillator as he performed CPR. Chief Gao arrived at the scene a moment later, and watched as Li Yun continued to resuscitate the patient. The machine gave out an eerie sound of death, but Chief Gao threw down a surgeon cap and took over with the defibrillators. "Clear!" Chief Gao called out. Everyone backed away. The electric shock from the metal plates flowed through the patient, but no response. "Clear!" Chief Gao called out again. Another round of shockwave flowed through, shaking the lifeless body, but still no response. After the third time, the heart machine bottomed out with a resolute and continuous beep. Chief Gao announced the time of death and walked back to his office. An audible click from his door echoed in the ER. It was not easy after that. A simple loss of life was enough to drain the morale of the entire department. Even Li Yun was shaken and took a short break to reset. There was a strange quiet atmosphere in the room. It wasn't the complete silence like the void in space, but the type of silence that amplified small sounds and whispers. Small chatter of the nurses discussing the patient's charts and tapping sound of an impatient patient could be heard, making everyone more annoyed than usual. Everyone continued to work as though nothing had happened, but they subconsciously whispered and lowered their voice. "Why is everyone whispering?" Chief Gao rushed out of the room. "Prepare the gurney, we have a patient coming in." The silence broke, and the ER erupted into another cycle of chaos. Chief Gao prepared new gloves and rushed out. As he passed by the waiting room, he noticed that it was unusually calm. He looked ahead, and saw 2 ambulances and cursed. "Why didn't the second ambulance call ahead?" Chief Gao cried out. "They had communication issues," responded Nurse Yun. "I've already contacted Dr. Hao to handle it." Chief Gao nodded and saw Li Yun nearby. "Little Li, you assist Dr. Hao," Chief Gao directed. Li Yun transferred the second patient onto the gurney and pushed it into the ER for the senior doctor to inspect the patient. The man had fallen from the 3rd floor while cleaning the windows. A tree had slightly broken the fall, but he was unconscious. The senior doctor ordered the CT scans after a quick physical. At that moment, the patient reacted violently and coughed up blood. He had regained consciousness, but was coughing uncontrollably. "He's going to choke on his own blood." Dr. Hao cried out from across the room. He immediately rushed toward the patient. Just as he was approaching, Li Yun held the patient's face toward the floor and slammed his hand repeatedly on the back. After 5 strong blows, the man coughed up another pool of blood onto the linoleum floor. Dr. Hao immediately cut away the shirt and exposed as much of the patient as possible to see any possible signs of injury. No visible signs of head injury, but a lot of bruising and potential internal bleeding. "We're going to need lots of blood transfusions. We better operate on him quickly," Dr. Hao directed the nurse to prepare the room, and then looked at Li Yun. "Ever done an open surgery?" Li Yun tilted his head ambiguously as he studied Dr. Hao for a moment. Dr. Hao was the first person Dr. Zhang hired who wasn't in the military. He specialized in cardiovascular surgery in a rural hospital in the south. He had a funny accent and had strong tobacco and musky smell. Most nurses stayed as far away from him as possible. However, the man was a very skilled surgeon. If there was a person Li Yun wanted to see in action, it was Dr. Hao. "So, you ready to operate?" Dr. Hao asked. Li Yun nodded in response to Dr. Hao's question. "All right, let's operate." Li Yun scrubbed in as assistants while Mi Xian scrubbed in as third as she was the first to arrive. In most instances, they would wait for someone more experienced to assist, but Dr. Hao decided to bring Li Yun along. Why? Because Li Yun lacked hesitations in his eyes. During surgery, Dr. Hao opened up the abdomen, removed the excess blood, and checked for the source of the bleeding. There were multiple organs affected, and Dr. Hao quickly sewed up one, while Li Yun used the suction and arterial forceps to control the bleeding. Dr. Hao typically had to instruct the residents what to do, but Li Yun simply knew the best way to assist the surgery. "Damn, this kid is good," Dr. Hao thought. Chapter 34 Illegal Operation? During a multi-system trauma, it was difficult to discern the correct order of operation and priority. Was it to save the heart life, the liver, kidneys, brain, or lungs? All of which were vital to human life, and no acute trauma cases were exactly the same. The standards for handling trauma patients were also different nationally due to the vast territory within China. How is he? Dr. Hao asked Li Yun after he had cleared out the blood from the patient's airway. Li Yun placed both hands over the patient's jaw and listened in on the airway. The patient's breathing was stronger and the chest was moving regularly. Airway is clear. Dr. Hao nodded. We'll operate now. With the patients stabilized, everyone prepared for surgery. Dr. Hao noticed a good amount of residents had arrived to the scene. What's the proper protocol for a patient with multiple trauma? Dr. Hao asked the resident standing nearby with a bandaging kit. March. Sir. Massive hemorrhage, airway, respiration, circulation, and hypothermia, the resident replied, who was likely a military graduate. Dr. Hao swore. We aren't on the battlefield. Dr. Hao didn't think the resident would answer March, but it was obvious from the type of residents Chief Gao and Zhang liked to hire. Most medical students would say ABD, airway with cervical spine control, breathing, circulation, disability arising from neurological damage, and exposure. An inexperienced doctor may forget ABD under immense stress, or they forget that the priorities were based on the time constraint of each situation. It was difficult for some residents to stabilize the breathing first when their first instinct was to control the bleeding. The nurses and technician finished the prep work and Dr. Hao entered the operating room after consulting with the other specialists. Li Yun followed along to assist with surgery. As Li Yun assisted, he waited for instructions on crucial steps, but followed his own path of things to ensure the patient's survival. He didn't need Dr. Hao to tell him to use the suction when it was obvious that the excess blood was blocking the surgical field or that a forceps was needed to stop the bleeding. The initial operation was completed after an hour in the OR. Dr. Hao examined the CT scans, making sure they didn't miss anything. The only thing they could do was send the patient into the ICU. So, how many surgeries have you performed? Asked Dr. Hao. As first assistant, asked Li Yun. This is my first time. I'll be damned, did you operate illegally before coming here? Li Yun stared awkwardly at Dr. Hao. He may have been a delinquent, but he had always considered himself an upright citizen that followed the law. He wasn't moonlighting as a triad surgeon. After performing several surgeries with Li Yun, Dr. Hao had a high evaluation of his skill level. It was as good or even better than the attending doctors. Trauma surgeries were complex, and required a lot of experience in various surgical specialties. One of the most important skills a surgeon could acquire during surgery was not dexterity or even a stable hand, but a stable mind. Without a stable mind, the most dexterous person could still make mistakes. Li Yun was unusually level-headed and calm. Although he wasn't able to make quick assessments, he was able to perform everything that Dr. Hao had instructed. After a few weeks, Li Yun could perform assessments without needing Dr. Hao's instructions. As the ER turned chaotic during the night, Dr. Hao would sign his name and leave Li Yun to lead the surgical operation with 2 other residents as he took care of other emergency cases. Was that the usual protocol? No, but Dr. Hao wasn't the type to care much about rules and regulations. Dr. Hao, you know that this is against our policy, Dr. Gao warned in his closed private office. Yeah, whatever, like you're the one to talk, said Dr. Hao. I know you gave the kid permission to perform your surgeries. Yes, but at least I was in the same room, I can't say that about you. What if the residents and nurses start talking? The residents won't talk, they are getting more opportunities to perform surgery, and do you honestly think they will talk about Dr. Li? Dr. Gao nodded. The residents were either scared of Li Yun or treated him like their boss. Heck, some of the doctors were afraid of him. Even if they don't say anything, the residents rotating from other departments will. And what can they do? Dr. Ha raised both his hands, showing his bravado. Complain to their chiefs? I want to see them try. You're not worried that they will cut your pay for not supervising a surgery? I'm in the same building, and I am watching from a video monitor. Who said I wasn't supervising? Are you going to tell me you're still stuck in the 20th century? Dr. Gao paused for a moment. Oh hot damn, you're right, there's nothing in the guideline that states you have to be in the same room, he just has to be supervised. You're brilliant, Dr. Hao. Oh ho ho ho. Thank you. Sometimes, being a triad surgeon back in the day really helped in hospital politics. Sitting in the back of the office, Dr. Lim rolled her eyes in annoyance just watching the two of them. However, she had to admit that Li Yun had abilities beyond his age. Everyone in the ER trusted Li Yun, whether it was in surgery or handling difficult patients. It had also led to many rumors. What did you hear about me? Asked Li Yun during a lunch break. Although Yang Kong was annoyingly talkative, he wasn't the vicious type. His gossip was a form of entertainment. You would not believe this, but some of the nurses and residents think you're a fortune teller, Yang Kong replied. Li Yun laughed. Really? I wish I had that ability. But seriously, I sometimes believe them, Yang Kong chimed in. Like, how do you know I'm from Changsha and that I like banana splits? I don't remember telling anyone about it. That's not even a difficult guess. Anyone with eyes can guess based on the type of food you bring in. And your eyes light up whenever the cafeteria has a banana split. How about the time the patient attacked me? Asked Wei Jing. A nurse said you never left the resident quarter, so you couldn't have known about it. There wasn't any visible marking, so how did you know? When I asked you to get up, your first reaction was to cover your head, said Li Yun. Something must have hit your head for that type of reaction. Since the ER is chaotic, I assumed it was likely a patient. You had signs of a concussion, so I recommended that you get checked. What about the elderly lady with depression? Mi Xian asked curiously. She came in again and apologized to me. How did you help her with depression so quickly? You barely talked to her. Face reading, Li Yun replied. Everyone looked curiously at Li Yun, they all thought face reading was a form of fortune-telling. Think of it more as an observational skill, Li Yun explained. Face reading can give you a general idea of a person's condition. In Ms. Qing's case, her previous physical and medical history confirmed the diagnosis. Since there were no physical signs of illness or complications, there was a high probability that this was a mental issue. She came in for the sole purpose of getting attention. Chapter 35 Classical Chinese Medicine. How can we learn face reading? An Lu Chang asked. He wasn't interested in much, but face reading seemed like a useful skill. From watching and interacting with people, Li Yun responded. When you carefully examine a person's face, it reveals a lot of information about their habits. A person who worries a lot will naturally have wrinkles on their forehead. People like that will usually have some sort of stress-related illness. So I can use face reading to assist with medical diagnosis rather than fortune-telling. You can say that, but I think you have the wrong conception about face reading, said Li Yun. Although I am expressing face reading in modern terms, to truly understand face reading, you will also need to understand the 5 elements and yin-yang. You sound like someone in TCM school, said Mi Xian with a bit of cynicism. I don't study TCM, but I do know a bit about classical Chinese medicine, which is a bit different from TCM, Li Yun replied. How is it different from TCM? Asked An Lu Chang, always ready to learn. TCM looks at Chinese medicine with a Western lens. This is a flawed approach. When you are using someone else's glasses to read a book, it will obviously make reading more difficult. So this is why you can't measure the effectiveness of TCM. The holistic and individualized approach doesn't perform well when people try to scale it up for clinical studies. But even if classical Chinese medicine uses the correct lens, it's out of date, said Mi Xian. You can't read with an out-of-date prescription. That is where you are mistaken, said Li Yun. Classical Chinese medicine doesn't need to use glasses at all. It has the ability to use the natural eye, ears, noses, and senses to see a person's underlying condition. Is that why you do pulse reading instead of using the stethoscope? Asked Wei Jing. It's a pain to carry a stethoscope around, Li Yun replied, but he was also trying to understand the concept of meridian by pulse reading. If you're talking about pulse palpation and tongue diagnosis, it's not so much different from modern diagnosis, said Mi Xian. However, without proper tools, human senses are full of follies. To excel would require decades of training. Like the argument between human drivers and AI drivers. Sadly, you're right, said Li Yun. Classical Chinese medicine requires years of training to master and relies heavily on the person's ability. Not too many people have the passion and dedication to become a truly good CCM practitioner. Modern medicine could be taught and applied more easily with the assistance of technology. However, the downside is that modern medicine has too many branches and even the most brilliant doctor could not grasp all the fundamentals of the body. That's why the key to Western medicine is teamwork. However, teamwork involves human interrelationships, which adds another layer of complexity. In contrast, a great master of Chinese medicine does have that ability to treat the entire body themselves. So which is better? That is not to say one is better than the other. Both CCM and modern medicine are two distinct approaches that require lifelong training. It doesn't hurt to understand a bit of both. I'm still not convinced that even CCM has any merit, Mi Xian remarked. 5 elements and yin-yang sounds like a lot of nonsense. Just as an example, let's look at the body as a series of vibrations. Every organ has its own natural vibration. Yes, I have heard about that. The human body is around 62 to 78 MHz, heart is 67 to 70 MHz, liver is 55 to 60 MHz, and pancreas is 60-80 MHz, and Lu Chang chimed in. Ah, yes. The ancients, under careful observations, have separated the organs into 5 different sets of organs based on an idea that is similar to vibrations. They named it fire, water, earth, metal, and wood. Bear in mind that these elements and organs are not the same as our modern interpretation of organs. Earth may represent the mouth, stomach, and spleen, but it does not represent the digestive system. Other elements, like fire, have parts that include organs from the digestive system. This indicates that the ancients have a good grasp of how food affects each and every organ, and how to balance it out. And what about yin and yang? And Lu Chang asked. Li Yun felt like he needed a whiteboard to describe everything. Yin and yang could be equated to the changes in the body frequency according to the seasons, day and night cycle, and the environment. You can also equate this to the circadian cycle. By observing and understanding these basics, ancient doctors have devised prescriptions to regulate and balance the body through the concepts of elements and yin-yang. It doesn't have anything to do with fire and air bending. Li Yun could see something clicking in both Lu Chang and Mi Xian. They were both practical and data-driven people, and once they heard something had practical applications, they would become interested in them. I have seen a thesis on the integration of TCM and Western medicine, and Lu Chang remarked as he was beginning to see some value in CCM. Do you think it is possible to integrate CCM? It is possible, but only if the researcher has a good grasp of how technology affects the body from a CCM point of view, said Li Yun. Why technology? This is a new problem that the ancients have not encountered or observed. We already know from the Western's perspective how radiation affects the body, but it has not been thoroughly analyzed from a CCM's point of view, such as the effects of technology on the 5 elements and yin-yang. The 3 residents' blank faces revealed that they still didn't understand the connection. With the introduction of technology, especially radiation, can you imagine how these frequencies can interfere with the human body? Chemotherapy is the more drastic form, but radio waves from cell phones and electromagnetic waves from television are already disturbing our daily lives, but being much more insidious as they are too minor to be detected and the mental triggers are often ignored. How many times have we encountered people who seem more rejuvenated after shutting off all their electronics for a week? The residents nodded. This is beyond our realm of understanding, so focus on face reading. The key point is, there is observational science behind face reading, so don't dismiss it easily just because it has esoteric ideologies. He wanted them to focus on face reading as it forces them to focus on another person's face, especially the eyes. When they look at another person long enough, hopefully, it will help them to develop a sense of empathy. Li Yun then looked at Lui Jing, who seemed to have something entirely different on his mind. You said that watching people's face reveals a lot of their habits, does it include lying? Lui Jing asked. A bit, Li Yun responded. Diagnosing an illness and detecting a lie is different, but both employ similar skill sets. Diagnosing an illness through sound and sight is like detecting a lie through body expression and vocal cues. Ah! Boss, let's head to Macau for the national holiday. Lui Jing chimed in. Li Yun thought about it for a moment. He could usually win against his friends and family, but he wasn't sure how he would stack up against professional gamblers. That's not a bad plan, Li Yun replied. Chapter 36 Macau. Li Yun's written exam for the MLE was scheduled a week before the national holiday, so he had been focusing on studying in between waiting for patients in the ER. The exam covered basic medical knowledge, medical ethics, psychology, public health, and clinical medicine. Even with textbook knowledge, Li Yun couldn't just ace the tests. Male, 61, came in with a headache and vomited after running 3 hours, and Lu Chang's monotone voice asked Li Yun in the residence lounge. During the physical examination, he was not cooperative, drowsy, had double pupillary light reflex, neck rigidity, free movement of limbs, and muscle tension slightly high. Bilateral Babinski sign is evident, CT of the head is shown in the figure. Which is the correct diagnosis of the patient? Asterisk. Li Yun thought for a moment. He knew the answer was likely ventricular hemorrhage, but why couldn't he say tumor of the ventricle? Dr. Li, what's the answer? And Lu Chang pressed. Tumor of the ventricle. Li Yun. And Lu Chang shook his head. It's ventricular hemorrhage. But why would you say a tumor when you know the odds are less than 5% and you can't diagnose with just the evidence presented? That was the problem with written tests, Li Yun second-guessed himself often. He felt a bit of pressure, but if he didn't pass the test, it would be embarrassing, everyone expected him to pass. Thanks for your help, good luck on your test too, said Li Yun after they finished studying. I don't need luck, and Lu Chang replied. This brat is more arrogant than me, fine, you're not getting the luck blessing charm, Li Yun thought. In all honesty, and Lu Chang didn't need the luck. During the day of the test, Li Yun entered the testing location downtown and sat down on a combo desk and chair to take his test. After the first couple of questions, he was in the zone, and he easily completed the rest of the test. Once all the paperwork was approved, he would be officially a licensed doctor. With the exam out of the way, Li Yun traveled to Macau with Lui Jing and Lu Chang. The other residents decided to go home instead. The 3 residents arrived to the airport and took the hotel shuttle to their lodging. In the hotel lobby, Li Yun and the residents rolled their luggage inside and looked at the bright flashing lights of the lobby. People in the West thought Vegas was flashy and bright, but Macau was more extravagant than any other casino capital in the world with 41 casinos within the peninsula. The front suite was loud and noisy, filled with chatter from tourists and entertainers. Li Yun spotted Fatty Fang near the reception desk, a figure who was easy to spot a mile away. Lui Jing and Lu Chang's heads tilted up and greeted the heavyweight Yide City's Sanda champion, Wang Feng. His towering height and muscle-packed physique were shown through his plain tees and jeans. Everyone is waiting by the casino lounge, but I'll take you guys up to your room first, Fatty Fang said as he escorted them to the hotel. Unlike the residents, Fatty Fang and his other friends had more vacation days off from the national holiday, so they had arrived a day earlier. After dropping their luggage, they met up with the rest of the gang lounging around in a private room. Bufu, Sugzu, Fatty Fang, Jude, and Mu Lian were there drinking and karaokeing like usual. The others had other obligations and couldn't make it. Li Yun introduced them to the residents. Wei Jing and Lu Chang were in awe when they saw Sugzu. Although she had short hair, she was tall and had a beautifully sculpted face. Her demeanor was sharp, and stood out from the rest of the group. Bufu was handsome, but he did not have an aura that stood out like Sugzu. Li Yun had an aura, but he could blend in with the crowd if he wanted to. Fatty Fang was big, but not out of the ordinary. Mu Lian was cute, but her aura was soft. Wei Jing then looked at baby-faced and Lu Chang, who looked like a cartoon character. "Why do I get a feeling I don't belong?" Wei Jing asked. "You will get used to it," said Jude, who was just a regular finance student, couldn't even measure up. Wei Jing liked Jude, who seemed the most normal. After everyone settled in, they made their way to the casino. The sound of slot machines echoed in the background. Closer to the tables, people were cheering and chattering. Everyone dispersed to take a look around. Bufu and Sugzu preferred blackjack while Fatty Fang and Mu Lian went to play baccarat. Li Yun searched for the Texas Hold'em poker table with Jude, Wei Jing and Lu Chang. There were very few casinos that offered poker in Macau, and the majority were baccarat tables. However, Li Yun didn't want to test his luck, he wanted to test his ability to read people. Out of all the variations of poker, Texas Hold'em was simple and relied more on betting skills. He finally found a table at the corner of the casino and signed up for the next round. It wasn't long before the waitress told him a seat was available. He took his seat while the others decided to watch from the spectator area. "If you want to count cards, the blackjack table is in the other corner," one of the players jeered in Cantonese. The other players chuckled. Li Yun smiled, ignoring their jabs as it was typical for them to feel out the new player temper. A lot of newer players were advantaged players or newbie players who taught themselves the skills online. The table had likely encountered a lot of those types of players. Li Yun didn't mind their provocation, it was part of the game, and threw in the starting bet. With Zhuoang, Li Yun had placed himself in different players' positions as they played through the World Poker tournaments, so although he had never played high-stake poker, he knew what it was like. There was a lot of pressure that poker players had to hide and suppress during a tournament where millions were at stake. However, that kind of stress was less intense during cash games, which allows players to play with a different sort of game style and strategy. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of cash games to watch online. The players at the tables were regulars. Although they were not considered professional, they had far more experience than an average person and were retired foxes with large bankrolls. With the minimum buy-in of 15,000 HK dollars, $2,000, and 50/100 blinds, the table loved seeing newcomers who had the guts to sit with them. Li Yun folded on the first two starting rounds, throwing away 100 Hong Kong dollars into the pot from the mandatory blinds. For the most part, the table of 10 players was quiet, except for the man who initially jeered at Li Yun. In between every flop and river, he would mock the other players. "Come on, bullnose, your wife makes a quicker decision than that," the man jeered at a man with a large round nose. "Quit jeering, old CAO, or you'll end up sounding like your wife," Bullnose jeered back. A moment later, he threw in a chip. "A call and raise." As soon as he made the call, old CAO smirked. He had a pair of kings, and with a king on the turn, he pretty much got the round in the bag. Bullnose threw his card when he saw the kings and fling his pair of queen onto the table. "Damn it! I knew you had a pair kings." Bullnose wildly acted out. "Yeah, whatever," old CAO replied, happily chewing his cigar as he took in the pot. Chapter 37 Poker. The table played several rounds of poker, with Li Yun throwing away some of his cards. On the fifth round, Li Yun played a 5-7 card, testing out the waters. On the flop, 6, 8 and Jack appeared. Li Yun had a good chance of a straight, called the game as though he had a Jack and Ace. On the river, the 4 appeared, but he looked unsettled as he looked at the man still in the game. The man called and raised, likely because he had a pair of Jack. Li Yun called the game, and then revealed his winning cards. He won several of the next few rounds with good hands, easily winning the 5 large pots. "You speak English or Cantonese?" asked old Cao in broken Mandarin, puffing out a wasp of cigar smoke toward Li Yun. "A bit of both, but I'm slightly better at Cantonese," Li Yun replied, in slightly broken Cantonese. "Where ya from?" "Yide City, in between Capital City and Magic City," Li Yun replied, trying his best at speaking Cantonese. The man nodded, obviously not too familiar with the city. "On vacation?" he inquired. "Yep." "You practice by watching online videos?" Li Yun pretended to think for a moment and nodded. Zhuoang was technically an online skill. "Online?" The rest of the table laughed. "Old Cao, quit interrogating the kid just because he's winning," Bullnose shouted, although it sounded like he wanted to insult old Cao more than protect Li Yun. Li Yun started the game with 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, and he was now up to 35,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Bah, I can't make conversations," asked old Cao. Everyone on the table had been trying to figure out Li Yun's tell. It was somewhat easy to see when Li Yun had good cards. However, that was also a pitfall. Li Yun looked too much like a casual gambler who didn't care whether they knew he had good cards or not. It made the regulars reluctant to let go of their good cards because casual gamblers rarely had the discipline or skill to bluff well. Of course, the percentage of rookie that was actually good was very small, so most of the time they would call. There was also something else they had to account for: beginner's luck. After winning a bit, Li Yun mainly watched the regulars battle it out. He could tell that old Cao and Bullnose were really good at reading people. They both had very prominent sensory lines close to their ears. Old Cao was likely a former cop, or something along the line. Cops typically wouldn't make enough to play the game unless he was dirty, his children were well off, or was very lucky in life. Although he sounded boisterous, he seemed to play by the rules when needed. Bullnose didn't look like a trial lawyer with the way he was dressed or spoke, but his facial features resembled someone who was used to stress, and he had a high Willow's Peak hairline. Later in the evening, Li Yun won and lost a few rounds, but his overall bankroll had increased to 4-5k. Old Cao recouped some money he lost earlier, and Bullnose still had a better game overall. Everyone else's bankrolls were dwindling, but they were wealthy gamblers who didn't care rush and often played recklessly. All 6 players including Li Yun played their hands to see the flop. The dealer dealt the flop, revealing a June 7, 10. After the flop, 4 players remain, and then 3 remained after the dealer revealed another 6 for the turn. At that point, Li Yun raised by 5k. A man folded his card, leaving old Cao as the only player left playing against Li Yun. Old Cao looked at his hand, and tried to guess his opponent's hand. It was entirely possible for Li Yun to get a straight flush, but the percentage was quite low. Judging from the way Li Yun was betting, there was a possibility he got it, as he wouldn't have raised it if he wasn't confident. Old Cao was hesitant to call because rookies don't know how to hide their emotions well, so when they got a good card, it was easy to see their confidence. They also had a tougher time knowing how to bluff. In most cases, they bluffed too often. However, old Cao hadn't seen Li Yun bluff before. Was he doing it on purpose so that he can bluff after going all in? Or was that just his usual playing style and that he was actually a noob playing it safe all along? The dealer turned the river card, a 4 of hearts. Within a second, Li Yun called all in. "What cards do you think Li Yun has?" asked Jude. He probably has a straight flush, said Lui Jing. I wouldn't go all in if I didn't. Well, considering it is Dr. Li, I'm not sure, replied An Lu Chang. Yet, he hasn't bluffed once today, so I'm having a hard time trying to figure out if he's bluffing here or not, replied Zhu Di. What cards do you think that old man has? I am not sure, maybe something good, asked An Lu Chang. But he's spending more time thinking than usual, so he might be unsure about whether Li Yun has a better hand. Old Cao was also acting confrontational like usual, so it was difficult to tell when he was bluffing or playing it safe. He appeared to act the same way in both scenarios, making it difficult for other players to gauge his reaction. Old Cao and Li Yun stared down at each other, although Li Yun looked completely obvious at times. The two players seemed to take forever to react, but the dealer reminded Old Cao that it was his turn. Old Cao folded. Damn it, I hate playing with noobs. Li Yun smiled and threw away his card, not willing to show what he got. I was lucky to get a straight flush, Li Yun remarked as he hauled in his winnings. But I am going to run before my luck runs out. Li Yun stood up from the table. With 90k worth of chips, Li Yun had more than enough to pay the last remaining loan to his parents. He had another 3 days left, and he didn't want to get marked on the first day. It would be wise to be cautious around serious poker players. I can see you sweating, Zhu Di remarked. No, they are scary, Li Yun said. The amount of pressure during the showdown wasn't a joke, not many people could handle it. Only a small part of you were scared, but you probably enhanced that a bit to make them underestimate you. You're not going to try. Nah, I have my family money, I'm going to play some roulette. All right, I hope you lose. Chapter 38 Blackjack. The next morning, Li Yun decided to watch the others play. He would rather play Texas Hold'em in the afternoon with the same group of regulars. Playing with a different set of players was a waste of time because he would have to restart studying their body movements and habits. Of course, the other players also had the advantage of knowing his playing styles. Li Yun walked toward the blackjack tables, and noticed a small crowd around a table. It was unusual to see crowds around a table that weren't playing craps, but he wasn't surprised to see a crowd around Ning Suxu. The woman attracted people like flies to a Venus flytrap. How is she doing? Asked Li Yun, pushing his way next to Zhu Di. Pretty good, she made 15k since yesterday, Zhu Di replied. Is she counting? Probably. Li Yun sighed, lamenting his lack of income. Ning Suxu had money to burn, but he didn't. Counting cards required a solid bankroll and lots of practice. It was a common misconception that a mathematical genius could make millions sitting in the casino for a day. However, reality quickly barged in after a 7 rounds losing streak, and no chips left to play. It was only possible to make millions in a day if a person was already wealthy, lucky, and skilled enough, like the Australian billionaire who won $40 million in a day. Take into account that on any other day, he could be losing 40 million. Professional card counters played a very methodological game for over hundreds of hours and thousands of hands, and often in teams. With a good bankroll, a dedicated team could make millions a year. Li Yun knew the basics of counting cards, but he didn't have enough patience over the long run to ever make it profitable. He would rather gamble on Texas Hold'em where betting skill was required. She's going to start, Zhu Di commented. The dealer looked nervous. If the guests make too much money, he could say goodbye to his year-end bonus. He didn't expect to have a card counter at the table. In the beginning, he was suckered into believing she was just a regular guest because of her pretty face. Ning Suxu looked at her cards, a pair of 8, and tapped to split the 8s. After getting a pair of 8s, she split and doubled down on both. The house busted, and she won. She's awfully lucky today, Zhu Di commented. Can we both agree that it was my charm? Asked Li Yun. Unfortunately, that was the last of her run before a pit boss stopped by to offer her a drink and politely asked her to back off. Ning Suxu tilted her head and agreed. Since all of Macau casinos used a continuous shuffler rather than a shoe for dealing out cards, it gave the house a slight edge, making card counting not as effective as in other casinos. Most pit bosses didn't care if people counted cards, but they may be scared off if they saw someone like Ning Suxu who looked like she knew exactly what she was doing and was on a winning streak. How the heck do you get backed off in a blackjack game with card shuffles? Asked Judy. I guess I was too lucky for them, she responded. It's the poor way you act, Li Yun commented. If you have toned down a bit, they would probably let you keep going. No way, why would I pretend to act like that loser over there? Suxu looked over at Bufu, who was still playing blackjack, looking almost half drunk. Sis, that loser is up 20k. TSSK, did he finally make some money after losing yesterday? Yeah, but he made back the money from yesterday. 20k is his net. Suxu clicked her tongue. Whatever, he's just lucky today. Li Yun nodded. They were really lucky that day. Mr. Buletin Fuchhan, would you like more drink? Li Yun asked playfully. Shut up, Bufu pushed Li Yun away and continued playing, still pretending to be drunk. Bufu normally played on the computer. He was mainly playing in Macau to test his skills, not to make money. At the very least, he wanted to break even by the end of their vacation. The best way to do that was to keep playing. If people played enough games while following the basic strategy, the number of times people win or lose would eventually reach around 50 to 50. I do feel luckier than usual. Bufu was the type to notice minor changes in his odds. Do you want to test the charm out? Li Yun asked. Bufu was curious as his finger dwindled around his Li Yun's blessing charm. Later in the afternoon, Li Yun left on his own to the poker table. An Luchang and Luijing wanted to try their hands at playing poker, but at a table with lower buy-ins. Are you really going to teach them how to gamble? Asked Li Yun. Not how to gamble, how to be a poker player, Jude replied. All right then. Li Yun left them alone as he walked toward the high roller table. A petite woman approached him to offer him some service. The woman was in her late 20s and wore heavy makeup. Her makeup was trying to create a false illusion of full cheeks, but there were slight hollows, which suggested recent signs of a weight loss. What's the best way to tell her she has AIDS without getting hit? Li Yun thought. Miss, are you in need of medical advice for a problem that appeared recently? He asked her. She looked at him suspiciously. Good, she didn't hit me, Li Yun thought. He was almost prepared to jump back. I am a TCM doctor, he watched her face carefully, but all he got was indifference. It was not difficult to read women in the pleasure service industry and to understand their situation. Even someone without face-reading knowledge could guess that these women grew up in a harsh environment. The problem was getting them to trust you enough to listen to your advice. Many women in the profession have the ability to detect lies as well as gamblers. The best approach was not to rely on B, as they could naturally tell when someone was genuine or not. Li Yun could rely on micro-expressions, but he wasn't particularly an expert. Your father. Her left eye lifted up curiously. If you do that often, you're going to develop wrinkles above your eyebrow, Li Yun thought. It was an obvious sign of skepticism. Your father is a good man, whom you are looking after. Li Yun changed his original thought about the father. It seemed like she had a good relationship with him. That meant the resentment line was reserved for the other parent. Your mother abandoned you. So now you're in this profession. Initially, you were repulsed, but now you are used to it and enjoy it as just work. You have a carefree nature, and you feel like you have a purpose. Are you a psychic or Taoist master? She asked with her senses heightened. She was still skeptical. Obviously neither, there's no such thing in the 21st century, he responded. The woman had a high eyebrow and a long nose, so she was the practical sort. It was no use appealing to her emotional side. I'm a licensed TCM doctor, showing her his work badge. I'm just stating things that I see based on complexion and knowledge of your profession. Your habit creates a situation where you are in constant contact with many potential diseases. Was your most recent client skinny or sweat a lot? Her eyes widened in fear and disbelief. I suggest visiting a hospital as soon as possible. The petite woman nodded quickly and rushed to the hospital. Li Yun was not sure if she had AIDS, but the likelihood that she contracted it was high. If not AIDS, then some other transmitted disease. As for the reason why he told her that he was a TCM doctor, it had more to do with human psychology. When a Western doctor tells a person to visit a hospital, they are less unwilling to, but if a TCM practitioner tells you to visit a hospital, most people are willing to listen. There were fewer conflicts of interest. Chapter 39 High Roller. Well, looks who's back. Old CAO was the first to notice Li Yun's appearance. Making his way to the Texas Hold'em table, Li Yun greeted the regulars and took an empty seat. Unlike the initial chilled reaction, the regulars were friendlier on the second day. Have a beer on us, said Bullnose, sliding a green canned beer toward Li Yun. We thought you would run away on us. Why would I run away from free beer? Li Yun grabbed the beer and chugged down the beer to cool down. Being the South, it was a lot warmer than what Li Yun was used to, but he was also settling in quicker than yesterday. If anyone were looking in, it would look like 6 regulars. Most of the regular players liked to wear a mixture of dark brown, black, and khaki-colored t-shirts and slacks. Li Yun wore a blue t-shirt yesterday but wore a dark brown t-shirt and baggy slacks the following day. Not only was it more comfortable, but he also blended in with regulars. They say, when people wear similar clothes, it created a sense of camaraderie. Starting out with 20k again, asked Bullnose looking at Li Yun's chip stack. That's not the typical bankroll at a high roller table. You sure you're alright with losing? Yeah, I paid off my debt to my parents. What a good kid, wish my kids were that thoughtful, remarked old CAO. How many do you have? Asked Li Yun. Unlike the mainland, they didn't have restrictions or strict policies in Macau. 3 damn sons, they all managed to piss me off. Judging from old CAO's age, they were probably in their 20s and 30s. As old CAO continued to rant about his sons, they made it through a couple of rounds without any major showdowns. Li Yun was down 5k after a series of bad hole cards and turns, but he wasn't too concerned as it was the regular cycle of the game that relied on luck. When he had used Zhaoong on professional players, he felt the sense of despair a pro would face after losing a large hand. The negative thoughts and energy remained, crumbling down the mountain like an avalanche. As long as Li Yun could continue his focus and energy, he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the loss. While watching the other players, there were a couple of things Li Yun noticed. Bullnose's body would tilt ever slightly to the left when he got high pairs. His body being still gave it away that his cards were average. Li Yun stalled for a bit, calculating the odds. Playing with his chips, he called for an all-in. Bullnose tapped his forefinger on the table, thinking about what card Li Yun had that would make him go all-in. The other 2 players folded, obviously, they didn't have cards they thought could win. Everyone switched between watching Bullnose and Li Yun, the 2 facing off in an intense staring match. They could see that Li Yun was familiar with the basics of the game, but not someone who was a professional. His timing was completely sporadic and random. Many players watch carefully how much time a player took to make certain calls, whether they check, raise, or go all time. Some of the time could be a calculative move and other times it was out of instinct. Based on Li Yun's quick reaction time and inexperience, it was easy to assume that he might have a full house. Bullnose finally shook his head and folded his 3 of a kind. Li Yun won the round with poor hands and a bluff. He wasn't doing it to get money, he was purely playing a bluff to test their response. It seemed that the players still couldn't read him. Or, they were already onto him, and giving away the round to make a strong play the following round. After winning the showdown against Bullnose, Li Yun let out a sigh of relief. 30k of chips looked a lot better than 15k. Woo, you guys are tough. Li Yun dabbed a bit of sweat out with the back of his hand. The players laughed. When you sit here enough time, you see all sorts of players come in, complete amateurs and then real professionals too. Those guys are much more interesting to play with. Especially the ones who think we're easy just because we are cash players. They might make a few bucks from us, but we will leave them scars they wouldn't forget. Li Yun knew that the first time he sat at the table, do not underestimate lifelong cash round poker players. These people had an appetite for winning and enough bankroll to clean out any rookie. But was he going to be scared off because of it? Hell, try sitting at a high roller table in Macau and then see how long you would last. Also, it was Li Yun's second day of gambling with real money in his lifetime. The only thing that kept him at the table was the experiences he had gained under Zhaoong had prepared him with ways to manage the stress and pressure. It was similar to how surgeons dealt with critical care patients, but instead of his patient's life, his own financial health was at stake. He wasn't dealing with millions of dollars, but a good portion of his measly residence income. At the end of the day, he made 40k and the other players were still in the dark about his actual playing level. Li Yun had used his inexperience to throw off the players, while being experienced enough to handle the pressure and knowing when to buff. On the third day, he made himself at home and spoke with the regulars as though he had always been sitting at the table. His bankroll wasn't increasing, but he was focused on understanding what the players were like. Did you used to be a trial lawyer? Li Yun asked Bullnose. Yeah, how you figure that? Asked Bullnose. Just the way you stared at me during the showdown, said Li Yun. It's very tense, but once that was over, you suddenly relaxed your demeanor. It seems like you have a lot of experience of making people sweat on the podium. Bullnose laughed. Why don't you think I'm a cop? Cops are more aware of their surroundings, said Li Yun. Like old CAO, he surveys the floor every once in a while. Everyone knows I was a cop. You could ask the dealer and half the people in this casino. Old CAO had been to the casinos many times, mainly to break up fights and take away cheaters, so a lot of dealers knew him. Yes, but do they know the real reason why you're always on alert? Asked Li Yun. Why? Old CAO wondered. It was a habit of his to survey his surrounding, but it came from years of watching his back during patrol. Your wife? Everyone at the table laughed, including old CAO. He had to admit, he was most fearful of his wife. Well, if you keep this up, we'll add you to our club, remarked Bullnose, who liked Li Yun's conversational playing style. There were a lot of poker players out there, but not many who could converse well with others at the table. While playing, Li Yun regularly asked the players about their families and hobbies. It didn't come across as probing, but a simple small talk amongst strangers with common interests. There's a club? Li Yun asked. Well, yeah. Texas Hold'em isn't really popular here, so you can consider it a pretty exclusive club. 12 members in the entire GD Providence. Are you interested in joining? I don't really play poker, Li Yun replied. He wondered if they would believe him if he told them that it was only his third day playing. No need, as long as you play Texas Hold'em whenever you visit, the club will take you in. Sure, is there any requirement? Well, there is one requirement. Old CAO paused, attempting to create a dramatic atmosphere. You gotta bring in another person the next time you visit. Li Yun laughed. It seemed like the club was meant to preserve the game rather than an actual club. He could understand it well. A few years ago, there were more Texas Hold'em tables, but every year the casino replaced the table in favor of the other table games. Unlike other table games, Texas Hold'em required a group of players to play against each other. It was mainly a competition between the players. The casino barely makes money from the commissions, and casual gamblers found it difficult to enjoy the game against serious poker players. For the serious poker players at the table, it wasn't just about the money, it was about the game. "Oh! There's the Texas Hold'em game," a young man in a pinstripe suit excitedly said as he approached the table. He was escorted by a beautiful long-lashed woman, a bodyguard, and a personal tour guide. Everyone turned to the newcomer, smiling in their hearts at the sight of a large whale. Chapter 40: Milking the Whale. Whales were poker players' favorite type of players. These were casual wealthy players who had a lot of disposable income and very little talent for the game. Tang Hushan was a whale, but he was also the youngest son of a Magic City businessman. He didn't lack anything except for excitement. While out partying with his friends, he caught footage of a poker tournament. There was a sense of excitement that was different from anything he had experienced before. After watching more games, he immediately hired a professional to teach him the game. He played with his friends in gambling dens and had been enjoying a winning streak ever since. For the national holiday, he decided to take his girlfriend to Macau and test his skills against the regular players. He was disappointed to find that there weren't many high roller tables for Texas Hold'em. Luckily, his guide found the table and escorted him to the seat. "They must be the regs here," Tang Hushan casually commented as his guide prepared the chips for him. "What is he trying to say?" asked old Cao in Cantonese. "He's calling us regulars," Bullnose responded. "Waiter, gin and tonic," Tang Hushan called out to the pretty waitress. The regulars all looked enviously at Tang Hushan's chip stacks. Although they were well off themselves, there was no way to compare a tuna and a whale. As the next few rounds began, all the players could discern Tang Hushan's playing style. For some new faces, they were cautious about the hidden tigers, but Tang Hushan was simply a hot-headed person. He had a very aggressive playing style, playing with any hole cards that had some potential. He could bully players using his money, often raising and calling all in to pressure his opponent. However, for whatever round he won, he made twice as many mistakes. After 10 rounds, he was already down several thousand. "Damn OCM, Tang Hushan grumbled. "What is he saying?" asked old Cao. "Why does it feel like he's insulting me?" "I'm not sure either, but I think it's old coffee man," Bullnose replied. "What does that even mean?" Old Cao had never heard of the term. "Old retired man who only plays safe," said Li Yun. "Safe?" Old Cao spat at the side. "Good thing he's feeding me some good milk, or else I'll let him know how dangerous this old man can be." "Did his guide call him Mr. Tang?" "Yeah, Tang, as in the Magic City Tang?" asked Bullnose. The guide had no idea Bullnose was directing the question at him. "Hey, is your young master from the Magic City Tang?" Bullnose repeated. The guide finally realized the table was addressing him. "Ah yes. Gee, that's a huge whale," old Cao remarked. The guide smartly kept quiet and rarely translated the table conversations to Tang Hushan unless requested. He didn't want to cause trouble, especially after guiding Tang Hushan around for a week. The Tang was a big name in Magic City, but Li Yun didn't know much about them. For one, he never thought he would encounter them. He only knew that the family clan, as a whole, could be considered one of the wealthiest families. They were not in the top 10 in the country, but combined all their net values, it was enough to be in the top 5. Ning Sugzu had once mentioned that they were in the real estate business in major cities, but Magic City was where most of the family resided. "Better to avoid conflicts with them," Bullnose stated. "Why would I have conflicts with them over a game of poker?" asked old Cao. "That's just stupid." As the rounds continued, Li Yun could see that Tang Hushan was getting increasingly irritated and drunk. He wasn't used to losing so many rounds. He started verbally abusing his girlfriend when she took away his drink. It's not your place to tell me what to do," he started yelling. "Hey, tell that twat to chill down," old Cao called out to the guide. The guide looked increasingly uncomfortable but decided all he had to do was translate the request. What? This place is already loud like hell, there's no law against yelling, Tang Hushan pointed at old Cao, but in the process knocked his wines over the table. Damn kid, if he can't handle the liquor, he shouldn't be drinking, said Bullnose. The dealer and waitress around the table were at a loss. They could tell that Tang Hushan was someone they couldn't afford to offend. The waitress quickly cleared up the table. Tang Hushan's girlfriend was afraid to ask him to stop and looked at the guide for help. Mr. Tang, there's a wonderful place to visit at night, do you want to go now? The guide asked. Tang Hushan ignored him, and once the table was cleared, he played for rounds and lost more than half of his stack. He's drunk, is he going to pretend he didn't lose and try to get back his money tomorrow? Asked one of the regulars. There are cameras around, I want to see him try, said another regular. We'll milk him now that he's drunk. Tang Hushan's girlfriend and the guide were pleading with him desperately to leave the table, but he continued playing. He wanted to win one big showdown. It just happened that Li Yun's cards for the following round were really good. He would be stupid to turn down such easy money. Li Yun called whatever lousy all-in call Tang Hushan was making while drunk, and showed his hand. Tang Hushan's face flushed. It was his first attempt at a bluff, but he didn't think his opponent would call so quickly. How was he able to figure out that he was bluffing? Up until that point, he had been betting perfectly to make anyone assume he had high cards. Hushan, it's already late, we should head to dinner, the girlfriend asked again. Quiet you, I haven't even started yet. Tang Hushan impatiently barked at his girlfriend. The gamblers shifted uncomfortably in their seats. They were used to seeing the situation, and they could see a part of themselves when they fought with their wives about their gambling habit. Look us, if you speak to the lady like that again, I'm going to beat the S out of you, old Cao warned. Mind your own business, old man. Tang Hushan glared back at old Cao, but his body was unsteady. Li Yun was next to old Cao, so he had to hold his arms down. If there was one thing he had learned from bar fights in college, it was never to deal with couple spats. It might seem like the right thing to do, but the outcome wasn't always pleasant. Who asked you to interfere? Because of you, my boyfriend isn't talking to me, the college girl had once complained. Couldn't you mind your own business? They could have thanked him for getting rid of a horrible boyfriend, but their next boyfriends weren't any better. It was sometimes better to accept that people weren't perfect. Like the gamblers sitting around the table. How many times had they screamed or cursed at their girlfriends and wives after a losing round? They all knew better than anyone else, but it pissed them off that they had to see a reflection of themselves in the rich brat. Except for old Cao, who liked to piss off everyone. Tang Hushan blew away 1 million yuan by late evening. At that point, his face was red, and his suit and tie were loosened and disheveled. The table remained quiet, they made a lot of money off of him, so no need to piss off a whale. Young master, if you play any more, your brother will hear about it, the bodyguard warned. It was the first time he spoke. Tang Hushan gritted his teeth, and left the table with his girlfriend escorting him out. With the whale gone, the table lost all interest in playing. Li Yun decided to head back. He saw Fatty Fang and Mulian sitting together in their lounge, finally a normal couple. They were sitting next to each other reading on their phones. What are you doing? Li Yun asked the pair. Fatty Fang jumped, Wah! Don't frighten me. We're just reading web novel. You're in Macau and you're both reading web novels, asked Li Yun. You know we don't like gambling that much, Fatty Fang replied. Oh, I'm reading this one about a guy with a system. He has a starting package. What? That's so unfair. I never received one, what the heck? Li Yun then looked at Mulian. What was he really reading? The Boss and Me, she responded. Lian. Fatty Fang felt betrayed. Li Yun nodded. No wonder out of the group of friends, Fatty Fang had the healthiest relationship. He spent more time reading romance novels. On the last day, Li Yun's luck went down the drain, losing 25,000 Hong Kong dollars. Good thing he still managed to make it out of Macau with 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, 22,000 US dollars. Chapter 41 Work. Returning to work was difficult for everyone. If only the national holidays were longer, they thought as they inched the car forward slowly against the rush hour traffic. Heading to work on a crummy Monday morning, to a crummy job, and to a crummy building was not anyone's idea of a life, but that was how the majority of the people in the office environment lived their life. Lin Heyong, one of the majority, approached the elevator, only to be pushed aside. "Aw, damn it, I was there first," he yelled at the rude woman. Noticing she was pregnant, he groaned and looked at his watch. He was going to be late if he waited for the next elevator. Running the stairs with his coffee in hand, he didn't think the day could get any worse. Suddenly, a man bumped into him on the way down the stairs, spilling his coffee all over himself. "Hey, watch where you're going!" Lin Heyong yelled, but his words didn't have any effect on the man, who continued running down the stairs. Lin Heyong cursed again. He cleaned himself off with the used napkin from his leftover dough stick. Once the napkin was completely drenched, he chucked the napkin to the side, not caring any more about proper courtesy. F this, Lin he had enough. Instead of running, he leisurely walked up the stairs. He didn't care if the boss yells him, he was already late, whether it was 10 or 20 minutes, it didn't matter. As he walked up to the 6th floor, he suddenly blanked out. Incoming, an explosion was reported in the West Commercial District, multiple injuries and potential fatalities. Ambulances are gathering to bring the injured to nearby hospitals. Provincial hospitals are being notified to send help. The announcement was quickly broadcasted to several hospitals throughout the region. Everyone at the Kinbei Hospital had heard the announcement, but social media had already blown up with reports from the district. All the doctors were already alerted to gather for a brief meeting before heading to the ER. Attending doctors and surgeons were in charge of the critical cases, from the Chinese Emergency Triage Scale, CETS, Level 1 and 2, while all the inexperienced and residents handled the minor injuries from CETS 3 and 4. Cases that required all the doctors to be involved were rare. When a natural disaster hit, there were protocols in place, but the actual practice was a lot messy. Nurses were rushing to get supplies while the doctors were allocating roles. "There's a problem, Dr. Nan is on vacation, and Dr. Lau is at a conference," Nurse Yun reported to Chief Gao. "Dr. Gu is heading here now, but it would take him an hour to get here with traffic. Dr. Sheng is already assisting Dr. Hao, but it's not going to be enough. All the other interventionalists from neuro and vascular are swamped with their own work." Chief Gao was really in a bind. Although he could perform most emergency surgeries on his own, he couldn't possibly perform hybrid operations without someone working the angiography device. "Are there any residents with the ability to perform embolization?" asked Chief Gao. Dr. Li seemed to have some knowledge of embolization, Technician Wu responded. "Oh." Chief Gao wasn't surprised, but he wondered how well Li Yun could perform the procedure. "When I was training at the Binchu University Hospital, the technician there mentioned that Dr. Li had performed the procedure several times when there was a mudslide," said Technician Wu. "It wasn't documented, but the technician who assisted Dr. Li during the operations said they were able to save a lot of lives because of it." Chief Gao could see why it was undocumented, but it was still impressive. Li Yun back then was just an intern. He may have saved a lot of people, but it was also against regulations. How did he get away without being reprimanded? Chief Gao wondered. He didn't say, but one of the people he saved had a bit of pull. Also, it seems that all the patients agreed to sign a waiver, so the event was swept under the rug. Chief Gao remembered seeing the news of the mudslide where dozens of people were impacted, mainly ethnic minorities. He quickly made the decision to have Technician Wu prepare the angiography suite and then contacted Li Yun. Since he was in charge of the ACS, emergency embolization also fell under his jurisdiction. "Little Yun, I am going to need assistance with hybrid operations," Chief Gao said over his cell. "Can you perform artery embolization and stent?" "All right, on my way," Li Yun responded while getting up from the bunk bed. Li Yun only had 3 hours of sleep, but the rumbling around the hospital had woken him up before Chief Gao called. He combed his messy hair as he ran inside the ER, looking around at the chaotic scene. The ambulances had already arrived, and at least a dozen people had visible injuries from the blast. The nurses were trying their best to calm everyone down. Nurse Yun was going ballistic over the phone trying to get more supplies. Dr. Hao was preparing as many beds as possible. Other doctors from other departments were heading in to assist. As Li Yun was running toward the OR, he quickly surveyed the patients and triage tags. The level 1 tags were the most critical, and they were likely already in the OR ready to be operated on. However, there was one woman with a level 4 tag that Li Yun didn't agree with, and told the nurse to reassign her with level 2 tags. After quickly scanning around the ER, Li Yun ran to the OR and scrubbed in. "You're slow getting here," Chief Gao remarked. "You try running through a mass of zombie-like patients," Li Yun complained. After the short greeting, Chief Gao explained the operation. Chief Gao was going to handle the emergency damage control operation, while Li Yun took the lead handling intraoperative interventional radiology, IVR. Technician Wu rolled in the mobile digital subtraction angiography device into the operation room and started the setup as they went through the protocol. Li Yun was wondering who told Chief Gao about his IVR experience, and it seemed likely that Technician Wu had blabbered about him. Although Chief Gao was focused on the patient, he watched as Li Yun inserted the needle into the arm without looking at the ultrasound. Inserting into the radial artery was not a simple thing. Many doctors use ultrasound to locate the artery. For a classical Chinese doctor, finding a pulse was a basic skill. Li Yun had been reading his own pulse and various people he came across since college to understand meridians. If he couldn't locate an artery or vein, then one had to wonder what he was doing other than sleep during college. Afterward, Li Yun injected the nitro and inserted the catheter, guiding wire, and coil. Li Yun finished the operation on the 10th coil and within 10 minutes, which was impressive considering a team of experts may need 20 coils. "How did you learn?" asked Chief Gao. "From my internship," asked Li Yun, but he had a feeling Chief Gao wasn't going to buy it. "Really?" "From performing them during the mudslide." "Chief Gao, I'm just a genius who can understand any operation just by watching something once." "Probably, you're a strange kid after all." Li Yun learned from using Zhuoang, but it was the mudslide that gave him hands-on experience. During the mudslide a few months ago, the situation was really pressing. Binchu University Hospital didn't have many vascular surgeons, cardiologists, and interventional radiologists, and as the hospital closest to the mudslide, a lot of patients were sent to the hospital. The situation was really chaotic and all the doctors in the ER were panicking. The mudslide was an hour away, so time wasn't on their side. Li Yun knew how to perform the procedure and had practiced it in the angioplasty suite. Only the radiology technician knew of his ability, and begged him to help out. On his first attempt, Li Yun amazed even himself. Soon, he took on the remaining patients injured during the mudslide. Luckily, he wasn't doing open surgery, or else he would feel like he was playing around with someone's life. He felt more confident because it was a minimally invasive procedure. He never understood why everything was swept under the rug, but it was likely he had saved someone important during the process. "You want a break?" Chief Gao asked Li Yun after 6 hours of work. "No, there are still patients." Li Yun remembered seeing a lot more patients in the ER. They continued to work with only quick 5 minutes of restroom and meal breaks. After 16 hours and performing close to 24 operations, Li Yun collapsed on the bunk bed. Dr. Nan and Dr. Lau had returned from their conference, and took over the emergency operations. Li Yun woke up 4 hours later. According to the news, the situation had stabilized a bit, but they were still searching for people under the debris. Chapter 42 Line Detection. Li Yun yawned as he headed to the bathroom and began to brush his teeth. His mind slowly eased out from the morning slumber and he suddenly realized the system had rewarded him something. It was odd, as the task to comprehend the meridian was still incomplete. Secret mission achieved, remove 100 lines of misfortune. Special reward, line detection. Li Yun snorted. Typical of the system to give him something that sounded stupid. Line of misfortune. Li Yun wondered whose wrinkles or scars were healed. He had a hunch that it was Gu Ren's. After dressing up, Li Yun looked around the lounge area, finding only An Luchang in the room. An Luchang was diligently reading a book on face reading, very similar to the one Li Yun had read when he first began studying it back in high school. So, what do you think about it so far? Asked Li Yun. It's very fascinating, An Luchang responded as his eyes continued to devour the content. I've also found videos and seminars of people teaching face reading online. The instructor would approach random people and read their faces. Unlike those psychic shows, he would break down his method on how he was able to figure out their lifestyle just by reading their faces. Are you able to apply it to a patient? An Luchang shook his head. I'm not good with people. Even if I could discern their stubbornness and drinking problem, they won't listen to me even after I tell them it's best if they sober up. Are you able to figure out why they have a drinking problem? Most people drink because they want to forget about their problems. Did you see more wrinkles on the right or left side? On the left, Yin's side. That is their private face? So they don't want others to know that they have a drinking problem. Li Yun nodded. You can think of the left side of your face as the true persona, and the right side of the face as the image you want to project to the world. Ironic, isn't it known that most people tend to favor the left side of their face? Li Yun smiled and nodded. An Luchang didn't have any discernible wrinkles. However, once he was concentrating on something, it was easy to see worry lines developing between his eyebrows. It was common to see worry lines among people who graduated from school, especially medical students. Upon focusing on An Luchang's worry lines, 3 things entered his mind. Father 21%. Jayakao 10%. MLE 8%. He had never seen the information appear in his head before, and wondered if this was the line detection ability. Are you worried about your dad? Li Yun asked. An Luchang instinctively touched his forehead. Is it showing on my face? An Luchang asked. How do you know it's my dad? Just wondering. My dad is an alcoholic and a smoker like any other father. I guess it's not difficult to guess. It didn't look like An Luchang wanted to talk as he returned to reading the book. A moment later, Mi Xian and Yang Kong walked in. Luchang, you're done with the book? Asked Mi Xian. Li Yun wondered when they got so close. Looking at Mi Xian's worry line, it seemed that the two had the exact same problem. Father 19%. Jayakao 11%. MLE 8%. Even without line detention, Li Yun could tell that almost all medical students had the same problems and shared similar experiences. Looking at Yang Kong, Li Yun revised that thought, only some medical students had the same problem. Dr. Li, anything interesting on my face? Asked Yang Kong. When are you coming out to your parents? Asked Li Yun. Yang Kang's flirty smile immediately turned into a frown. Dr. Li, please stop being an insensitive ass, Mi Xian glared at Li Yun. I'm only saying this because this is a problem you should address. Li Yun was being very serious. Coming out to parents made up 39% of Yang Kang's worries. It was easy to assume that a high percentage wasn't a good thing. Yang Kong was very extroverted, but he was likely very reversed and polite around his parent. Masking a person's true personality to the extreme, especially from one's parents, could easily lead to depression. Li Yun didn't think he had the ability to help Yang Kong with his problems, but he thought that Mi Xian had that ability. They were friends in college, and it was best for friends to help each other out. Although Li Yun wanted to help, the only thing he could do was to air the problem out into the open. It was insensitive, but sometimes it was better to be an ass to help someone than to stay quiet. Nurse Yun walked into the room. Looking at the awkward silence in the room, her eyes shifted around to survey what had happened. Her eyes landed on Li Yun, and she correctly thought it was him who caused the trouble. Either way, it didn't look too serious, so she smiled. "Dr. Li, Chief Lim would like to see you," she announced. Li Yun nodded and followed Nurse Yun toward the administration area. Inside Chief Lim's office, Li Yun was surprised to see some familiar faces, but he could immediately guess their reasons for being there. "Lieutenant Tao, Detective Dan, what a surprise to see you here," Li Yun shook both their hands. "You acting all professional frightens me," said Bulletin Tao, all dressed formally in his uniform. "Hey kid, good to finally see you in a white coat." "I guess that means no introduction is needed," said Chief Lim, noticing their friendly demeanor. "Lieutenant Bulletin wants to interview some of the patients. I was about to send someone to escort him around the hospital, but he mentioned that you are acquainted." "Acquainted?" Li Yun cheekily responded. "I know you're probably exhausted, so I can also ask someone else." Chief Lim knew Li Yun worked throughout the night. "It's not a problem, I can assist them," Li Yun reassured her. "Then I should also let you know that this is a very high-profile incident. Avoid talking to any reporters." Li Yun wanted to salute her, but thought she would probably shoot him down with her eyes, so he nodded. After finishing up all formalities, the detectives and Li Yun left Chief Lim's office and walked down the hallway toward the ICU. "Why are you handling a case all the way in Qinbei?" Li Yun asked. Bulletin Tao's jurisdiction was in Yide. "Internal exchange program for 2 weeks, Bulletin Tao replied. "What rotten luck, Qinbei is usually known as a peaceful little city. I doubt it has anything to do with luck. How's the site?" "A complete mess. I haven't seen anything like it in my career. It's still under investigation, but initial reports suggest it is a bomb. Everyone had speculated it, but it wasn't confirmed. We have been combing for footage around the area," Bulletin Tao explained. "The building was already old and in poor condition, and even the cameras inside the building are fake. We don't have many leads, but we are hoping that someone have noticed something." "Do you have a list of people who work in the building?" "From the list of employees, only 2 people are missing. They are either still missing under the rubble or they could be the suspect." "Guests?" "It's just an office building and they don't normally have people coming in from the outside. The likelihood of guests or visitors at the time is unlikely." "What type of bomb?" It wasn't like Li Yun knew much about bombs, but the more information he gathered, the better it would be to narrow down the suspect. "It's a homemade bomb, but definitely someone with a military background. The government doesn't like to hear that." "Well, yeah, that's why we didn't release the news about it yet. The sooner we catch the guy, the better it would be for everyone." Chapter 43 News. Li Yun escorted the detectives to see Lin Heyong, one of the patients from yesterday. He was lucky to be at the edge of where the bomb was planted. Unfortunately, 4 of his co-workers did not make it, along with 8 others from the upper floors. "Mr. Lin, I'm Lieutenant Bulletin Tao from the Yide City Department, do you have a moment?" Bulletin Tao asked, revealing his badge. "Ah, yes, sure," Lin Heyong replied. "Mr. Lin, can you describe to me what happened yesterday morning? From the time you entered the building." "It was really like any other morning," Lin Heyong's hands moved as he spoke, trying to recall more details. "The only thing different was that I took the stairs yesterday. Thinking back, that might have saved my life." "Did you notice anything unusual?" Lin Heyong thought about it. "Nothing unusual, except for what happened when I arrived at my floor. The incident happened in your office. Do you know if anyone has a grudge against your boss or even some of your coworkers? Well, everyone hates our boss. What exactly do you do at the office? We're just a small internet news agency. Bulletin Tao couldn't remember any news agency. Tabloid. I wouldn't call it tabloid, it's just like any other news, but as a copywriter, we come up with titles to make it more interesting. My other co-workers would find articles and then rewrite them a little. Bulletin Tao rolled his eyes, but Li Yun thought it was typical. Reading the entire article was the thing of the past, so most internet tabloids didn't put effort into changing the content, just the titles. Before being a copywriter, did you do anything else? Bulletin Tao continued. Yeah, I was in the military, served 4 years. Never thought I would end up working as a copywriter. What happened? Well, it's just, I wanted a job where I wouldn't get blown up. What irony! Lin He-yong looked a bit bitter. Did you lose anyone in the skirmish? Asked Li Yun, noticing the wrinkle below his eyes. Yeah, a good buddy of mine. After that, I kinda had it. Anyone else in your office who was in the military? Bulletin Tao was wondering if it was a coincidence Lin He-yong was in the military. Lin He-yong nodded. Almost everyone in the office is a retired veteran, except for the boss. He was just someone the headquarters sent down. They like to hire veterans because it's good promo materials. Did you have a good relationship with them? We aren't that close. Everyone tries to keep our private and work life separate. How about recent former employees? Now that I think of it. I think I bumped into someone who looks a bit like Zhang Hui. He used to work there a month ago. Do you have any contact with him? Not much, he kept to himself, just like everyone else. Bulletin Tao gathered his contact information and thanked him for the information. After interviewing 2 other survivors, Bulletin Tao was about to head back to his office. I guess I will look into Zhang Hui next, said Bulletin Tao. Maybe continue researching Lin He-yong's background, said Li Yun. You think he's suspicious? Asked Bulletin Tao. But he doesn't seem to be lying. If he has been planning this for a while, then it's possible for him to convince himself that he has no involvement in this. When Li Yun checked the bitterness line, something odd came up. Enemy 41%. Boss 11%. Work 9%. The percentage for enemy was unusually high. Unfortunately, after using line detection on the bitterness line, it didn't work again. Of course, a useful skill would be a one and done, Li Yun thought. I should be more selective about the type of line I want to detect. I'll look into then, and have the others check Zhang Hui, Bulletin Tao as he checked a message to the other detectives. Can you check the relationship between Lin He-yong and his co-workers? Asked Li Yun. Do you think he had conflicts with them? Asked Bulletin Tao. If Lin He-yong planted the bomb, it is very likely that his goal is to get rid of someone he viewed as an enemy. All right, I'll look into it. I'll leave someone here to keep an eye on him. Li Yun returned to his work, but he got a call at around noon from the detective. Lin He-yong had requested to be released from the hospital. The news prompted Li Yun to rush toward the ICU and into Lin He-yong's room. Mr. Lin, the nurse told me you have requested to be released. Li Yun asked as casually as humanly possible after sprinting down several hallways. Yeah, thanks for the surgery, doc. I feel like I can move again. Lin He-yong stood up and stretched his arms around. Although Lin He-yong appeared fine, his thighs were shaking at a higher rate than usual. Li Yun wondered if Lin He-yong saw one of the detectives guarding his room. If he thought the police were onto him, he would likely panic and want to bolt. Mr. Lin, typically we will have to monitor you for 72 hours after the operation, Li Yun advised. I can't really afford to stay here. I'll sign whatever form you need me to sign. All right, I'll have the nurse get the form for you, Li Yun looked at the nurse waiting at the door and signaled her to get the paperwork. He had told her earlier to be as slow as possible. Before arriving at the suite, Bulet and Tao mentioned that they were able to find out that Lin He-young's friend was killed by friendly fire. The person who shot the round was Luo Suan. The three were originally good friends, but Luo Suan was jealous that one of them was promoted. The incident was ruled as manslaughter, but Lin He-young wasn't happy with the verdict and quit the military afterward. Luo Suan started to work in the office 7 months ago, and Lin He-young may have plotted revenge since then. The police were quickly able to get a warrant, and we're currently searching the house for evidence. They should be arriving soon to arrest him. What's taking her so long? Lin He-young commented, his feet shaking impatiently. There were a lot of people injured yesterday, Li Yun replied as he grabbed a stool and sat by Lin He-young's bed. Your vitals are a bit high, are you feeling okay? I'm all good. At that moment, the nurse handed Li Yun the clipboard and left the room. Li Yun pretended to look through the paperwork. I don't see doctors handling paperwork that often, said Lin He-young. I'm just a first-year resident, Li Yun passed the clipboard to the impatient patient. Oh? You performed surgery even as a resident? Lin He-young began scribbling the paperwork. Technically Chief Gao is in charge, but since he's busy with the more critical cases, I'm handling all the cases that only required IVR. Lin He-young signed off the release form quickly and turned it back to Li Yun, who took his time to scan everything by repeating some lines that Lin He-young had initialed. Midway through, Lin He-young was ready to walk out. All right, everything is all set, but it is still best if you come back in a month, Li Yun explained. There may be complications, so a checkup is recommended. Okay, I'll think about it, replied Lin He-young on his way out. Lin He-young paused his steps. Looking at the detective blocking the door, and then looking back at Li Yun. The following morning, the news reported that the police had apprehended the suspect. The newly governor, Ning, commended the police for their excellent work and for quickly solving the case. In the meanwhile, Li Yun was being scolded by Chief Lim. Even after I specifically asked you not to talk to the reporter, 6 hours later, I see you on a news report, Chief Lim sternly scolded him as she watched the news coverage on her phone. On the screen, there was a footage of Lin He-young pausing to look at the cop before turning back and attacking Li Yun. He had planned to use Li Yun as a hostage, but unexpectedly, Li Yun grabbed and yanked onto Lin He-young's arm and then rotated the man over until Lin He-young was knocked down to the ground. Any thoughts on how I should address this? Chief Lim, the reporter was right there when it happened, Li Yun replied. I didn't even talk to anyone. Chief Lim sneered jokingly. I'm impressed you managed to throw down a criminal with a military background. Chief Lim, the criminal had surgery 12 hours before. I wouldn't exactly call that impressive. Brave doctor comprehended criminal. Oh wow, he's so cool. What hospital is this? Let me sign up as a patient. Have you read some of the comments? Chief Lim asked, scrolling down on her phone to read the comments. Good publicity for the hospital. All right, I'll let you off this time since the reporter snuck in by pretending to be a patient. You may leave. Li Yun was about to leave, but she stopped him. Oh, the hospital will award you with 1 vacation day for handling the IVR cases. Thank you ma'am, Li Yun saluted and quickly left the office. Chapter 44 Roadmap. Dr. Li, Mr. Wu Yang is here again, the nurse informed Li Yun as he was by another patient's bedside. Li Yun finished marking the chart and looked at the nurse. His son drove him or via the ambulance. His son drove him in this time. Dr. Yang and Dr. Zhou dealing with him? Li Yun asked her. The nurse nodded. They are dealing with Mr. Wu Yang right now in the geriatric department. After checking his patient, Li Yun walked toward the geriatric department. In the hospital, the geriatric department was considered the most depressing department. It wasn't as stressful as pediatrics or the ER, but it was depressing to see people at the end of their lifespan, and there was nothing to prevent it. The only thing the doctors could do was ease away their suffering. "Where's that useless son of mine?" Mr. Wu Yang cried out. The man was nearing his 90s, but he was still waving his cane around like a kid in the playground. Li Yun wondered if he was the one that knocked Wei Jing in the head the other time. "Better stay far away. Mr. Wu Yang, we need to perform a check-up on you," Mi Xian explained. "Your son told us you haven't taken your medicine." "Blah, useless medicine." Mr. Wu Yang waved his frail hands to ward them off. "I'm going away soon anyway. It's not like it will make me live longer." "Sir, it is still important to take your medicine," Yang Kong tried to plead. "You fell last time because you had a dizzy spell. The medicine will help keep your mind clear." Yeah, the other doctor already explained. "You don't have to mention it twice. Let me get some rest, and tell my son to take me back home. I'm tired." Yang Kong looked at Mi Xian, ready to give up. They tried their best to convince him to stay, but he wouldn't give them a urine sample or blood sample. They couldn't do anything if the patient refuses, even if they have a guardian's consent. Mi Xian looked impatiently at the elderly man. "It's fine if you don't want to take medicine, but are you sure it's not because you forgot?" "What? Why would I forget?" Mr. Wu Yang stumped his cane on the floor once. "You don't know, back in my days, I was the best mathematician on the national team. Not like you kids these days, relying on your computers and calculators." "I see, so you forgot to take your medicine." "What? What are you talking about?" Mr. Wu Yang barked back. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I have said? I just don't want to take them." "That's not a problem. You don't have to take them. It's not like you will remember even if we give you more." "What are you talking about? Of course I can remember. So you can remember to take your pills for the next month. Easy peasy." Yang Kong looked at Mi Xian strangely. They were talking in circles, but yet she got him to take the pills the next time. He didn't know she had that kind of patience. Mi Xian, however, gritted her teeth and walked out of the room. "It looks like a rotation in geriatric is good for you," said Li Yun as he approached the two of them. Mi Xian glared at Li Yun. "Did you ask Chief Gao to put me in here for an extra week? Are you having fun making friends with all the seniors?" Mi Xian defeatedly let out a long sigh. Everyone knew Li Yun practically oversaw the ER after Chief Gao. It was a good experience. I asked them about their life experiences based on their wrinkles. They seemed to open up more after I talked to them. Most seniors are chatty, especially when they start talking about themselves. I just want to verify if the lines on their faces really reflected their experience. I don't really want to know their life story. Why not? Face reading is just a starting point to understand a person. If the person tells you everything about themselves, that's even better. Just look at Yang Kong. What about me? Yang Kong asked curiously. You didn't read up on face reading? Nope, I don't enjoy studying like Dr. Mi Xian. But you can remember every single person you have treated and your conversations with them. Ooh, Dr. Li knows my special skills. Yang Kang's ability to remember names, faces, and conversations were envious, especially because it came naturally. You don't have to rely on face reading simply because you are able to connect with patients, and they will tell you everything about themselves. Yang Kong nodded. Knowing a person's life story is like having a roadmap. A roadmap for what? Mi Xian wondered. Most of these people are already at the end of the road. People are unique, but only to a certain extent. Between the bumpy road and an easy road, most people will pick the easy road. But people with Mr. Wu Yang experiences will pick the bumpy road because they like challenges. And people like that will often face similar challenges. If you see a young mathematician in his 20s, you can use Mr. Wu Yang's roadmap to help guide his decision. Mi Xian prided herself in being able to see the big picture, but what Li Yun said changed her initial thoughts about the importance of people skills. As she heard more and more stories, she began to understand why people made certain decisions, whether it made sense to her or not. Speaking of which, I heard you're good friends with Ms. Qing now. Li Yun heard everything from the nurses, they were like his spy network. Mi Xian grew annoyed upon hearing the name of the narcissistic elderly woman. Why won't she stop calling me? Ms. Qing was someone who was easily depressed, so she came to the hospital for checkups once a month. She made you food, so talking to her isn't a bad trade-off. Mi Xian grew silent. She doesn't have much time left. I have tried contacting her relatives, and although they felt a bit of regret, they are too busy to see her. It was progress for Mi Xian if she was able to sense when patients were near the end of their lifespan. Usually, only the most experienced doctors could sense it. As long as she's still talking to you, it seems like she will be fine, Li Yun consoled. Yet, but what kind of daughter doesn't want to visit their mom at the last moment of their lives? Mi Xian suddenly thought about her own parents. Just think about it. How is your relationship with your father? Would you visit him? He's overbearing, but I'll still visit him. Did you ever have a fight with him where you were so upset that you wanted to run away? All the time. Okay, maybe using you as an example isn't a good idea, Li Yun commented and turned to Yang Kong. How about your parents? I try not to fight with them, Yang Kong replied. I am the obedient son. If your parents don't accept you, would you want to see them again? I'm not sure, but I probably won't be able to face them again. So you're saying they had a fight, and are unable to resolve until now? Mi Xian connected what Li Yun was saying regarding Ms. Qing's relationship with her daughter. Along that line, Li Yun nodded. It may even be something very stupid. But most fights are from an accumulation of bitterness and resentment. So it doesn't matter what the fight was about, but it was enough to break their relationship. After so long, they may have forgotten about it, but they still feel awkward trying to reconnect. Being aware of the situation, Mi Xian set on a mission to bring the mother and daughter together. She called Ms. Qing's daughter again. Ms. Qing's daughter was a social worker who helped others. Mi Xian recognized that Ms. Qing's daughter's decision was based on becoming someone who was the complete opposite of her mother. She didn't want to follow Ms. Qing's roadmap. Ms. Dong, I understand that you are busy, but please hear me out one more time, Mi Xian pleaded over the phone. Your mother regrets being selfish. She doesn't say it out loud directly because that's the type of person she is. However, she's constantly talking about her daughter and granddaughters, so you can tell that a part of her really wants to reconnect. Although you may not like her, it will be better in the long run for the grandchildren to meet with their grandmother one more time. On Ms. Qing's final day, she was surrounded by nurses and doctors. Although the flight was delayed, her daughter along with her husband and children were able to make it before Ms. Qing closed her eyes. Chapter 45 The Monk. A possible acute appendicitis patient is coming in via ambulance, the nurse announced over the PA. Estimated time of arrival is 10 minutes. Age, 15, accompanied by both parents. Before the patients arrived, the nurses prepared the bed and equipment ready for the doctor. From the corner of the ER, Li Yun appeared from the double door and glanced at An Lukeng, who transferred a young 10-year-old patient onto the bed with the EMT. Chief Resident Dr. Han checked the chest and then the stomach. Mi Xian quickly took the patient's history from the parents and ordered all the basic tests. Once the tests confirm the appendicitis, the general surgeon or ACS would operate. In cases where children or elderly were involved, the general surgery department was unlikely to fight over the case as they carried a higher risk of complications and lawsuits. Chief Lim arrived and took over the case, immediately ordering the OR to prepare for an appendectomy. At that moment, the ambulance arrived with the next patient. Without much rest in between, An Lukeng assisted the 15-years-old onto the bed. Appendicitis was common, but they don't always encounter a situation where they needed two teams at the same time. Dr. An, assist with surgery, Chief Lim said over the radio. She trusted his surgical ability, but not his dealings with patients. Enlukeng's patients typically gave him a low ratings, often citing his poor communication skills. It wasn't that Enlukeng was bad, but the patients couldn't understand him and his quiet nature made them feel awkward. With Enlukeng gone, Dr. Han was left by himself and one other resident. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw Li Yun in the ER, it meant an easier time for him. He didn't have to see any weird patients, instead, he passed a patient's chart over to Li Yun and moved on to the next patient. Li Yun walked up to one of the weird patients, a heavily tattooed man. The man had been waiting for close to an hour, but no one dared to approach him. Li Yun was 185 centimeters, but the man towered over him by at least 15 centimeters. He wasn't as buff as Fatty Fang, but his height was threatening. His hair was shaved as though he was in the military. Amitabha, Mr. is here to seek treatment. Li Yun asked the tall man. The monk in regular clothes returned the greeting by putting his straightened right hand to his chest and bowing. Mr. has a very special aura, he responded. Oh, is that so? Li Yun curiously asked. Does Mr. believe in fate? I believe that my fate is my own decision. Ah, you're a Taoist, I see. As Buddhists, we also do not believe in fate, but we believe in karma. You look like someone actively trying to collect karma. That could be said of a lot of people in this profession. I see that Mr. is cautious of me. I should, considering it looks like you are looking for me. The monk nodded. I bought one of your copies of the I Ching, it is interesting. Oh. Li Yun's interest piqued. I always feel that a person who could rewrite this is someone who could attain greater destiny. Although it seems like you're just in the beginning phase of your path. I also feel that I could do something more. How should I address you? You can call me Luba. All right Luba, I am stuck at this bottleneck. It has been a few years, but I can't seem to complete this next mission. Is this something you can advise me on? Mr. Bottlenecks are part of cultivation. If there is something on your mind, let me bear some burden. I believe I understand the basics of Meridian. It is basically a composite of all human systems. By knowing how the body works, it is possible to open the channels of meridians and absorb qi. However, I am still missing a way to perfect it. It feels like once I break through the bottleneck, a new path will open. Have you encountered something similar? Luba nodded thoughtfully. I do not know if you are aware, but opening channels require a lot of resources. Unfortunately, resources require a lot of funding. I had a feeling that was the case. How were you able to secure resources? Every path is made up of twists and turns. It's not always a straight path. Does Mr. have an end goal? Immortality. I see, Luba got up, a bit disappointed at the answer. I hope you will attain the path. The final goal isn't immortality. Luba shook his head. You will find out eventually. How should I contact you? Mr. Do not need to contact me, I will contact you. Luba bowed down and left the emergency room. Li Yun watched Luba carefully as he left. Once out of sight, he immediately contacted Old Bulletin and asked him to investigate Luba. Old Bulletin, I'm going to send you fingerprints, can you identify him? It's going to be tough if he doesn't have a record, Bulletin Tao's voice responded over the phone. Don't you have CCTV at the hospital? There is, but I don't think that will help you. He looked like he had plastic surgery. His facial features were off. If they went to that extent, I don't think fingerprints will help you either. Who is this person? He calls himself Luba. Although he didn't dress like a monk, he has jibba, dots, on his head. I'm not really sure if he's a real monk, but he's definitely a grifter. That is really bizarre, but I can see why grifters would choose to be a monk, it makes people put down their guard. Bulletin Tao walked over to Detective Dan and gave him a name to search on their database. What do you think is his reason for contacting you? I think they are scoping out for candidates for a forgery scam. Li Yun would not have figured it out without the use of line detection. He wasn't sure if it was possible to use it on someone with plastic surgery, but it had worked. Although the physical markings were removed, the lines were deeply embedded within the body. Everyone had fear markings on their chin, but whether it was a prominent feature depended on the person. Using the skill on the fear markings located on the chin, he was able to uncover Luba's three biggest fears: death by torture, getting arrested, and his boss. A monk would not have a boss, and their fear wasn't normally getting arrested. The only problem was Li Yun wasn't sure if they were planning to forge important documents, money, or a painting. Judging by how careful they are, they must be seeking a replacement for someone, Bulletin Tao remarked. Are they going to seek you out again? I think I have managed to disqualify myself. Oh, you don't think they will contact you again? No, I made it known that although I'm not onto them, I'm not stable enough to be a reliable candidate, said Li Yun. It's best not to have any involvement with them. Okay, I'll look into it. Thanks. Oh, hey, are you still searching for Chu Ruxi? Did you find her? Li Yun said his words slowly. He wasn't sure why he was still searching. Not me, but Bufo thinks he knows. Why did you ask him? Bulletin Tao laughed. He saw her briefly at the club with you, and when I mentioned it, he said she looked familiar, but he wasn't able to pinpoint why. Focus on finding the monk first. So you're not going to tell us why you're really looking for that woman? Li Yun was going to take that moment to his grave. Why are you gossiping with Bufo? He's been feeling a bit depressed. His girlfriend broke up with him again. You know what he's like. Bulletin Tao and Li Yun both sighed at the same time. Chapter 46 Streamer. Little Ling, it's your big brother, Li Yun greeted Wu Ling over the phone, who obviously knew who it was, but he liked to rub it in. Yeah, what do you want? Wu Ling was out eating with her friends at the university's dining hall. It was strange that her cousin was calling her at the time. Has anyone contacted you lately about the Taoist texts on TB Shop? She thought about all the recent inquiries. There were the usual requests from clients who wanted custom scrolls or texts. Li Yun didn't take custom orders for texts, but once in a while, he would make custom calligraphy scrolls for birthdays and anniversaries as they weren't as time-consuming. I think I have already sent over all the requests to you, Wu Ling replied. So nothing unusual? Li Yun asked. She remembered a request from a few weeks ago. A company called Fuzzy Incorporated sent me a message for a special partnership. I wanted to ask you if you are interested, but brother said not to bother you since it sounds like one of those spams. Did they ask for anything unusual? No, not really. They were impressed by the level of details in your copies, and would like to invest money for you to scale up the operation. All they requested was a meeting, but I never responded to them. I can forward you the message, but there's no contact information about them, and even the information about the company online is non-existent. Okay, that should be fine, Li Yun nodded. Everything okay with you on campus? Wu Ling thought it was an odd question. Everything is fine, what's up? Nothing much, the items on TB Shop look like it's running low. I'll send you a couple of calligraphy scrolls later. Wu Ling brightened up, more money for her. All right. Sounds good. Wu Ling hung up, and her friend curiously wondered who was on the phone. You sound awfully happy, Zhu Anin remarked. Ah, the fresh smell of money always makes me happy, Wu Ling responded. Is that why you started streaming with Song Milan? Asked Li Qing. How do you know? Asked Wu Ling. Ms. Wu Ling, it's on the internet, and you happen to be the campus goddess, of course everyone knows, said An Zhongmi. It was really accidental. I bumped into her while I was shopping at the mall. She said I was a special guest, so I didn't want to ruin her stream. If it was me, I would have tried to ruin her stream, Zhu Anin sneered. Why doesn't she ask me? Because your boyfriend would kill me, Song Milan, a Barbie-like young woman, interrupted them as she approached their table and hugged Wu Ling excitedly from the back. Thanks to Lingling, I have officially hit 50,000 subscribers. Let's go out again this weekend. Again. Wu Ling wasn't comfortable with live streaming. It's my 50K special. But you don't have to be on stream. I'm just treating you to dinner as a thank you. How much did you guys make last week? Asked Li Qing. 9,000 yuan, minus 1,000 yuan for the food and fees, so 4,000 yuan between us, Song Milan replied. At the special, I can see fans giving upward to 20,000. Wu Ling's eyes lit up. Seriously? That much for a 2 hours broadcast? And Zhongmi counted with her fingers. It's not like any regular broadcast you can see on TV. Where can you find two cute girls eating and critiquing different cuisines? Song Milan corrected her. Everywhere on the internet, Zhu Anin pointed out. A bunch of fake filters and plastic surgery. Some people are crazy, the girls all thought. Yeah, don't you just love crazy people? Song Milan grabbed a spare seat and sat behind Wu Ling. My dearest little Ling, so you are free this weekend? Wu Ling thought about it. I might have to help out my cousin with something. With what? Little Ling runs a TB shop store for her cousin, and Zhang Mi mentioned. I still remember packaging and carrying out all those boxes in middle school. I can't believe it's almost sold out. Speaking of which, I saw your cousin on the news the other day. Yeah, that troublemaker. He made my auntie and uncle so worried. But you have to admit he was really cool when he threw down the criminal, Zhu Anin said. Your cousin threw down a criminal? Asked Song Milan. The one at Kinbei Hospital. I can't believe you didn't see it on the news, Zhu Anin jabbed. I was busy, it's hard work to be a steamer. Kinbei Hospital, is it? Asked Song Milan as she searched on her phone. Oh ho, the video has 50K likes already. She watched the video that showed a patient standing between the doctor and the door. Instead of heading out, the patient quickly approached the doctor as though ready to attack. Unexpectedly, the doctor grabbed the patient's arm and flung the patient over 360 in the air and onto the floor. The clip ended in less than 10 seconds, but there were floods of comments running across the video. Is that a real doctor? Why isn't mine as handsome? This has got to be some fake promotion. Doc should quit and join the Wushu national team. Is the criminal okay? Does anyone have the doctor's number? I'm not feeling well. Source, r/Billalillalillalili. Comments were fun to read, but not when it blocked the entire footage. Song Milan zoomed in on the doctor. Why didn't you tell me he was hot? Song Milan gawked. Wu Ling glared at her. Pay. Yuck. Your head with hot guys. Stick to your boy bands. Song Milan slyly batted her eyes. Why don't you introduce us? What happened to the previous boyfriend? Asked Wu Ling. Zhu Anin broke out laughing. Ms. Little Ling, don't you read the college forum? Wu Ling shook her head and rolled her eyes. Do I look like I have time to gossip? The college forum was operated by the students and had a wealth of information and gossips, but Wu Ling avoided the site because she was usually the subject of gossip. Reading about herself was uncomfortable. While they continued gossiping, Li Yun continued with his work. He wasn't sure how dangerous the monk or the organization he worked for were, but he had to be cautious since the monk did not seem like a typical grifter. Although the monk had a relaxed facade, he was watching Li Yun's expression very carefully. This was someone who was also trained in face reading and micro-expressions. Li Yun was also careful with his words. He said a lot of things that were half-truths to throw off Luba, like being stuck in a bottleneck. Luckily, the things he had said also made him look like someone who had fifth-grade syndrome or a bit delusional. He wondered how much the monk had investigated him. Dr. Lee, the monk you just saw, he didn't fill out any paperwork, said Nurse Yoon. Is it all right for him to leave like that? Lee Yoon nodded. He wasn't here to see a doctor, said Lee Yoon. He was just looking for me. Oh, I see. He could have called you first. Monks are weird, they are like that, said Lee Yoon. If you see him again, can you page me? Nurse Yoon nodded. Chapter 47. Do kids have wrinkles? If geriatric was the most depressing department, the pediatric department was considered the most hellish. There was nothing worse than dealing with spoiled children and overprotective parents. This woman had a laundry list of possible ailments her son might have, and she told me an exam and check all of them, complained a resident doctor during their break. It was good to be prepared and question doctors, but the level of distrust toward authoritative figures had led people to become misguided. It was reasonable to believe in people who spent years studying the topic than a week worth of research on the internet forum. The ones with the bigger family are the worst, the doctor complained. One came in the other day with the uncles, aunts, grandparents, and relatives from all parts of the city just to question me about every single medicine. It's like they enjoy pretending to know more about medicine than us. Well, better than the family I have to deal with. They are constantly complaining that their child needs to have a private room. It's like that with everyone. Hopefully, now that they are allowed to have another child, they won't spoil their kids so much. All the doctors agreed. They weren't kidding when they said all the kids were spoiled. The one-child policy had created a situation where the parents placed all their hopes and dreams on one child, resulting in spoiled behaviors and zero accountability. Lee Yoon wondered why he wasn't spoiled being the only boy in the family. As a child, his mother would scream at him for watching too much television or playing pranks on the other kids. He shrugged away the memories and continued walking down the hallway of the pediatric department. Unlike most residents, Lee Yoon didn't have problems with rotating into different departments, but he felt bored most of the time dealing with endless reports and tests. He would rather be in the ER. You're really not suited for anywhere except for the ER, Chief Gao had once commented. Not gaining any action points was painful. Fortunately, with line detection, Lee Yoon could use it to understand kids better. In face reading, it was not proper to perform face readings on kids. Do kids have wrinkles? An Lu Chang asked on their way to the pediatric round. Of course they have wrinkles, Lee Yoon said as he pointed to a kid in the pen. Just look at this brat. He has wrinklers all over shirt. They can't go on a day without wrinkling everything. I mean their face. Even if they have premature wrinkles on their face, it's best not to use face reading on anyone under 18. If we can't use face reading on kids, isn't it pointless? A bit, Lee Yoon replied. Kids are still developing their personality and their facial features, so it's dangerous to perform face reading on them. Dangerous? How so? Everyone knows the importance of nurturing and encouraging kids, but people often forget how easy it is to influence them. It might be okay to tell a child that their face looks like someone who will become a great artist. If the child trusts the person who compliments them, they would believe it and work hard to become one. It is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Likewise, if you tell a child that they have the face of a criminal, the child may grow up to become one. So it's like gene expression? An inherited cancerous gene does not mean that a person would develop cancer. Under the right lifestyle, the gene would not trigger. Lee Yoon nodded. The parents give the children the different types of canyons, but how the children want to paint the picture depends on their lifestyles, environment, and choices. As the two arrived to the rounds, the attending talked to a couple about their daughter. The daughter, Yaya, was 13, and had been experiencing chronic stomach aches for several months. Other than anxiety from school, the attending doctor was not able to find anything wrong with her. The blood tests are back, we can rule out stomach ulcers, iron and folic acid deficiency, the attending said. I can prescribe you antacid for now. If the problem persists, give the nurse another call to schedule another appointment. Take regular pain medicine in moderation. Unfortunately, there was a limit to what Western doctors could do. Although antacids and medicine could suppress some of the pain, they couldn't heal the root of the problem. Almost every single type of chronic illness was incurable. If the family went to a TCM doctor, the doctor would most likely diagnose her with liver-stomach qi stagnation and provide her with bupleurum liver-soothing powder and left metal pill. Like Western medicine, it could only ease away the pain. If the root cause was not resolved, she would suffer the pain again in the future. The couple looked at each other, and then at their daughter. They only have one daughter, and it was worrying them to see her in so much pain almost every day. I have seen cases like this in many people, said the attending. The majority of the time, it will go away on its own. What grade is she in? The 7th grade, the mother responded. The attending nodded. My daughter is just a year older then. What's your favorite subject? Our daughter does very well in school, the mother responded. While the doctor spoke to the family, Li Yun activated line detection on Yaya. He had used it on people without visible wrinkles, but he wondered if it worked with children. Li Yun concentrated on the area near the tear duct of the eyes, the lost love line. In an elderly person, it was easy to see the lost love line, but in a child, it was non-existent. Li Yun wanted to check if it was possible to detect the lines in a child. There were many types of lines on a person's face. For lines such as the worry lines or the resentment lines, he could easily guess it even without using line detection. There were 3 things that came up for the lost love line. Dancing 23%. Grandma 10%. Best friend 9%. It was important to recognize that lost love wasn't just a person, but something that a person had lost that caused some emotional trauma. Do you used to dance? Li Yun suddenly asked. The family members were all surprised and looked at the young resident standing by the side with the other residents. Ah, yes, my daughter used to take ballet, but we decided it was too much for her, the mother said. Li Yun looked at Yaya directly in the eyes, but after her mother answered, she looked sideways. Dancing is therapeutic and good for the body, said Li Yun. Since she has been dancing for a while, to make her stop, her body might not adjust well to it. Her father nodded. Ah, you're right, her stomach did start around the time after we made her quit. The mother glared at the father. He wasn't meant to say it, but Yaya seemed to perk up after listening to Li Yun. Are you suggesting we let her do ballet again? Asked the mother in a strict tone. She didn't want her daughter to dance again. It was likely that Yaya wanted to be a dancer in the future, but her parents wanted her to focus on school, and to consider a more stable career path. They didn't realize how important dancing was to Yaya, and taking away her dream was going to leave a permanent scar in her heart. That's for you to decide with your daughter, Li Yun responded. He couldn't blame them. If he told his mother that he wanted to be a dancer instead of a surgeon, she would nag until his ears fell off. Li Yun excused himself as his pager beeped, followed by An Luchang. They ran off to the ER where Dr. Hao was preparing a patient for an appendectomy. Chapter 48 Department Head Meeting. Chief Gao and Dr. Hao are being rash, complained Dr. Chun 2.0 at the department head meeting. They are allowing their residents to perform surgeries on patients without a senior doctor present. This is not something we should be promoting. Really? I do not see a problem since all the surgeries have been successful so far, Chief Zhang rebutted. Have you read the report? Humph, like I have the time to review all the nonsense that goes on in your department. I am only addressing concerns that the other residents have noticed. If your residents are complaining, then they obviously have too much time on their hands. It's only because your department is hogging all the surgeries. What do you mean by that? My unit have always notified the general surgery department of an arrival. If your residents want more opportunities to perform surgery, then that is up to the department's coordinator to decide. I can only assume that whoever is in charge will need to take responsibility. Humph, typical of an imperial city man to talk like a politician, Dr. Chun 2.0 sneered. What else can I say? If your attendings aren't comfortable with putting a resident in charge, I do not see how that is my problem. This isn't about my department. It's about yours bending the rules. You know more than anyone about bending the rules. Why you? Dr. Chun 2.0 stood up from his seat, ready to declare war. Enough, Director Hong ordered the two to sit down and to stop arguing. This is not a problem since they are supervised by a senior surgeon. Everything is well documented in the report. Is there anything else anyone would like to address? Some surgeons grumbled, but decided not to speak up. There was no specific rules that required supervisors to be in the same room. As long as the supervisor could see what the residents were doing, it didn't conflict with the guidelines. Besides, it wasn't like any of the attendings ever properly supervised their own residents. Next topic, we will address the new medical technology symposium coming up in Magic City in February. Dr. Bayo has been invited to speak about his experiences with the Da Vinci robot. Everyone clapped out of common courtesy as Dr. Bayo stood up. I know everyone is unhappy that we have to share the Da Vinci robot between all departments. However, I have good news. We will receive funding to order another Da Vinci robot and one new domestic robot after the Spring Festival. All the doctors started chattering on their own. This was big news. Robot-assisted surgery was the future of surgery like laparoscopic surgery was 20 years ago. In the next 20 years, many foresaw robot-assisted surgery as the next gold standard. Robots-guided surgeries were also more precise, leading to faster recovery times. Robots eliminated the need for surgeons to have high dexterity and steady hands. Good surgeons could operate later in their life rather than retire early to an administrative or research position. As long as a person can operate a computer, they could continue to perform surgery. There were naturally trade-offs. Surgeons would eventually lose touch of certain sensation. Doctors were already beginning to lose the tactile memory of what the heart and pulse felt like due to laparoscopic and endoscopic technologies. Old-school surgeons did not like it, but they were in the minority. It was like a painter lamenting over the loss of texture and character to a Photoshop artist. To the painter, it meant everything, but to the Photoshop artist, it was just another form of media. To most practicing surgeons, the disadvantages paled in comparison to the benefits. The only shortcoming that prohibited widespread use was the initial cost and maintenance expenses. The doctors in the meeting conference were all excited about the thought of more surgical robots. Every department fought over the use of the Da Vinci robot. Every time the robot was in use, the theater was packed with surgeons and residents hoping to gain insights. Li Yun naturally used Zhuoang. Our country is committed to advancing the field of automation in surgery, and many companies have stepped up to create robots that will better serve the people, said Director Hong. I will be sending representatives along with Dr. Bayo to the symposium to select 3 domestic robots for the directors and chiefs to vote on. Dr. Chun 2.0 raised his hand. Director Hong, I am sure you are aware that my research papers are on the need for automation in all aspects of patients' care. Surely there's no one more qualified than me. My knowledge will also complement Dr. Bao's hands-on experience. Half the doctors in the room rolled their eyes, but more and more doctors raised their hands to recommend themselves. Self-promotion was shameless, but necessarily if they wanted to advance themselves. Everyone was aware that whoever were chosen as the representatives would also have more opportunity to use it in the future. If the Rosa robot was selected, for example, then naturally the neurosurgical and orthopedic department would have more surgical opportunities. Director Hong patiently dwindled his thumb and waited for everyone to stop talking. Our hospital's 30th year anniversary is coming up, and I thought of an interesting way to increase both hype and excitement. We'll have a robot-assisted surgery competition, but only the residents are allowed to compete. Immediately after the announcement, every department was in battle mode. The winner would gain immense opportunities and the losers would fall behind. Director Hong's decision led to a surge in residents' medical training that had not been seen before. With only a month left before the competition began, every department's pushed additional training and surgeries for the residents. In the ACS unit, everyone was relatively calm while looking through the formal competition announcement emailed to all the department heads. "Did you know Director Hong was planning this?" asked Chief Lim. "Why would I know? We're not that close," Chief Zhang replied. "More important question, who are you sending to the competition? So we only need to submit a team of people?" asked Chief Gao. "That's simple then." They had 8 first-year, 7 second-year, and 7 third-year residents. The third-year residents naturally have more experience, and the chiefs selected the top 3 from the third-year residency program. From a technical standpoint, An Luchang was the best at using the robot, but selecting him over the third year would cause internal problems and low morale for the third years who were about to complete their program. None of the chiefs cared about the competition. They didn't care about what robot was selected. It was already a win for the hospital to gain more surgical robots. "Oh, there are also year-based mock diagnosis competitions," Chief Gao continued reading through the email. "Director Hong is really going all out. Well, it is going to be his 5th year here, and his father will be coming in to celebrate. He'll naturally want to make this as exciting as possible," Chief Zhang remarked. Although Qinbei Hospital was a public hospital where the director was appointed by government officials, the previous director 2 generations ago was Director Hong's father. Despite the apparent nepotism, Director Hong had proven to be a much more ambitious and resolute than his father. "What's the prize for the individual competition?" Chief Lim wondered. "Third prize is 1 vacation day, second prize is 2 vacation days, and grand prize is 5 vacation days." "Oh wow, that's generous." Chapter 49 Hire a Good Lawyer. A pudgy attending with sagging cheeks stormed up the stairs and kicked the metal door open with a loud bang. He tugged himself onto the rooftop and took out his pack of cigarettes. "Damn!" he cursed. The attendings huddled on the rooftop turned toward the new arrival. "Whoa there, Dr. Wei, what got you all wound up?" the cardiologist asked while puffs of smoke escaped from his nose and mouth. The group of 3 junior attendings gathered in a circle as they smoked and complained about their days. They were all hired within the past 2 years, but after attaining the status as attending doctors, they were still bullied by the seniors and patients. "I got assigned this as first-year resident," Dr. Wei complained as he completed their circle. "Most first years are pretty dull and meek if you ask me. They only turn on you during the second year. Don't tell me you got one of those 3 ACS demons." "Yeah, I got that B. She's just a first year, but she acts like she owns the department." I thought she was some big shot, but she's just the daughter of some high school teachers." The attending sighed. "Well, someone was bound to get her. You have my condolences." Mi Xian was learning to communicate better with her patients, but the skill had not been transferred over to her coworkers. "Since we are in the same department, do you want to trade?" Dr. Wei asked the other orthopedist. "Who do you have?" "Li Yun and An Luchang." The orthopedist replied slowly. Dr. Wei's lower lip shifted as he considered his options. He knew a bit of their reputation, but they did not seem as bad. "I'll take over 2 night shifts if you trade me them for those 2 B. The orthopedist thought about it. 3 nights. You got yourself a trade. Dr. Wei shook hands with the orthopedist and accepted the offer. The following day, Dr. Wei waited for the 2 residents in the orthopedic department lobby area. He saw 2 young men looking around the lobby. He recognized Li Yun, who was recently on the news for capturing a criminal. "Didn't that doctor say to meet us here?" asked Li Yun looking around the lobby. "Are you the 2 first-year residents from ACS?" Dr. Wei asked as he approached them. "I'm Dr. Wei. I've been reassigned to supervise you. Follow me. I'm assuming you guys had the tour of the department the other day, so we will see the patients first." Dr. Wei was a relatively new attending, so he didn't have as many patients as the other attendings. His usual day included seeing around 15 patients and scribbling in the chart. The only thing different that month was having 2 outside residents shadow him. As they walked into his suite, he gave his nurse a cheerful nod to start bringing in the patients. He was already happy that the 2 new residents weren't as chatty as the guy Yang Kong from before. As he sat down, he signaled the 2 residents to stand by the back corner. They followed his directions and he cheerfully smiled. "Why don't you read to me the first patient history and physical?" Dr. Wei requested. First patient is Ms. Qi, 56 years old, works as a receptionist, and Lu Chang began reading the report from the computer screen. She has been complaining of dull and achy wrist pains for the past 7 years. First scans show very mild signs of carpal tunnel. She had been going to therapy every month, but recently it has not been working. She's requesting another exam. Dr. Wei nodded as though he understood. After finishing the review, he asked the nurse to bring in the patient. Ms. Qi, a slightly short and overweight woman, walked into the room and greeted the doctor. After the usual pleasantry, she narrated the reason for being there. "Oh, you see doctor," she began to explain. "My workload has increased exponentially over the years with all these digitization initiatives. Our office is going digital, but guess who has to input all the information into the system? Me." "I see, so your wrist pains are related to your work?" Dr. Wei asked. The woman laughed out her frustration. "You don't understand, doctor, my job description is clerical staff, not copywriter or typist. I have already explained to them that I have carpal tunnel, but they insist that as long as I type properly, it should be fine. They have the nerve to say that I probably type more at home. What the heck? What I do at home is my decision. So you see, doctor, I'm here to have another scan to prove to them that it's making me worse. I would also like you to assist with my lawsuit against them." Dr. Wei nodded the entire time, but he had subconsciously blocked out half of what she was saying. Li Yun also nodded along. Dr. Wei didn't seem like a bad guy. He wondered if Mi Xian was being dramatic. She didn't seem to like a lot of people. "Ms. Qi, I will do my very best for you," Dr. Wei replied. He looked at his MRI scans. "The scans show that you still have a mild carpal tunnel. Now, I'll perform a TNL test, please give me your hand." "Yes, doctor, but don't you think it's unreasonable for me to work in my condition?" Dr. Wei tested her hand. "Oh, it looks like you are fine. Take breaks between work, massage your wrist, and stretch. What about my lawsuit?" "Ms. Qi, you are free to take a copy of the MRI scans to your lawsuit. Unfortunately, we are not usually allowed to go to court unless we have a court order. I hope you understand. But will this MRI win me the lawsuit?" "I hope you hire a good lawyer," Dr. Wei nodded. The woman didn't look like she wanted to leave until she got a note saying she didn't have to work. After nagging for another 5 minutes, Dr. Wei gave in and said the nurse will give her a note for 5 days rest. Li Yun could see how Mi Xian would have pissed off the patient, and then Dr. Wei. It technically wasn't the right thing to do, but sometimes it was the only thing doctors could do. Patients making medical claims to get out of work was as common as people walking the earth. "Ms. Qi?" Li Yun asked. Ms. Qi turned to the resident standing behind Dr. Wei. Dr. Wei also turned his head, slightly alarmed. He was a bit frightened because the other day, Mi Xian started to berate the patient. He was hoping the new resident had better sense. "Do you currently suffer from headaches and sometimes rash on your skin?" Li Yun asked. Ms. Kai's eyes opened, and she nodded. "Oh yes, I have been complaining to my family doctor, but she said it's just stress. Do you know a way to cure it?" Unfortunately, the only cure for laziness and work allergies was retirement. "When you go on vacation, I suggest you visit a couple of places," Li Yun replied. Li Yun scribbled a list of places. "I heard from the monks that every time they visit, they feel a healing sensation." Ms. Kai's eyes lit up. Is that so? My next vacation is in a few weeks, I'll put it on my calendar. Ms. Chi thanked the doctor and left. The two men in the room looked curiously at Li Yun. What did you recommend to her? Dr. Wei asked. A friend of mine is working on an architectural project around major cities. They are basically migrant worker shelters. Oh. Just showing her the differences between her work and their work. Dr. Wei started laughing hysterically. Dr. Wei, you also have to consider your position, Li Yun said politely. You're a doctor, not a pushover. If you continue giving in to patients like that, you'll end up like your predecessor, sued for fraud and bribery. You're new, so start making better habits. Dr. Wei's mouth zipped up quickly. Why was he being lectured by a resident? Before he could defend himself, an email appeared on his computer screen. Chapter 50 sold out. Did you guys check your email? All the residents at the hospital were talking about the competition. Yeah, it seems like they are holding a robotic competition during the anniversary celebration, another resident responded while reading the email on their phone. The department will pick a team to compete against each other and the winning team will head to Magic City as representative. There are also diagnostic competitions for all the residents. The best residents from each year will win free vacation days. I'm more excited about the mock diagnostic competition. The robotic team was determined by the department and it was unlikely that the lower-level residents would be selected. Whereas, most residents were able to participate in the diagnostic competition. Who do you think will win? Dr. Yi for the first year, Dr. Er for the second year, and Dr. San for the third year. Are you guys seriously ignoring Dr. An Chang? Are you kidding? The one who thinks he's above everything. No, the one on the spectrum. I think you're talking about Dr. Li Yun. Who are they? Interjected another resident. You're an internist, so you don't hear much about them. An Chang has ranked first for all the major exams and tests, including the robotic scores. And then there's Li Yun, he's known as the Neon of the ACS unit. One of the most annoying people you will ever come across. He will point out every little error and even talks back to the professors. He's considered the boss of the ACS. Funny that he's just a first year. I wonder what they are smoking over there. As the residents continued to gossip, Dr. Wei finished his work and looked at the two residents. He was beginning to understand why everyone hated them. An Chang was a know-it-all who made people feel inadequate and Li Yun simply made people feel like S. It was like he knew what to say to make people feel guilty about themselves. Ah, whatever, another day at work, time to punch out, Dr. Wei lamented and walked away from them. What's his problem? Asked An Chang as he wrote a report about his experience in the orthopedic department. Mild case of depression, Li Yun replied. It happens when a person reaches a destination and has no future goals ahead of them. An Chang didn't know if Li Yun was being serious. So, are you going to sign up for the competition? Are you? Yeah, just to test my skill. I guess so. Anyone else signing up? Mi Xian just texted. She said it's a hassle and she would rather work than take a vacation day. Okay, I'm heading to see Chief Gao. Li Yun walked down the hallway and headed toward Chief Gao's office within the administrator suite. The door to the office was slightly opened, so it was likely that Chief Gao was available. Without much thought, he nudged the door open. Why did you come in without knocking? Chief Gao freaked out and threw a pen at the door. Li Yun dodged the pen, and stared at Chief Gao. Chief, your secret is safe with me. Chief Gao cleared his throat. I'm just practicing for my daughter. Sure you are, Li Yun shook away the memories of seeing Chief Gao dancing behind the table. What idle dance moves are those? Something boys. Chief Gao pretended not to hear Li Yun and sat down on his task chair. Are you here to sign up for the event? Yeah, and Lu Chang as well. Sure, easy task, Chief Gao typed up an email and sent it to the administrator. I also have something else to talk to you about. How familiar are you with the Da Vinci robot? I have watched around 50 procedures and just a few simulations. Li Yun had used the machine during Chief Lim's lessons, but never on a real person. What about the other robotics? Just a few videos on the newer robots, TNG, Smart S, Remebot, Rosa, TI Robot. You sure have a lot of time on your hands. Li Yun didn't know how to respond. Did he have to take so much abuse? Zhuoang took a lot of energy. Well, it's good to watch and learn. Do you want to go to the new medical technology symposium? Li Yun looked curiously at Chief Gao. Is there something going on in Magic City? Chief Zhang is going there to make some purchases. Is he taking over the emergency department? Li Yun had heard the rumors from the nurses. It's not official, but it's not a secret either. In any case, I am going to recommend you and Enlil Chang to go with him. Li Yun speculated on why they were recommending him. Don't think too much. Enlil Chang should have been part of the robotic team, but we felt it would be better to send him there to view other technology available. And as for you, just make some connections over there. Li Yun nodded. If there was a place that all doctors wanted to end up, it was in Magic City. Li Yun wasn't an exception. Fatty, what's up with that Li Yun lately? Bulletin Tao, what do you mean? Fatty, he has been single for 6 months, which has never happened before. Erson, no way, you're right. Ever since high school, he has always managed to find a girlfriend after 3 to 4 months. Bufu, wink emoji. Jude, you know something? Bufu, I don't know much, but maybe old Bulletin knows a bit more about the girl he met at the engagement party. Bulletin Tao, I have taken a vow of secrecy. Bufu, giving money gif. Jude, giving money under the table gif. Erson, giving money over the table gif. Fatty, giving hugs gif. Sukzu, you guys have too much time on your hands. Bulletin Tao, I want money transfer first. Sukzu sends money via Baba Pay. Bulletin Tao, thank you Mistress Sukzu, money for Little Nai's college fund received. In Kinbei's hospital, Li Yun had just finished assisting Dr. Hao with an emergency appendectomy. What's wrong with these people? Li Yun cursed as he scrolled through all the chat logs. His phone rang. On the display was the culprit who was pissing him off. What? Hello to you too, Bulletin Tao greeted. You sold me out. Everyone would have known anyway. That's not important, we caught the guy on the ring finger case. Li Yun let out a sigh. Since his embarrassing moment was already revealed, it was time to focus on something more important. Oh, that's a relief. How did you find him? Judah went to every single library to scope out. He did. He said he wanted a place to study, and going around different libraries wasn't too difficult. He found the guy last week. We arrested him a few days ago. How were you able to arrest him without any evidence? Judah stabbed him in the hand with a pen. What is the kid thinking? Li Yun wasn't surprised, but still. Well, the police got involved and we matched up his DNA to the ones in the crime scene. After we raided his apartment, we found the fingers hidden in the jewelry boxes. I'm assuming the prosecution will release the other suspect. Li Yun asked. Yeah, he's lucky we caught the real perp. Since the case is solved, are you calling for a different reason? Yeah, we assumed the first victim was his wife, Jin Wei. He filed a missing person report 2 years ago and refused to admit any involvement. The parent is requesting that we search for her remains. That's going to be tough. Yeah, the guy keeps denying he had any involvement. He has confessed to the other crimes, but we don't have any leads on his wife. I am just wondering if you can help with the interrogation? We can't really have Judah too involved, since, you know. Did Judah's family bail him out? It wasn't that difficult. Judah said he was scared for his life and it was self-defense, so his lawyer easily got him out. It's easier since the guy he attacked is a serial killer. He was barely in the holding cell for an hour. Figures. Chapter 51 Search. Lee Yoon took the following day off and drove to the Yide Police Department. As he was driving, his phone lit up and alerted him of an incoming call from Suksu. He reached his hand over from the steering wheel and pressed the green phone icon. "Hey, what's up?" asked Lee Yoon. "I heard you're looking for Chu Ruxi," Suksu answered. Lee Yoon glanced at the cell phone as though looking at Suksu. Bulletin Tao had already told them what happened, but it never occurred to him that someone within his circle knew her. "You know her?" "My business partner." "Seriously?" Lee Yoon knew Suksu started a real estate business in Magic City, but he had never met her business partner. "So she's really in real estate?" "It's an enterprise we started recently, and real estate is the main focus." "Did you talk to her?" "I talked to her after I found out that you were looking for her." "What did she say?" "I'll give you her number and you can ask her." Suksu hung up, and a moment later, a message appeared with a number. His hands gripped the wheel with a bit of hesitation. He wanted to look for her, but he wasn't sure what he would do if he saw her again. She had played him for a fool, but was that enough reason for him to be obsessed with her? If that was the only reason, did he even need to see her again? Or maybe he wanted to see her again to resolve an unanswered question: why? He could figure a lot of things out, but not Chu Ruxi. Arriving at the police station, Lee Yoon parked the car and quickly messaged Chu Ruxi. Afterward, he got out of the car and met up with Bulletin Tao. Inside the conference room, Bulletin Tao displayed a video feed of the serial killer, Wen Fubin, as he sat alone in the interrogation room. He still hasn't provided any information about his wife. Bulletin Tao gave Lee Yoon the files involving Wen Fubin and his missing wife. The prosecutor had agreed to take out the death sentence, but he still doesn't admit any involvement. They are beginning to believe he has no involvement. "What do you think?" Lee Yoon asked. "My gut tells me that bastard did it." Bulletin Tao believed Wen Fubin killed his wife and hid her somewhere. After updating Lee Yoon and formulating a plan, Bulletin Tao and Detective Dan walked inside the interrogation room while Lee Yoon remained in the conference room. On the monitor screen, Bulletin Tao and Detective Dan appeared inside and took turns asking questions. "Detectives, I have already answered everything already, you can ask my lawyer if you have anything else." Wen Fubin was impatient to leave. "Well, it's already a closed case," Bulletin Tao calmly stated. "If the fingers stored in your apartment isn't enough to put you behind bars, I'll throw you in myself. Or better yet, I'll give Mr. Ning Judah your location." Wen Fubin gritted his teeth as he looked at his bandaged hand. "Right. What do you want?" "I already told you I don't know where my wife is. She disappeared. If I knew where that is, I'll show you the corpse myself." "So you're telling me you have nothing to do with her disappearance?" "It's kind of hard to believe. You think she ran away when she figured out you were a lunatic?" "Could be. How would I know?" Wen Fubin shrugged his shoulders and tapped his feet impatiently. "Want to explain to us again what happened between the two of you?" "We heard from her parents that when you two met in college, it was a love match. They were against it at first, but since you had a stable job, they agreed on the marriage." "What happened afterward?" "Our personality didn't match. She was outgoing, and I prefer my own quiet places." "Were you attracted to her because she was outgoing?" "Probably. She was different from me." Wen Fubin shrugged his left shoulders slightly. "What made her attracted to you?" "She liked that I was dark and different from her usual group of friends. Now that I think about it, she probably liked our contrast. It made her jump out more. She was constantly craving attention. So when your attention wasn't enough, she sought out another man." "Not another man, other men." "She was careful at first." "When did you find out?" She was going out to her friends a lot. I didn't like her friends, so I didn't realize she was going to her boyfriend's until I decided to visit her friend to pick her up. Her friend told me she was probably staying at another friend's place. I knew they were all lying at that point, so I started following her. Did you follow them to a hotel? I did. Did you confront them? No. Wen Fuebin clenched his fist in anger. But I should have. Why didn't you? I didn't want to lose her. Although she was cheating on me, she was still my wife. But she continued cheating on you with more men. Wen Fuebin nodded. When did she disappear? What happened that day? I guess she started to notice someone following her. Once she figured out it was me, she decided there was no point in staying. Why run off without a trace and not to her parents or friends? How would I know? Wen Fuebin's mood turned sour. I filed the missing person report the day after. You like to write horror stories, is that an outlet for your violent obsession? It could be. I liked to collect chicken feet when I was growing up. After we moved to the urban area, it was difficult to find them. I had to write stories to fulfill my needs. Is that the reason for staying so late in the library? There are a lot of resources there. Wen Fuebin didn't look like he was lying during the interrogation, but that didn't mean much when someone rehearsed something over and over. His anger that he expressed when they mentioned she ran off is very real, Li Yun said into the microphone that transmitted his voice to Bulletin Tao's earpiece. His wife had probably decided to go back to her parents, but he stopped her. They got into an argument, and it's likely he accidentally killed her. Ask him where he hid the body. Where did you hide the body? Asked Bulletin Tao. Wen Fuebin snorted in disgust. I already told you, I don't know what happened to her. Li Yun looked through a list of places Wen Fuebin often visited, the library, his home, and a cafe. He didn't go to many places. Bulletin Tao already had his men scout out all the locations, even the library where Wen Fuebin had worked previously when his wife was still with him. Li Yun didn't believe Wen Fuebin was the type to dump his wife anywhere random. The man was obsessed with her. Even after everything she did, he didn't confront her. It was her who wanted to leave. Ask him if it's still in the library, Li Yun said. Is the body still in the library? Bulletin Tao asked. Why would it be in the library? Wen Fuebin asked. Every time Wen Fuebin was asked a question he didn't want to answer, he would respond with a question. It was a typical tactic to avoid answering questions. So he could watch her at all times, Li Yun replied. Old Bulletin, let's go to the library. Bulletin Tao excused himself, and a small team headed to the library. We had the K9 unit looked through, but we didn't find anything, said Bulletin Tao. He only started working here a year ago, so you really think he bought the corpse here? I analyzed the case a bit with Jude, and we both think that if time wasn't pressing, Wen Fuebin would try to preserve the body as much as possible, Li Yun explained as they walked around the library. Chapter 52 Intuition. The police contacted the library staff to open the library as it was after closing time. 2 library staff arrived within the hour to unlock the door, allowing the 6 officers to inspect the premises. He doesn't have friends and he has been estranged from his family for a long time, Li Yun referenced Wen Fuebin's profile as he walked around the dimmed library. The guy doesn't have much of a life. After he killed his wife, what was his biggest fear? Li Yun paced through an aisle and his eyes roamed around the room. Was it to be captured or death? No, his biggest fear was still losing his wife. He will try to preserve her no matter what. There are a few methods to preserve the body like embalming and cryopreservation. However, resin is relatively inexpensive and easy to acquire. Li Yun looked around and found an off-colored ceiling panel. Did we check the attic last time? Bulletin Tao asked the other officer. The officers shook their heads. The attic was well hidden that some of the staff weren't even aware that it existed and no one had thought that Wen Fuebin would hide a body at his workplace. One of the officers took the lead to pop open the panel and lowered the ladder. The officer headed up first and Li Yun followed from behind. As soon as he entered the attic, he felt a slight chill. Attics were usually humid and warm, but this particular attic had an odd draft. The officers looked around the small and cluttered space. It was mostly old furniture and shelving. Li Yun looked up and saw a shiny pulley wheel anchored to the beam. It looked like Wen Fuobin had put in a lot of effort in order to see his wife every day. There was likely a similar setup at his old library. Found it, an officer announced. Hidden in a tall bookshelf compartment was a block of resin encasing a woman with a noticeable head injury. The guy really hid his wife in the attic where he could continue to look up and admire her. Wen Fuobin had likely hid her body somewhere random after he killed her, and poured resin over her. Afterward, he would contact the police to let them know that his wife was missing. The police would naturally investigate her friends and family. However, despite knowing that she was cheating on her husband, they would not reveal it to the investigators. They all assumed that Wen Fuobin was not aware of it as he was always seen as the doting husband. Once everything settled down, he moved his wife to the library. With the case settled, Bulletin Tao patted Li Yun on the back on their way back to the car. Thanks again, Bulletin Tao shoved to him a small red envelope. Do you want a citizen's merit? How much is in the red envelope? Li Yun asked. Not much, but I'll add a couple of beers. How long are you staying? Probably just for tonight, I have work tomorrow. You know I wasn't joking when I asked you to join the Yide police department, said Bulletin Tao. Being a surgeon must be pretty stressful. If I ever need a job, I'll know where to go. Li Yun waved goodbye and got into his car. He wasn't opposed to joining the force if it could help with his mission. For now, he was still trying to perfect Meridian. He was close, but he was still missing something. In classical Chinese medicine, meridians were conduits and channels that qi moves through. Qi could move through channels and also through blood vessels. By that definition, the cardiovascular system in the human body could be defined as meridians, as well as the invisible 12 channels and their connecting vessels. Although the channels were invisible, the classical documents were able to describe it in detail, with its approximate length and relations to the seasons, nature, and time. However, even knowing all of that, the system had not accepted his current understanding. Later that evening, Li Yun pulled into a hotel parking lot. He looked at his messaging app, but there wasn't any response from Chu Ruxi. He wondered if she was going to respond or show up. A young woman with long straight hair and a straight-cut bang headed to a hotel. She stood in front of the room indicated in her message and paused to think about the best course of action. Even after she had requested Sugzu not to reveal her number, her so-called business partner had ignored her request and did it anyway. I thought you blew me off because you had a meeting with the client, Sugzu had accused her over the phone. So you ended up screwing around with Li Yun. I did meet with a client and I only bumped into your friend afterward, Ruxi replied. In my defense, I did not know he was your friend. Why did you drug him? He looks quite handsome asleep. I'm going to give him your number. Why? I want to see how you get out of this one. Sugzu hung up the phone. Ruxi swore at her phone. She didn't think Sugzu would sell her out so soon. As she recalled their conversation, Ruxi decided to change their relationship status. She took out her phone and changed business partner to troublemaker. Standing in front of the hotel room door, her hand raised up slowly to knock, but hesitated. Best thing to do was to walk away. She could pretend that she hadn't read the message. How would he know? But it was the 21st century, everyone under 25 checked their phone 24/7, and she was one of them. Would Sugzu sell her address and other information? Before she had the chance to reconsider, Li Yun opened the door. You have changed your styling, he remarked. Why? Which style do you prefer? Chu Ruxi pulled back her hands over her hips, and flirted with her eyes. Two arms wrapped over her waist and pulled her inside. His face leaned closer to hers and his eyes examined the contours of her face. Her hair was much longer than before, and her styling made her look like a girl on a date rather than a businesswoman. Her eyebrows had soft curves and her eyes had brown liner with wings, giving her wider eyes and more innocent look. I like you better without anything on. Chu Ruxi's cheeks flushed and pushed him away. Ah! You! He grabbed onto her wrist. Why did you? Chu Ruxi tipped her toes and covered his lips with hers. Li Yun froze for a moment, but then quickly overtook the kiss and then angled to devour her lips. She tensed, not expecting the reaction, and pushed him away. The next moment, he wiped a towel over her face. Ah! What are you doing? She yelled. Removing your makeup. Li Yun didn't like heavy makeup, it masked too much information. Stop, I'll do it on my own. She took the cloth, pushed him away, and escaped into the bathroom. How do you know Ning Sukzu? Li Yun asked from the other side of the door. I met her at a party. Chu Ruxi looked around the enclosed space of the bathroom, regretting coming here unprepared. She had been eating out, and she panicked a bit when she saw the message. If he had her number, he would find her eventually. What was the point of hiding? After removing her makeup, she opened the door and saw him leaning against the wall near the bathroom door. Why are you guarding the door? She asked. So you won't run away again. He pulled her closer to look at her face. It was soft without exuding any sort of aura, and could naturally blend in with the background. His fingers brushed her cheek gently to move a soft black strand behind the ear, and her cheeks turned a slight tint of rose. His heart skipped a beat, and he wondered if this was what falling in love felt like. Ruxi, is that your real name? He asked. She nodded. Why did you drug me? She laughed. I thought it would be funny. He let out an annoyed sigh. Seriously? Do you usually carry GHB around? No, I swiped it from that asshole that day. And you decide to use it on me? What the heck? I have asked you, but you could have said no. Yes, but I didn't think I could prevent myself. You are very charming. Li Yun snorted, you drugged me so that you wouldn't sleep with me. She smiled as sweetly as possible and nodded. When did you start grifting? She pretended to think back. Probably as long as I can remember. It's a family trade, but they are in forced retirement. Although, they may start back again in a year. In other words, they were in prison. Li Yun stared at her, but he couldn't figure out how dangerous she was. He wondered what line he should detect. I'm really quite harmless now. I work for clients to get evidence of their husbands cheating. You're really good at reading people. She laughed. It's just a woman's intuition. I'm not as good as you. He knew she was making fun of him for misreading her the first time. Are you going to let me go? She teased. I don't have any drugs with me, and it's going to be tough to resist this time. Sure, why not? He let go of her wrist and backed away. He wasn't crazy enough to sleep with a pathological liar, it was practically a death sentence. Chapter 53 Meridians. Meridians were a composite of the cardiovascular system and the internal qi channels. The connection wasn't physical but based on relationships and concepts. Like how two people from the opposite sides of the ocean could be connected simply by thinking of the other person. The key that Li Yun was missing was the emotions that governed meridians. It was those emotions that connected meridians to the body's physical systems. But what were emotions? Emotions were based on human survival instincts. Fear to avoid danger, lust to promote fertility, and anger to fight against danger. Play, care, seeking, and sadness were all rooted in human survival. Those emotions trigger the brain to release hormones that govern the body's physical responses. In classical Chinese medicine, emotions were associated with the 5 elements. Anger, fear, and sorrow affected the kidney and nervous system and were associated with water. Grief and sorrow affected the liver and were associated with wood. Excessive emotions and lust affected the heart and were associated with fire. Worry and sadness affected the spleen, stomach, and were associated with the earth. Lack of happiness and joy affected the lung and were associated with metal. The emotion that could counteract all the negative emotions was happiness. The ancients knew back then that happiness was the key to preserving the balance between the 5 elements and achieving longevity. However, happiness was not a human instinct. In fact, humans were not built to be happy. Happiness was against human nature, like immortality was an idea against heaven. But why? Studies have shown that the human instinct was meant for the survival of the human race, not for the survival of the individual. Humans were meant to die after their childbearing years. This was to ensure that there would be enough resources available for future generations of humans. If humans become too happy, wouldn't they want to live longer to enjoy it? Ancient Chinese doctors were fighting against human instinct, trading one type of immortality for another type. Meridians were developed to map out and rewire the human body for immortality. It was a very simple concept to understand, but why had Li Yun been stuck on it for so long? It had more to do with faith. If Li Yun believed meridian could be manifested, it would be manifested. If he did not, then it would never appear. Faith was a belief in something that could not be seen, reasoned, or explained. How many stories of faith healing and miracles could be seen around the world? Unexplained by science or logic. The reason people were able to heal themselves boiled down to absolute faith. But for a Western doctor like Li Yun, the leap of faith was too large to overcome. No matter how many Taoist scriptures he had read, absolute faith was not easy to rationalize or attain. When the heart reflects on something, that is called intention. The location where the intentions are, that is called the mind. Huangdi. The system congratulated Li Yun on comprehending the meridian. Qi visualization awarded. After thinking about the true nature of meridians, Li Yun's eyes opened to a room brightened only by the dim lights of the stars beyond the window. His eyes adjusted to the darkness and felt someone shifting on top of his arm. He turned to face Chu Ruxi, who was still sound asleep, and he combed through her soft hair. It was a bit ridiculous that it took him falling in love to realize that all he needed to do was believe in meridian for it to award him with Qi visualization, Qi. But if he thought it through, it wasn't that ridiculous. Out of all the human emotions, what was the most irrational human construct? Only a crazy person would believe that love was real. Li Yun hugged Chu Ruxi's body and smelled the scent of her hair. Maybe he was crazy for sleeping with her, but he couldn't stand her hurt expression when he backed away from her. He couldn't explain why he was in love with someone he barely knew, but there was no use thinking about something that did not make sense in the first place. He began to wonder how Qi worked. On that thought, he saw the movement of blood flowing through a series of arteries and veins, controlled by the beating of the heart. The blood flowed to the liver, spleen, kidneys, ovaries, lungs, and various organs before returning back to the heart and repeating the cycle. The pace was slow and steady like a walker around a track. There was air entering the pharynx, trachea, lung, and bloodstream. There was also something else flowing through the body. An invisible mass that flowed through the various channels that didn't correspond with any known systems. The channels looped and tangled around like messy webs throughout the body. There were 365 points scattered throughout the body where the channels and blood vessels overlapped. Looking deeper into the center of the channel, the body disappeared, and what appeared were 12 main channels running into 2 pyramids. The more he looked, the more energy he consumed, and restlessness overwhelmed him. The next morning, Chu Ruxi disappeared, but at least she left a message on his phone. Ruxi, heading home, don't miss me too much, winky face, see you next Friday? Li Yun looked at the time, it wasn't even 6 yet. He wondered if she purposely left to avoid seeing him in the morning. After putting on his clothes, Li Yun drove back to the hospital and rushed to the radiology suite, taking In Luchang along. With just a touch on In Luchang's skin, he could see the flow of air and blood in Luchang's body. It was immediately obvious that there was a slight build-up in the coronary artery, but it was usual for someone of An Luchang's age. Before, Li Yun could only tell the different types of pulse and the different patterns. He wasn't skilled to the point where he could feel the small oddity and clot in the vessels running through the heart. Everything else seemed normal. As his mind concentrated deeper into the core of An Luchang's being, the two pyramids appeared. His energy drained rapidly, and Li Yun quickly released his fingers from An Luchang's wrist. Li Yun checked his own pyramids, which he considered the Danshan. Half his energy was gone, whereas, little was consumed when he was checking the blood flow and pulse. "What's up with the sudden need to check my health?" asked An Luchang. "Not checking your health, just a bit curious about something. You're relatively healthy for a guy who doesn't exercise." "I walk around the hospital a lot." An Luchang paused midway. He didn't know why he had to explain his health habits. "Lay off on the pork belly," Li Yun warned. An Luchang returned a blank stare. He didn't need to explain his eating habits either, especially the pork belly. Li Yun had originally wanted to take a CT or MRI scan of An Luchang, but it was really unnecessary. Even without the scans, it was very likely that what his system showed was accurate. "What would you do if you have the ability to see the cardiovascular system?" Li Yun asked. "Go see a therapist," An Luchang responded. Li Yun rolled his eyes after looking at An Luchang's straight face. The guy was serious. "If you are in a fictional world, and you have the ability to see the cardiovascular system, what would you do?" "Well, having that ability will certainly help with diagnosing certain complications. It's especially helpful in an emergency situation, diagnosis, and interventional surgery. However, there isn't much benefit beyond that." "Why?" "Because you would still have to use imaging and testing to verify the diagnosis. There isn't a way to skip the process, in the hospital setting. Even if you are correct, no one will believe you until it's proven to be true." Li Yun sighed. An Luchang was right. Western medicine was an evidence-based practice. No doctor would confirm a cancer diagnosis until the lab tested the specimen. Nevertheless, Kiwi was a very useful skill. After examining An Luchang, they both got up and entered a laboratory. It was time for their weekly lesson with Dr. Lim. During the lesson, Li Yun thought about the next system mission. Next mission, exorcise 100 spirits. 17/100. Bonus mission, create Leiting charm. 17 out of 100. Li Yun thought. When did I exorcise 17 spirits? Is it possible this has to do with some of the cases I have solved with Bulet and Tao? Li Yun thought about the woman who was trapped in resin above the attic. Although it was just her body, it was possible for her spirit to remain with her as she was without a proper burial. "Dr. Li, do you have any opinions on what the patient is suffering from?" Dr. Lim asked as her eyes shot darts at him. She was pissed that he wasn't paying attention. "Dr. Lim, it's almost the new year, don't you have any red envelopes for us?" asked Li Yun. "That's a poor attempt at redirection, no one gives out red envelopes on New Year Day star. You get one day off, that's it. Now pay attention." Li Yun half-heartedly listened to the rest of the lesson. Immediately after the lesson, he scoured the internet and researched ways he could use Kiwi effectively. Chapter 54 Kiwi. At the Kin Base Hospital, a red banner fluttered as the winter breeze passed through. On the front courtyard, the staff lined the grass with an outline of the stage as another group of staff scrambled to unpack boxes full of paper cutouts and decorations for the 30th anniversary celebration. They had a week before the local leaders and new reporters flooded the courtyard to film the event. While the staff was busy decorating, the medical staff dealt with the aftermath of New Year's Eve. More than a dozen ambulances arrived during the night carrying in patients with alcohol poisoning. Dr. Hao, who got the short end of the stick, ended up in charge of the ER during one of the busiest times of the year. He didn't even have Nurse Yun to help him. Luckily, the good nurse had the foresight to stock the supplies for the week. Although it wasn't as big as Lunar New Year's, the time between Christmas and New Year was increasingly popular for people to go out drinking and partying. "Aha, Dr. Lee. Why are you here?" Dr. Howe asked as he dragged his feet toward the entrance. "Isn't today your day off?" "I went out to visit friends and family during the weekend, so I might as well work on a lively Monday morning," Lee Yoon replied. He had returned to his parents' apartment on Friday, spent time with Ruxi on Saturday, partied with his friends on New Year's Eve, and decided to return to the hospital on New Year. After a few weeks of studying Kiwi, there were still a lot of things he had to study and he needed live bodies to confirm some of his theories. The cardiovascular system was connected to every part of the body except for the cornea. Unfortunately, there were other limitations. Just because he was able to see the cardiovascular system like a 4D model, it didn't mean much if he didn't understand what he was looking at. Other than the heart, he didn't have a complete view of the other organs. He had to rely on anatomical knowledge of every vein, artery, and capillary to discern the location of the organs. Otherwise, it would simply look like tree roots. The rete venosum and subpapillary network near the outer layer of the body supplied blood to the skin, so it was easy to tell where the skin was located. The shape and pattern of organs could also be deduced by the layout of the blood vessels. "You're a strange one, Dr. Lee." Dr. Howe finally spoke as he reached for Lee Yoon's shoulder and steadied his weight, but almost fell over during the process. "Dr. Howe, go take a break, I'll take over," Lee Yoon suggested after seeing the sorry state that Dr. Howe was in. Dr. Howe felt relieved, he could finally take a break. On that thought, they heard another ambulance parking in front of the entrance. Although the worst part of the night was over, ambulances continued to rush in with inebriated patients throughout the early morning. He looked to Lee Yoon, who nodded at him to rest. As Lee Yoon rushed off to receive the patients, Dr. Howe crashed on a vacant bed in the ER. The EMT pushed an unconscious woman into the ER. A friend was following closely from behind, but her eyes were a bit hazy. They were dressed in tight and expensive party dresses, so it was obvious that they were out partying all night. "What happened?" Lee Yoon asked. "We were walking home, and she collapsed," the friend nervously replied. "I called the ambulance right away." Lee Yoon glanced at the unconscious woman on the stretcher and then the friend, who was also in rough shape. At least she was conscious enough to call. Lee Yoon immediately placed an oxygen mask over the unconscious woman. "Prepare the dialysis machine," Lee Yoon ordered the nurse. "Is she going to be okay?" her friend asked. "Her alcohol level is pretty high, we'll need to treat her with dialysis," Lee Yoon replied. Before Lee Yoon could continue, he quickly grabbed a trash bin. The friend grabbed onto her mouth, feeling sudden discomfort in the chest and stomach. Lee Yoon hurled the small trash bin in front of the friend. She emptied out into the bin a mixture of expensive mixed drinks, which had decomposed into a dangerous substance called acetaldehyde. Lee Yoon held the friend to stabilize her. With a simple touch, he used Kiwi to inspect her. Kiwi had a very useful zoom function. It required a lot of energy, but not as much as looking into the other person's danshan. Although he could only zoom into the cellular state for 10 minutes before feeling drained, he only needed a few seconds to analyze the blood. The woman's alcohol content was lower than her unconscious friend, but she had an even bigger issue. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Lee Yoon asked the friend. "Look, Doc, you're a good-looking guy, but not the time to ask." The friend looked a bit of a mess. Although flattering, she wasn't in the mood to get hit on. Lee Yoon gave out an exasperated sigh. "I'm just wondering because you're 4 weeks pregnant." He didn't usually need Kiwi to confirm a person's pregnancy as there was a pulse pattern classical doctors could recognize in pregnant women. However, the woman was a bit intoxicated, so her pulse pattern was a mess. He had to use Kiwi to detect HCG in her blood. During the past few weeks, he had been reviewing the different cellular appearances of bacteria, organisms, and viruses. Despite reading a lot of books, he had to look through them again to ingrain the cellular structure of every possible cell in the bloodstream. With only 10 minutes of usage a day before Kiwi drained his energy, the quicker he recognized the cell, the better. If you want to keep the baby, don't drink again, Li Yun warned the friend. Doc, are you serious? Her face looked horrified. She was only 19. You can go to the obstetrician to confirm, the nurse will take you, Li Yun suggested. He could tell she wasn't expecting it. She backed away a little, still in a bit of denial. As the nurse approached them, she agreed to go to the obstetrician. Li Yun guessed that she was planning an abortion. Can you look after her, Doc? She asked. Li Yun nodded. Although the two friends were irresponsible, at least they have each other. He focused back on the unconscious woman. The resident and nurse lifted her onto a bed, and Li Yun inserted a non-cuffed tunneled catheter into her internal jugular vein by the neck and hooked it to the dialysis machine. After 2 hours, give her a blood test, Li Yun told the nurse. The nurse nodded. Although she was used to following Li Yun orders, she was amazed by how quickly he had determined to use dialysis rather than using the 4-drip. Li Yun could make quick judgments before, but he wasn't always quick to perform emergency procedures unless everything was confirmed. After Li Yun finished taking care of the unconscious friend, he checked on the other patients that Dr. Hao had admitted earlier. They were all recovering slowly. At around noon, the delivery man arrived with packages for everyone. The nurse sorted through the mail and found a large box for Li Yun. Dr. Li, the materials you had ordered are here, said the nurse. Li Yun thanked the nurse and carried the box into the resident's suite. Li Yun looked at the rotational atherectomy kit and the disposables he spent 25k yuan on. It was enough to fit a suitcase, but it was better to put the kit in his car for an emergency. With his ability, he should be able to help out in an emergency situation but only as a last resort. Chapter 55 Competition. Li Yun pressed on Bulletin Tao's icon and waited for him to pick up. He wanted to see if there were any unsolved murder cases. Unfortunately, Bulletin Tao had been busy chasing down thieves and delinquents. It was good that everything was peaceful, but that didn't help Li Yun. How about cold cases? Li Yun asked. Plenty of that, but it's all in paper format, Bulletin Tao replied. You're going to solve cases the old-fashioned way, by reading paper files. Li Yun sighed. You Gen Zs are spoiled. Bulletin Tao laughed. Li Yun hung up. It won't be easy to exorcise spirits, so it was better to find other uses for Kiwi. Aside from the cardiovascular system, Kiwi gave him a better understanding of acupuncture points. However, without a master or even some experimentation, he didn't want to enter the world of TCM recklessly. Even after reading classical Chinese literature such as Su Wen, Ling Shu, Shen Nong, and other classical texts by ancient doctors, it was very difficult to understand without a master. It's not ethical to test it on patients, but how about myself? Li Yun thought. The only problem with testing himself. Ever since was a kid, he never had any illness like a cold or fever. Li Yun looked at his arm and thought of something. Even though he was a bit different than most people, he should still experiment on himself first. If he inflicted pain on himself and used acupuncture to control the bleeding, he could analyze the effect of pain on the cardiovascular system and meridians. Li Yun took out a set of acupuncture needles and scalpel he had ordered and then searched for an empty room. Inside one of the rooms, Li Yun closed the curtain. He sterilized an area between his left wrist and elbow, and then made an inch incision. Blood flowed out and onto the gauze. He wrote the level of pain and flow of blood from 1 to 100 on a notebook. The pain was around a 4 and the blood flow was around 50, which he labeled as average. He noted that the circulation of his blood continued, but his body was already sending messages for his blood to clot at the site of the bleeding. He cleaned up the wound and bandaged the area. Afterward, he made similar cuts on his left leg and abdomen and recorded his body's reaction. With the control areas documented, he took out the acupuncture set and switched the scalpel to his left hand, preparing to cut his right arm. As soon as the incision was made, he inserted a small needle into the A-cup ointment. As soon as pressure hit the point, there was a slight response in the qi channels. The channels flowing to the blood slowed down, but the channels from the blood vessels to the qi channel sped up. The channels that connected to the brain slowed down. Li Yun's pain slowly dissipated. If he wasn't paying attention, it was easily missed. During the control test, there was a slight lingering pain of around 1 to 2. However, it disappeared altogether as the acupuncture needle was inserted. The flow of blood was reduced to around 45. After 2 days, a scab formed over the wound. It was slightly more pronounced on the right side where he had used acupuncture. On the 3rd day, the white blood cells were noticeably seen around the wound. By the 7th day, the scab flaked off and his skin looked almost exactly like it was before. The right side looked a lot better, but not by much. While jotting down his observation, his phone pinged. It was a signal that the competition was about to start. The first part of the 30th anniversary celebration was usually just a bunch of people talking, so the devious residents, who weren't afraid of their attendings, snuck out. Li Yun had asked An Luchang to message him when the residents' competition was about to begin. Li Yun quickly cleared away his equipment and rushed to the hospital's courtyard. He shuffled himself through the crowd and sat next to An Luchang. Chief Gao and Chief Lim naturally noticed that he was late. Well, at least he was better than Dr. Hao, Chief Gao and Lim thought. Dr. Hao didn't even make an attempt to attend. The first-year resident diagnostic competition was the first competition event of the day. The rules were simple. There would be 3 fake patients, and everyone would have up to 2 questions to ask the patient. At the end, based on the questions and answers, the residents would write down the possible diagnosis, the recommended tests, and treatment. The correct diagnosis, recommended tests, and treatment get 3 points. Close answers get 1 point. After 3 rounds, the person with the highest points wins. Everyone looked at Nurse Li, the first fake patient. Based on random numbers picked from a hat, residents were called to ask the questions. Q. What is the chief complaint? R. Stomach pain. Q. When did it start? R. 2 weeks ago, and persisted even after a week. Q. Can you explain the type of pain? R. Bloated pain. Q. Location of pain, upper close to chest, middle and lower stomach? R. Lower stomach. Q. Type of food eaten? R. Regular meals, cereal, milk, rice, vegetable, fish, soup, tea. Q. Amount of daily exercise? R. 15 to 20 minutes. Q. Past hospitalizations? R. None. Q. Past traumas? R. None. Q. Past allegories? R. None. Q. Other symptoms? R. Diarrhea, headaches, fatigue. Any medical peeps can guess the answer? Answer is written in author's thoughts. The first few questions were typical and standard, and by the end, the questions got more specifics to rule out certain illnesses. After writing down the answers for the 3 patients, the residents turned them in. The results would be announced near the end but before the main robotic competition. During the robotic competition, department teams were challenged to remove 1 seed from a tomato and to stitch it back up within 5 minutes. The best-looking tomato within the shortest time frame wins. Li Yun didn't really pay attention to the rest of the competition. It was a bit boring. Li Yun spent the time reviewing the recipes for Leiting. Leiting, a type of curse-warding charm, could be made by either stones or metals. Thinking about his recent purchases already, Li Yun could foresee problems with money and expenses in the future. Li Yun, what's the quickest way to get money? Old Bulletin, rob a bank. I dare you. Bufu, it's the quick way to get rich, not land yourself in jail. Create an app, tech stock, and it coin. Fatty, travel back in time. Jude, be rich already. Erson, too bad not all of us are born rich. Sugzu, open a business. Bufu and Sugzu both made good suggestions, but he wasn't a tech whiz. Starting a business wasn't a bad idea. If he made prescriptions, would he be able to mass produce them, or was it theoretically impossible due to the nature of TCM prescription? Fatty, so did you win? Li Yun, naturally, as the main character, I got second. Sugzu, how anticlimactic. It's not even first. Li Yun, it's a fake competition, and the patients don't even pretend to look sick. Except for the last one, but he's a wannabe actor. Bufu, it would be more interesting if one of them was actually sick and you were able to diagnose them. Li Yun, I thought about diagnosing one of them with a severe case of masochism, but that would be too cruel and the ethics board will be up my ass. Jude, it's probably because they haven't pissed you off enough times. Didn't Lu Chang win? Li Yun, yes, he got first. Fatty, should we add them to the group chat? Li Yun, no, not with the way you guys gossip. I don't need more people gossiping about me. Bufu, why not? You're the main character, adds Adan Lu Chang at Luijing. Lu Chang, De Yun's gossip chat group? Luijing, ho. Lu Chang, can we add at Yangkong and at Mixian? Li Yun, no. Bufu, adds at Yangkong at Mixian. Everyone spamming welcome gifts. Bufu, so are you heading home early for New Year's? Li Yun, I'll be home for 2 days, and then I'm going to Magic City. Fatty, no way, I want to visit Magic City too. But I will likely travel to see relatives. Jude, we can all stay with Sugzu. Sugzu, no you will not. I'm returning home for New Year's. Jude, what? Damn it. Can Anin and I stay at your place? Sugzu, no, someone else already asked. You're not allowed to leave Yide. We have to introduce little Nin to Mom. Li Yun decided to use his vacation days to visit his parents prior to the New Year Spring Festival and then head to Magic City. Chapter 56 Magic City. Li Yun arrived at the Magic City train station and followed the crowd out of the high-speed rail. It was his first time traveling to a large metropolis as an adult. He looked up at the light frame structure spanning across the ceiling, supporting a rooftop that sheltered millions of people coming in and out of Magic City. As the fastest and most economical means to travel across the country, the station was an intersection of people from all paths of life. There were wealthy businessmen returning from their usual business trip. There were foreigners enjoying the exotic life in China. There were tourists taking pictures at every little oddity. And there were people like Li Yun, going on a mission. First time here. A woman with straight hair, heavy black eye shadows and dark lips greeted him. Her makeup was sharp, but her odd assortment of yellow shorts, white blouse, and large plaid blazer made her look young and playful. Why do you always look different whenever I see you? Li Yun walked closer to her, bent his head, and kissed her on the forehead. I like trying out different makeup, Ruxi responded as she grabbed a hold of Li Yun's arm, and led him toward the direction of the exit. They had been dating for a few weeks, but she liked to evade questions. How did you get Sugzu to loan you her place for 3 weeks? Li Yun was staying for 2 weeks, but Ruxi was staying there for 3 weeks. Business partner perks. Are you really close with Sugzu? She looked after me when I came here from the States, so you can say that. Li Yun looked at Ruxi. He wanted to ask her something, but stopped himself, maybe it wasn't the best time. I parked in the lot, but it's a bit of a walk, Ruxi said as they reached the front lobby. Help! Help! A scream for help suddenly bellowed out from the seas of people. The surrounding spectators all looked around to see the source. To the right of the lobby, a crowd gathered around the commotion. Li Yun and Ruxi rushed inside the circle, nudging out several people along the way. More spectators gathered, most of whom had their phones out, either to call for an emergency or to film the incident. "Excuse me, doctor, coming through." A man in a grey suit rushed in from the other side. A medical student from Magic City Medical University naturally recognized the doctor known as Professor Xiao Shan. However, the first to the scene was not Professor Xiao Shan, but a young woman. "Miss, Professor Xiao Shan is here, you should have him take a look," said the nearby medical student. The woman not only looked young, but she was preparing her needles after inspecting the man's pulse and tongue. The crowd was a bit concerned. If she was an elderly man, they may allow him to perform acupuncture, but the woman in front of them looked too young to know what she was doing. Professor Xiao Shan ignored the woman and knelt by the man's side and checked the man's heart with the stethoscope. The man laying on the ground was a tall and middle-aged man with a large waistline. He was returning from a business trip with his secretary when he suddenly collapsed. "Doctor, is my boss all right?" asked the secretary. "He's suffering from acute myocardial infarction and will go into cardiac arrest soon," the woman stated to the professor. "Did someone call the ambulance?" Professor Xiao Shan yelled out. "Professor, it's on the way," the medical student yelled out. "Miss, I'll perform CPR," Professor Xiao Shan announced. The female secretary looked a bit worried when the female doctor continued to insert acupuncture needles. After quickly inserting 7 points, she stopped. "All right, I've inserted a few needles to alleviate some of his pain, I'll leave it in your hands," the woman responded. She calmly got up and moved out of the way as Professor Xiao Shan performed CPR. Everyone was hoping for some sort of showdown between a doctor and a TCM practitioner, but the woman had more sense than they had given her credit for. "Do you think the man will be all right?" Ruxi asked. "The doctor looking at him now seems to have a lot of experience," Li Yun explained. "He should be fine." Li Yun remembered the name of Professor Xiao Shan from one of the textbooks he had read. Magic City was a hot spot for leading medical professionals. It wasn't unusual to cross paths with someone as renowned as Professor Xiao Shan. Moreover, there were other doctors around. A doctor in his 30s arrived with an AED and took over the chest compression. CPR looked simple, but it required a lot of stamina. Professor Xiao Shan began to use the AED. "Damn! Where's the ambulance?" Professor Xiao Shan cried out as his face was beading with sweat. A heart attack was a time-sensitive situation. Every minute increased the mortality rate of a patient suffering from a heart attack. "Professor, it's rush hour, the ambulance might be stuck somewhere," someone yelled out. Hearing the situation, Li Yun lowered his suitcase to the floor and opened it up the flap to take out a medical kit with a catheter. "Ruxi, if I get sued, you'll feed me, right?" Li Yun asked. Ruxi laughed. "Sure, it'll be like raising a puppy." "Help me get a power cord," Li Yun said in a serious tone. Ruxi nodded, looked around, and rushed toward the janitor. Meanwhile, Li Yun quickly rushed toward the man laying in the middle of the crowd. He put on blue latex gloves and began setting up the equipment. Professor Xiao Shan looked at the new arrival, and then at the medical kit he was preparing. It was an atherectomy kit. What sort of doctor carries an atherectomy kit? A cardiologist or cardiovascular surgeon? Professor Xiao Shan wondered. Li Yun was a doctor who expected to encounter an emergency situation like a heart attack or stroke, but he didn't think it would be so soon. After hooking up the kit, he placed the man's hand on his exposed wrist. Li Yun had figured out that as long as there was physical contact anywhere on the skin, he would be able to use Kiwi. Looking through the man's cardiovascular system, Li Yun found the location of the blocked artery around the heart. He quickly took out acupuncture needles inside his jacket. The female doctor with TCM knowledge was curious to see what he was planning. Li Yun placed 3 needles around the left arm. He's slowing down the blood flow to the arm, the female doctor thought. "Hey, how long can you perform CPR?" Li Yun asked the doctor, performing chest compression. Probably another 5 minutes, the doctor responded. All right, continue, Li Yun said as he sterilized the man's bicep. You are performing a transradial rotational atherectomy? Asked Professor Xiao Shan. Yep, Li Yun replied. The concept seemed pretty simple. Use a catheter with an abrasive end tip to drill away the plaque blocking the artery. Nevertheless, this technique usually involves an intravascular ultrasound and CT angiography. Without delay, Li Yun quickly inserted the catheter, and pushed the wire inside, navigating it closer to the site of the blockage. Ah, I see, the needles were to minimize pain in place of anesthesia, the woman thought. The professor was impressed and stunned. There wasn't any blood flowing out at the insertion site. Whenever he saw the procedure performed, it was usually a bit messy. Li Yun continued navigating the guide wire. Although he could see the passage with kiwi, moving the wire inside the vessel wasn't exactly simple. Li Yun had to pull back, twist and turn once he got to the heart. He needed the guide wire to enter into the exact location of the blockage. In the middle of navigating inside the artery, Ruxi arrived with an extension cord. Dr. Xiao Shan wasn't too familiar with the atherectomy unit, but it was easy to tell where the power should plug in. It took Li Yun another 3 minutes, but he managed to reach the blockage site. All right, turn on the machine, Li Yun requested. Professor Xiao Shan pressed the button, and the power unit to the atherectomy kit activated. Li Yun could feel the vibration of the wire. Inside the man's heart, he could see the tip of the catheter rotating around. Li Yun pushed the wire in further, drilling through the plaque that clotted the man's artery. The process wasn't as quick as what was shown on the training animation, but it was working. After drilling through the blockage, Li Yun could feel the blood starting to recirculate again. A group of emergency workers arrived with a gurney, but was instructed to wait by the professor. Li Yun pulled back the wire, and then taped the catheter into place. Once he pulled out, Professor Xiao Shan checked the man's chest again with a stethoscope. He gave the EMT a quick overview of what had happened, and they quickly moved him to the ambulance. Professor Xiao Shan turned to look at Li Yun. Doctor. Li Yun, he responded. You should come along, said Professor Xiao Shan. What hospital is he being transported to? Magic City University Hospital ER. You should stay with the patient, and we'll head in from behind, said Li Yun. Can I follow? Asked the woman with TCM knowledge. Chapter 57 Replicate. Ruxi led everyone to a small rental car in the lot. During the way, they learned that Yi Ansha was a resident at the Magic City TCM University Hospital. Li Yun didn't expect that she was a resident since her movement was quite fast. Do you work in a clinic or do you have a master? Li Yun asked from the passenger's seat. Yi Ansha nodded from the back seat. My grandfather taught me everything back in our village. Were you also taught by a master? No, I am mostly self-taught, Li Yun replied. He didn't trust some of the old men in the apartment. Who's your grandfather? Everyone calls him Old Yi Bao, she replied, but she was shocked that he didn't have a master. How do you know acupuncture without a master? I only know the basics to control blood flow and pain management. For everything else, I am not too sure. Your skill in acupuncture is pretty impressive. You were trying to reduce the pain by blocking the neural pathways. Yi Ansha nodded. Are you really a Western doctor? You know a lot about acupuncture. I read a lot of Taoist texts. Yi Ansha laughed. Oh, no wonder. My grandfather kept telling me to read them, but I have only read the main classical ones. How about you, Miss Chu? You don't look like someone from the medical field. Your eyes look quite sharp, are you in business? Ah, yes, Ruxi replied, remembering her first encounter with Li Yun. Does every TCM doctor learn face reading? Yi Ansha laughed. Ah, I know a bit from what the elders told me, but it's the way you introduced yourself earlier. People don't usually have that sort of confidence unless it's someone who sees a lot of clients. You also have a bit of direct peach luck. I'm quite a novice, I have only started this year. It looks like Sister Encha is from a family of doctors. Yi Encha nodded. Is Miss Chu younger than me? Li Yun wanted to know the same thing. He had initially thought they were the same age since she knew Sukzu. I'm 21 this year, Ruxi responded. Oh wow, did you finish college early? Yi Encha was impressed. I thought you were older, Li Yun's comment slipped out of his tongue. Ruxi glared at him, do I look older? Li Yun cursed at himself, stupid thing to say. Of course not, more mature. We are here, Ruxi announced as she pulled into the parking area. But are you really going inside? I thought you didn't want to get sued. Well, considering the man looks a lot wealthier than me, I don't think he'll do that, Li Yun replied, but he had a feeling she knew that and was just teasing him. Okay, I'll wait here, you two go on ahead. I don't feel like going into a hospital. Li Yun looked at Ruxi before leaving the car. He wasn't sure if she was upset, or just pretending. Li Yun and Yi Encha headed into the ER. The waiting area was a lot larger than Kinbei, but that was to be expected. Magic City was several times bigger. Although there were ambulances regularly stopping by the ER, there were protocols in place for every emergency, so everything was well managed, most of the time. Professor Xiao Shan was talking to one of the doctors, but excused himself to greet Li Yun and Yi Encha. Li Yun did not expect that the professor would wait for him. Dr. Li, I should formally introduce myself. I am Professor Xiao Shan, the current chief of the thoracic department. Ah yes, I've read one of your books, Li Yun shook hands with the professor. I'm a resident at Kinbei Hospital. Resident? Professor Xiao Shan wasn't too familiar with the hospital, but he was shocked that Li Yun was only a resident. This was especially shocking after he had asked his co-workers if they could perform the same procedure without any sort of live imaging. Everyone said it was near impossible or impossible. The near impossibility was if the doctor had memorized the artery pathway to the blockage. How were you able to locate the blockage? Asked Professor Xiao Shan. Li Yun wondered how he should explain it. It's likely he followed the pulse, Yi Encha theorized. She was not too familiar with atherectomy, but she could tell what Li Yun did was impressive. If he recognized the pulse to the level that she had read in the old lineage, then it was possible. But even as a TCM doctor, she didn't believe all the texts. Li Yun nodded to confirm, that was probably the best way to explain his ability. Professor Xiao Shan turned to Yi Encha, Miss, you're a TCM doctor. I'm a resident doctor at Magic City TCM Hospital, Yi Encha replied. After they shook hands, Professor Xiao Shan thought about Li Yu's ability. He was able to use the pulse to navigate into the artery blockage. If this was true, he couldn't imagine what sort of skill level was required to perform such a task. He had heard about old TCM masters who were able to diagnose illnesses simply by examining the pulse. However, he didn't think there was anyone in the younger generation that could match such a feat. How's the patient? Li Yun asked. We took a CT scan and the results are good, Professor Xiao Shan explained. However, Mr. Zhang will need another procedure done in another location to prevent this from happening again. Do you mind if we meet in the office? Professor Xiao Shan took him to his office located on the 7th floor. As they were walking, everyone they met stopped and greeted him. The professor's status was also reflected in his office. It was larger than most typical offices, and it even had an adjacent meeting room. I wonder if Dr. Li can use your pulse technique on other types of surgery? Professor Xiao Shan asked. To be honest, that was the first time I attempted it. I normally use angiography CT. If it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't have attempted. Li Yun had anticipated that he would, as it was the only way to test his ability. He wouldn't recklessly test it on a patient at the hospital. Professor Xiao Shan nodded, but what Li Yun said had revealed something else, that he was someone used to surgery. It also sounded like he had led the surgery himself, which was unusual for a resident. "What's your residency program?" "Acute critical surgery." Professor Xiao Shan erupted into laughter. "That's the unit Dr. Zhang set up." Li Yun's mouth gaped open slightly with a surprised expression. He nodded. Dr. Zhang was a general-level surgeon in the army and was also on the board that made the initial changes to the residency program. It made sense that people in Magic City would know him. "I wonder where that old man went after leaving Imperial City," Professor Xiao Shan pondered. "I heard he went back to his hometown to set up the ACS unit. When he was on the board, he wanted to set up a program similar to the US residency program, but many people thought it required too much time. They eventually settled on a 3-year program similar to the UK residency program." Li Yun nodded. That was his impression when he read the policy changes. "Dr. Li, do you think this is something you can replicate in the surgical setting?" asked Professor Xiao Shan. Li Yun nodded. He thought it would be a long time before he was allowed to perform such an operation, so this seemed like a golden opportunity. Chapter 58 Pulse Diagnosis. Professor Xiao Shan dialed a number and asked the nurse about Mr. Jiang's availability. Afterward, they headed into the VIP ward. Inside the ward, Mr. Jiang was assisted by his wife, while his secretary and his personal doctor remained by the side. It looked like Mr. Jiang was recovering well. "Mr. Jiang, how are you doing?" Professor Xiao Shen greeted the man. "I am doing tremendously well," Mr. Jiang replied. "Thank you, doctor, you saved my life." "You should also thank Dr. Li, he was the one that performed the miracle," Professor Xiao Shen introduced the two. "This is Dr. Yi, she was the one who performed the acupuncture." Li Yun and Yi Ansha both nodded their head as a greeting. "Ah, I see. I saw the video clip," Mr. Jiang remarked. Everyone had cell phones, and the videos were posted immediately on social media. It would be odd if Mr. Jiang didn't see the video. However, Mr. Jiang liked his privacy, so he had his people remove as many of the videos as possible. "Dr. Li, I heard from my personal doctor that what you did is considered impossible," Mr. Jiang commented. "I don't know how you did it, but you have saved my life." "Thank you." "It's not a problem," Li Yun replied. "Mr. Jiang, as you know, we recommend another procedure to prevent this from happening in the future," Professor Xiao Shan explained. "I've invited Dr. Li to perform the coronary angioplasty. It will be a very similar procedure used to save your life today." "Similar?" asked Mr. Jiang. "It's not the same. The procedure that Dr. Li employed is atherectomy," Professor Xiao Shan explained. "He used that method in an emergency situation because he was not sure of your allergy and history. Although it has good initial results, it does not hold up as well in the long run compared to a coronary angioplasty. It's also more expensive, so it would be good if I get reimbursed for 3,200 yuan, Li Yun said. Mr. Zhang laughed. "Not a problem, it's a small number. If I have Professor Xiao Shan and Dr. Li, then I am in good hands." Mr. Zhang easily agreed to sign the consent form. His doctor told him about Professor Xiao Shan's reputation, so he was more than happy with him alone. No one knew the young doctor that saved him, but the video alone had many doctors both shocked and impressed. "Dr. Li, are you here for the new medical technology symposium?" Professor Xiao Shan asked as they were heading out. Li Yun nodded. A lot of doctors were heading into the city for the symposium. "I think I saw Professor Xiao Shan on the list of guest speakers," Li Yun commented. "You have been working with iExplorer. I'm one of their many consultants. It's a pretty exciting field." iExplorer was one of the domestic companies creating medical robots. Another big name was Bern Pharmaceutical. Li Yun had used Zhuoang on some robotic surgery, but he didn't like it as much as laparoscopy. He was obviously biased since he was better with using the laparoscope. Without considering his bias, using robotic surgery was better, such as allowing surgeons to have greater precision. Li Yun wondered if a gamer with surgical knowledge would be able to perform better. I will apologize ahead of time, you look like you are on vacation, Professor Xiao Shan stated. Oh, it's really not a problem. I am also here for another reason, and this sort of settled it. Li Yun had wanted to test Kiwi and his ability, but there were ethical reasons that made him hesitant. He had carried the atherectomy kit knowing how common and urgent blocked arteries were. All right, I'll settle the cooperation paperwork with your hospital, the surgery will start at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Li Yun thanked the professor, and the two of them walked out. Dr. Li, are you really using the pulse in order to navigate through the artery? Asked Ji Ansha. Something very similar, Li Yun responded. I've been listening to pulse patterns for a long time, so it's not that difficult to navigate. It's very impressive, said Yi Ansha. Are you also able to make a diagnosis based on that ability? Up until recently, I can make an educated guess, but I think I have a better grasp of illnesses and complications, especially ones that involve the cardiovascular system. Your diagnosis sounds more like Western diagnosis, said Yi Ansha. It's a shame that you didn't go into TCM. I don't want to go into TCM blind. I believe it would not be appropriate without a good master. Yi Ansha brightened up. So you do know the necessity of having a master-disciple learning in TCM. Do you mind if I invite my grandfather to see your surgery? I'm not opposed, but your grandfather is in a village. If I tell him that someone has better ability than him, he'll take the first train here, Yi Ansha explained. It should only take him half a day. Li Yun wondered how good her grandfather was. Is Miss Chu your girlfriend? Yi Ansha wondered as they walked to the surgery. Li Yun nodded. You shouldn't call her old. Li Yun sighed. I didn't call her old, I thought she would be my age. Yi Ansha laughed, it seemed like they had only started dating if he didn't know how old she was. She then decided to take a cab back to her apartment. Li Yun walked to the car where Ruxi was laughing at a video on her cell phone. That was the wonders of the 21st century mobile phone generation, they were never bored even when left alone. What were you watching and laughing at? Li Yun wondered. Ruxi showed him the video, it was a video from earlier. They said that you're a fake and a voodoo doctor. Some of the comments are funny. Li Yun couldn't be bothered by comments made by random strangers. Where is Sister Ansha? Ruxi asked. She left, she wanted to get a hold of her grandfather for tomorrow's surgery. Oh? I wanted to invite her for lunch. Let's not. Why not? She's cute. Not as cute as my girlfriend. Ruxi rolled her eyes and put away her cell phone. It looks like you're going to be busy soon, so let's tour the city today. Chapter 59 FU. Ruxi drove them to a barbecue place she normally visited with Sugzu for lunch. Afterward, they went around to all the tourist spots and old antiquity markets. Ruxi looked very excited to visit all the places since she herself wasn't too familiar with the city. Being the Sunday before New Year's, the streets were decked out in red banners and lanterns. There were more pedestrians and tourists, making it difficult to navigate. You know I didn't call you old, Li Yun said. He took a hold of Ruxi's hand and walked down the street. She must have been a child when she started grifting. Ruxi laughed. Obviously. It would have helped if you told me your birth date. I did. With the year. How long have you been dating Dr. Li? Don't you know it's rude to ask a woman her age? You should have asked for my zodiac sign. Seeing her playing coy, he knew she was just messing with him. After turning the corner, they stopped by an antiquity shop. Li Yun wanted to visit the antiquity markets and tour ancient places because he wanted to test Kiwi. He had tried Kiwi on corpses, and it worked to a certain point. That certain point may be the amount of qi remaining in the body after death. After a few days, the qi dissipated, he was unable to use Kiwi. As for items, he had not encountered ones where he could detect qi. He wasn't sure if it was possible to detect objects at all, or if there were other requirements. Li Yun picked up a vase that was from the Ming dynasty. It was expensive, but it didn't exhibit any qi. Even the ancient cauldron at the Longhua temple weren't reacting. Li Yun was a bit disappointed. "Say eggplant," Ruxi said as she pointed her phone stick in front of the cauldron. Li Yun turned around, but didn't expect her to give him a peck on the cheek. "Ah, this is a good pick." Ruxi looked at the picture of Li Yun looking dumbfounded. She scrolled through all the pictures they took. It was mainly Li Yun being caught off guard and her looking cutesy. Li Yun smiled, at least she was having fun. In the evening, they arrived at Sugzu's apartment. There were 2 rooms, and it looked like Ruxi stayed over in the guest room quite often. "How did you really meet Sugzu?" Li Yun asked. Ruxi pretended to look offended. "I wasn't lying. We met at a party, and we bonded over our family's issues." Li Yun partially believed that. Before he could ask her further, Chief Gao called. "Hey punk, you're not even in Magic City for 24 hours and already causing a ruckus," Chief Gao greeted him over the phone. Yeah, anything else?" "I saw your video." "What?" Chief Gao said some curse words that even Li Yun didn't understand. "Are you using some very old swear words or did you make that up?" Li Yun asked. "No. How in the world did you perform an atherectomy without any imaging?" "Chief Gao, remember I once said that my strengths are too many to list? This is one of them." "F you. What is it for real?" "I have been practicing pulse reading for a long time. I think I've gotten pretty good at it." "F good at it." Li Yun could imagine Chief Gao pulling out his own hair. "All right," Chief Zhang approved of the surgery. "I'll see you when you get back." Li Yun hung up, and looked at Ruxi who was cracking up on the sofa listening into the conversation. He quickly rushed to her side and kissed her. She could be adorable, sometimes. "You have surgery early," Ruxi said, nudging him back a bit. "I don't need a lot of sleep." Li Yun slept exactly 3 hours to refill his stamina after spending most of it on Ruxi. He also managed to get up and dressed before she did. "Ruxi, I'm going to take the bus, pick me up around noon." Li Yun whispered into her ear. She nodded, but went back to sleep. He better message her later in case she forgot. Li Yun arrived a good hour early before surgery to review some of the procedures with Professor Xiao Shan and the second assistant, Dr. Meng, who was the deputy chief of cardiovascular surgery. There were a lot of people who heard about the surgery and wanted to see it for themselves. It seemed like some sort of hoax, but it looked like the hospital was going to allow it. In normal situations, it wouldn't be allowed, but Professor Xiao Shan was spearheading the surgery. In the conference room, Yi Anxia led her grandfather to take a seat by the side. Old Yi Bao wore an old-style tang suit. He was an old practitioner, but most people who looked at him would not be able to guess. His face was round, and he was very happy and smiling all the time. He was very excited to hear there was a young man who was so skilled in pulse reading that he didn't need to use those radiation machines. "When is it going to start?" the old man asked impatiently as he looked at the empty wall. "Grandpa, the screen is that way," Yi Anxia pointed in the opposite direction. Lao Yi Bao coughed. "Of course, I know that," turning to the correct front. "You don't have to tell me. I at least know how to use the latest e-phone." While they were waiting, there were other people in the room commenting before the surgery. "I can't believe the hospital allowed this to happen," said one of the doctors. "What if there is a complication?" "They set this up in the angiography suite for that reason," explained another doctor. "If something happened, they could simply hook up the patient. It's minimally invasive to begin with, so the hospital isn't that concerned. Besides, the patient is already informed of how the procedure will work." "Yeah, but seriously, who is crazy enough to accept this type of surgery?" "Sure, the guy might have saved his life, but what if it was a fluke? Well, let's watch and see. The other conference rooms are pretty crowded as well. There are a lot of people who want to see this operation. Considering it was only announced yesterday. This type of sensational surgery isn't done every day. How are they even advertising this? A combo of TCM and Western medicine? Who still believes in TCM these days? Yianxia had heard it too many times, but it was still painful to hear. In the world of science, TCM had achieved very limited success. Yianxia was well aware of the limitations, but she believed that TCM could not be measured by Western yardstick. There were too many intricacies of TCM. Instead of paying any attention to them, Yianxia focused on the screen. It looked like the surgery was about to begin when the anesthesiologist gave them the signal. Chapter 60 Coronary Angioplasty. The setup for the surgery was slightly different from what most interventionists were used to. They were used to seeing the patient covered with surgical drape, commonly used to protect the body against blood. However, the patient's left hand was completely uncovered. Everyone wondered if this was for the so-called pulse reading. Li Yun sat on a stool next to Mr. Zhang and lowered part of his glove to expose a small portion of his right wrist. He rested his wrist on Mr. Jiang's bare hand and concentrated. Using kiwi, he saw the anesthesia numbing the area and put Mr. Zhang to sleep. Most interventional operations recommended local anesthesia for quicker recovery time, but Mr. Zhang hated the idea of being awake and had chosen general anesthesia. Catheter, Li Yun called out to the nurse. He didn't have the luxury of a nurse at the rail station, but with all the facilities available, everything was easier. He also had Professor Xiao Shan and Dr. Meng, who were officially assigned as chief surgeon and second assistants. However, they were simply front-row spectators. After receiving the catheter, Li Yun inserted the needle into the radial artery. Some of the doctors nodded. They were impressed. Although it was possible, a lot of doctors preferred to use ultrasound, which removed the guesswork of locating the artery. Anyone who had their blood drawn by an intern nurse knew how painfully difficult it was to find a vein or artery. The next part will be the tricky part. Interventional surgery needed greater precision to avoid puncturing the artery and causing further damage. The doctors all wondered how he would manage to navigate the guide wire into the blockage without encountering those problems. "What is he doing next?" asked old Yi Bao. "He has to insert the guide wire to the site of the blockage," Yianxia explained using a short animation video. "After that, a catheter with a balloon will inflate the blockage. And finally a balloon with a stent will be used to prevent future blockage." Everyone watched the procedure, but they were not aware of what was going on. From their perspectives, he was blindly pushing the guide wire into the body. From Li Yun's perspective, the surgery was easy. Only he could visualize the path of the wire into the bloodstream. Unlike the emergency atherectomy at the train station, the guide wire he used was the correct gauge, whereas, the one he had used before was an all-purpose guide wire that was thick and inflexible. Once Li Yun arrived at the site with partial plague blockage, he inserted the catheter with a balloon and inflated the area. "I can't believe he's not going to check the X-rays," the doctors were both amazed and pissed. To some of them, this was not an ethical thing to do. Li Yun placed 2 stents around the heart. With Mr. Jiang's lifestyle, 2 stents may not be enough. There were slight blockages everywhere, but 2 was the extent of what Li Yun could do. He couldn't put stents in every location that was problematic. Mr. Jiang will need to follow his dietitian's regimen, or else he'll need another surgery within 5 years. Li Yun inserted a small amount of dye, and instructed the nurse to take an X-ray. Despite him knowing that everything was fine, they still needed formal documentation that the procedure was performed correctly. After taking the X-ray, it was revealed on everyone's screen. Everyone was amazed that the X-ray looked normal, and that 2 stents were inserted. Some people could not believe it. "There must be another separate imaging screen in there," the doctor tried to explain to themselves. "There's a camera showing the entire suite, a hospital technician explained as their reputation was at stake. There is only one screen inside the suite, and it was turned off most of the time. Yiancha looked at her grandfather's face. It was very rare for her to see him without a smile on his face. "Grandfather, what do you think?" asked Yiancha. "Do you think I can meet him?" Old Yi Bao had a feeling that Li Yun's ability was real. Outside of the angioplasty suite, Li Yun was surrounded by other doctors, hoping to get a better understanding of the procedure. Li Yun explained to them that it was important to have a baseline pulse reading and to know what type of pulse pattern was considered healthy and normal. Like face reading and micro-expressions, the baseline will be different depending on the person. However, once a baseline was developed, any anomaly meant that something was off. "It's not so much different from an EKG," Li Yun explained. "There are many different types of patterns, and once you have enough practice, you can tell where there are blockages." Li Yun wasn't sure if this was even possible for other people, but if a Chinese medicine master like Sun Simiao and BNK studied surgery, would they be able to perform such a feat? Surely it was possible for BNK, who was purported to have X-ray vision. Li Yun collected everyone's business cards and then looked at the time. It was still early, but he still messaged Ruxi to pick him up later. He heard people approaching, and looked up to see Yiancha and an elderly man who appeared to be her grandfather. "Dr. Li, this is my grandfather, Yi Bao," she introduced. Li Yun shook hands with the old master. "Ah, a young man with a lot of shen," said the old man. "I couldn't see it on the screen, but your eyes are sparkling." Yiancha looked at Li Yun's eyes, it was sparkling a bit more than usual. "Did you have a good time with your girlfriend?" Yiancha asked. Li Yun almost choked. Yeah. Mr. Yi also has a lot of good shen." Mr. Yi laughed. "Oh ho, it's all the accumulated good deeds. Were you able to notice anything when we shook hands?" Li Yun felt a little awkward. Was he infringing on people's privacy when he checked their pulse? Maybe, but it wasn't like he could see them naked. It was mainly blood and miscellaneous junk in a person's body. It wasn't very exciting to see, and more gruesome than the cartoon images. "Mr. Yi has lived a fairly simple life, I don't see a lot of major complications," Li Yun stated. "But there are some odd blood flow going in and out of all your organs. It doesn't look to be recent damage, more like a slow sort of poison over time. It's not the same type of poison. I can only imagine this is something you have caused on your own." Old Yi Bao's eyes twinkled. "Ah, in all my years, I have never seen anyone who reminded me of my own teacher." Old Yi Bao almost looked like he was about to cry. "Ah, Grandpa, are you all right?" "I'm all right," Old Yi Bao nodded and then looked pointedly at Li Yun. "I have used my body to experiment with a lot of different formulas. Although most aren't harmful, there are definitely some that I shouldn't have tried." Li Yun nodded. He understood that unlike Western medicine, clinical studies of formulas were limited due to the personalized nature of prescriptions. The only way to test the effectiveness was either through experience, or by testing them on oneself. To have this much knowledge without a master, I cannot imagine how far you can go as a TCM doctor. Have you considered it? He stopped and shook his head. "Ah, why am I even asking? You are the type of person who would do well even in Western medicine. Although this may be selfish of me, I would like to learn more. I have read a lot, but there are concepts I still am not able to grasp on my own. If Master Yi isn't opposed, can I seek your guidance in the future? Considering you are well versed in diagnosis. Is there something you want to learn? I would like to learn acupuncture and to make prescriptions." "Ah, I see. Learning acupuncture is a must, but to create proper prescriptions will take a lot of time. If you have questions, this old man will assist you on your path." Chapter 61 Symposium. The executives from Bern Pharmaceutical all watched a video shown on their screens by their lead researcher, Professor Yuan Yu. "So is there a good reason why you're showing us this on Spring Festival vacation?" asked one of the executives, Xiao Hao, as he sat in his luxury apartment and spoke into his phone. It was a good excuse to avoid talking to his wife, but he didn't understand the purpose of the urgent meeting. "I was able to secure this video from a friend of mine at Magic City University Hospital," explained Professor Yuan Yu. "What I am showing you will soon be the talk of the medical world once Spring Festival is over with. You may not be aware, but surgeons require imaging to be able to locate the blockage. However, the surgeon in the video was able to locate the exact location of the blockage simply by feeling the pulse." "Pulse reading," one of the executives chuckled. "Is he a TCM doctor?" "This isn't important, but during the short amount of time he was at the hospital, he was able to pinpoint a lot of complications in patients. The hospital was able to verify the locations after performing the angiogram on the patients. So he's better than an X-ray machine, but what does that have to do with us?" Professor Yuan Yu breathed in and out slowly. He hated dealing with non-medical personnel. They were technically his bosses, but they only knew the financial portion of the pharmaceutical business. This skill cannot be replicated by another person, but it can be replicated by machines. Professor Yuan Yu's remark woke up a lot of executives. After Spring Festival break, Li Yun attended the first day of the New Medical Technology Symposium. He met up with An Luchang and they waited for Chief Zhang to show them around. Unfortunately, Chief Zhang was caught up by some of the doctors who recognized him. Li Yun and An Luchang took the initiative to tour the first few stalls near the lobby without their chief. The purpose of most symposiums was to make connections. Although An Luchang wasn't well versed in small talk, when needed, he could carry on conversations. He asked each representative detailed questions about their products and most representatives were more than happy to explain. The symposium was a place for companies to present new technologies and make pitches to entice new investors. Doctors were the first people they had to convince. "Our company provides some of the best laparoscopes in the industry," the sales rep said. "The design is ergonomically detailed to allow comfort and maneuverability. Now I can see why you asked me about the cardiovascular system," and Luchang ignored the rep and spoke to Li Yun instead. "Can you really see it? The cardiovascular system in your mind? That's about it, pretty awesome skill isn't it?" asked Li Yun. "Can you really do that just by understanding the pulses?" And Luchang was still a bit skeptical. "Just think about it. Blood follows the complex rules of fluid dynamics and is also constantly changing according to the environment and emotions. Early doctors have recognized the effects of the environment, and divided them into 4 types of pulses: wiry, flooding, floating, and stony, each corresponding with the seasons. Changes to the pulses could be fast, slow, slippery, wiry, big, small, rising, or sinking. Just think of the patterns as biological wave functions. If you equate it to mathematical waves, it somehow makes more sense than slippery and wiry. What's wrong with wiry? It's a good way to explain things, especially 2000 years ago when no one knew about wave function or fluid mechanics. Wiry explains the pulse from when the temperature changed from cool to warm. It is the type of pulse commonly felt during the spring. It is the tense pulling by the blood to draw in heat. If the wiry pulse feels slower or faster, it is an indication of an illness. If the wiry pulse is felt during the heat of the summer, it is another indication of an illness. It's simple. "Ah, maybe I should talk to some of those TCM professors about pulse," a voice chimed in from behind them. "Chief Zhang." Li Yun and An Luchang greeted the chief. "No need to be polite," Chief Zhang responded, waving off formality. "I think I can speak for everyone when they say that your surgery was an eye-opener. It's a shame that this type of skill can't be taught." Li Yun nodded. With Chief Zhang joining them, he guided them around the exhibit floor. As they walked through the different booths, they tested out new technology being released or proposed. Some booths were requesting investors to fund their projects. Although it may be exciting, there are also a lot of concerns with new technology, like doctors and surgeons losing certain abilities, Chief Zhang commented as they walked through the exhibit floor. Like palpation. If you talk to the old-timers, they can tell you how they are able to sense an oncoming heart attack simply by listening to the heart. However, imagine a robot that can read ECG and give accurate information and diagnosis. Doctors would simply become technicians to maintain the robots. Pulse palpation was an antique technique and symbolic of TCM. Likewise, the stethoscope was also heading in the same direction for Western medicine. Every medical student learned how to detect abnormally in the heart and lungs through the stethoscopes, but as technology improves, the stethoscope was becoming a symbolic tool for doctors rather than a practical tool. ECG and ultrasound were much more accurate and thorough. That's only true if the data inputted into the robot is accurate, Li Yun stated. He believed it would be a while before doctors became obsolete. Chief Zhang nodded. Many hospitals have been sending data to companies to pool together enough data to begin the process. However, the data is inconsistent. There are too many different illnesses and complications in the human body for them to create an all-encompassing diagnosis robot. For now, the best they can do is a targeted diagnostic. However, in the future? Who knows? Automation may be slow in the medical field, but it had already replaced many existing jobs in other fields. Is there also a concern with robots replacing surgeons? Asked An Luchang. A bit, but not anytime soon. When laparoscopes were first introduced, a lot of surgeons were against it. 20 years into the future, some of their concerns are warranted, like the inability of some surgeons to perform open surgeries. However, complications are reduced and patients' health are improving. With robotics, there will be even less opportunity for open surgery. Less opportunity meant less chances for new residents to gain experience. Li Yun was lucky to have Zhuoang to experience open surgery, but for many residents, they did not have the same opportunity. It might be better to reserve open surgery to a select few specialist field like hepatopancreatobiliary, HPB, surgery, organ transplant, and emergency medicine, An Luchang suggested. This will allow more surgical residents who regularly need to use open surgery to be efficient at it, and for residents who don't, to focus on improving their laparoscopic and robotic skills. That's why I like you younger generations. You're not afraid of new technologies, but embrace them as a way of life. Chief Zhang suddenly shook his head and hand. Blah, enough about this topic. The reason I am here is to make a purchase deal for the emergency department. Originally I was only planning to take you two around to make connections. However, it seems like Dr. Li have already made quite a connection. Just a few so far, Li Yun had received some offers from different hospitals and pharmaceutical companies in the area. Who gave you the best offer? Probably burn for 2 million yuan a year. Chief Zhang snorted. They are probably taking advantage of you for being a first-year resident. If you are able to assist them with inputting data for a diagnostic robot, they should be paying you 2 million in USD. Even if they did offer him that much, Li Yun would likely turn it down. Although he could use classical pulse analysis to provide data, he couldn't imagine how time-consuming it would be to create such a system. If he joined the research team, the technology might speed up a bit, but even without him, a diagnostic robot would become a reality someday. At Imperial City University, they had created a little doctor robot that had passed the Chinese medical licensing exam and was rumored to be put on the market the following year. Maybe it was better to delay the process and to give people the time to adjust. Progress was not always welcomed when it came by too quickly. Chapter 62 Old Timers. Old Shan didn't try to poach you? Asked Chief Zhang. Poach is a nasty word, Professor Xiao Shan's voice could be heard from behind. Hunters are nasty people, Chief Zhang commented back. Professor Xiao Shan laughed. Too bad there aren't too many places to hunt. So, what did you offer? A fellowship. Pay, and I hear thought Magic City have more to offer. Although Chief Zhang didn't sound impressed, it was already a huge deal for a first year to be offered a fellowship at one of the most prestigious hospitals without completing the usual residency program or even acquiring a higher education degree. The two old men led Li Yun and Enlil Chang around to meet other visiting surgeons. After the usual round of handshakes and introductions, Li Yun and Enlil Chang were both exhausted. It was especially hard for Enlil Chang, who was a bit socially awkward. "Are you going to take any of the offers?" Enlil Chang wondered. "Why? You're going to miss me if I leave," Li Yun joked. Enlil Chang stared blankly back at Li Yun. Quite honestly, it would be difficult without Li Yun around. Although Chief Gao and Lim were excellent mentors, having Li Yun around had helped a lot. Life is a series of human interactions. Li Yun patted Enlil Chang on the shoulder like an old master patting a disciple. "It's common to see people coming in and out. So you're really planning to leave?" "I'm not sure yet." Li Yun hadn't decided how he was going to complete the new mission. "And besides, you're in group chat. It's not like you can't contact me if you have a problem." After the first day, they attended vendor meetings with Chief Zhang, who negotiated pricing and terms with different companies. They also attended the presentation by Dr. Bao and tried the robotic demos. Enlil Chang really liked the new Da Vinci robot. Although he had used the old model at Qinbei, the newer model was more flexible and had better latency. He did the challenge to stitch a grape together, and it only took him less than 2 minutes, outperforming the team that won the anniversary's competition. "Are you sure you didn't practice?" Li Yun jeered. "A lot of older surgeons have a tough time even turning on the machine," Chief Zhang commented. "Yeah, if us old-timers don't brush up on our electronic skills, the new kids will surpass us quickly," Professor Xiao Shan agreed with a nod. It was not often said aloud, and despite patients feeling more comfortable with surgeons above the age of 50, they were not any better than surgeons in their 30s. The reality was, older surgeons lacked dexterity and the ability to keep up with new emerging technology. The 40s were the true golden age of surgeons. It was the reason Chief Zhang focused on administrative work instead of surgery. The new generation understood that robotics could extend their life as a surgeon well into their 60s. Robots were able to compensate for dexterity as long as the mind was still capable. That was why Chief Zhang wanted a Da Vinci robot for the emergency department. However, it was too expensive for his budget. Maybe in another few years. The following day, Professor Xiao Shan invited them to attend a surgical preoperative meeting at Magic City University. During the meetings, the doctors vocalized their displeasure with each other and how poor everyone communicated with each other, a common topic of discussion. After the usual staff meeting and mudslinging from the doctors, the director stopped the discussion before it escalated into a fight. "We will leave the topic for next time," the director stated as he flipped open a new file on a high-risk surgery. "Governor Ping's father's heart has developed a severe aortic stenosis. They are looking for a team to perform an aortic valve replacement." Silence. Just earlier everyone was very vocal about wanting to prove themselves. This is an opportunity. An aortic valve replacement for someone who was 83 years of age wasn't an opportunity, it was a death sentence. The likelihood of complications was high. It was likely that Governor Ping had gone to other hospitals, but no one was daring enough to take on the case. Even the doctors at Imperial City would not risk upsetting a governor over the case. The risks far outweighed the benefits. All the major hospitals in the country have already turned down the request, the doctors commented. Our reputation will not be affected if we decline. We should not take the risk. As everyone discussed the possible complications, Chief Zhang turned to Professor Xiao Shan. This can't possibly be the case you're planning. I wasn't considering it before, but with Dr. Li's ability, I think it may be possible, Professor Xiao Shan explained. We are one of the few hospitals right now capable of transcatheter aortic valve replacement, TAVR. Chief Zhang nodded. TAVR was the ideal procedure for high-risk patients like Governor Ping's father, but the development of TAVR was not as developed as in other countries. Why isn't Imperial City Hospital taking this case? Chief Zhang wondered. There were 4 hospitals that were capable of performing TAVR independently. They have evaluated that Mr. Ping has a high chance of suffering from acute kidney failure because of his diabetes, Professor Xiao Shan explained. Oh, I see. Why do you think it will be better for Li Yun to perform the surgery? Don't you have a TAVR specialist? There may be a correlation between the fluoroscopy and angiography triggering kidney failure. During a previous angiogram, he had serious side effects. Chief Zhang finally understood why Professor Xiao Shan needed Li Yun. Fluoroscopy required injecting a dye that contained iodine in order to create clearer imaging. However, iodine should not be used on patients who have kidney problems. If the interventionalists couldn't use the dye, they wouldn't be unable to see and navigate through the arteries, much less placing the valve in the correct position. Dr. Li, are you able to assess stroke risk? Asked Professor Xiao Shan. Stroke was another concern after TAVR. I should be, said Li Yun. Are you interested in the procedure? Li Yun had seen a dozen live procedures done from around the world. Although it was not as invasive as an open heart surgery, there were still risks involved. Can I meet with the patients first? Li Yun requested. Professor Xiao Shan was hoping Li Yun would ask. Any doctor worth their salt would see the patient first before committing to surgery, especially with a case like this. Although some doctors did not like Professor Xiao Shan's proposal, they didn't mind seeing him take such a big risk. They were aware of Li Yun's ability, but being able to navigate into the heart did not mean a successful outcome. TAVR required much more precision, and without any imaging, how would it be possible? Professor Xiao Shan set up a time for them to meet Governor Ping and his father the following morning. They were already in Magic City. Their hope was to find a domestic surgeon, otherwise, they would fly in a foreign doctor to perform the surgery. Most foreigners prefer flying into Magic City. For a consultation meeting with Governor Ping's father, there were a lot of people in the room. Mr. Ping was being cared for by 2 doctors, one who was a cardiologist and the other was a TCM doctor. Professor Xiao, I heard you're proposing to use TAVR on Mr. Ping, can you guarantee that there won't be any complications? Asked Dr. Bing, the cardiologist. With any type of surgery, there isn't always a guarantee, Professor Shan Xiao stated as he signaled Li Yun to take a seat. We are here for the purpose of evaluating the risks. Dr. Li is someone who has a profound understanding of the cardiovascular system. We will know better after he takes a look. Li Yun looked into Mr. Ping's narrow eyes and wrinkled face. It was the eyes of a man who had done a lot wrong in his life. But it was also the eyes of a man trying to repent. Chapter 63 Politics. Hello Mr. Ping, I'm Dr. Li, Li Yun introduced himself. He reached out his hand in front of the elderly man. Mr. Ping slowly tilted his head to glance at Li Yun. Their eyes met and the elderly man placed his hand over Li Yun's. It wasn't a handshake, but an act of giving his trust and life in a stranger. It was warm and limp, but Li Yun felt the weight of the man's life on his shoulder. With Mr. Ping's hand in reach, Kiwi activated and revealed his internal CV system. At that moment, Li Yun could already see the potential complications. He sat down and pretended to check the pulse. The TCM doctor, Dr. Su, was surprised when Li Yun checked the pulse without a stethoscope. Some newer generations of TCM doctors were embracing stethoscopes to assist with diagnosis. It created a sense of legitimacy when TCM doctors used stethoscopes. I heard that Dr. Li has the ability to read pulse, but I was imagining someone a lot older, Dr. Su commented. May I ask if you have a teacher? Currently no one, but I am seeking guidance from Dr. Yi Bao, Li Yun replied. Dr. Su nodded. Our hospital had tried to recruit Dr. Yi Bao before, but he declined saying that he was not capable enough to teach a class. Li Yun was surprised to hear that old Yi Bao was known. TCM may be a relatively small field compared to Western medicine, but there were quite a few practitioners. Li Yun wasn't too familiar with the world of TCM, and it was likely that people who were in it for a long time knew who to trust. Looking back at the elderly man sitting on the bed, Li Yun removed his hand. Everyone looked to him for his insights. "Dr. Li, what do you think?" asked Professor Xiao Shan. "It will depend, he'll also need a cerebral angioplasty," Li Yun stated. "There's an area that will become an issue whether we perform the TAVR or not." Everyone was surprised by the finding, even Professor Xiao Shan. Could Li Yun really find a potential site for a stroke? Cerebral angioplasty was technically a minimally invasive procedure, but it was also classified as a major surgery like TAVR. The doctor would typically only recommend cerebral angiography when there were symptoms. "Can you perform the procedure together?" Li Yun nodded. "But instead of local anesthesia, can Dr. Su use acupuncture along the femoral artery?" Dr. Su was surprised by Li Yun's suggestion. "It is possible, but I've only performed acupuncture-assisted anesthesia." "Are you concerned about the local anesthesia?" "A bit." Li Yun also didn't want the local anesthesia to affect his reading of the cardiovascular system. Although minor, in elderly patients, it was best to find the body's natural rhythm without the influence of anesthesia. "I would also like to invite Dr. Yi Bao to assist," Li Yun suggested. "If Dr. Yi Bao points out the locations, it might work." Dr. Su turned to look at Mr. Ping. "Mr. Ping, are you comfortable with that idea?" Mr. Ping nodded. "Father, are you sure? It may be painful." Governor Ping asked in a worried state. "I trust Dr. Su," Mr. Ping declared. "And I trust that my body will hold better without any type of medication." Mr. Ping had an old-school mindset about medicine. The less medicine, the better. Even without the operation, you can still live another few years, but you will also need assistance from your nurse, Li Yun warned. "With the operation, it will improve your quality of life and maybe extend your life, but it's not by much." "I understand, but I still wish to have the operation." With Mr. Ping's approval, Professor Xiao Shan quickly explained the procedure and scheduled it for Friday, 3 days later. Li Yun will lead the procedure with the Magic City's TAVR specialist. After the surgery, they will perform a CT in place of an angiogram. Professor Xiao Shan will be in charge of the post-operative care. As for the cost, the valve was the most expensive, but 250,000 yuan for a valve was nothing for Governor Ping. The only hitch in the plan was the hospital politics. The director and almost all the professors were opposed to listing Li Yun as the lead surgeon. It was unheard of to place a resident in charge of the operation, not to mention an outsider. The hospital would be the laughingstock throughout the country. "It's already problematic that we are even allowing this type surgery to happen, how can we even put this on paper?" the doctors complained. Governor Ping has promised to support the next round of funding to the hospital whether the operation fails or not, Professor Xiao Shan defended his position. "Even so, our reputation is at stake. Everyone has legitimate concerns," the director agreed. "Even though Dr. Li is performing, Dr. Fulao is supervising. Therefore, Dr. Fulao should be listed first." Everyone liked the suggestion. The video recording would be restricted to administrator with high clearance as Governor Ping had requested privacy. No one from the outside would know who truly was the lead surgeon. Professor Xiao Shan shook his head and turned to Li Yun. "Are you okay with the plan?" Li Yun shrugged, he didn't quite care either way. After several rounds of discussions, Li Yun was placed as first assistant. The night before surgery, Li Yun researched different real estate properties in Yide. "You're looking for a property without consulting a real estate expert?" Ruxi asked as she returned from work and placed her head on top of his head to see what he was doing. "How's work?" he asked her. "Made a few deals." Ruxi looked at Li Yun's tablet screen filled with listings of retail spaces. "Are you planning to open a clinic?" Li Yun nodded. "I want a space to practice medicine without any restrictions." You should ask your girlfriend for help, Ruxi coyly mentioned. Li Yun looked up at her. Ruxi went to school near Yide, so she was likely familiar with the real estate in the area. There's a property near the center that also happens to be on Kaoban Street, Ruxi suggested. Kaoban Street was a famous street known for herbs and traditional medicine. Are you originally from Yide? Li Yun wondered. He had met her there, but he originally thought she was there on business. He hadn't considered that she may be a local. No, I moved there 3 years ago. I didn't want to stay with my step-parents, and Sugzu was the only friend I made when I came over from the States. Ruxi sat next to him and opened up the web page to a property in Yide. This was originally an herbal shop, but they ran an illegal organ harvesting operation in the back. Their property was confiscated almost 2 years ago. I have looked at the property, and it looks decent. Someone else bought the property, but their business haven't been able to start, so it's on the market again. The only problem is all the rumors circulating the area about bad karma and feng shui. Li Yun scrolled through the pictures and information listed on the property. For most people, it wasn't the ideal situation, but he didn't care about feng shui. There was still a 6 years lease on the building, and seemed reasonably priced. Chapter 64 TAVR. The top hospital administrator oversaw Mr. Ping's operation through a live feed. Their faces were filled with astonishment and awe. The entire surgery happened without any complications. Still reeling from shock, the director replayed the video. The video showed Li Yun inserting the 9 needles according to Dr. Yi Bao and Dr. Su's recommendation. The doctors made the suggestion of the points, but Li Yun adjusted the positioning of the needles to accurately reflect the location of the points within the body. The points changed slightly according to the person. Although it was very minor, it was enough to drastically reduce the level of pain received by the brain. Was this something Li Yun could do on his own? Definitely not. Acupuncture involved more than just inserting the needle at the correct point. There were different methods of inserting the needle, like whether to keep the needle at the location, whether it was only to pierce it until the qi was released, and whether he should press on the point after inserting. There were also 9 different types of needles. Only experienced acupuncturists would know the correct procedure. Afterward, everyone waited for the acupuncture to take effect. There were cases of acupuncture-assisted anesthesia, but using acupuncture to completely substitute anesthesia was unheard of. Although it took a bit longer, Li Yun didn't mind. Li Yun checked the pulse again, making sure the blood was in a calm wiry state before starting the operation. Sterilizing and inserting the catheter was simple, but navigating through the artery was difficult. Li Yun performed the craniotomy angioplasty first, which was the trickiest and longest route, from the femoral artery in the groin up to the heart. After an hour, Li Yun finally made it to the clot and inserted a stent. The valve in the heart only took half the time to adjust into place. To Li Yun, it felt like he did a lot of work. However, in the video, it looked like he stood in front of the patient doing nothing for 2 hours. Once in the while, the nurse would hand him the catheters and gauge wires. Without any type of real-time imaging, no one was able to understand what was going on. The doctor could only see the results after Mr. Ping took a CT scan showing the image of the brain and heart with the stent and valve in place. Any doctor without any background knowledge of the procedure would never discern what was going on just based on the surgical video. Performing interventional radiology without live imaging and dying agents was unheard of, but it was the acupuncture that amazed everyone. No one had seen acupuncture reduce the pain that was comparable to anesthesia before. There had been attempts, but they had always been assisted by local anesthesia. Dr. Yi, is this what they call a miracle doctor? Dr. Su wondered. It was the first time he was questioning whether he was practicing TCM correctly. Old Yi Bao was even more in a state of shock. Yi Ansha had to nudge her grandfather a bit. It's like he knows exactly where the points are located, old Yi Bao murmured. There were basic maps of meridians, but the true exact locations were difficult to pinpoint. Only through experience would a doctor know where to insert. The closer the location, the better the result. Even then, it heavily relied on the patient's mindset. If the acupoints were located in the center of a bullseye, TCM doctors were basically throwing darts. However, Li Yun was like a thrower standing next to the bullseye and simply inserting the darts right in the middle. Old Yi Bao had heard stories of ancient doctors being capable of such a feat, but it was a long-lost art. When the surgery ended, everyone was still in shock. Professor Xiao Shan invited everyone to dinner and tried another attempt to recruit Li Yun. When I first saw you at the station, I knew you were skilled, but now I know that I have severely underestimated your ability, Professor Xiao Shan toasted to Li Yun. Are you impressed by the surgery itself or the acupuncture? Chief Zhang asked. Acupuncture. To be honest, there isn't a lot of need for interventional radiology without live imagining. Professor Xiao Shan was aware that the number of people who needed surgery without a dying agent was rare. Not everyone had kidney problems or had severe reactions to iodine. In most cases, it was not something easily taught to other people. Using acupuncture as a replacement for anesthesia, however, was sensational news that would affect the entire medical community. The only reason why it hadn't exploded yet was because Governor Ping didn't want to release the video. Through words of mouth, more people would eventually know of Li Yun's ability. Do you think acupuncture can replace anesthesia? Chief Zhang asked Li Yun. It's not easy, Li Yun shook his head. He wasn't sure if acupuncture was a viable means to replace anesthesia. If any of the points were off, there wasn't much effect. There was also a matter of the elderly Mr. Ping's faith in the old ways. Faith was a powerful placebo that was often neglected. That's too bad, Chief Zhang and Professor Xiao Shan both thought it was a shame. The TCM department would like to hire you as well, but I told them if we were able to pool in the salary, we might be able to convince you, Professor Xiao Shan said as he finished his drink. 2 million yuan and 15 weeks vacation. Li Yun was tempted. Not a lot of top surgeons had that type of salary. Not only the hospitals, but after Mr. Ping's surgery, many companies had also increased their initial offer. The highest offer was 2.5 million yuan salary. It was helpful that Chief Zhang was also at the table and made a 1.5 million yuan offer. Li Yun wasn't sure if Chief Zhang was authorized to make the offer while drunk, but if it was true, Li Yun would consider it. 1.5 million yuan in Qinbei was a lot considering the cost of living was much lower than Magic City. However, even without the offer, Li Yun still preferred Qinbei. Although there was hospital politics, it was not as bad as the hospitals in large cities. Li Yun had seen the meetings and the way the hospital functioned, and there were too many red tapes. Even with his ability, there were things he could do at Qinbei that he couldn't do in Magic City. Only after accumulating more accolades would he gain more privileges. Before returning to Yide, Li Yun met with old Yi Bao and Ansha. The elder gave Li Yun a booklet containing his experience and his ancestors' experience. Yi Ansha was surprised that her grandfather was willing to pass down the lineage to an outsider. However, for old Yi Bao, Li Yun had already surpassed the old stories and was worthy of the book. Upon returning from Magic City, Chief Zhang explained to Director Hong the situation. TAVR was not a well-known procedure in China, but if they open up the ED to accept cases, they would be considered the fifth hospital in the country capable of performing TAVR independently. In addition, they would be the only hospital in the country, and possibly the world, that could perform surgery without the need for an angiogram. It wasn't long before Li Yun accepted the offer at Qinbei Hospital as an attending in the emergency department. Since Chief Zhang was officially in charge of ED with ACS as a sub-unit, Chief Lim managed the ACS unit while Chief Gao managed the ED. I cannot believe it only takes you 7 months to become the boss, Wei Jing was a bit jealous. Most of the residents already knew it wasn't a question of if, but when. They just didn't expect it to happen so soon. As the department head meeting, Director Hong formally introduced him as an ACS attending. The old attendings who had conflicts with him were not happy. However, they didn't dare to criticize. Shutterstock, TAVR. Chapter 65 Caoban Street. Early in the morning, Li Yun visited Caoban Street. It was originally a street known for selling herbs and Chinese medicine back in the Qing dynasty. The street retained much of the characteristics back then but had evolved into a tourist destination. People crowded the ancient streets that maintained the hallmark woodwork and lanterns dating back to the Qing dynasty. Bikes and rickshaws steered through the crowd and narrow streets. The streets had a mixture of tourists and locals shopping for rare and exotic ingredients. Li Yun walked down the street and randomly touched the medicinal along the street. He frowned with disappointment as none of the rare ingredients exhibited any sort of qi. It was within Li Yun's expectation, but he was still disappointed that qi was limited to only living creatures. He continued further toward the center of the street until he reached an area connecting to a small side street. It was still relatively busy compared to the typical streets in the city, but less so than the other portion of Caoban Street. Up ahead, he saw a large belly man in regular tees and slack. The man sat on a wooden bench situated across from a shop, shaded by the overhang. "You must be Mr. Li," the man got up and greeted Li Yun with a handshake. "I'm Pao Lai. We chatted on the phone." Li Yun's hand twitched with a bit of hesitation when the man wiped his nose with his sleeve. The man was suffering from a mild cold. "What the heck, it's not like I've been sick before," Li Yun thought. Li Yun shook hands with Pao Lai and realized the man was suffering with sinuses. After the usual introduction, Pao Lai unshackled the locks and opened up the double wooden doors leading into the shop. "I've been trying to sell this place for 6 months, but it has been hell," Pao Lai complained. "Sure, there are some heebie-jeebies, but who still believe in that nonsense?" Pao Lai's lack of salesmanship was apparent. With the way he was talking about the rotting cabinets and smelly odor, one didn't have to wonder why it was on the market for so long. Li Yun took the first step inside, taking in a sniff of the strong herbal smell spreading throughout the room. "I have tried getting rid of the smell, but it's impossible." Pao Lai walked in further and turned on the light. The light flickered once, and then after several indiscernible flickers, it managed to stabilize itself and covered the room with a dim yellow glow. Looking around the retail space, it looked like the typical herb shop with shelves and small cabinets lined across the walls. The wooden cabinets had been painted brown to hide the rot, but it was starting to peel. If Li Yun could get Erson to help him fix the place, he could probably make it look decent. "How about the back?" Li Yun asked. Pao Lai led Li Yun to the back room where there was more storage space, and a wooden door leading to a small courtyard. The courtyard was heavily shaded by a willow tree, and the ground was plain compacted sand. Further back was another room. It had probably been the living area for the shopkeeper back during the Qing dynasty. However, Li Yun could feel the cool yin energy emancipating from the room. Is this the true essence of yin? Li Yun thought. Even when he had visited the morgue, it was nothing compared to the feeling he was feeling now. Pao Lai unlocked the door and walked inside. Li Yun wondered if it was just him feeling the chill. As he walked into the room, he felt even more chilling. "So, what do you think?" Pao Lai asked after seeing how quiet Li Yun was. "I'm willing to pay 150k yuan for the 6 years, Li Yun offered. Pao Lai's face sank. "I paid 400k yuan for this place. You gotta give me some slack. Don't you feel a bit chilly?" "You're not the first person to tell me that, but I don't feel anything." The presence of yin energy felt stronger in the room than anywhere else. Li Yun wondered if it was because of the number of people that had died in the room, or if it was because he was stronger. All his stats were almost 100. Last week, he had added the last previous action points to Shen. He was hoping there would be some sort of bonus at 100, but nothing had happened so far. Jing, 95 Qi, 94 Shen, 100. Li Yun remembered the incident that had happened at the store. Most of the information online was similar to what Ruxi had mentioned. He pulled out his phone from his jacket and pressed on Bulletin Tao's number. "Hey! You're calling during my work hours, Bulletintao responded. Do you know anything about the organ harvesting case on Kaoban? Asked Li Yun. Oh, that case was pretty big a few years ago, Bulletintao responded. That's the case that got me the promotion. I thought I was the one that helped get the promotion. That was for my sergeant position. Anyway, we caught the husband and wife running the operation. How does their operation work? They advertised it through word of mouth to people. It's sort of like a special service provided by the herbal shop, said Bulletintao. Their targets are usually people with very little education and desperate for money. There's paperwork that people have to fill out regarding confidentiality and risk, so it was difficult for the prosecutor to get a higher sentence for them. Most of the people went into it willingly. How did the police get involved? One of the people who sold their kidney passed away due to an infection. The person was an informant for the prosecutor, and she was unhappy to find that in addition to the kidney being removed, there was another part removed as well. Did they find the contract? It was vague on what type of organ. She was able to get a warrant for their arrest for unregistered medical facilities and tax evasion. When they searched the house, guess what they found? Bodies. Yep, there were 6 bodies thrown into the well in the back courtyard. They were missing people from the past 10 years. However, since they never disclosed what they were doing to anyone, no one ever thought that the herbal shop was the last place they had visited. Did they ever catch the doctor involved? Li Yun asked. He looked at Pao Lei, who was half listening into the conversation. Li Yun hung up the phone, but continued holding onto his phone. What? The doctor is still out there? So you don't know if he's going to come back to the store? Thanks for the advice. Pao Lai's frowned, but he was still hoping that Li Yun would buy the property. So, the case is only partially solved, so this place is going to be cursed for a while. Good luck selling it. Chapter 66 Atheist. Li Yun wanted to drive down the price. Even with his recent promotion and Obeo shop selling well, he was still short on cash. Let me think about it. Pao Lai was listening in on the conversation, so he knew it would be difficult to sell the property if the case wasn't completely solved. Li Yun looked toward the small rear courtyard. Can I check the back? Before Pao Lai could answer, Li Yun was already heading to the back. Don't you want to check out the other area? Pao Li quickly followed him into the courtyard. There's a kitchen, and even a second-floor living space. It's very roomy. Li Yun ignored him and walked to the back. The rear courtyard was smaller than the main courtyard, being framed by the L-shaped building, the neighbor's building, and the back wall. There was a back gate leading into an alley and a well on the corner. Walking closer to the well, Li Yun felt the yin energy. Although the bodies had been recovered, the lingering feeling of resentment remained, smoldering the space with spine-chilling aura. Has anyone else felt something strange coming into this courtyard? Li Yun asked. No, not really, Pao Lai replied. Li Yun looked at Pao Lai directly in his eyes. He was lying. Really? Pao Lai felt Li Yun's glaze. He wasn't afraid of ghosts or gods, but Li Yun made his spine chill. Just a few people. He confessed about the previous open house. When people walked into the back room, they suddenly wanted to leave the space. The first few times, Pao Lai thought that people were pretending so that they could lower the price of the property, but after the 4th potential buyer backed out, Pao Lai regretted buying the property. He had hired a consultant to figure out what was causing the chill. Apparently, the willow tree was creating a draft. Pao Lai wanted to cut down the tree, but it was an ancient tree that could be seen from the streets and must be kept per the Kaoban Historical Society. Even if he could cut down the tree, all the contractors he hired had fallen sick. He couldn't even renovate the property, so he had to sell it. I don't understand why so many people avoid this place, Pao Lai responded. It's a nice area. It is breezy, and perfect on a hot summer day. Are you an atheist? Li Yun wondered if faith had something to do with how people perceived the yin energy. Ooh, yes, how do you know? Pao Lai rarely talked about his beliefs simply because he didn't care much. Li Yun shrugged. Over 90% of the population were atheists or agnostic, but it was more than an educated guess. Before leaving, Li Yun was still firm with his 150k offer. Pao Lai asked for more time to think about it. Li Yun left the shop and walked along the street to ask the local vendors about the herbal shop. Before the police raided the herbal shop, most vendors on Caoban streets walked by the herbal shop every day, using the overhang to protect them from the sun and rain. They never thought anything was unusual, even though the operation had been around for 10 years. Only one woman swore she knew that the place was haunted before the police raided the shop. It felt creepy. She vividly animated from her trinket booth. I swear I have never felt such cold sensation before. Oh come on Bazai, you say that about almost every old place you have visited, said another woman named Ziwiba. There are dead people everywhere. It's not just me. Your son felt it too, remember? He plays too many of those horror video games. Li Yun read Bazai's fear line and knew she was afraid of ghosts and the afterlife. It was possible she thought all the shops were creepy, but it was also possible for her to develop hypersensitivity toward the yin energy because she believed it existed. As for the other vendors, the majority of them didn't sense anything until after the bodies were discovered. It wasn't like the body just appeared there, but people suddenly felt the chill. They were most likely influenced by the news and gossip of the horrific event. Li Yun wondered if he himself was influenced by the news and was able to sense the chill, or whether it was related to the system. It was a bit of a paradox. Unable to gather more information, Li Yun returned to his car and gave Bulletin Tao another call. Hey! Why did you hang up on me? Bulletin Tao asked. I was about to tell you about the doctor. I had to find a more quiet place, so what do you know about the doctor? Li Yun responded, Caoban Street was crowded and noisy during midday. The couple hired a doctor they called Dr. Jack. They were introduced to him by a dark web friend. Once they made contact, they exchanged a few agreement points. Dr. Jack wanted anonymity during the collaboration and the couple agree. During an operation, the couple would apply general anesthesia to the client and vacated the premises. Dr. Jack would arrive to the back to start the operation. After 2 hours, the couple would return. So the doctor is a thorough and cautious person. Since he's the one directly responsible for their deaths, he needed insurance to keep himself safe. As for the couple, did they request that he dispose of the body to lessen their crime and involvement? Yeah, that was the couple's stipulation. They never thought that the doctor would dispose of the body inside the well behind the back. It was a dry well and every time a body was disposed of, it was buried underneath some dirt. They never thought the doctor would dump it in the well? It looked like an obvious place. Well, the couple rarely ever look in the back. According to the neighbors, the herbal shop really didn't sell much and they weren't there often, just the store clerk. Just based on their personality, it looked like they weren't the cautious sort. The doctor was likely the one that helped them create the contract. How about a camera? There is only one in the front courtyard, but the doctor used the back door, so it didn't matter. No witness either. Nope. We even attempted to trap him when the case wasn't revealed to the public, but he never showed up. He may have been at the scene when the arrest warrant was issued, or he has kept tabs of the couple some other way. We never managed to find him, but judging by some of the equipment he was using, we managed to track the serial number to Yide Hospital. Unfortunately, it's a pretty big hospital, and we weren't able to narrow down the suspect. Why are you looking into the case? You know I'm curious about these sort of things. Speaking of which, I got you a consultant license based on your doctor credentials and previous merits. With the consultant license, Li Yun would have an easier time looking through different cases. The police department had been lax about consultants, but as more outlying cities become modernized, there was a greater effort by the government to centralize more policies. Chapter 67 Chibo. Lingling, why are you in a rush to get money? Zhu Anin asked her good friend as they passed by the campus's stone gateway. The second semester was about to start in a few days, but a lot of students had already returned to campus. Zhu Anin wasn't particularly close with her family, so she stayed in Bincha with her boyfriend. I want to repay my step-parents as soon as possible, Wu Ling replied. I'm paying a good portion of my tuition with the money from cousin's TB shop, but it's not going to be enough. If your brother finds out you're streaming, he's going to kill you. Hopefully he doesn't. I'm surprised no one busted you yet, Zhu Anin shook her head in disapproval. The live stream was accessible to anyone with an internet connection. There were bound to be people who had seen it amongst Wu Bin's group of friends. I haven't streamed with her during our break, and it's only once a week on Mylan's account. I also told all my friends who know him to stay silent. Once they arrived at the campus gate, Wu Ling saw Song Mylan in a red domestic car. They were heading out to dinner for a streaming session. Hi Lingling, ready to leave? Asked Song Mylan as she rolled down the window door. Wu Ling quickly waved goodbye to Zhu Nin, and hopped into the passenger's seat. Song Mylan drove them to a fancy restaurant downtown. In the beginning, they paid for the meals, but as they gathered more fans, the fans paid for the meal directly. At first, Wu Ling felt a bit uncomfortable in front of the camera. Song Mylan told her to be herself, which meant being brash and straight to the point. Wu Ling could be overly sarcastic, but had a sense of wit, so a lot of the audience found her charming. As for Song Mylan, her Barbie-like appearance made her seem a bit dense on screen. However, she had the girl next door vibe and a bit of a klutz that made people want to protect her. The netizens swore it wasn't a normal day until Song Mylan tripped on herself. During random weekdays, she would live stream the typical day of a college student and her daily trips around Yide. Being an archaeology major, she could describe elaborate stories of places she had visited and their history. That was the beauty of China. Every city and town had stories from as far back as 3 millennia ago. You didn't stream much during break, said Wu Ling. I was busy, Song Mylan replied while setting up the camera equipment. They had already informed the restaurant staff, who didn't mind food broadcasting. Streamers didn't have a huge influence, but they provided a form of free advertisements. Looking at the two beautiful girls, it was easy to guess that they had a lot of fans. Mimi #1 fan, Mimi looks like a doll today. You should always style your hair to have bangs. Gift. Lingling #1 female fan, Lingling looks so cool today. I didn't know a girl can look this stylist in jeans. Sane fan, you guys shut up. These two beauties are more than just looks. Xiaomei grandpa, give gifts. MyLingutP, click here to see my fanart of MyLing duo. Warning 18+ only. After a few months, Wu Ling thought she would have gotten used to the comments, but it still felt weird. It was better not to read the comments. What do you think of the sour soup? Song Mylan asked. Wu Ling's face scrunched up, causing Song Mylan to laugh. I guess it's sour, Song Mylan said and turned to the camera. They use fresh wood ears mushroom from the forest up north and their white wine vinegar is made in their back room. If you're making it at home, I suggest using the Jiangxi town vinegar as it has more depth and less sour. Wu Ling nodded along as Song Mylan explained the dishes. She wasn't a foodie like Song Mylan, but she was much more critical about the flavors so more people valued her ratings. They finished their meal and then wished everyone a good night. Thank you for watching our weekly Chibo everyone. I'll see you Monday. Song Mylan waved and then turned the camera off with her phone. That wasn't too bad. 8,000 yuan, Song Mylan remarked as she transferred half to Wu Ling and then placed her phone back on the table. After the streaming, Song Mylan gossiped about everyone in the class. She knew a lot of gossips about the professors and students, probably second after Zhu Anin. Wu Ling didn't particularly care, but she thought it was funny how involved Song Milan gets. Wu Ling would share stories of her family. In the apartment, she had her step-parents, brother, grandfather Lu Yan, grandmother Lu Nai, the two aunts, and her uncle's family. The Lu family relocated from the rural area 30 years ago and they chose the apartment as their base. Although Wu Ling had bad things to say about everyone in the family, deep down, she really cared for all of them. I can't tell who's worse in the apartment between Bufu and Xiao Yun, Wu Ling complained. What's wrong with Senior Fuchun? He has so many issues, fickle and arrogant being the top. You should already know about how much drama that guy caused on campus. You see different girls crying every month. And Senior Yun? He's not as naggy as old Bin, but he's scary. He was so much better when we were little. He was always saying he was the chosen one, but then cry every time he got beaten up. Song Milan laughed. Your little cousin sounds hilarious. I really didn't hear much about him until recently. Was he always sleeping in class? He was a delinquent in high school and always a bit weird. Wu Ling's lips puckered up, she was in thinking mode. He's also a bit weirder lately. I haven't seen him complaining to my brother in quite some time. How is that weird? He treats my brother as a personal therapist, so he goes to see my brother often. Song Milan laughed. Why do you think that is? Wu Ling thought about it. Oh, I know, it's probably about a breakup with this girl named Wen Nalai. I heard my mom say he was so close to introducing them, but they broke up after he started working. Ever since then, he hasn't dated anyone. Are you serious? Before Wu Ling could answer, Song Milan's phone rang. Song Milan ignored it and placed it on silent. Boyfriend number 4, asked Wu Ling looking at the descriptor that appeared on the phone. Wu Ling knew that Song Milan's had a habit of putting descriptors and numbers in her phone in place of names. She was BFF number 1. However, she wasn't aware that the number count for the boyfriend was 4. Who's number 4? The guy that cheated on me with the cheerleader, said Song Milan. Lan Geng, the guy with multiple cheating records? Geez, why don't you just label him douchebag number 4? Why aren't you consoling me? Because you get paid by their exes to deal with them. I wouldn't exactly call that a boyfriend. Song Milan had live-streamed the event where she accidentally uncovered her boyfriend's cheating behavior. Everyone at the university was aware of the incident. Boyfriend number 3 was dropped from his basketball team and had to transfer out. Boyfriend number 4's videotape with a hooker was exposed on the university forum 2 months ago. Wu Ling wasn't sure what happened to number 1 and number 2, but according to Zhu Anin, they all transferred out. None of Song Milan's so-called boyfriends had a happy ending. Wu Ling realized long ago that Song Milan was the worst sort of person to mess with. I'm going to text back to number 4 and let him know I was the one who uploaded the video and then block him. Do you think he'll call again? It's obviously you, why didn't he realize that by now? Because he's dumb, Song Milan waved her hand. Enough about him, we need to talk about you. What about me? Wu Ling tilted her head to the side, it was rare to hear Song Milan's serious tone. We can't continue to stream together. Wu Ling couldn't imagine why Song Milan was cutting her out. Was it because they were gaining more fans and she would have a bigger cut of the money? When Wu Ling started streaming, they were 50k, but in just a few months, it had grown to 200k. Lingling, your brother messaged me yesterday and requested this. You should talk it over with him. Chapter 68 Accident. The ER remained as busy as usual, but all the new residents were beginning to get into the rhythm of things. The constant motion of nurses, doctors, and patients was consistent without much delay. Mi Xian shadowed Dr. Hao as they pushed the gurney and checked a patient with potential multiple organ damage. How many fingers am I holding up? Mi Xian spoke loudly to the half-conscious man. Ugh, the patient was in pain and was slightly irritated by her voice. Just stop this damn pain. I said, How many fingers? Mi Xian didn't like the tone of the man's voice. It's F2. Look, you jerk. I'm just doing my job, you don't have to yell. Mi Xian yelled back. Ah, the damn cat. Who are you calling a cat? Not you, you idiot. The cat I almost drove over. He swerved out his motorbike at the last moment to avoid hitting a cat. Dr. Hao, we contacted his parents, they will be here shortly, said Nurse Yun, ignoring Mi Xian and the patient. Take him quickly for a CT. Where's Gao and Li Yun? Asked Dr. Hao. Both are in the middle of an operation, she replied, instructing a male nurse to assist the new patient to the CT room. Technician Wu chatted with the patient named Qi Shou, who simply ignored him. After 10 minutes, the CT was completed. Dr. Hao examined the CTS with the radiologist and determined that it was a minor simple rib fracture and splenic rupture. The best treatment was to check him into the inpatient ward. Is my little show going to be okay? Asked Ms. Qi, the patient's mother, upon arriving at the ward. We will have to monitor Mr. Qi for a few days, Dr. Hao explained to the parent. He has some minor internal bleeding, and rather than surgery, it's better to let his body heal naturally. How long will he be here and is it going to be painful? Ms. Qi asked, still a bit concerned. Dr. Mi Xian will monitor the pain medications. It shouldn't be too painful. We will keep him here for a week, and possibly 2 weeks if we do not see any improvements. In the meanwhile, Li Yun was in the OR operating on a patient with multiple organ failure with 2 other residents. Chief Gao would only allow Li Yun to perform surgery if he was 99% sure that the patient would survive. Although Li Yun was an attending, it was still risky for Li Yun to lead the surgery. Chief Gao wasn't concerned about Li Yun's ability, but the patient's family if they ever figured out that Li Yun technically hadn't completed his residency. Some people will do anything for money. After operating on a patient, Li Yun returned to the residence suite. Although he was the attending with more privileges and a private dorm, he preferred staying in the residence area. It was closer to the ER, and he liked the residence better than the attending. The residents, who had finished the second shift, returned to the suite. Hey boss, you're back early, said Lu Weijing. You were pretty crazy this week. Tried. A bit, Li Yun responded, but him being crazy was just him grinding out action points. What happened to Mi Xian? Dr. Hao placed her in charge of monitoring a patient that came in after a motorcycle accident, Yang Kong said as he crashed onto the lower bunk bed. Is it a difficult patient? A bit, he was yelling in pain, but it's normal. I think she's on her period. Not to mention, the guy is hot. He has this dragon tattoo on his chest. Ooh, is it a black dragon with red eyes? I don't remember, but I think so. You know him? Maybe. It was getting late, so Li Yun wanted to use Xiaoong before heading to bed. The following morning, he made a visit to the inpatient ward after his usual rounds. Before entering the room, he heard Mi Xian's voice echoing into the hallway. Look you ass, I don't care how tough you are, you're not allowed to take off your cast, Mi Xian splat out the order. It's restricting my movement. Like I care. If you dare take it out, I'll superglue another cast. The other patients in the room ignored them, it seemed like they were used to it. They were annoyed, but they also understood that the hospital wasn't the best place to recuperate. I'm the F patient, don't I have a say in how I should be treated? I've said enough, if I see you again without a cast, I'll break your arm myself. Mi Xian walked out without hearing another word. Her eyes were bloodshot, and it didn't look like she had slept for hours. She also completely walked past Li Yun without noticing his presence. Ignoring her advice, Qi Shou tried to pry open the cast with his utility blade. Gee, why would you carry a blade around with you? Li Yun asked as he walked into the room. Qi Shou looked at the approaching doctor, but after a short while, his eyes opened wider as he recognized who it was. I'll be damn, Gong Daeun is a doctor now, Chi Shou responded. Please don't call me that, Li Yun really hated the name Gong. I heard Boss Chi got in an accident avoiding a cat. Don't remind me, I avoided one cat only to be stuck with another wild cat. You know me Xian? Not really, our parents are both teachers. Chi Shou offered Li Yun the handle of his utility knife. Help me out of this thing. Hold on a moment, Li Yun took the knife away and grabbed onto Chi Shou's wrist. Other than the bleeding and slight fracture, you're healthier than a bull. Yeah, thanks for the info, it's already written on the chart. Chi Shou still had the same sarcastic tone from high school. Some things never changed. You better keep the cast on. She will really super glue the next one on if you take it out. Chi Shou looked annoyed, but he gave up trying. How have you been? I heard being a doctor is pretty rough these days. Probably for the general practitioners, but I'm doing okay. Not blackmailing anyone. Chi Shou narrowed his eyes. He didn't cross path with Li Yun often, but there were still rumors amongst the delinquents within the region. I don't remember blackmailing you. If you don't hand over your territory peacefully, I'll expose your secret base that houses all the strays. Chi Shou tried his best to imitate Li Yun's voice. Li Yun burst out laughing. You have to admit that was a stupid secret. Why did you even care if your guys knew you were taking care of strays? Oh come on, we were kids, I didn't want them to look at me like I'm some. Are you a vet now? I shouldn't be surprised that you would know. It's not that difficult considering you have looked after them in high school. Li Yun had briefly thought about becoming a vet before. However, he needed to save twice as many animals as people to gain the same amount of action points. At the time, he thought the system was being discriminatory toward animals. I didn't know your high school is in Kinbei, Li Yun commented, and then thought about his high school days. Was our territory really that wide? UFA, don't pretend like you went around knocking down the different bosses. The only reason why Kaishi got so much territory was because I got them first. Kaishi was going to be my last conquest. Too bad it's run by you lunatics. How's Fatty? He's a regular salaryman now and he's getting married this summer, Li Yun replied. He thought back to their high school days and remembered Fatty Fang being very aggressive during high school. He mellowed out a bit after the middle of college. Out of all my opponents, I could never beat him. You could never beat me either. I can beat your ass if you stayed still. Li Yun laughed, but then his pager beeped before he could dispute that. I'm going to run, but don't try to piss me Xian off. Sure, whatever. Li Yun rushed off to the ER. Dr. Hao needed him to take over handling some of the patients in a 4-cars pileup. Since coming back from Magic City, he had been grinding as many surgeries as possible, hoping to gain 100 in Jing, Qi, and Shen. After finishing up the operations, Li Yun finally achieved his goal. Secret mission achieved, accumulated 100 Jin Qi Shen. Special reward, spirit detection. Checking his Danshan, it had expanded a bit, and there was a pentagonal prism, representing the 5 elements, protecting the triangular pyramid. It seemed like he would have to continue gathering action points to expand the pentagon he called the 5 elements. Chapter 69 Lei Ting. Li Yun tried spirit detection on many objects around the hospital, but nothing triggered. He tried in the morgue, the police office, and even the cemetery, but his ability seemed broken. Should I try going back to the herbal shop? Li Yun thought. Other than the library's attic, the herbal shop was the only location he had felt a sudden chill. Early morning on a dry and blistering Saturday morning, Li Yun walked toward the herbal shop on Caoban Street. His eyes focused on the various trinkets and gift items on the street. The vendors hollered for his attention when they saw a gift bag in Li Yun's hand. Li Yun ignored them as he walked along. Mr. Li! Pao Lai cried out as he saw a tall man approaching. He thought Li Yun was a bit odd. It was chilly outside and all the vendors were wearing jackets, but Li Yun wore a simple tee and jeans. He shrugged away his thought and quickly welcomed Li Yun into the front shop and immediately tried pitching the sale. "Look, Mr. Li, if you really want to buy the property, I'll lower it to 350k. Li Yun smiled and shook his head. "We can talk about it after I take another look around." After a quick greeting, they walked through the courtyard with the willow tree. Pao Lai was about to compliment the beautiful shape of the willow, but Li Yun hurriedly walked to the well without waiting for Pao Lai. Inside the rear courtyard, Li Yun didn't notice anything different from before other than the eerie chill. He concentrated on the well similarly to how he entered Xiuoang and activated spirit detection. A dark vibration emitted from the well like a pulsar. Yet, despite its desire to escape, a dark static energy was keeping the vibration from escaping completely out of the courtyard. Li Yun wasn't sure how useful the ability was as he didn't understand how to interpret the energy. "You really can't feel anything." Li Yun looked back to look at Pao Lai who had just arrived in the courtyard. The vibration interacted with Pao Lai. Some energy absorbed into Pao Lai and some reflected out, very much like a light wave. Pao Lai shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. He didn't particularly feel any different, except his nose being a bit itchier than usual. He suffered from chronic sinuses, and being in the shade of the willow wasn't helping his ailment. Li Yun turned back to the well and studied the negative yin wave as it approached him. As soon as the vibration was within a meter, it slowly dissipated. He curiously looked at the gift bag in his hand, lowered it to the ground, and walked closer to the well. After a few steps, he felt the chill. The yin energy had passed through his body and into the other side. "Thank you for showing me around." Li Yun reached out to shake Pao Lai's hand. "Already?" Pao Lai wasn't expecting Li Yun to leave as soon as he entered and subconsciously shook his hands. He was sad to see Li Yun running off again without making an offer. Li Yun had sensed that Pao Lai's sinuses had increased. It was probably why his nose was constantly runny when entering a shop. If a person stayed in the area for too long, it was possible for them to fall ill. While he was in Yide, Li Yun made a trip home to eat lunch with his family. "It's so good to see the lazy son coming back to visit." Lu Suyan passed Li Yun a bowl of rice. "Why didn't you even tell us you were coming home?" "Ma. It's a surprise," Li Yun said as he took the bowl. "You're going to turn bony if you don't eat," Li Fan gently reminded his son to eat regularly. His gentle father took his chopstick and gave him a large chunk of beef. Knowing his son's unusual lifestyle and sleeping habits, it was always good to remind the family to eat well. Li Yun nodded. He was a lazy eater, but not because he didn't eat, but because almost every meal took less than 5 minutes to finish. Green vegetable smoothie and occasional meat. He didn't care much about food and only ate elaborate meals at dinner parties. "Thanks for dinner everyone, time to head back to work." "You didn't buy any gifts while you were in Magic City?" Lu Suyan glared at her son as soon as he finished and was about to head out. "Come on Ma, you can buy anything online, Magic City isn't all that special," said Li Yun with a bit of sarcasm. "Suyan, little Yun visiting us is enough," Grandpa Lu Yan scolded his daughter. Li Yun laughed as his mother's eyes squinted and took out the little gift bag. "Tate! I made everyone a Leiting amulet from Magic City soapstone." 4 coin-shaped amulets held up by red string appeared from the bag. There were elaborate Chinese scripts that didn't seem to perform a particular word. Leiting amulet was a type of charm that Taoist used against evil spirits. It was commonly associated with thunder, coins, and metal. However, Li Yun wasn't familiar with metal engraving or etching. The soapstone also felt better as an accessory, so he used that instead. Li Yun had spent some time making them since it was his first attempt at carving stone. He made 4, giving one to Grandpa Lu Yan, Grandma Lu Nai, and his parents. It was +1 ward evil, and it seems a bit useful since it had ward off some of the negative yin energy. The area of effect wasn't too big, but it was enough to protect a person from falling ill due to the yin energy. Li Yun is always thoughtful, Suyin, said grandmother Lu Nai, putting on the amulet. Thank you, sweetie. It would be thoughtful if you actually bring back a girlfriend. His mother was starting to become worried about his love life. She didn't used to be. As she heard wedding stories from her friends' children, her anxiety increased. Mom, I'm still a resident, no time for dating, said Li Yun. Li Yun had been dating for a little over a month, and he wasn't planning to introduce Ruxi anytime soon. It was also best not to tell her he was recently promoted to attending. Then you better make time. Once you become an attending, you will be too old and all the good ones will be taken. Mom, I'm 24, not 30 like Wu Bin, I'll be a good little brother and wait for my big brother to marry first. You brat, Wu Bin is different. He was at least engaged at your age. The mood of the room suddenly changed. Everyone rarely talked about Wu Bin's former fiancé. Lu Suyin decided it was her fault for bringing it up and quickly cleared the dinner table. His father Li Fan sighed. You should go see your cousin. He hasn't been in a good mood lately. Why is that? Li Yun thought Wu Bin was always in a foul mood, but for his mood to be bad enough that even his father would notice was pretty bad. I think it has something to do with an argument with little Ling. I am not sure what it is, but little Ling stormed out of the apartment. Thunder curse charm Lei Ting.